while others are fighting for a bite of food and competing with each other for survival supplies. However, she was stroking a well-behaved mutant pet with her left hand, holding an ice cream in her right hand, and standing on a massager sent by the space system. As the space system continued to upgrade, its functions became more and more outrageous, and all the cruelty of the end of the world seemed to have nothing to do with her. Just as Xia Sisi began to worry about how to better raise Dahei and other animals, Xia Sisi's life in the apocalypse became happier and happier. On this day, when Ding Lei and Lin Yuan came knocking on the door, Xia Sisi was eating steamed buns and watching TV in the house. Brother Lin said that we should go out together tonight to collect supplies. Do you want to go? Ding Lei asked Xia Sisi with a smile. The wound on her face had long since scabbed over, and now only a hideous pink scar remained, but she looked much better overall. Lin Yuan nodded. Tonight, let's do something big. Hey everyone, this video is part 2 of In the Apocalypse. She gains a super spatial system to stockpile goods and raise an army of mutants. If you haven't watched the previous part, you can find the link in the video description. Now, I will start explaining a new story for you every XX chapters. Chapter 91 Granary. Xia Sisi didn't expect that Lin Yuan, who was going to do something big, actually set his sights on a granary in a village in the suburbs. The village is located at a very high altitude, and the villagers mainly grow sorghum and corn. Before the end of the world, it was the season for drying and harvesting these crops. The village was also far away from where people gathered, so it was estimated that a large amount of grain had not been moved away. Logically speaking, Xia Sisi's food reserves are sufficient, and with the rations produced by the system for her pets, she doesn't need to participate in collecting supplies. But thinking about keeping a low profile and not revealing the secret of her space, and the more supplies the better, she finally agreed to the operation. However, it would probably take 2 days to come back. During the day, several people held a small meeting to discuss the actions for the evening. In the end, it was decided that Dahei would pull the cart, and the people who stayed behind to look after the house would get a quarter of the food, and this share would also include Dahei. After much discussion, they finally decided to let Ding Lei stay. After all, the 66th floor was easy to defend but difficult to attack, and there were almost no people in the building. As long as no one was deliberately looking for trouble, there should be no danger. Furthermore, Xia Sisi can control Dahei, and Lin Yuan is agile and suitable for dealing with external crises. It doesn't matter. Dahei would have gotten the same amount of food if he stayed. This is what Mr. Lin and I agreed on. Xia Sisi comforted Ding Lei. After the action for that night was decided, Xia Sisi made a cup of tea with spiritual spring water and leisurely read 2 books in front of the skylight. It was not until around 7 or 8 in the evening that she finished feeding the 2 pets and took a look around the space. She found that everything that was produced today was normal, and there were no abnormalities. She went back to her room to catch up on some sleep, and when the alarm went off, she put on her gear. She wore the constant temperature clothing inside and a professional-grade windbreaker outside, with the cuffs and trouser legs tightly sealed, which was both light and warm. This set of windbreaker is the extreme cold equipment she specially stocked up on the internet before the end of the world. It is paired with the red and green warm socks produced in the space. Although the color is abrupt, it is indeed warm to wear. When she was about to leave, she turned around and saw Huiji staring at her resentfully. "You bastard. You went out without me." Huiji spoke in a long tone, which made Xia Sisi couldn't help laughing. Guarding the house is an important task for Huiji. She coaxed Huiji, and Huiji finally got some pet snacks, then flew away to rest with his wings flapping contentedly. Xia Sisi walked out the door and saw Lin Yuan and Ding Lei waiting outside. She looked at Lin Yuan's clothes. He was also wearing a windbreaker with a short mink coat underneath. He looked bulky but cold-resistant. What was even more surprising was that he was towing a homemade, improved speedboat with a shed installed on it. Seeing Lin Yuan's sophisticated welding skills, Xia Sisi secretly admired. Her speedboat had not been modified in any way, but Lin Yuan was very careful and even tied a few baffles to her speedboat to increase the carrying space. Looking at these modifications, Xia Sisi was very satisfied. Before leaving, she specifically told Ding Lei not to open the door no matter what happened, and it would be best to pretend that everyone was at home. Ding Lei patted her chest and assured that there was no problem. The 2 men and the dog went downstairs and tied the speedboats together in a secret place and tied them tightly to Dahei with ropes. Xia Sisi shouted charge, and Dahei quickly moved forward, almost disappearing in the wind and snow. On the way, Lin Yuan directed the direction, and Dahei ran for more than an hour and finally reached the destination. The snow-covered village in front of her was almost unrecognizable to Xia Sisi, but Lin Yuan remembered every turn accurately and did not take a wrong step. Dahei stood tall in the night, showing no signs of fatigue. Xia Sisi patted its head and took out 2 snacks as a reward. Lin Yuan also patted Dahei in appreciation. "You are a great dog." Xia Sisi smiled proudly. "That's right, Dahei has many advantages." In front of us, a snow-white mountain stands tall, and granaries appear faintly on a hill not far away, like small towers buried in the snow. Apparently, there had been an avalanche here not long ago. Fortunately, most of the snow was piled at the foot of the mountain, otherwise it would have been more difficult to find the granary. The two said no more, prepared to go on their way. However, just as they walked up the slope, Dahei suddenly bent his body and growled in the direction of the granary. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan took a step back alertly. At this moment, a deep sigh came from behind the granary. "Old friend, I didn't expect that we would meet again." A man slowly walked out of the shadows, with coldness in his eyes. Chapter 92 were not welcome. Surprisingly, the person who appeared before him was Dyson. Although he wrapped himself tightly, Xia Sisi still recognized him at a glance because of his exaggerated frown and mean tone. "It's you, Dyson." She smiled coldly, with a hint of disdain in her tone. Behind him followed 2 accomplices, wearing heavy clothes and carrying large bulging bags in their hands. What is even more eye-catching is that they actually have a car. A modified off-road vehicle. Very cool and particularly eye-catching in this cold weather. At this time, most vehicles could not start, and the vehicles that could move were almost all buried by thick snow. It was not easy to find such a car. Xia Sisi couldn't help but curl her lips. The team in front of her formed a sharp contrast with the dogs pulling their carts and the 2 speedboats. She felt a little dissatisfied. She turned her head and glanced at Lin Yuan, thinking to herself, "If you, a prodigal son, hadn't lost my car, would I be in such a mess now?" Lin Yuan seemed to notice her gaze, but pretended to ignore it and turned his head away. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes in anger, but this was not the time to argue. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here," she said coldly to Dyson, with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Dyson chuckled and said provocatively, "Don't have that expression. There's plenty of food here. First come, first served. Who told you to be a step slower?" Following his orders, those people began to move bags of grain from the granary into the cars, and Xia Sisi's mood became increasingly heavy. She regretted secretly, if only she had done it earlier. "We have to act quickly," she whispered to Lin Yuan, her face becoming solemn. Lin Yuan nodded, and the 2 of them understood each other and started to act separately. Xia Sisi ran to the 2 farthest granaries, which were full of corn cobs frozen hard by the cold. She stored all the corn from the 2 warehouses into the space, and then walked towards the speedboat with a bag of sorghum rice. Lin Yuan was busy nearby, and he carried up several bags of sorghum rice in a blink of an eye. His movements were so agile that Xia Sisi felt ashamed of herself. After several trips back and forth, the 2-man speedboat was fully loaded, but they only moved a small part of a granary. Time was running out, so they immediately decided to order Dahei to rush back. After 3 hours of busy work, Xia Sisi couldn't help but sigh in her heart. "If I had an off-road vehicle, the efficiency would definitely be increased 3 times. Lin Yuan, shouldn't you return my SUV?" She deliberately raised her voice, trying to provoke him. Lin Yuan frowned, seemingly not paying attention to her provocation. Instead, he said seriously, "Give me an hour, and I'll use Dahei to get a car." "So confident?" Xia Sisi was a little surprised. "Of course, let's go together." She expressed her support decisively. Soon, they and Dahei came to a flat ground. "We're here." Lin Yuan's voice was calm and firm. However, Xia Sisi looked around but saw nothing. There was no sign of any car on the snow-covered land. Lin Yuan did not explain, but took out an engineer's shovel from the assault boat and started digging. As the shovel went down again and again, after more than 10 minutes, he finally dug a hole 1 meter deep, revealing a window. "How do you know this is the edge of the building?" Xia Sisi was surprised. Lin Yuan turned around and smiled. "I haven't had a cell phone or a computer for so many days. What do you think I've been doing at home? Now all I have in my mind is the topographic map and architectural structure map of this city." He kicked open the window and climbed in without hesitation. What followed was a dead silence. Apart from Dahei's breathing, no sound could be heard around. Xia Sisi felt a little uneasy in her heart, and time was passing slowly. After about 20 minutes, the The sound of a car starting suddenly came from inside, breaking the silence. She was nervous and looked around anxiously, not knowing how Lin Yuan would get out. Dahei was very alert and began to turn his head constantly to look around. Xia Sisi felt even more anxious. What was Lin Yuan doing? Why was he still going around in circles? Buzz! Bang! Boom! A series of sounds followed one after another, and the vibration made her heart tighten. She jumped into the speedboat immediately, and Dahei followed closely behind, pulling the speedboat away quickly. The moment she looked back, Lin Yuan actually drove a huge RV, smashed through the window, and sped out. The surrounding ground collapsed due to his rush, and it felt like the accelerator was stepped on to the bottom. Behind him, there was a group of giant cockroaches, which was very creepy. That scene reminded Xia Sisi of the insect plague in her previous life. Dahei was running wildly in front, while Lin Yuan was following closely in the RV at a very fast speed. Before long, they were back in front of the granary, just in time to see Dyson and his crew walking away. It seems they didn't find us. Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief and turned her gaze to Lin Yuan, carefully looking at the newly found car. This truck can empty the entire granary in one trip. Is that a problem? She joked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. 1.5. Lin Yuan corrected slightly. Xia Sisi turned around and looked in the direction where Dyson and the others left, with a sneer on her face. Sorry, brother. We won't be polite. Chapter 93. There's something in the granary. Without further ado, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan began to busily move things. Dahei was not to be outdone. He held the bags of food in his mouth and tried hard to move them to the car. Its procrastination seemed quite funny, as if it was trying hard to prove that it was not inferior. Soon, they had moved all the grain from the granary. As Lin Yuan said, the loading capacity of this vehicle was indeed very strong. During this time, Xia Sisi curiously asked Lin Yuan about his experience in the garage. Lin Yuan told her that the parking lot was full of luxury cars, but most of them could not be used in the extremely cold weather. After all, regular gasoline simply won't ignite at such low temperatures. Only this RV was able to start successfully because it used cold-resistant diesel. However, the moment it was activated, it alarmed the mutated cockroaches in the mall and was immediately besieged by them. Those mutant creatures seem to be much more tenacious than us humans. They hide very deep, and ordinary sounds cannot wake them up at all. Lin Yuan's voice was low and serious. Xia Sisi nodded, thinking to herself that these creatures must have their own way of survival. Their numbers are not large at the moment, but if they are allowed to multiply, the consequences will be disastrous. In order not to waste resources, Xia Sisi loaded the speedboat with food, determined not to let it return empty. Just as they were about to open the next granary, Dahei suddenly rushed over, baring his teeth, staring at the granary in front of him vigilantly, with a somewhat ferocious expression on his face. Xia Sisi took a look and understood that this guy was reminding her, there is something in the granary. At this moment, Xia Sisi remembered the words, "Be careful," that Dyson had said meaningfully when they met before. Sure enough, as soon as she walked to the door of the granary, she heard the sound of a heavy object hitting the door, followed by a creepy grinding of teeth and squeaking. It's a rat, there's definitely more than one, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Faced with the sudden danger, they did not intend to act rashly and decided to check other granaries first. At this time, Xia Sisi had already emptied 2 granaries, and Dyson and his team had also emptied one before. There were originally 6 granaries, but now only 2 remain. Lin Yuan did not seem to react much to the 2 granaries that Xia Sisi had emptied. After all, Xia Sisi knew that Lin Yuan was not clear about the frequency of Dyson and his gang's comings and goings, so it was easy for him to mistakenly think that it was Dyson and his gang's actions. However, what was unexpected was that there were rats in the remaining 2 granaries. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan looked at each other, and their faces turned serious. Do you want to do it? Lin Yuan asked directly. Let's do it. Xia Sisi nodded without hesitation. It would be a waste to just keep the granary and let those mutant creatures eat it. Dahei stuck close to Xia Sisi's legs, showing a protective attitude. Xia Sisi was touched. Although this guy was arrogant, he always stood up to protect her at the critical moment. Lin Yuan walked to the front, holding a huge machete in his hand and a pistol on his waist, and decisively broke the iron lock on the granary. This lock looked very new, completely different from the previous ones that had obviously been corroded by acid rain. It seems that Dyson and his team had already discovered the mutant rats here, and after a battle, they locked them in the granary. The moment the door was opened, 3 dark shadows suddenly rushed out. Dahei jumped up and bit one of the mutant mice with his mouth. Lin Yuan was not to be outdone. He swung the long sword in his hand, and a mutant rat as big as a rabbit fell down. At the same time, the Tibetan knife in Xia Sisi's hand drew an elegant arc, and the head of a mutant rat fell to the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings were silent. At this moment, Xia Sisi seemed to understand why the 3 mice that had just rushed out seemed to be testing their strength. She shone her headlamp into the granary and saw pairs of flashing red eyes. It seemed that dozens of mice were spying on them in the dark. Among the many mice, there was one that was obviously larger than the others. It was covered with snow-white fur and was the size of a puppy. It stood steadily in the middle of the granary, looking at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan like a little king. This mouse seems a little unusual. Xia Sisi was shocked. The blue eyes of the mouse in front of her reminded her of Dahei. This mouse must have evolved some kind of ability, she thought to herself. Looking inside the granary, it is not much different from other granaries. There are still white bags filled with corn and sorghum. The mutant rats seemed to realize the preciousness of food and did not eat all of it. Instead, they carefully picked a few bags from the edge and piled the garbage in the corner. All these actions made Xia Sisi realize that the leading rat was definitely smart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat made a dull sound, and then several black shadows rushed out again, still heading towards Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and Dahei. The 3 mice that appeared this time were obviously larger, obviously trying to further test their strength. However, their expectations were dashed, and this time the 3 big rats were still easily dealt with by Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. The surrounding rats howled, their eyes filled with hatred, as if they were angry about the death of their companions. Xia Sisi clenched her hidden knife tightly and was extremely alert. Dyson and his men did not kill the rats, nor did they suffer serious injuries, which meant that these creatures were at least equally matched with Dyson and his men. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The big rat made another rapid and angry sound, and its tone was obviously more anxious than before. But strangely, there seemed to be no reaction from the rats. Suddenly, the wind started to blow, and a rustling sound was heard in the granary, along with a pungent stench. Xia Sisi noticed that Dahei's body was tense, his ears were erect, and his nose was wrinkled from time to time. He was obviously nervous because of the smells and sound around him. No, there must be some changes. Xia Sisi's heart tightened. Just then, she caught a glimpse of Dahei suddenly jumping up with a painful expression. Watch your step, Lin Yuan reminded urgently. At this moment, Xia Sisi also saw it. It was a group of newborn mice the size of peanuts, their light pink bodies almost invisible in the snow. They moved silently, making no sound when they walked. Amid the harsh wind and pungent smell, even Dahei failed to notice the appearance of these little creatures. The little mice crawled towards Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan's legs silently like ghosts, revealing their sharp teeth like steel needles and biting straight at Dahei's legs. Chapter 94: Cannibalism. It was a group of newly born baby mice. Looking around, there were at least several hundred of them densely packed together. Their appearance seemed to indicate the impending danger. You should know that mice become reproductive at around 2 months old, and each litter contains at least 5 or 6 puppies, and sometimes even close to 20. The reproduction rate is astonishing. They can reproduce several times a year. Sometimes a cub is just born and the next one is already pregnant. These baby mice before our eyes today have developed the ability to reproduce so early, perhaps due to the superior living environment near the granary, where our evolution is heading towards efficient reproduction. Xia Sisi's heart tightened. No matter how good the quality of the clothes she was wearing was, she could not help but see 2 big holes bitten on her pants. If her trouser legs hadn't been tightened, these little things would have gotten into her trousers long ago, which would have been troublesome. At the same time, Lin Yuan was constantly swatting the baby rats off his body. He turned sideways and rolled over, trying to throw off the little creatures that were running too fast. However, the number of those baby mice was so great that it was like a sudden tide that instantly submerged him. Dahei also suffered a lot nearby and was almost bitten on the skin. It used its claws to push the baby mice apart, but found that these little creatures seemed to sense that it was a target and pounced on Dahei one after another. The scene seemed extremely chaotic for a while. Dahei! Xia Sisi was anxious and rushed to Dahei, wanting to save it. However, just as she was not paying attention, the Rat King in the granary started to act. It made a low cry, which, although small, was enough to attract the attention of the surrounding mice. 5 or 6 big rats quietly rushed out of the granary and headed straight towards Xia Sisi and the others. "Keep an eye on them," Lin Yuan warned cautiously. His eyes were firm, ready to fight back. A big rat flew over and went straight for Xia Sisi's neck. Xia Sisi reacted extremely quickly and shot him in the head. The sound of the bullet cutting through the air was particularly clear in the tense atmosphere. But another big rat had quietly circled behind her and attacked her mercilessly. She used her knife to kill it, but 2 big rats rushed towards Dahei and bit its neck. Dahei roared angrily, looking pitiful. He rolled on the ground, imitating Lin Yuan's behavior, trying to shake off the mice. But in doing so, he exposed his most vulnerable belly. At the critical moment, Xia Sisi kicked a mouse away, thinking in her heart that something was wrong. "Use fire quickly." She already had a plan in mind, and quickly took out the oil bottle and lighter from her pocket. Lin Yuan was not willing to be outdone. He wiped the stains off his face, with anger flashing in his eyes. He suddenly threw a grenade to Xia Sisi and whispered, "The range is 3 meters, control it yourself." "I understand," Xia Sisi nodded, and then saw Lin Yuan rushing towards the granary. His feet were like the wind, running straight towards the enemy, like a cheetah. Bang! With a loud bang, the door of the granary was closed by him, making a heavy sound. Suddenly, a burst of terrified squeaking came from inside, as if the mice felt a little uneasy. "Dahei, come quickly!" Xia Sisi shouted. Seeing Dahei covered in wounds, she felt so distressed. "I fed him all these mouthfuls of food." She no longer concealed the space and quickly poured gasoline on the surrounding rats, and then ignited it with a lighter. The flames rose up and instantly turned the surrounding baby rats into charcoal, and the screams were deafening. But the number of rats was still huge, and they had no intention of retreating. As if driven by the will of the Rat King, they still attacked Xia Sisi and Dahei. Although Dahei frowned and looked very painful, he still obeyed Xia Sisi's order and did not grow rashly. She thought to herself, "I can't let its ability be exposed. Get bigger and crush them to death." Xia Sisi gave the order. A gleam of light flashed in Dahei's eyes, and his body suddenly swelled up, becoming a giant beast 3 meters tall. It jumped quickly on the ground, stepping on the mice that were biting it like fleas to death one by one. The scene was thrilling. Seeing Dahei's bravery, Xia Sisi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She took the opportunity to pull the fuse of the grenade and threw it out without hesitation. Bang! The flames shot up, a strong smell of burning spread, and the wailing of rats came one after another, which was creepy. After a battle, Xia Sisi and Dahei had killed more than 20 mutant rats, but there were still some unwilling rats that continued to struggle desperately. Just as she was about to clean up the mess, the door of the granary was suddenly opened and a strong smell of blood hit her in the face. Lin Yuan came out covered in blood, holding the body of the Rat King in his hand. The blood on his face formed a sharp contrast with the snow-white hair, making him look particularly terrifying. Behind him, the rats that had lost their leader began to attack each other. The situation was out of control. Even the few rats that had escaped Xia Sisi's grenades no longer paid attention to them and began to bite their companions frantically. A brutal massacre unfolded before Xia Sisi's eyes. Even though she had experienced countless hardships, she couldn't help but feel a chill at this moment. The rats seemed to be driven by some kind of frenzy and began to devour their companions without restraint. Some of them even had their stomachs bloated as if they were about to explode after eating several, but they still did not stop. What are they doing? Lin Yuan frowned, seeming to be shocked by this scene. Chapter 95 Sold by the Shit Shoveler. They are choosing a new Rat King, Xia Sisi said coldly, with a hint of uneasiness in her voice. In her memory, the 3 most creepy mutant creatures were rats, cockroaches, and centipedes. Centipedes can get into any hole and often lurk around you. If you are not careful, they can slip into your ears or nostrils. Some can even lay eggs inside the bodies of living people, which would be a heart-wrenching tragedy when discovered. The survival ability of cockroaches is even more outrageous. They can actually suck out a person's eyeballs, which is chilling. But what she feared most were the rats. Not only were they numerous, but they were also very intelligent. And the most disgusting thing about them was that they would eat each other. Like poisonous insects placed in a jar, they devour their companions and eventually choose a king. During this process, the weakest will be eliminated, and those remaining will continue to fight, and eventually the one with a bloated belly will become the new Rat King. The Rat King produced in this way can reproduce hundreds of armies in a short period of time, and those of the same kind that are devoured become their nutrients. The things in this granary are useless. Xia Sisi walked forward and closed the door decisively. Lin Yuan frowned, looking somewhat unwilling, but he didn't say anything. The two of them immediately rushed to the last granary. The last granary was relatively clean and had not been destroyed by rats. They quickly moved the remaining food, knowing that once the Rat King was born, they would be in danger. When they loaded the last of the sorghum rice onto the truck, Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown, seeming a little reluctant, but there was no more space left. Ship it back first, and then see if we need to come again based on the situation, Xia Sisi said. Lin Yuan nodded and was about to drive the car, but Xia Sisi was slowly packing up on the side. When she came out, she had already put the remaining half of the granary's sorghum rice into the space. She was going to collect the Rat King's body, but found that it was gone. She looked around in horror, wondering if there was someone nearby. Soon, she found that the body of the Rat King was thrown into the car by Lin Yuan. What do you want this for? Xia Sisi asked puzzledly. Lin Yuan answered easily. When we were fighting just now, I found that this fur is invulnerable to swords and guns. It should be good for keeping warm. I want to go back and make a vest. Xia Sisi nodded and felt relieved, knowing that he just wanted the fur. Give me the meat, she offered. Lin Yuan seemed a little surprised, with a strange look in his eyes. Have you ever eaten rat meat? It's sour. Xia Sisi was stunned, and a question arose in her mind. Lin Yuan had eaten rat meat, but she didn't want to ask more, and just said that she wanted to add a meal for Dahei. Okay, I'll skin it and give you the meat. Lin Yuan nodded, and finally looked at Dahei next to him meaningfully, as if to say, this dog is not clean. Dahei had already put on the speedboat and was looking at them with his head tilted innocently, as if he didn't know that he had been sold by his owner. When Xia Sisi returned to the speedboat, she found Dahei with a droopy face. She couldn't help but patted his head gently. It's okay. I'll cook you a big pot of meat when I get home. Dahei was still listless, but Xia Sisi noticed that his tail was shaking slightly, as if to hide his inner excitement. 2 big pots, should that be okay? She asked tentatively. Dahei's tail wagged even more vigorously, but his eyes still showed dissatisfaction, as if saying, if you want to make me happy, you need at least more meat. For pots, no more. Xia Sisi pretended to be stern. Upon hearing this number, Dahei opened his mouth excitedly instantly. His tail wagged like a fan, and the whole dog exuded a happy atmosphere. On the way back, although Dahei was injured, the temptation of the for pots of meat was like a carrot hanging in front of him, making him run very fast, almost surpassing Lin Yuan's RV. However, they didn't know that shortly after they left, Dyson's off-road vehicle also drove over, apparently intending to continue transporting food. When Dyson and his team saw the tragic condition of the granary, angry curses resounded throughout the night sky. The 2 men and the dog finally returned to their secret grain storage place, and under the cover of night, they quickly unloaded most of the food. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan looked at each other and tacitly prepared grenades to blow up the room where the grain was stored. With a loud bang, thick smoke billowed up and the food buried underneath turned to ashes in an instant. This was a plan they had already discussed, to leave the food in a place only they knew about, to avoid arousing the greed of others, especially after the shelter was built. The food left in the RV was enough for the 3 of them and their dog to eat for 2 years. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan looked at the sky, which had not yet brightened, and hurried back to the apartment. They asked Dahei to guard in front of the RV and move some of the things up first. Before going up, Xia Sisi took out a bowl of spring water for Dahei to drink while Lin Yuan was not paying attention. Then, she took out a huge bone and stuffed it into Dahei's mouth. I'll take you upstairs to treat your wound later, just bear with it for now. After getting the bone, Dahei immediately started wagging his tail, as if he had completely forgotten the pain in his body, and ate it with relish. However, when they reached the 66th floor, each carrying dozens of kilograms of corn, they saw a thin figure at the door. Sister Xia Sisi, I finally followed Captain Ren's car here. I wanted to apologize to Sister Ding Lei, but she didn't open the door for me. I almost froze to death. Lu Xiaofei actually appeared on the 66th floor. Her eyes were fixed on the food in Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan's hands. She swallowed and seemed to be full of desire for that big bag of food. Chapter 95 Villa Shelter. Lu Xiaofei followed the government rescue boat away with high hopes, but when she arrived at the shelter, she realized how wrong she was. In that harsh environment, dozens of people were crowded in a small room, unable to enjoy any privacy at all. The old man she followed was already weak and died at night not long after. She had no resources to rely on, and even the old man's belongings were taken away by the government. She tried to retrieve the belongings, but the cold officials questioned her identity, and she got nothing in the end. If I'm not his girlfriend, why would I come here to embarrass myself? She was indignant, but the police officer was apparently unmoved. Lu Xiaofei was disappointed. Having lost her shelter, she did not expect that after returning to the big bunk bed, she would be targeted by a group of greedy middle-aged men. These men have long lost their bottom line, and Lu Xiaofei is forced to face their harassment. She felt helpless, tears streaming down her face unconsciously. But the more she struggled, the deeper she fell into the abyss. In order to survive, she had to deal with many men and exchange her body for supplies. At first, she hoped to make a living from this, but soon she contracted a disease that left her with a pungent odor. The men who once pursued her stayed away from her after learning about her illness. In a new rescue team, she met a young bricklayer, and their lives improved slightly thanks to his craft. However, Lu Xiaofei's good luck did not last long. The bricklayer's wife suddenly appeared and ruthlessly drove her out. Lu Xiaofei was powerless to resist and could only endure the pain and leave. Gradually, she realized that her situation in this shelter was already embarrassing. The men who originally didn't dare to touch her became even more aggressive after seeing her weakness. In order to avoid being hurt again, she tried her best to avoid their sight, but she could not escape the suffocating reality. Just when she was in despair, she heard that a new shelter was being built, and a glimmer of hope suddenly ignited in her heart. She believed that she could return to her old apartment, and perhaps it would bring her life. When Captain Run came to deploy the mission, she finally seized the opportunity and tried to change her destiny through a dialogue with Captain Run. I used to live on the first floor, and I know Ding Lei and Xia Sisi. Maybe they can help us. Lu Xiaofei said confidently. They have guns. Captain Run frowned, his heart full of doubts. Lu Xiaofei was secretly proud of herself. If she could use her relationship with Ding Lei, she might be able to regain support. No matter how bad her past experiences were, she would never give up the opportunity easily this time. With a plan brewing in her mind, Lu Xiaofei has already decided to return to the place that once belonged to her. Even if the road ahead is difficult, she will try her best to fight for that glimmer of hope. Chapter 97, I Think You Are Dirty. Lu Xiaofei openly claimed that she and Ding Lei were good sisters, and perhaps she could help Lieutenant Ren find out whether there were any weapons hidden on the 66th floor. Her calmness was surprising, and it earned her the opportunity to follow Captain Run back to the apartment, finally escaping from that disgusting shelter. Although Captain Run appears gentle on the outside, he is a man of great potential. He is in charge of the villas and knows a little about Lu Xiaofei's background. He knew that she had indeed escaped from the 65th floor, so he agreed to her proposal, but there was a hint of vigilance in his eyes. Captain Ren said, Miss Lu, there is no need to beat around the bush. Guns are no small matter. They are directly related to the safety of everyone in our new shelter. If you fail to complete this mission or attempt to deceive me, the consequences will be disastrous. Our troops now have the right to execute anyone who threatens safety. Lu Xiaofei shuddered after hearing this. She had witnessed many people killed by these soldiers. Some were executed for causing trouble, and some died for fighting over supplies or stealing. Captain Run was gentle to ordinary people, but for those who disobeyed, he would strike mercilessly after the first round of warnings. It is this kind of hard and soft, iron-fisted approach that has allowed this refuge to remain temporarily stable. Lu Xiaofei thought to herself that if she had not chosen to swallow her anger and instead sought justice from those managers, she might have already embarked on another bright path. However, it was too late now. At this moment, she was standing at the stairs on the 66th floor, looking at those people carrying large amounts of supplies upstairs, and her heart was filled with infinite emotion. Thinking back to the days in the shelter, when I had to beg and beg those old guys just to get a bite of food, I couldn't help but feel helpless. In front of her, the warm atmosphere emanating from the 66th floor made her peek inside involuntarily. As if she could feel how powerful the heating equipment there was, the temperature was more than 10 degrees higher than outside. She stood at the stairs, unwilling to leave, and the following thought emerged in her mind. If she had not mixed up with Huang Chen's gang, or had not offended Ding Lei, if she could get Xia Sisi's recognition like Ding Lei, would she be able to live in this warm room now, live with dignity, and enjoy endless delicious food? Just as she was lost in thought, Xia Sisi came down from upstairs, looked at her, snorted coldly, then pushed open the door with Lin Yuan, not wanting to pay any attention to her at all. Lu Xiaofei felt anxious and reached out to grab Xia Sisi's hand, but she changed direction in the end and grabbed Lin Yuan's arm, pleading, can you let me in to warm up? I've been standing outside all night, and my legs are frozen. Please. As she spoke, she bit her lower lip tightly, trying her best to look pitiful. This trick was very effective against the old men in the shelter. However, Lin Yuan just frowned slightly and mercilessly carried several bags of food on his shoulders, seemingly turning a deaf ear to her request for help. Lu Xiaofei was astonished at the man's power, but at the same time, she also felt his disgust for her. He flicked his sleeves with his free hand, a look of disgust on his face, as if hinting at her dirtiness. Lu Xiaofei couldn't believe that someone would dislike her dirtiness. Lin Yuan didn't say anything else and walked straight in. Xia Sisi turned back and locked the door at the stairs. The whole process was like nothing to her. Lu Xiaofei was extremely angry and started knocking on the door, crying and shouting that she wanted to see Ding Lei. She claimed that she wanted to confess and admit her mistakes in person and hoped that Ding Lei would forgive her for the sake of their many years of friendship. After a few minutes of noise, the door finally opened. Lu Xiaofei was full of anticipation, but she was greeted by Ding Lei's face full of resentment, who said coldly, "Lu Xiaofei, shut up." She was delighted, thinking that Ding Lei had softened her heart and was finally going to see her. She took a deep breath and silently repeated the apology several times, which echoed in her heart. But when she looked at Ding Lei again, she saw that her face was hideous and she was furious. "If you scream again, I will kill you." Before she could finish her words, Ding Lei rushed towards her, with a knife flashing in her hand. Lu Xiaofei's face turned pale with fear, and she quickly dodged backwards, but Ding Lei had no intention of letting her go. She pushed open the two doors and stabbed at her with a knife. "Lu Xiaofei, you still have the nerve to come here and shout? Have you forgotten who made me like this?" Ding Lei's blade moved straight down without mercy. Lu Xiaofei's heart tightened, and she felt a life-threatening threat. She hurriedly stepped back, tried to escape it all. Chapter 98 Dahei is in danger. Lu Xiaofei screamed in pain and tearfully begged Ding Lei to let her go. "Please, Ding Lei, let me go." Ding Lei looked at her expressionlessly, with cold eyes, as if Lu Xiaofei in front of her was just a dead person. In fact, she could hardly conceal her inner nervousness. This was the second time she faced murder, and this time the target was her former friend who is now her enemy. "Ding Lei, please, let me go. I'm really scared." Lu Xiaofei's crying sounded extremely desperate. At this moment, her heart was filled with regret, regretting that she had provoked the people on the 66th floor. She had clearly experienced how powerful those people were when she left the apartment. So why did she still have the illusion that she could manipulate them at will with her own strength? Ding Lei looked at Lu Xiaofei's tears with mixed feelings in her heart. She raised her hand firmly and pointed the blade directly at Lu Xiaofei's neck. Just as she was about to take action, she was suddenly kicked away by a powerful force. "Stop!" A majestic voice sounded, full of power. Ding Lei turned around and saw several people in military coats approaching. The leader was Captain Ren. He had a serious expression and a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes. "Even in the end times, we cannot kill people at will. This building will soon become an official shelter, and the military will be in full control of it." Although Captain Ren agreed to Lu Xiaofei's proposal, he did not intend to let her act freely. He arranged people to monitor downstairs from the beginning to prevent any weapons incident from happening on the 66th floor. "Captain Ren, please save me." Lu Xiaofei instantly threw herself into Captain Ren's arms, as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Captain Ren severely criticized Ding Lei. Ding Lei remained silent until Captain Ren was called away. Then she said coldly, "Officer, if all evil deeds can be stopped through criticism and education, then you won't be so busy every day. Lu Xiaofei will pay the price for what she did. You can protect her this time, but can you protect her forever?" Captain Ren frowned slightly, but said nothing more. He had encountered enough things recently, and he could only try his best to suppress each incident, and he couldn't do everything himself. Watching Lu Xiaofei's leaving back, Ding Lei tightly grasped the knife in her hand and swore to herself in her heart, "There is a long way to go. There will always be a chance." When Ding Lei returned to the house, Xia Sisi came out. She had just been quietly observing in the house, and seeing Ding Lei's reaction, she thought to herself that after all, among the three, Ding Lei was the weakest. But it's a pity that Lu Xiaofei was rescued. Xia Sisi sighed softly. On the other side, after being rescued, Lu Xiaofei gritted her teeth and grabbed the sleeve of a soldier, saying helplessly, "Brother, can you stay with me for a while? I'm so scared." This soldier was just a conscript, only 19 years old. Lu Xiaofei was several years older than him and was simply shameless. The soldier frowned and shook her hand away. "Sorry, we still have a lot of things to deal with. The military doctor will come to treat your wound in a while, so take a good rest first." But Lu Xiaofei didn't intend to let him go and pulled him tighter. "Your Captain Ren asked me to find out if there are any guns on the 66th floor. I have an important discovery. Please take me to see him." Because of the thick clothes, her wound did not affect her vital parts. Apart from the pain, the bleeding also stopped. At this moment, she had only one thought in her mind. She must get rid of the people on the 66th floor, otherwise she would be in great danger. When the soldier heard the news about firearms, he immediately nodded and took Lu Xiaofei to see Captain Ren. When she reported to Captain Ren, she said without hesitation, "Yes, everyone on the 66th floor has a gun." This was the information she had just learned from her conversation with Ding Lei. Captain Ren's brows were tightly knitted together. The scene of Ding Lei stabbing someone just now flashed through his mind, and he thought to himself, "At this moment, the 66th floor is no different from a thug." "Captain Ren, if the people on level 66 continue to be so arrogant, our shelter will be in danger." Lu Xiaofei's eyes were blurred with tears, and her tone was urgent. At this time, after Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan finished moving the first batch of supplies, they gave Ding Lei a few instructions and prepared to go downstairs to continue moving. However, they never expected that they would hear Dahei's barking before they even reached downstairs. There was anxiety and warning in Dahei's voice. Xia Sisi's heart tightened, and she rushed down quickly. "The floor was too high just now, and I couldn't hear any noise. Could it be that Dahei was in danger?" When she rushed downstairs, the scene before her made her heart ache. 7 or 8 men were surrounding Dahei, waving knives and sticks in their hands, their eyes full of murderousness and greed. "Such a fat dog will definitely taste good if stewed. I haven't eaten meat for a long time," one of the men grinned. "Brother, there must be something in this RV. Let's kill the dog and take everything inside," another person echoed. "We are so lucky today. We finally have meat to eat." They had sarcastic smiles on their faces, looking extremely proud. At this time, Dahei was guarding the door of the RV tightly, following Xia Sisi's orders and not moving an inch. Even the speedboat next to it was pushed by Dahei to the glass of the RV to prevent the men from breaking the glass. However, there were too many enemies all armed, and Dahei was too busy protecting the RV and the speedboat to take care of himself. The injured Dahei had several more wounds on his body, and his screams of pain were heartbreaking. It tried its best to protect the RV behind it, not letting anyone get close, and even a knife almost stabbed into its eyes. Despite this, Dahei remained steadfast and obeyed every instruction from Xia Sisi. "You stay away from my Dahei." Xia Sisi was furious when she saw this scene, and her eyes were red like flames. She ran towards the RV at full speed, holding the huge Tibetan knife in her hand, and rushed into the crowd without hesitation. Without saying a word, he swung his first blow at the man who was holding the knife to hurt Dahei. "Ah!" The man screamed and fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the white snow red. However, this was far from enough. Xia Sisi found that Dahei had at least 5 wounds on his body, all of which were caused by the knives of those people. She felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife, with anger and heartache intertwined. When she was about to swing the knife for the second time, the other men reacted and attacked her with sticks. Xia Sisi kicked one away and slashed at the other with her knife. In a short time, she had knocked down 3 of them, but the enemies kept coming like a tide, becoming more and more ferocious. They were like hungry wolves, staring at Dahei, the RV, and even his hair that was disheveled from the intense activity just now. Today is a really good day. We brothers are going to do something big." One of the men who was slightly injured stood up nonchalantly with a smug look on his face. The others also stood up. More than a dozen people gathered into a force, staring at Xia Sisi with greed and fanaticism in their eyes. Xia Sisi hugged Dahei, holding a knife in one hand, burning with anger, and vowed to protect her beloved partner and never back down. Chapter 99 Big Black is about to die. The men knew that Xia Sisi and the black dog were not easy to deal with, so they did not dare to act rashly. They just surrounded the man and the dog, ready to find an opportunity to come up. The leading man winked at the brothers next to him. Several people immediately understood and prepared to go around behind Xia Sisi. But they didn't notice that in the direction of the apartment building, a man with a cold face and a knife in his hand was walking towards them step by step. He, call me brother now, kill the dog and throw it in front of us. Then take off your clothes and serve us well, and we will spare your life. The leading man said with a smile. Of course, the car behind you and the things in the car also belong to us brothers. Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill on his neck. I wanted to say the following words, but I couldn't. I just felt gusts of wind rushing into my neck. The faces of the brothers around him were filled with fear. It was Xia Sisi who took action. Too much nonsense. But the scarier part is yet to come. He covered his neck tightly, feeling the breath of death. But the desire to survive made him want to escape quickly, and he even wanted to grab the arm of the person next to him to ask others to help him. But he watched helplessly as the two people next to him fell down in front of him. There was a figure, so fast that it was almost impossible to see its shape. In just a moment, 3 of them fell down. Moreover, Dao Dao's singing voice was so deadly that she didn't even have a chance to scream. It's Lin Yuan who was here. Xia Sisi saw Lin Yuan coming and nodded slightly at him. Lin Yuan also had a share of the supplies here, so he should come over if there was any problem. Each of us can solve half of it, Xia Sisi said to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded gently. Okay, now that Lin Yuan is here, she no longer has to worry about Dahei while killing the enemy. Dahei, are you still okay? Xia Sisi touched Dahei's dog head. Dahei bared his teeth and looked fiercely at the remaining people in front of him. I'm going to bite them to death. Xia Sisi patted Dahei's shoulder blade and rushed out with Dahei to join the battle. Xia Sisi acted ruthlessly and chopped a man on the back of the head with a knife. The man fell to the ground on the spot, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Dahei had been feeling humiliated just now, and now, after receiving Xia Sisi's order, he rushed forward and knocked a man to the ground. In just a few bites, he tore the man's head off. The bloody scene frightened the remaining people so much that they turned around and ran away. But Dahei jumped up and knocked down another one. In a short while, all the dozen people were killed. Xia Sisi wiped the blood that splashed on her body breathlessly, looked at these people with gritted teeth, and kicked the boss of them fiercely in the face. Asshole, I'll let you bully my dog. Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi piled the bodies of these people not far away, and then carried a few bags of food upstairs. They didn't have much food in the car now, and even with Dahei included, they would have moved it all. After moving, Xia Sisi asked Lin Yuan to drive the RV away and find a suitable place to hide it. After all, this luxury RV parked downstairs is really eye-catching. During all this operation, they did not notice that there was a pair of eyes watching them from upstairs. And the more he looked, the more he frowned. That was Captain Run. After listening to what Mo Yun and Lu Xiaofei said, Captain Run had some reservations about Xia Sisi and her group, but he had met Xia Sisi before after all. At that time, it was because I recognized Xia Sisi that I gave Dahei to Xia Sisi for adoption. But at this moment, he saw several people killing people and dumping corpses. The recommendation of retail boutiques gave me a chill. According to a report from a soldier he brought with him, this group of people were a group of thugs from nearby who had been looking for them. The soldier looked as if he was saying, Captain Ren, these people don't deserve to die. But Captain Ren was still surprised by Xia Sisi's cruelty. There is also Dahei. Although he was a military dog before and received rigorous training, his size has not changed much now, but he looks more brave than the mutant dogs in their army. And that tall man? Captain Ren saw Lin Yuan's skills from upstairs and instantly concluded that the best fighter in their team might not be a match for Lin Yuan. At this time, a soldier reported that someone was looking for Captain Ren. The person who came was a man who looked like a scoundrel and had injuries on his body. The man smiled and held out his hand. Captain Ren, huh? I've heard a lot about you. I'm Dyson, an ordinary, poor resident living here. I've come to you to file a complaint. To be honest, Dyson and his gang are really miserable. After they had moved the granary several times and almost emptied it, they were tired and sleepy, so they decided to eat something and take a nap. They also knew that there were mutant rats in 2 of the granaries, so they were waiting to wake up and watch the show. Who could have thought that when they had eaten, drunk, and rested enough, when they arrived at the place, they saw a mess. Not wanting to return empty-handed, they opened the door that held the mutant rat. Then, countless pairs of eyes looked over. A foul odor and a sea of corpses and blood that looked like hell on earth appeared before my eyes. The newly born Rat King gave an order and attacked fiercely as if he wanted to establish his authority. Later, when they were fleeing, they lost a brother. The car's wheel was also bitten. After returning, Their leader whipped Dyson, the leader, twice. Dyson holds a grudge against Xia Sisi and the others. Now he walked up to Captain Ren and looked at him with an aggrieved look on his face. Sir, Xia Sisi and her men emptied the granaries nearby, leaving us ordinary people with nothing to eat. You have to make a decision for us. That mean, look, the way he started sniffling as he spoke makes people want to slap him twice. Captain Ren was very upset and couldn't help muttering, "Why are they Xia Sisi and her gang again?" Xia Sisi didn't know all this at the moment. She had returned to the 66th floor, and Lin Yuan hid the car and gave her the key. "I promised to compensate you for the car." Xia Sisi took the car keys and thought to herself, "Well, it is quite appropriate to exchange a modified off-road vehicle for a top-level RV." The food for several people was also divided. Ding Lei got what she deserved and was smiling happily. But when she thought that Lu Xiaofei was not dead, she felt unwilling. Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei and said with a smile, "There is a long way to go. As long as she is still in this building, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Ding Lei nodded, but made a secret decision in her heart. Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei and knew what she was thinking, but she didn't say much. The grudge between Lu Xiaofei and Ding Lei should be left to Ding Lei to resolve herself. She is not a saint and does not want to help Ding Lei. When they returned home after distributing the things, Xia Sisi had just closed the door when Huiji rushed over anxiously. Shit shoveler, go and see, Brother Dahei is dying." Xia Sisi was immediately startled. When it just came up, it was as strong as an ox, and a dog could carry 3 bags of food. How come it can't do it now? I clearly just gave Dahei another bowl of spiritual spring water. Could it be that he was injured too badly, so he shouldn't have enslaved Big Black to carry things just now? However, she clearly saw that after Dahei drank the spiritual spring water, all his wounds stopped bleeding and even showed signs of healing. No matter what, Xia Sisi hurried to the bedroom where Dahei was. As soon as she ran to the bedroom door, Xia Sisi saw Dahei lying weakly on the bed, his eyes tightly closed, looking uncomfortable. Chapter 100. The Swindler and the Lackey. For a moment, Xia Sisi felt like her heart was about to jump out. She quickly jumped onto the bed and began to check the wounds on Dahei's body. She poured some spiritual spring water on the place where he was stabbed and entered the space to apply the bruises and injuries medicine produced in the space on Dahei's body as if it were free. Soon, she saw that the wounds on Dahei's body had healed. But Dahei still looked listless and had no strength at all. Xia Sisi was very anxious. In this extremely cold weather, she was so anxious that she was sweating. "Haiji, ask your brother Dahei what's wrong? Where is he feeling uncomfortable? I'm really confused right now. I've tried everything I can think of." Xia Sisi hurriedly asked Huiji, who was nearby and could communicate with Dahei, to go and talk to Dahei. "She's like a headless fly now. Brother Dahei said that it won't get up without 6 pots of meat, 4 bowls of dog food, 15 cans of dog food, and 6 packs of dog snacks." The helicopter was standing next to them, listing out a bunch of food as if reading out the names of dishes. Xia Sisi was stunned for a moment. After reflecting for a moment, she was so angry that her whole body was shaking. She grabbed Dahei's ears and forcibly pulled him up from the bed. "Dahei, you actually lied to me. Just for stuttering, you actually lied to me. You know how worried I was just now." At that moment, Xia Sisi was really angry. This dog usually makes trouble with the plane and acts a little bit arrogant, that's nothing. How could such a thing scare myself? Perhaps feeling that his poop scooper was really angry, Dahei rolled his eyes, sat up timidly from the bed, and then kept nudging Xia Sisi with his big head. Xia Sisi ignored it and just stood there, holding her chest and breathing heavily. Dahei put his big head on Xia Sisi's shoulder again and began to lick Xia Sisi's neck. Xia Sisi was so itchy because of Dahei. "You've hit my itch, get out of here." Xia Sisi pushed Dahei's dog head angrily. But Dahei seemed to have been tickled by someone today. He kept wagging his tail and wanted to lick Xia Sisi. It kept wagging its tail, as if trying to please. Seeing that Dahei was rarely like this, Xia Sisi was no longer angry. But it is still necessary to hold the child's ears and give him a lecture. And there's also a plane. How could that guy, Huiji, come along and cause trouble? He just said whatever Dahei told him to say and followed along to clean up the shit. "Haiji, come here too and stand aside. I will definitely teach you two a lesson today." Xia Sisi pointed next to the bed. The plane rolled its eyes, stood obediently beside me, folded its wings, and squatted directly on the bed. Oh, The shit shoveler was actually angry. So scary. But Big Black just told me that if I can get this order, he will give me a little bit of broth. I treat your two usual mischief and rebelliousness as fun. But safety matters must never be joked about. Understand? You know I almost had a heart attack just now. As Xia Sisi spoke, she slapped the bed angrily. In fact, she understood that both Big Black and Gray Machine had become smarter and more human after mutation. Their world had become different from before. It's like a creature of a relatively low level suddenly becomes enlightened and sees a higher world. At this time, they will have some little ideas and even want to conduct some different experiments. Especially Dahei, whose abilities and intelligence are obviously higher. Moreover, she has not spent enough time with either Big Black or Gray Airplane and needs more patience and guidance with small animals. But she could see that both of them were good. From time to time, she would pull Dahei's ears and nag at him. She knew that Huiji was just a lackey, and it was the mean and sinister Dahei who came up with all the ideas. He has a droopy face and no expression all day long, but in fact he is full of bad intentions. Dahei is the bastard and the badass military strategist. Dahei was particularly well behaved today. He just listened to Xia Sisi's nonstop chatter, but at the end he seemed to be falling asleep. Xia Sisi angrily knocked on Dahei's head and said, "Hey, listen carefully." Who would have thought that the response to Xia Sisi was a huge stomach growl, and it was a long-drawn sound, as if in resistance. Ha ha ha, Big Black is hungry, Big Black is hungry, Huiji is hungry too, Huiji is hungry too. The guy next to him was jumping up and down excitedly on the bed, as if he was mocking Dahei. Dahei stretched out his claws expressionlessly and slapped Huiji on the body. The plane shut up immediately. Oh, I was so busy lecturing that I forgot to prepare food for the two of them. Xia Sisi hurriedly took food out of the space. Dahei had just used his special powers and pulled the cart back and forth several times, so he was already very hungry. After seeing Xia Sisi take out food, he immediately stood up from the bed. Xia Sisi poured the food into the food bowl prepared for Dahei. Actually, it was a pot used for steaming buns, and now an ordinary bowl could no longer hold Dahei's appetite. With a loud rumble, when Xia Sisi poured the food into the pot, Dahei couldn't help but put his head into the pot and started eating it with a slurry. The airplane next to it was also flapping its wings to ask for food. Xia Sisi took out a handful of parrot food from the space and put it into the food bowl for Huiji. When the two started to eat, Xia Sisi also took out a portion of hot braised pork rice and a portion of succulent grape milk tea so that they could eat the braised pork rice and drink the milk tea at the same time. Originally, I thought that Dahei could eat for a while, but just as Xia Sisi took 2 mouthfuls of rice, Dahei came over, stuck his mouth on Xia Sisi's leg, and wagged his tail vigorously. The shit shoveler wanted more. Xia Sisi was stunned. This time, I directly took out the dog food produced by the space, thinking that this thing could fill me up. There is also a pet named Mantu produced by the space that is said to be able to restore superpowers, which has also been arranged for Dahei. Xia Sisi continued to eat. To be honest, she herself was also very hungry. I was even too hungry just now. If she hadn't been teased by Dahei and Huiji as soon as she came back, she would have definitely eaten the first thing she did. This time, Xia Sisi took 5 mouthfuls of rice. She was counting just 5 mouthfuls of rice. Then, Dahei came over again, still looking at Xia Sisi with sparkling eyes, his big face drooping. He rolled his eyes upwards, pretending to be pitiful, yet extremely arrogant. Shit shoveler. More food, please. Moreover, the people on the plane had also finished eating. Huiji also ran to the table, jumping back and forth. Shit shoveler. I want more too. I want more too. Xia Sisi was so angry that she wanted to slap Huiji aside. Dahei was working outside, and you, Huiji, have been sleeping at home. Why are you eating so much and wasting food? But Huiji clearly wanted to compete with Dahei to see who had a bigger appetite. He acted coquettishly around Xia Sisi, just wanting to eat. Xia Sisi was so annoyed by these two that this time, she directly took out 3 big pots. 1 mouthful was used to give Dahei meat, 1 mouthful was used to give him grain, and 1 mouthful was used to give him dog buns. As for the airplane, its food bowl was also filled to the brim. Eat, both of you! At this moment, Xia Sisi said this with gritted teeth. 2 happy cows, one wagging its tail and the other shaking its head and flapping its wings, just sat side by side to eat. Xia Sisi sat down at her seat and angrily ordered another dish for herself. I have to eat more too. Otherwise I will be outdone by these two. Chapter 101 I am helpless. Just like that, Xia Sisi ate a big bowl of braised pork rice, a cup of milk tea, a plate of stir-fried kidneys, and a bowl of white rice on this rare day. Finally, a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup was brought out to fill the gap. When I finished eating and wanted to stand up, I felt my stomach was as big as a ball. As for Dahei, Xia Sisi had already given it additional food 5 or 6 times. Yes, except for the one pot at the beginning, there are always 3 pots later on. This time, Dahei ate more than 10 pots. Moreover, I haven't finished eating yet, and it seems like I want more rice. It can be seen that Dahei eats slower than at the beginning, probably because he is not as hungry as before. As for the airplane, Xia Sisi later added a large bowl of parrot food, but the plane didn't finish it and now it's burping because it's too full. But he was flattering while burping. Brother Dahei is such a big eater. Brother Dahei is so awesome. Dahei was so focused on eating that he paid no attention to Huiji. However, his slightly wagging tail gave him away. Dahei was enjoying his meal very much. When Dahei finished eating the 3 bowls of rice and looked at Xia Sisi eagerly again, Xia Sisi's scalp felt tingling. Dahei, I was quite happy today because I emptied several granaries. But now, I feel like I have nothing to be proud of. You made me understand what it means to be eaten alive by a little brat. Xia Sisi is about to cry. But what can we do? Just keep adding more rice. This time there are 3 big pots again. A pot of dog food, a pot of boiled meat, and a pot of pet buns. Dahei continued to make a meal. After a while, he finished eating. Xia Sisi continued to add. But this time, Xia Sisi had just added the meat to the pot when Dahei put his paws on the pot, opened his mouth, and looked at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi understood and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Maybe he was full. Sure enough, after Dahei finished eating the pot of meat, he lay down on the side. Looking at his little face, he seemed very comfortable. But Xia Sisi started to feel the pain. I just went out and used my skills, pulled a few carts, and came back to make 20 pots of food. How can I afford this? And the space is a ripoff. Didn't they say that the snacks produced by the space can replenish superpowers? Why didn't they have any effect? Suddenly, Xia Sisi thought of a possibility and felt a chill down his spine. She fixed her eyes on Dahei, who was almost asleep next to her, and thought to herself, the things produced in this space are always of guaranteed quality and quantity, and there is no fraud. So, if Dahei hadn't eaten the things produced by the space, he might have eaten more? Xia Sisi shivered beside the warm stove. Then he looked sad and kept saying that Dahei ate too much and he was going to go bankrupt. If he had known earlier, he should have bought more dog food and meat when stockpiling supplies, blah blah. Who would have thought that just after I had been muttering for a while, I saw a black claw reaching out. Xia Sisi was stunned to see Dahei with a drooping face, looking somewhat reluctant. Xia Sisi suddenly felt a little angry. What's the matter? You don't want people to nag you anymore? But I didn't expect that there was a rope wrapped around the big black claw, and this rope looked familiar. Xia Sisi turned Dahei's paw over and found that the purple space pendant was hanging on its paw. Are you saying that you want to return this space pendant to me? Xia Sisi was really flattered. She dripped her blood into the space and found that Dahei had indeed severed his relationship with the space pendant. It was also the first time she saw how much Dahei had gotten during that operation. That space is filled with meat. Stacked one on top of the other, they almost fill up the entire space. Dahei actually managed to fit all 4 layers of meat in. Xia Sisi was delighted. That's great. Now she has a plan in mind. Dahei, you are capable? Xia Sisi hugged Dahei's neck and happily kissed him twice on the face. At this time, Huiji flew over, stood on Dahei's head, twisted his neck, and turned his face to Xia Sisi. I want to kiss too. I want to kiss too. Xia Sisi was happy now. She hugged the airplane again and gave 2 sweet kisses to the proud little face. The airplane happily flew around the room twice, looking as if it had won a prize. Xia Sisi put away the purple space first, then looked at Dahei, who had a calm face and rolled her eyes twice. Dahei seemed a little different today. Although it is still tsundere and still teases me, it wags its tail more frequently, and the way it looks at me is obviously more affectionate than before. Moreover, it also gives space to yourself. Xia Sisi thought that this time when she went out, she seemed to have saved Dahei several times. Moreover, during the battle, the man and the dog cooperated very well. So, Dahei likes himself more now? Or is it dependence? Xia Sisi has always known that Dahei is not an easy dog to tame and has his own ideas. All along, the 2 of them have been getting along like master and servant, or like partners. But today, Xia Sisi knew that Dahei had truly revealed his dog heart. It was exactly as Xia Sisi thought. At night, she clearly felt that Dahei slept closer to her than before. But the bad thing is, Xia Sisi was woken up by Dahei at night, and Isbet sat on Xia Sisi's face. Dahei, stay away from me. Xia Sisi pushed Dahei out in a daze. Dahei was also sleeping in a daze, and his face was exactly the same as the dog also has a face due to staying up late that he had seen on the internet before. But he still obediently moved his butt and went to sleep on the other side. But Dahei's sleeping posture is really not very good. Xia Sisi's bed is big enough. It is completely sufficient for her, Dahei, and Huiji to sleep on it. Because Dahei always slept at Xia Sisi's feet before. Now, Dahei wanted to get closer to Xia Sisi, especially when she was dreaming at night. The dog's legs twitched and woke Xia Sisi up again. Xia Sisi was a little overwhelmed. Is this the sweet burden? For the sake of her own sleep quality, Xia Sisi could only move farther away from Dahei when he slept. Dahei was very unhappy about this. He hung his face and rolled his eyes at Xia Sisi. You despise me. Seeing it like this, Xia Sisi coaxed it for a long time. The arrogant dog then obediently ran to the end of the bed and continued to sleep. After a noisy night, Xia Sisi slept until noon the next day. When she woke up, had breakfast, and fed the two little ones, and was about to do some exercises to warm up, she heard a loudspeaker outside shouting, Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, Ding Lei, please come out and talk. Xia Sisi frowned. From the voice, she could tell it was Captain Run. When she put on her clothes and took Dahei out, she saw Ding Lei and Lin Yuan also going out. A few people came to the door, and the inner door opened. They saw Captain Run in military uniform standing outside the security door. On both sides of Captain Run were two soldiers holding guns. The black muzzle of the gun was pointing at Xia Sisi and the others. I'm sorry, Miss Xia. I have no choice but to do this. Captain Run said with a sigh. Chapter 102, have a good talk. Xia Sisi almost wanted to laugh when she saw this scene. Captain Rin, what do you mean by this? Dahei, who was standing nearby, also followed over and bared his teeth at Captain Rin. Captain Rin was a little surprised when he saw Dahei's actions. He knew Dahei's character. He used to be a troublemaker in the army. Ms. Xia, even though a natural disaster has arrived, the government has not completely collapsed. I have received reports from many people saying that you have killed people at will, threatened the safety of other people, and secretly stored firearms. Captain Rin, are all the criminals you shoot at? Also, who reported it? Have you found out the background of these people? How do you know we are not framed? Xia Sisi asked with a smile. Miss Xia, I saw the murder downstairs with my own eyes just now. Captain Rin replied. Are you going to watch them kill Dahei instead of killing them? Captain Rin, when I brought Dahei here, you told me to take good care of him. Xia Sisi touched Dahei's head and looked at Captain Run with a half-smile. Or is it the end of the world, and everything that happened before is written off? The meritorious dog saved your comrades and your friends before, but it's not as good as the life of a villain who is holding a knife and stabbing people at will, clamoring to rape women. Captain Run frowned slightly. Miss Xia, I admire your courage and your ability to protect yourself in the apocalypse, but firearms are taboo. Captain Rin, if I have a gun and only kill people who come to cause trouble for me, but someone has a knife and breaks into a house to rob, slashing at will, who do you think is the good guy and who is the bad guy? Xia Sisi looked at Captain Run. Ms. Xia, I don't want to talk to you about this. We have received instructions from above to ensure the safety of the people as much as possible and save more people. Captain Run replied. Then there's nothing to talk about, right? Xia Sisi sneered. Just when the situation was tense, we heard a soldier suddenly running up from below. The soldier shouted as he ran. Captain Run, the division commander is looking for you. The special medicine you sent saved the old commander's life. The old commander asked you to find the person who sent the medicine, the one who adopted Dahei. The old commander wants to come and thank her. Xia Sisi also knew this soldier. It was the soldier that Captain Rin brought with him when he came to visit Dahei. The soldier also said at the time that Dahei saved his life. Sure enough, when Dahei saw Xiaobing, he was a little excited and wagged his tail a few times. After the soldier finished shouting, he noticed the situation here. At the same time, he also saw Dahei and Xia Sisi inside the security door. For a moment, he was stunned. Captain Rin, what's going on? At this moment, Captain Rin was very embarrassed. He knew that the medicine given by Xia Sisi, that is, the big bucket of water, was effective. But at the very beginning, some people in the army were injured and there was not enough medicine. He just tried it as a last resort. Unexpectedly, it actually worked. Later, the old commander fell ill and was bitten by a mutant animal, so they all followed him to find medicine. But the old commander's illness could not be cured. At this time, Captain Ren gave the remaining barrel of medicine to the old commander. Unexpectedly, at this critical juncture, news came that the old commander's illness was cured by the medicine sent by Xia Sisi. Moreover, the old commander also came to thank Xia Sisi. Captain Ren had no choice but to ask the two soldiers next to him to put down their guns. He forced out a smile with some embarrassment. "Miss Xia, it seems that we need to have a good talk." Xia Sisi looked at Captain Ren in front of her and rolled her eyes in her heart. He was going to have to ask her for help. However, although Xia Sisi did not take advantage of others' misfortune, she still had to settle the account. "Captain Ren, we really need to have a good talk." Xia Sisi smiled brightly. Chapter 103, Doing Business. Xia Sisi and a few others followed Captain Ren and a few soldiers to the 40th floor. Captain Ren and his team planned to set up this floor as the official base of the shelter. Xia Sisi took a general look and found that many rooms on this floor had been locked by them, and there were electricians installing doors. "I think the military will also move some of the supplies here by then." The soldier who was once saved by Dahei was called Xiao Zhao. He was very happy after seeing Dahei. He also took out a sausage from his pocket and wanted to give it to Dahei. In this end times, sausage is a precious thing. "Xiao Zhao, Dahei has food." Xia Sisi felt a little embarrassed. After all, Xiao Zhao looked much thinner than before. It looks like he is wearing a thick cotton coat, but his little face is so thin that it is almost out of shape. It's okay. I've packed this sausage for many days, just thinking of giving it to Dahei when I meet him. After all, Dahei is my lifesaver." It seemed that Xiao Zhao really liked Dahei. He touched Dahei's head and at the stairs, peeled the sausage and gave it to Dahei to eat. While feeding Dahei, the others temporarily went into the house. Xiao Zhao whispered to Xia Sisi, "Miss Xia, when I went downstairs just now, I ran over and asked the two brothers who followed Captain Ren about what happened. I heard that you had guns and killed someone." Xia Sisi looked at Xiao Zhao and didn't reply. She could see that Xiao Zhao was very simple and really liked Dahei. But Captain Ren's attitude just now made her a little worried, so she couldn't fully trust the young soldier in front of her. "Oh, Miss Xia, I'm not as rigid as Captain Ren. After all, what's the situation now? What's wrong with killing someone? In the shelter over at our villa, I don't know how many people die in fights every day. It's just that Captain Ren is worried about chaos, and he is under a lot of pressure now. But you may have been plotted against." Xiao Zhao looked around, touched Dahei's chin, and showed a trace of anger on his face. "I heard from Xiao Li beside Captain Ren that the last time they came here for an inspection, they took a woman back. Also, there's a woman named Lu Xiaofei, who is quite famous in the shelter near our villa. Xiao Zhao told Xia Sisi all the causes and consequences. When Xia Sisi heard about taking a woman back home, as well as Lu Xiaofei's affairs, and a series of causes and consequences, she immediately understood what was going on. "Thank you, Xiao Zhao." Xia Sisi sincerely expressed her gratitude to Xiao Zhao. "It's nothing. It's what we should do. After all, we can't let a bad guy go, nor can we falsely accuse a good person who has done no wrong," Xiao Zhao said with a smile. When Xia Sisi was walking into the house with Dahei, they happened to see a figure running up the stairs. "Oh, isn't that Lu Xiaofei?" Speaking of which, Lu Xiaofei was extremely happy when she learned that Captain Ren was taking people to the 66th floor. She originally thought she could see the excitement, so she watched quietly from the stairwell on the 65th floor. Who would have thought that after just a few words, a soldier came up and said something about delivering medicine, and also said that the old commander wanted to see Xia Sisi. When Lu Xiaofei heard this, she knew it was over. Thinking that if Xia Sisi was not only fine, but also received official recognition, wouldn't I be in trouble? So, when Xia Sisi and a few others went downstairs to talk to Captain Ren, she followed them. This time she stayed a little further away, for fear of being discovered by Xia Sisi and the others. But unexpectedly, she seemed to hear one of the soldiers saying her name. She could only walk forward quietly, trying to listen carefully to what was being said. After hearing it clearly, she was so scared that her soul almost flew away. Then, just as she was about to leave, she unexpectedly slipped and fell, just in time for Xia Sisi to hear the noise. Then, she saw Xia Sisi smile, which was half a smile, a little threatening and terrifying. She knew she was finished. She hurried back into the house, closed the door tightly, and kept telling herself that there were officials in the building now, and Xia Sisi didn't dare to do anything wrong. Just lock the door yourself, and be careful next time. On the other side, Xia Sisi glanced at Lu Xiaofei and did not chase after her for the time being, because Captain Ren had already sent someone to call her, and his expression was very anxious. She thanked Xiao Zhao again and went into the house with the others. Inside the house, the soldier beside Captain Ren actually started fighting with Lin Yuan. Neither of them was armed. They were just fighting hand to hand. Xia Sisi wanted to go up, but was stopped by Ding Lei, who was standing beside her. They are just sparring. Xia Sisi stopped by and watched. Xiao Bing and Lin Yuan exchanged about 10 moves, but neither of them was evenly matched. But Xia Sisi could see that Lin Yuan was not using his full strength. When it was almost time, Lin Yuan quickly stepped back, then flashed behind the soldier and grabbed him by the neck. I lost. The soldier spoke, unconvinced. I'm willing to accept the loss. Lin Yuan uttered a word in a deep voice, but he was looking in the direction of Captain Ren. Captain Ren took a deep breath and finally nodded. Next, the other two soldiers came up and had a fight with Lin Yuan. In the end, Captain Ren also has to play, but he was stopped by Lin Yuan. Sir, if you lose today, I'm afraid you will lose face. Captain Ren frowned. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I only used half of my strength just now. Hearing this, Captain Ren frowned even more tightly, but soon he burst into laughter and patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder. Ha, he is indeed from the Sharp Sword Mercenary Corps. We are ashamed of ourselves. Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan beside her, as if asking, What's going on? Lin Yuan smiled at Xia Sisi and extended his hand. Miss Xia, let's get to know each other again. I lied to you before. I am not a retired soldier. My real identity is the leader of the assassin group of the Sword Mercenary Corps in the border area of our country, codenamed Black Owl. Captain Ren at the side added. Mr. Lin was also an outstanding student of our country's special forces. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I was fired just because I disobeyed orders during the mission. Xia Sisi suddenly felt a little regretful. What was she talking about with Xiao Zhao just now? She actually missed such a big show in such a short time. Now it makes sense how you got your hot weapons. Captain Ren sighed. Captain Ren, the person you picked up was Mo Yun, right? Xia Sisi also spoke at this time. She told Captain Ren what Mo Yun had done in the building, as well as a series of causes and consequences, and then asked, Captain Ren, do you think people like this are more likely to become your enemy, or us? After a series of discussions, the misunderstanding was resolved. Captain Ren was also very ashamed. I believe the slander. I will deal with these two people. Xia Sisi just listened to this. She can deal with Mo Yun and Lu Xiaofei on her own. Especially Lu Xiaofei. She was so close to me. Captain Ren, I hope that we can coexist rather than be hostile to each other in this building. After all, I still have a business deal I want to do with the military. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. Captain Ren looked up. What business? Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi at this time. Xia Sisi immediately understood what Lin Yuan meant and smiled mercenarily. Captain Ren, I wonder if you were short of food? Captain Ren's eyes immediately lit up. There are over 10,000 people in the shelter I'm in charge of right now, so of course they're short of food. I wonder how much food Captain Ren has and what it is. We have rice, flour, noodles, compressed biscuits, wheat grains, etc. But the wheat grains are large and cannot be ground into powder. Recently, the authorities are looking for a food processing factory that can still be used. Hearing this, Xia Sisi's eyes lit up even brighter. Captain Ren, if I tell you that we can provide you with corn and sorghum rice that are more filling, and we can also provide you with food processing machine tools, what can you provide us? Captain Ren suddenly stood up from his seat. He thought of the man named Dyson who had come before and told him that Xia Sisi and her group had moved away a granary. He also thought about making a deal with Xia Sisi and others. But he didn't expect that Xia Sisi had a machine tool that could process food. You know, they had been looking for this machine tool for a long time, but couldn't find it. Orders have been issued from above to speed up the search for food processing equipment. What do you want? As long as it's something we can provide, we can exchange it. Hearing this, Xia Sisi smiled and said, Let us discuss this. As she spoke, Xia Sisi winked at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. Both of them followed Xia Sisi out. Chapter 104 Blackmail. It is actually easier to sell this stuff to the military than to sell it to other people later. One is that this batch of grain has been kept in an unfinished building and is in danger of being discovered. The second reason is that they cannot finish eating so much food for the time being, so they want to find someone to exchange it for other supplies. Other people generally cannot eat such a large amount, but the military can. Third, Xia Sisi also knew a secret about the military and could use it to extort money and ask for interest. But even so, the military still benefits from these things they provide, which can benefit the military in future production and disaster relief. Xia Sisi's calculating and big mouth look was entirely to prevent the military from thinking that she was easy to bully. Let the military think that what she got was just luck, like a one-time deal, and don't try to take advantage of her. Especially after seeing what Captain Ren did. Xia Sisi thought that she had to be extra careful when dealing with the military. It can be said that you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. It is better to be safe than sorry. After a period of discussion, several people decided to make a list according to their own needs. The grain that was previously moved out of the granary and is now buried underground. In total, each person received about 5,000 kilograms of corn and 2,000 kilograms of sorghum. Remember to charge some interest. Don't let Run get the advantage. After all, he just pointed a gun at us. Xia Sisi winked at the two of them. So when the lists of several people were made up, Ding Lei was the most honest one. After calculating the ratio of 3 kilograms of corn and sorghum rice to 1 kilogram of rice or flour, they also requested some equipment for hydroponic vegetables, coal, and other things, as well as some miscellaneous daily necessities, including sanitary napkins. I have to mention here that the grains Xia Sisi and her friends collected in the granary were all unprocessed. Even the corn cobs and the cores were counted in the weight. As we all know, whole grains have a strong sense of fullness and are especially good at satisfying hunger. Therefore, it is hard to say whether Captain Ren or Xia Sisi is the one who is taking advantage by exchanging 3 kilograms for 1 kilogram. Therefore, the things added later are actually the interest. Lin Yuan was not polite at all. The same is true of 3 caddies of corn and sorghum rice for 1 caddy of coarse grains or refined rice. Later, they also asked for several hundred caddies of meat. Meat is much more valuable than food in the end times. Some people haven't eaten any meat for several months since they finished eating up all the food at home at the end of the world. Xia Sisi's side is simple. It's all meat, meat, meat. Who made her have a big black thing to eat here? Okay, that's it. When Xia Sisi put the bill in front of Captain Ren, his face turned green. Food and beverage recommendations. I dare not agree to this. Xia Sisi smiled and said, Why? The food we have can really save lives. The other things may seem hard to find, but we don't need much. Captain Ren's face turned green. Xia Sisi's bill includes more than 1,000 kilograms of meat. Isn't that too little? However, he immediately thought of one thing. Mutated pig meat, okay? Xia Sisi thought to herself, as expected. In fact, she already knew this would be the result. In fact, she had been planning on these mutant pigs since she wanted to ask Captain Ren for interest. In her previous life, she remembered that meat was indeed very hard to come by at the beginning. But later on, the military was suddenly able to distribute canned pork. These canned pork tastes more tender and fragrant than ordinary pork and has a lot of oil. I heard that there was a pig farm in the suburbs, and the pigs were mutated after being exposed to acid rain. The big one grew to the size of an elephant, and the small one was as big as a foal. And the interesting thing about these pigs is that they don't eat pig feed at all. After the mutation, these pigs only eat grass. You should know that pigs are omnivores. Although they normally eat grass, they also eat cornmeal, brown rice, and other things. Grass is just a supplementary food. But now, these pigs can grow fat just by eating grass. It can be said that what you eat is grass, and what gets fat is meat. Maybe after the apocalypse, they didn't find much to eat nearby. But there was a lot of it floating in the water, which was then grass for the grass-eating animals on the farm. So in the end, they changed their eating habits. When the military discovered them, it was probably at the beginning of the extreme cold, and they quickly raised these pigs. Later, it was able to go into mass production. But it's not time for mass production yet. Captain Ren, can we eat mutant pork? Xia Sisi deliberately pretended to be embarrassed. In fact, she knew that the meat was edible. And not only was it edible, it was also delicious. Don't worry. In fact, the military has conducted many experiments, and there is nothing wrong with the meat. They are already considering mass production, but they haven't found the right machine tools yet. But Xia Sisi was still in a dilemma. Hey, it's a mutated thing after all. What if it's okay to eat now, but it makes you sick in the future? After all, what we gave out is completely unmutated, well-stored food. Captain Ren looked at Xia Sisi and continued to persuade her. Finally, Xia Sisi was very embarrassed, but as if showing mercy, she pointed at the list of pigs they had listed. Captain Ren, I heard you say that each pig weighs more than 1,000 pounds, so big. And your military has raised so many. If we want these pigs, we have to take risks, so all the meat-related places on this list must be multiplied by 2. Not only that, but we have to add 500 pounds of pork to the list provided by Ding Lei. Captain Run gritted his teeth. He suddenly felt a little pain in his cheek. Why is this woman in front of me so difficult to serve? Before the end of the world, he thought Xia Sisi was a very cute girl. And when he went up with the gun today, he didn't mean that he really wanted to have a conflict with Xia Sisi. Instead, he wanted to scare the little girl. After all, this little girl is only in her early 20s. But this round of bargaining made him feel painful. Captain Rin, we can have more cooperative projects in the future. After all, I know where the machine tool you want is. When Captain Rin heard this, he thought about the current pork production in the army and agreed without hesitation. Oh, I almost forgot. I also need 2 small live pigs. Just born ones will do, 1 male and 1 female. Xia Sisi suddenly thought of her own farm and immediately made the suggestion. When Captain Rin heard Xia Sisi's request, he shook his head and said, I can't agree to your request for a live pig. I'm willing to give up 200 kilograms of pork. Based on my understanding of mutant animals, they should reproduce very quickly, right? And the piglets are probably only a few dozen kilograms. You are just lucky, Xia Sisi said with a smile. Captain Rin knew that the mutant creatures did reproduce very quickly. When he heard that Xia Sisi was willing to give up 200 kilograms of pork, he agreed. In fact, he didn't know that Xia Sisi didn't almost forgot it all. She deliberately mentioned the matter of a live pig at the end. After all, although live pigs are small in size, they are definitely the subject of strict supervision. It is a key object of recycling. It is not up to Captain Rin to decide whether to give it or not. Only if Captain Rin feels that he is lucky will he try his best to get a live pig for her. Of course, Lieutenant Rin, if you really get the machine tool, we will have to pay me separately. After all, brothers have to settle accounts. Although it is something for the official, you also know that it is the end of the world now. Xia Sisi said the ugly words up front, not giving Captain Rin any face at all. Captain Rin had no objection to this. I understand this. We won't cheat you. Okay. Actually, in addition to the machine tools and the batch of grain, we have another business that we would like to discuss with the authorities. Captain Rin, would you like to listen? Xia Sisi was very satisfied. She smiled and narrowed her eyes. Then her brain turned and she thought of another thing. Tell me about it. Captain Rin nodded, but he always felt that there was something fishy about Xia Sisi's expression. Captain Rin, I have the addresses of several hidden warehouses. They will be very useful to your military in future rescue operations. But what conditions can you give us in exchange? What Xia Sisi was talking about were the addresses of several warehouses that were farther away that she got from her brother's office. It is not convenient for her to go to those addresses for the time being. When the extreme heat comes, more buildings will collapse. The permafrost will all thaw and floods will come again. By then, those warehouses may not be able to hold on. It would be better to sell it to the military. You can also get some benefits yourself. Of course, Xia Sisi planned to find an opportunity to collect the ones that were nearby. So all in all, the only ones that can be sold to the military are the 3 that are over 100 kilometers away. Captain Rin's eyes lit up when he heard this, but he quickly suppressed his excitement. Ms. Xia, first I need to find someone to confirm the authenticity of the warehouse you mentioned. In addition, if there really is a large amount of supplies, I need to ask the higher-ups how to cooperate. Okay, Captain Rin, I'll wait for your news. The discussion among the few people ended here. Captain Rin finally expressed his gratitude to Xia Sisi, saying that the secret medicine given to them by the military unexpectedly saved their old commander. Xia Sisi shrugged. Maybe it's just a coincidence. Captain Rin also thought it might be a coincidence. After all, he had also used that colorless and odorless secret remedy on his comrades. The comrades' wounds healed, but not quickly, so he never took it seriously. In fact, Xia Sisi diluted the spiritual spring water to an extremely thin level at that time. I don't know what disease the old commander has, but how such thin spiritual spring water can help him. It was like a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Just as they finished their conversation and were about to leave, they heard someone reporting from below. The old commander is here. Chapter 105, I really admire you. The old commander had difficulty walking, so several people went downstairs. The old commander had already arrived at a room that had been cleaned up downstairs, and a soldier had lit firewood. When Xia Sisi saw the old commander sitting on the chair with his back straight, her first impression was that he was full of righteousness. The second feeling was that I thought of my grandfather. Grandpa Xia once served as a regimental-level cadre, but retired early due to health reasons. He is a dignified old man, but later on his health failed and he died very early. Xia Sisi still remembers that her grandfather liked to sit on a chair holding a cane and looking into the distance, just like this old commander. Unexpectedly, when the old commander saw Xia Sisi, his first words were, "Are you Xia Sisi, Xia Zhengwo's granddaughter?" Xia Sisi was stunned. Then, she saw a smile on the old man's face. "I was a soldier led by Xia Zhengwo, and he was my former squad leader." After chatting for a while, Xia Sisi found out that the old commander was 3 years younger than her grandfather, and that it was her grandfather who taught him when he first joined the army. "My grandfather retired early due to injury, and the old commander stayed in the army until he became the commander. Sure enough, he looks a lot like your grandfather." The old commander smiled and patted Xia Sisi on the shoulder. After chatting about family matters for a while, the old commander waved his hand, and 2 veterans brought up a box. It wasn't big, but Xia Sisi saw that it contained half a box of oranges and a pig's leg. "I am alive because of the medicine you sent me, but after searching around at home, I can only find this little thing as a token of gratitude," the old commander said with a smile. Xia Sisi shook her head. "In the end times, these things are considered precious, especially oranges, which can supplement vitamins and prevent people from getting scurvy." Xia Sisi remembered that in her previous life, many people escaped the natural disaster and got food, but due to the lack of vegetables and fruits, they died of scurvy. The box of oranges sent by the old commander can be said to be very thoughtful. "Thank you," Xia Sisi said with a smile. During the conversation with the old commander, Xia Sisi also learned about what happened to the old commander's health before. He was attacked by a mutant animal and suffered serious wounds. The old commander didn't believe the water given by Xia Sisi at first. He first found an injured animal to test it and found that it was indeed effective in healing wounds before he felt comfortable using it. Unexpectedly, the medicine actually cured his injury. "In fact, I came here today specifically to ask if you still have those medicines here. You may not know that our troops are fighting a group of mutant creatures right now, and many young soldiers are seriously injured. If this medicine can be used in large quantities, it should allow many young soldiers to survive. I remember that your grandmother seems to be a famous Chinese medicine practitioner." The old commander looked at Xia Sisi, waiting for her answer. Xia Sisi's grandmother is indeed a famous Chinese medicine practitioner. "But after my grandfather passed away, I died not long after because I was too worried." She looked at the old commander in front of her and nodded slightly. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "That potion is indeed not some folk remedy I found outside. It was left by my grandmother before she died. I don't know the recipe. When the disaster struck, I was also injured and the potion has been used up." A look of disappointment appeared on the old commander's face. Xia Sisi didn't dare to give the spiritual spring water to the old commander. The power of the spiritual spring water is too overwhelming. Even when diluted, it is stronger than ordinary medicines and can cure almost any disease. Moreover, she agreed with the old commander and said that this spiritual spring water was left by her grandmother before she died, just to completely stop the old commander from wanting it again. However, Xia Sisi smiled and said, "But I have another medicine here, which was also left by my grandmother. It is very effective for bruises and injuries. I wonder if you are interested?" What Xia Sisi was talking about was the bruises and injuries medicine produced in the space. She has studied everything that comes out of the space. Canned rabbit meat is canned rabbit meat, and socks are ordinary socks. There is no difference in ingredients. It's just that it's easy to use. She had also used the medicine for bruises and injuries on Dahei, and it worked quite well. It had a strong smell of Chinese medicine and was black in color. The effect was also quite good, but not as exaggerated as turning into white bones. It is suitable for doing business with the old commander. The old commander was very interested when he heard this, and said with a smile, "Not bad, not bad. I wonder how many you have?" Xia Sisi smiled and said, "Not a lot. After all, there is no raw material to make it now. I have to keep some just in case. There are about 5 jars for the old commander." After hearing this, the old commander immediately decided to take it. "If it's something, I won't inspect it. If you give it to me, I won't let you suffer any loss." Xia Sisi said yes with a smile. "I wonder what supplies Xiao Xia wants to exchange for me, an old man, with these cans of life-saving stuff?" the old commander asked with a smile. In fact, Xia Sisi was also thinking about this question when she was thinking just now. She is not short of supplies now, and she may even have a way to get more in the future. For example, the 2 transactions with Captain Ren. "I want some herbs, anything that can be grown, any kind of herbs will do." Xia Sisi spoke up. She said this with consideration. Farmland number 1 and Farmland number 2 in the space always give people surprises. Medicines are scarce products in the end times, and they can be planted and produced later. The military does have a research institute that has preserved some herbs for cultivation. It's not difficult. Just like that, Xia Sisi and the old commander reached an agreement, and were both very satisfied. After saying this, Xia Sisi went back to get the agreed 5 jars of medicine for bruises and injuries. In fact, this thing has always existed in her own space. Xia Sisi will produce some when she is free these days. Exactly right, 5 jars. To be honest, the 2 beetles that were born in the garbage disposal in this space were really fertile. In just a short time, the 2 cabinets in the space were filled up, and there is a trend of continued expansion. This productivity is amazing. However, it can be seen at a glance that the first 2 beetles are much larger than the other beetles that were born later. It could be considered the ancestor of this cabinet. After finishing the conversation with the old commander and completing the transaction, when Xia Sisi was about to go out, she happened to see Lin Yuan standing outside. Xia Sisi was a little surprised, but she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Who could have thought that the big man Lin Yuan was actually frowning, looking quite annoyed and a little frightened. He didn't speak, and his face was very pale. Xia Sisi thought to herself, "What's going on?" However, he was also worried that Lin Yuan might have encountered something, so he asked him, "What happened? Did something happen to Dahei?" Lin Yuan sighed first, then said, "Do you think Captain Ren will come up to block our door with a gun again?" As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, the old commander behind him was not happy. "What? That stinky boy Run Kai used a gun to block you? Was he kicked in the head by a donkey?" Captain Run, who was handling things in the house, suddenly felt a chill on his back. After a while, a soldier came up and told him that the old commander wanted to see him. When Xia Sisi saw the old commander getting angry and directly asking someone to bring Captain Ren over, she finally reacted. Was Lin Yuan making a complaint? Then Captain Ren followed him into the house. Xia Sisi saw Lin Yuan smiling at her, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. What's the big deal about asking Captain Ren to pay some interest? At least he has to pay some money. Xia Sisi couldn't help but give a thumbs up. She was convinced, really convinced. Chapter 106, No One Saves You. Captain Run was scolded and accused of being rigid. Now is the time to hire people. If you offend someone who is capable, what good will that do us? You are just too rigid and don't know how to adapt. The old commander was so angry that he banged his cane. Captain Run didn't dare to refute. In fact, he reflected on this matter later. Even his personal soldier, Xiao Zhao, had a chat with him just now. "Boss, our Dahei wouldn't make a mistake. He was raised by us. He killed those lunatics for a reason. It's the end of the world, boss. Others don't know, but we have the predictions of various experts above. It won't be cured in a short time. Why are you so impulsive and go up with a gun?" So now, he could only stand there and listen to the old commander's lecture. After a long time, he managed to say, "Old commander, the man inside is called Lin Yuan. He used to be in the special forces, but later joined the mercenary group. He is very skilled and has firearms. At that time, I was just thinking that a new shelter would be built here soon, and I was afraid that something might go wrong. In ancient times, there was also the practice of recruiting people. How come you are so inflexible? If we use people well, they can be our right-hand men. You killed them with this hammer. How can we negotiate with them in the future? I think you are too rigid-minded and are not suitable to be the commander of this area." When Captain Ren heard the old commander say this, his heart skipped a beat. But he didn't dare say anything more, so he lowered his head and listened to the old commander continue his lecture. The old commander sighed. "Since the end of the world, you have been in charge of the rescue work in the shelter here. You have no worries about food and clothing, but you have never experienced the true end of the world. Recently, there is a group of mutant rats in the city next door. You should go there to kill the mutant rats and practice your character. You will know how difficult the end of the world is and how difficult it is for the people down there to survive. Go ahead. After we kill the mutant rats, I will call you back." Captain Run didn't dare to refuse and quickly saluted. "Yes." After watching Captain Ren go in, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan strolled upstairs. The two of them didn't talk much along the way, but Xia Sisi could clearly see that Lin Yuan was in a good mood. It was probably because he had done a good job in complaining just now and was feeling happy. In fact, she has never been able to see through Lin Yuan. In particular, she only knew Lin Yuan's true identity today. He was expelled from the special forces for disobeying orders and joined a mercenary group. Moreover, Lin Yuan's mother's family is very powerful, and he is a typical rich boy. But during this period of time, Xia Sisi basically only discovered one characteristic of him. He likes spicy food. The other characteristics are basically what he wants to show himself. It was as if Lin Yuan's actions were all purposeful and arbitrary. Is your child okay? Who would have thought that the first thing Lin Yuan said to her was this? Xia Sisi, who was thinking about something, almost choked on her own saliva. Ah, it's good, the house is warm, and there is no shortage of food now. Lin Yuan did not ask any more questions, and the two continued walking. After a while, Lin Yuan said, "Do you need children's clothes or milk powder?" Xia Sisi wondered why Lin Yuan suddenly became so kind. She turned around and looked at Lin Yuan, and suddenly found that Lin Yuan was looking at her with a smile in his eyes. The two little canine teeth were revealed again. Xia Sisi was shocked. Oh no, Lin Yuan had discovered it and was teasing her on purpose. Is it a parrot? Lin Yuan uttered a few words in a deep voice. Xia Sisi didn't want to hide anymore. She thought that when she said that she had a child at home, she was just teasing Lin Yuan on purpose and wanted to get a kill for Dahei at the same time. So now I admitted directly. Yeah, parrot. Miss Xia, you are quite interesting. Suddenly, Xia Sisi heard Lin Yuan laughing. She turned around and saw Lin Yuan looking at her, shaking her head helplessly and smiling. Xia Sisi decided to ignore him. What's interesting or not? They just want to trick you. After a while, Xia Sisi thought about cooperating with the authorities in the future to transport food in exchange for mutant pork and discussed the specific implementation details with Lin Yuan. Before they knew it, they had reached the 66th floor. These days, Xia Sisi didn't meet anyone else living in this building. They must be hiding in their houses, not wanting to conflict with them. They're also thinking that good days will come after the authorities arrive, and they don't want to get into trouble during this period. When they reached the stairs, Lin Yuan was opening the door, and Xia Sisi looked downstairs. She suddenly thought of Lu Xiaofei, the woman who reported to Captain Ren and falsely accused them on the 66th floor. I have nothing to do tonight, so I might as well go meet Lu Xiaofei. But when Xia Sisi was lost in thought, Lin Yuan suddenly said, Miss Xia, goodbye for now. Xia Sisi replied stiffly, okay. When the few people separated before, they basically just nodded and said goodbye. It was the first time that Lin Yuan actually said goodbye to him. But she didn't care. She just thought that Lin Yuan had obtained a lot of food in the past few days, and he was in a good mood because he had tricked Captain Ren. After returning home, Xia Sisi fed the two little ones and also took out a serving of hot beef noodles with a grilled sausage and a braised egg. Xia Sisi ate them all while slurping. Dahei's appetite is still quite big, and it seems that this guy has been acting a little bit spoiled since yesterday. First, when I was eating, he kept putting his head on my legs and looking at me eagerly. Xia Sisi had no choice but to give it a piece of beef. He swallowed it in one gulp and kept asking for more. The airplane was also making trouble nearby, shouting to Big Black Brother that he must have it too. The noise made Xia Sisi feed this one, and then that one during the meal. In the end, I ate 2 bowls of beef noodles without realizing it. I can't hold on any longer. I can only take a walk in the space. The two little ones followed in and ran and played happily in the open space. The aircraft is now quite large and can fly freely in space. Dahei also kept playing with the ball by himself, and the two of them had a lot of fun. Xia Sisi walked around the space twice and found a huge lollipop that she had grown on farm number 1. This thing is weird. Xia Sisi saw these words in big letters on the skin of the lollipop. It hurts a lot when you hit it. Xia Sisi tried waving it twice and found it very light. Put it away for the time being. In farm number 2, the vegetables planted previously have all matured. This time there is a large field of tomatoes, each as big as a pumpkin. Xia Sisi picked up one and took a bite. It was juicy, sweet, and tasted great. As for the garbage disposal, Xia Sisi threw into it yesterday the safes that she had taken from her brother's office and had already destroyed. When she opened her back pocket, Xia Sisi found a knife and a key. The knife on the left is slender and sharp with a line of words on it. It hurts a lot when you stab someone. The key on the right is simple and crude, with only 4 words written on it, Master Key. Xia Sisi is very interested in the Master Key. Can this key open any door lock? But soon, she thought of something. Tonight, she had decided to go to Lu Xiaofei's house to teach Lu Xiaofei a lesson. So why did the space give her these 3 things? It's like saying, I know what you're thinking, and I prepared it for you. This doesn't seem to be the first time. Xia Sisi looked at the space at the border that was still shrouded in white mist. At this moment, she felt as if there were a pair of eyes in this space, staring at her. Or in other words, this space inside my body is like a pair of eyes. However, there are no materials available to continue upgrading the space, so we cannot determine what is going on. Wait until the night is quiet. Xia Sisi put on her nightgown, walked out of the house, and tiptoed to the 65th floor. She looked at Lu Xiaofei's door, which was locked with several locks, and knew that the girl must be scared. But those who talk nonsense should pay the price. Xia Sisi took out the master key. To her surprise, the door lock opened with just a slight turn. It really is a master key that can open all door locks. But when Xia Sisi opened the third lock on the door, she heard Lu Xiaofei's trembling voice from inside. Who is outside? If you don't say anything, I'll call for help. It turned out that Lu Xiaofei was so scared after seeing Xia Sisi's expression during the day that she couldn't sleep at all at night. She had been sitting in the living room holding a knife until she heard a noise outside. Then she mustered up the courage to go to the door and ask. Xia Sisi moved quickly and had already opened the fourth door lock, which was the last one. She pulled open the security door in front of her with force, and then the large iron door on the inside. Lu Xiaofei, if you think someone will come to rescue you, just shout. Chapter 107. Enlarge the black and bite it. Xia Sisi didn't do much. She just went in and tried the knife and the lollipop produced in that space on Lu Xiaofei. It was a punishment for her being too talkative. When the knife was cut, Xia Sisi didn't even see any blood. But Lu Xiaofei fell to the ground, her whole body twitching. She could no longer shout. She was just praying in a low voice. Xia Sisi was shocked. She didn't stab very deep, but looking at Lu Xiaofei's appearance, it seemed that she was in great pain. Wait until the lollipop is served. Lu Xiaofei seemed to be crazy. He even ran to the side and banged his head. Finally, he grabbed Xia Sisi's arm tightly and shouted, "Kill me, kill me." Looking at the knife in Xia Sisi's hand, Lu Xiaofei rushed over, grabbed Xia Sisi's hand, and stabbed herself in the chest. Killed with one blow. And at the moment of her death, Xia Sisi even saw a hint of relief and joy on her face. It can be seen that the two things produced by the space are indeed painful. Lu Xiaofei died just like that. When she died, she didn't understand what she had been through. She seemed to see her whole life in that last moment. She was born into a very happy and harmonious family. She has been good-looking since she was young and has received higher education. After graduation, she opened a small restaurant. It wasn't too tiring and didn't require her to make a lot of money. Originally, she even had a boyfriend who was a rich second-generation man. Their relationship was very stable, and they even said that they wanted to get married next year. However, this natural disaster changed everything. She has changed too. She sometimes felt dirty, but in order to make herself feel at ease, she could only remind herself that there was no other way. She didn't want to do this, but she really had no choice. In her heart, she was actually a little envious of Ding Lei. Why is Ding Lei so determined and strong? But she has to fall. Originally, she had only had that one boyfriend and had only slept with that one man. But why now? She felt so dirty. When seeing Lu Xiaofei die, Xia Sisi glanced at the knife placed next to her and the lollipop that could be used as a hammer. I labeled these two things in my mind as torture instruments. However, these things also have disadvantages. Xia Sisi discovered that after using them, numbers appeared on them. There is a 9 on the lollipop. There is an 8 on the top of both knives. It seems to have usage restrictions. She stopped looking at Lu Xiaofei and felt that she deserved it. Just as she was about to leave, she discovered that there was something in Lu Xiaofei's room, which caused the space inside her body to vibrate violently. She hurriedly looked around. Then he stopped beside the cabinet he had just passed by. Opening the cabinet, Xia Sisi saw a huge Shoshan stone ornament inside, as well as a bunch of Shoshan stone bracelets, seals, pendants, and other items. Xia Sisi put all these things into the space, and then entered the space as well. Xia Sisi saw a gust of wind blowing in the space. Those Shoshan stones that entered the space turned into starlight in the air. In addition to the common blue spots, there are also yellow and red spots. All the light spots slowly dispersed in the air and finally fell on the land, floors, and farms. Xia Sisi saw that in the distance, at the source of the spiritual spring on that hill, a rainbow of 3 colors formed. Yellow, red, blue. The 3 colors build a rainbow bridge, which looks very beautiful in the air. Just as Xia Sisi was admiring the beauty of this space, she heard a slight voice. Meow. Very soft, like a baby crying. Xia Sisi looked everywhere, and then saw a 3-colored leaf floating towards her on the spiritual spring. On top of the leaf, there is a pure white kitten with 1 blue eye and 1 gold eye, just like a lion cat. Xia Sisi hurried to the spiritual spring and picked up the kitten. The little guy rolled over in Xia Sisi's arms, stretched, and licked his paws comfortably. The kitten is all white, but has 3 tails. The tails are blue, yellow, and red respectively. The 3 tails behind the kittens are fluffy and beautiful, looking very cute. Xia Sisi couldn't let go of this soft little thing. She paced around the space with it in her arms, teasing it. Are you also a product of space? What can you do? The kitten said nothing, just licked its paws in Xia Sisi's arms, looking very well behaved. When Xia Sisi walked to the front of the villa and wanted to see the upgrades, she found that the LCD screen that was originally in front of the villa was gone. What the hell is this? Xia Sisi looked around curiously, and it was indeed gone. Just when she was getting anxious, Xia Sisi heard a young man's voice, and it was a cunning and annoying young man's voice with a bit of evil in it. What do you want to know? Beg me, and I will tell you. Xia Sisi lowered her head and found that it was the little kitten who said that. It jumped out of Xia Sisi's arms and landed on the ground in front of the villa. It sat upright and said in a cocky tone, "Let me introduce myself. I am the elf in the Lingdu space and the housekeeper here. Everything in the space is under my control. You must be Xia Sisi, the lucky human who has made a contract with me. I'll give you more advice in the future." Meow. The last cat's meow made Xia Sisi frown. Is this the true form of the stinky fart space? What to do? Xia Sisi was so angry that she wanted to close the door and let Feng He bite it. Chapter 108, Establishing Authority. Xia Sisi and the cat transformed from the space entity. After communication, this guy was called Xiaoling. Xia Sisi had a conversation with Xiaoling, and the answer she got was that the space had absorbed the Shoshan stones, but had not received any upgrades. All the spiritual power absorbed by the space was used to transform into this thing, Xiaoling. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Xia Sisi really wanted to pick up a 50-meter-long sword and chop Xiaoling back. The space was already naughty enough, causing trouble from time to time. Now a physical entity was born to argue with itself. However, after communicating for a while, Xia Sisi found that Xiaoling was still quite useful. If Xia Sisi doesn't have time to enter the space to take care of the animals and plants, Xiaoling can help take care of them. You can also help take care of the farm. Even the garbage disposal helps put out the garbage and collects new supplies every day. Moreover, according to Xiaoling, it can indeed feel Xia Sisi's thoughts, so if Xia Sisi has anything she wants to do, it can manipulate the space to a certain extent and help Xia Sisi accomplish it under the principle of equivalent exchange, space plus refinement. However, just like the pet food produced on the ground before, Xia Sisi felt that it was more of a mockery and provocation. Besides, as for what Xia Sisi wanted to know about other secrets about space, such as how space came about, whether there were other edible grains besides stones, jewels, and mutant creatures after space upgrade, and whether there was any connection between space and the end of the world. Xiaoling's answers were all, "Host, your current level is too low. Don't be too greedy." Xia Sisi knew that she was now in Lu Xiaofei's house and could not stay there for too long. So she stopped in tangle with Xiaoling, left the space first, and hurried back to her room, preparing to have a good rest, and then take Dahei and Huiji to meet Xiaoling tomorrow. But not long after she left, another person came into Lu Xiaofei's room. It was Ding Lei. Ding Lei held a knife in her hand. But when she saw Lu Xiaofei lying in a pool of blood, she was shocked. Thinking about the door that had just been broken open, Ding Lei knew that someone had got there first. Looking at her old friend, Ding Lei finally uttered only one word. Pooh. The next day, when Xia Sisi woke up, it was already noon. She heard some commotion downstairs, so she put on her clothes and prepared to go downstairs to take a look. When I noticed that people were moving things downstairs, I realized that Captain Ren was leaving. Xiao Zhao was Captain Ren's personal soldier. He came up and patted Dahei's head, then took out a sausage from his pocket and said with a smile, "The old commander punished our captain to leave yesterday, but I think it's not bad. After all, staying in the building every day and having to deal with some men fighting and women having affairs is really boring. It's a good opportunity to go out and fight mutant monsters and stretch our muscles." Xia Sisi learned from Xiao Zhao that most of the troops were actually used to encircle and suppress these mutant animals. During the acid rain, many mutated animals and insects appeared. However, it has not yet reached a large scale, and the troops are still trying to control it. Xia Sisi finally understood why she had been staying in the shelter at the beginning of the apocalypse in her previous life and had not encountered these mutated animals. It turns out that there has always been a group of lovely people protecting them. You all be careful. Xia Sisi said to Xiao Zhao with a smile. Don't worry, they're just brainless beasts. You should know that before the end of the world, I fought with criminals. The most complicated and dangerous thing in this world is still human. Xiao Zhao was smiling. After Captain Rin left, the old commander sent a major named Zheng. For the time being, Xia Sisi has not met Major Zheng, who seems to be busy in the villa area. Moreover, Xia Sisi heard that some people would move here this afternoon. Sure enough, in the afternoon, there was another commotion, and a group of people moved into the apartment. I heard that they also wanted to arrange for people to go in, but it seemed that the several floors connecting to the ground were blocked, and there was no way to get in at all. The military is giving a message to you from below, but the people sitting there seemed to have wool stuffed in their ears, and no one paid any attention to the military. The military tried to break the door violently, but failed. So, for the time being, we can only arrange for everyone to stay here. All of a sudden, the seats became noisy. There were about several hundred of these people, some of whom had just been rescued by the military, and some of whom were from the previous villa shelter. Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and Ding Lei were standing in Lin Yuan's house. Looking down from the floor-to-ceiling windows, they saw carloads of people coming over here. Xia Sisi sighed. Oh, I wanted to be the only one in the apocalypse, but I didn't expect this to happen. Let's build an electric grid on the 64th floor. Lin Yuan suddenly suggested. This proposal was immediately approved by Xia Sisi and others. Soon, before all the people were moved up, they took action. It is better to say that it is an electric switch rather than an electrical grid. They had no shortage of generators, so they took 2 generators and placed them at the entrance of the stairs on the 64th floor. They also placed 2 doors and tied a layer of wire on them. Of course, they also put a sign at the door with 4 big words written on it. Danger, do not touch. At this time, electrician Lin Yuan came online again. Xia Sisi looked at the switch he made and found it was really neat and practical, and he regulated the power of the power grid very accurately. In his words, it is exactly 30% death, a little less than half-life. Who would have thought that just a few minutes after the power switch was pressed in the afternoon, I heard a scream downstairs, followed by crackling sounds. Xia Sisi and the others placed a walkie-talkie behind the electric switch. Basically, as long as someone comes, they can hear it. Of course, this walkie-talkie is not turned on all the time. Xia Sisi and the others can turn it off when they don't want to listen. Originally, several people didn't want to go down. I thought that some people have learned their lesson and will not continue to do stupid things. Unexpectedly, a burst of curses soon came from the intercom. God damn it, who made this thing? It electrocuted me. Ah, there is electricity here. Everyone, there is electricity here. Soon, there was a chaotic sound of footsteps, followed by more people cursing, and some people suggested, let's find a way to break this door open. There must be a generator inside. If we take the generator, we will definitely be able to exchange it for a lot of money. The government sent us a message not to offend the residents above the 64th floor. Who cares? I have a relative who is an original resident of this building. I heard there are only 3 people up there. If we call a few more people, can we still defeat them? This conversation made Xia Sisi laugh. Hey, I knew that nothing good would happen once that lousy shelter was built. Xia Sisi called Dahei, picked up a knife, and called Ding Lei and Lin Yuan, and went downstairs together. This was the first time that the 66th floor was establishing their authority over the newcomers. Chapter 109 Smart. When several people went downstairs, they heard that one of them, an electrician, actually took out an electrician's insulating gloves and said that he had found the iron wire that was connected to the source of electricity and was about to twist it off. Xia Sisi opened the door with a cold face. Without saying a word, she put on insulating gloves, picked up a wire, and placed it on the man's shoulder. He was a fat man, a rare sight in the end times. After being electrocuted, my entire body was shaking. After a while, he lay on the ground foaming at the mouth. The hair stood up. Xia Sisi looked at the people in front of her coldly and raised one corner of her mouth. Who else wants to try? For a moment, the 7 or 8 men present were all stunned. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also walked forward and stood next to Xia Sisi. We will go find Major Zheng, find the military. The first person to be electrocuted was standing in the front. When he saw Xia Sisi and the others, he knew he couldn't afford to offend them, so he immediately suggested going to the military. Sure enough, after he said this, many people began to agree and rush down to find the military. The fat man who was electrocuted first had now come to his senses and was being carried downstairs. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan next to her and said, Mr. Lin, didn't you say that the electric grid you set up can accurately electrocute a person's life? Why do I see? The two people who were electrocuted are fine? Lin Yuan frowned and said nothing. He turned around and started tinkering with the motor. Ding Lei found it a little funny and ran to Xia Sisi's ear and said, I saw Lin Yuan grinding his teeth just now. Xia Sisi held back her laughter and didn't look at Lin Yuan, thinking to herself, Mr. Lin is such a competitive person his whole life. After a while, a tall man in military uniform, with a dignified look on his face and a military rank on his shoulders, walked over. What's going on? This is the newly appointed commander here, Colonel Zheng. Xia Sisi didn't say anything, just looked at Colonel Zheng, wanting to see how this man would handle it. Unexpectedly, the triangular-eyed man just started to complain. Sir, these people are using the power grid to shock us. And they have electricity. They have generators. Why do they have generators and we don't? This thing should be confiscated. After he finished speaking, he rubbed his hands again and said with a smile, Colonel Zheng, you see, I was the one who discovered this generator. Shouldn't I be credited with a merit? Can you give me a position in the government? Colonel Zheng frowned more and more and finally kicked him. Didn't I tell you that the areas above the 64th floor are private property and have nothing to do with the government? Don't mess with those above the 64th floor. After saying that, Colonel Zheng pulled a soldier over and pointed at the people in front of him and said, Take these guys away to be punished. For a moment, there was wailing. However, Xia Sisi was very satisfied. Yes, this Colonel Zheng was a sensible man, and he was indeed the person sent by the old commander. Xia Sisi smiled and stretched out her hand, saying to Colonel Zheng, Hello, I'm Xia Sisi. Colonel Zheng turned around and saluted Xia Sisi and the others before shaking hands with her. Hello, I'm Zheng Mao. I'm in charge of the shelter at the back. I just happen to have something to ask you. Captain Rin said you have a batch of food. Do you want to exchange supplies with us? Xia Sisi nodded. Colonel Zheng patted Xia Sisi's hand happily and said, Great, we just happen to be running out of food. I happen to be free today, so let's take over the food issue first. Lin Yuan at the side said, Colonel Zheng, our food can be given at any time, but are the supplies promised to us ready? Colonel Zheng's excited expression froze instantly. The pork is ready, and we also have some refined flour and rice. It's just that some hydroponic equipment and the like are not ready yet. I'm sorry, Colonel Zheng. In this case, I'm afraid we won't be able to trade with you. Xia Sisi said apologetically. Colonel Zheng immediately became anxious. Oh, our military will never cheat you. Don't worry. We have rescued a lot of people in the past 2 days, and we are also in dire straits. How about I write you a written agreement? Are my 2 pigs ready? Xia Sisi continued to ask. It's on the way. Xia Sisi and the others discussed it and finally decided to sign a written agreement with Colonel Zheng. It is indeed not safe to leave the food outside, so it would be better to let the military take it away quickly. Soon, several people locked the door and followed Colonel Zheng out. Of course, Dahei is responsible for watching the house. Xia Sisi specifically asked Colonel Zheng to bring a few more soldiers, but when she saw the food buried underneath, she still felt a toothache. However, after several hours of hard work, all the food was soon dug out. Due to the good preservation, all the food was not damaged, except for some corn cobs which were broken in half, but it still did not affect their eating. When Colonel Zheng saw the bags of food, he excitedly held Xia Sisi's hand and said, That's great. This is our life-saving food. I heard Captain Rin say. Do you know where there is a machine tool? Lin Yuan, who was standing by, walked over calmly, gently took Colonel Zheng's hand and held it. I also know about machine tools. I can take you there. Xia Sisi on the side glanced at Lin Yuan. He also knows about machine tools? But if you think about Lin Yuan's memory, which is like a computer, it is not difficult to understand. Okay, let's go now. Colonel Zheng was very decisive and wanted to leave immediately. At this time, Xia Sisi stopped Colonel Zheng and said, Colonel, we haven't negotiated the terms yet. What can a production machine tool be exchanged for? Upon hearing this, Colonel Zheng was a little embarrassed. To be honest, the military is quite poor now. Xia Sisi, Colonel Zheng, who is recommended by Game Master, is completely different from Captain Rin. He is swift and decisive in doing things and ruthless to people. Then, when negotiating terms, they want to act pitiful. However, on Xia Sisi's side, there is an even more rogue Lin Yuan. She even pretends to be a green tea girl just to file a complaint against Captain Rin. Colonel Zheng, we are a small family with only 3 people, and we are even poorer. Lin Yuan said. Colonel Zheng glanced at Lin Yuan with a complicated expression. Okay, let's be frank. What do you want? Anything except hot weapons. But I learned from the old commander that you don't lack these things. You are capable people, and I want to cooperate with you for a long time in the future. We won't play dirty tricks." Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Sisi. "Miss Xia, can you let me decide this time?" Xia Sisi saw a gleam in Lin Yuan's eyes, as if saying, "I have a very good idea." Xia Sisi thought about what she had learned about Lin Yuan over the past few days and knew that this man would not let her suffer any loss. Moreover, he said he also knew where the machine tools were, which meant he could also find a few machine tools. Of course, he can decide. We want 1% of the output of the machine tools. It's like a share of stock. As soon as Lin Yuan said this, Xia Sisi's eyes lit up. What a smart guy. Chapter 1:10, Give me food, and I'll tell you. After hearing this, Colonel Zheng thought for a moment and then said, I need to discuss this with the old commander. Once the food assembly line starts production, the number of canned foods and products produced every day will be countless. Even now, the military is short of raw materials. But Xia Sisi knew about the existence of mutant pigs and knew that there would be more mutant animals and plants in the future. The authorities will research various variant products to deal with this apocalyptic disaster. These products will become the main food in the end times. However, it will take some time before the military can carry out large-scale production. But it's just a small scale, enough for Xia Sisi and others to eat. Okay, then we'll hand over the machine tool production line to you after you finish your discussion. Lin Yuan nodded. It was obvious that Colonel Zheng was an impatient person, so he wanted to pester Xia Sisi and the others to give him one or two first. They even said that they could continue to exchange the mutant pork, but Xia Sisi and the others did not agree. There was no other way. Colonel Zheng could only ask Xia Sisi and the others to wait for a while until he had consulted his superiors. When Xia Sisi returned home, she found that the two shivering little piglets had been sent to the 64th floor. When Xia Sisi saw the two little piglets, she felt very happy. They are round and have pink skin. When you poke them with your fingers, they squeak. Xia Sisi poked them several times in a row. In the end, the two little guys got tired of it and hid beside them, trembling as they looked at Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi found it interesting and took the piglet back into the house. However, the piglet had just been put into the house, and Xia Sisi had not had time to put it into the space when she heard Ding Lei knocking on the door outside. After opening the door, Ding Lei looked at Xia Sisi. Sisi, I want to move out of the 66th floor. Hearing this, Xia Sisi was stunned for a moment, but quickly understood. Ding Lei felt that she was redundant among them. Xia Sisi had a brief chat with Ding Lei and learned that she saw her high school classmate among the people who came to the shelter this time. Moreover, her high school classmate also has a certain status in the army and is considered a team leader. The two had a relationship before, and after seeing it today, the other party did not mind that Ding Lei's face was ruined and said that he would take care of Ding Lei. Ding Lei also knew the man's character and felt that she could trust him. The 66th floor is good, but I can only watch over the house at best. It's useless. Sometimes I'm not even as good as Dahei. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. In this regard, Xia Sisi did not try to persuade him to stay. Before Ding Lei left, she took out a set of gems and gave them to Xia Sisi a little embarrassedly. Sisi, this is something my grandmother left me. It should have been very valuable before the end of the world, but now it should not be worth much. However, I don't have anything better. Most of what I have, you have, so I give this to you. This is my best thing. Xia Sisi was very excited at this moment. The space in her body kept beating, and the reaction was very strong, as if saying, I want to eat, I want to eat. Xia Sisi took the set of gems given by Ding Lei and said goodbye to her. That day, Ding Lei packed her things and went downstairs. Xia Sisi did not make too many comments on Ding Lei's choice. After all, everyone has their own aspirations. Although Ding Lei did not see Xia Sisi kill anyone, she guessed that Lu Xiaofei was killed by Xia Sisi. Teaming up with Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan these days made her more aware of her own shortcomings. She felt like a burden in front of Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. In fact, she lied to Xia Sisi. She didn't just go to her high school classmates to seek refuge and find a good backer. She did meet her high school classmates today. Her high school classmate is also a squad leader in the army. A squad leader who kills mutant animals. The other party told Ding Lei that they were short of people, especially some slim women who could enter some small places to carry out tasks. After hearing this, Ding Lei signed up immediately. Since Ding Lei was a yoga instructor before, she is very flexible and strong. After the end of the world, he was considered to be a relatively good survivor without losing too much muscle. When the team leader heard that Ding Lei wanted to sign up, He immediately agreed. Dinglei put her supplies in the house where she used to live, which was on the 65th floor. Then, he packed up a few simple things and prepared to leave with the team leader. She clenched her fists tightly and kept repeating in her heart, get stronger, I want to get stronger. On the other side, after saying goodbye to Dinglei, Xia Sisi returned to the house and put the two piglets into the livestock farm in the space. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered, Xiaoling came up to her and said, Eat, I want to eat. That thing is delicious. Give it to me. It directly wrapped around Xia Sisi's neck. However, just as Xiaoling came up to harass Xia Sisi, he felt two dark shadows rushing towards him from behind. Xiaoling jumped out immediately. The two dark shadows missed. Needless to say, the two black shadows are Dahei and Huiji. Xia Sisi did it on purpose, letting Dahei and Huiji in as well, hoping to dampen the vigor of this dog space spirit. Stupid dog and parrot. Xiaoling bared his teeth at Huiji and Dahei. What kind of bird is a plane? No one cares about it, but it can nag about it all day long. So, when it hears someone cursing it, it immediately spits out a string of national curses. Exclamation point. He cursed for a full minute without taking a breath, and not a single word was repeated. Even Xia Sisi, who put the piglet into the space, was dumbfounded for a moment. Oh my god, who was the previous owner of this plane? He actually taught the child to curse? And he cursed so dirty. Xiaoling was not to be outdone. She jumped up and was ready to fight with the airplane. Dahei, who had been silent all the time, saw the right moment, pounced on Xiaoling with one paw, and then sat on her butt. Ah, you're bullying the cat, stupid dog. Get up. You're bullying the cat. Dahei lowered his head and looked at Xiaoling with a droopy face. He said nothing, but signaled with his eyes, from now on, listen to the poop scooper and don't be so arrogant. Xia Sisi completely ignored the three noisy pigs. After putting the piglets down on the farm, she immediately put in the feed and fresh grass. And of course, clean water. Then, Xia Sisi saw the products that could be produced in the pig pen. It's pork sausage. Immediately, Xia Sisi was in a good mood. It was a delicious meal, and it was indeed good to have her own piglets. After she packed up, she took the two little ones, said goodbye to Xiaoling, who had an unhappy face, and prepared to leave the space. At this time, Xiaoling suddenly called her. Hey, according to the contract, I should call you Master. Humph, then I will call you Master from now on. Master, I have a secret about space that I can tell you, but the premise is that you have to give me the thing you got today. Oh, and your other space pendant. Give it to me. This secret is very useful to you. It may save your life at a critical moment. Xiaoling licked his fur and looked at Xia Sisi with a sly smile on his face. Chapter 111 Woman, you found me. Xia Sisi narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Xiaoling in front of her. She is very cautious now. It was because this damn space had cheated her too many times that she had to be cautious. However, looking at Xiaoling like this, Xia Sisi had a guess. Could it be that there is a space inside the set of gems that Dinglei gave her? So Xia Sisi didn't answer Xiaoling immediately, but said, let me think about it. Before Xiaoling could say anything else, Xia Sisi took Huiji and Dahei out of the space first. She tried dripping blood on the set of gems and found that there was no spatial reaction. She looked at the set of gems carefully and found that it was indeed quite old. The metal chain that wrapped the gems showed signs of oxidation. In addition, there were some pearl accessories on it. This is a set of jewelry, which includes necklaces, bracelets, rings, and earrings. It is very beautiful. Just from an aesthetic point of view, this gem uses a variety of materials, has a sense of simplicity, is made of thick materials, and is well made. Xia Sisi experimented for a long time and found that there was indeed no space on it, and she felt relieved. Thinking, it seems like it might be okay to let Xiaoling eat it, but we can't let Xiaoling be so happy. Thinking of this, she took the set of jewelry and entered the space. When Xiaoling saw Xia Sisi coming in with something, she was so excited that she wanted to pounce on her. But Dahei and Huiji immediately surrounded her, like Xia Sisi's left and right arms, and blocked Xiaoling for her. I can't let you eat the purple space pendant, but I can consider this thing, Xia Sisi said. After hearing this, Xiaoling was a little dissatisfied at first, but she quickly rolled her eyes and said, okay, then I'll tell you half of the secret. Seeing Xiaoling like this, Xia Sisi took her things and called the big black plane to go out without saying a word. Xiaoling immediately became anxious. Master, let's discuss something. This set of gems includes 2 earrings, a necklace, and a bracelet, 4 things in total. So, I want to exchange your 4 secrets about space. If you don't agree, there's no point in talking about it. Xia Sisi looked at Xiao Ling in front of her, pointed at the gem in her hand, and said seriously, 3. The little Lingqi was breathing heavily and was almost rolling on the ground. But Xia Sisi refused to give in. She has already seen that although Xiao Ling is naughty and mischievous, his IQ is not high, only about that of a 10-year-old child. Moreover, it is anxious. As the old saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. How could Xia Sisi, who had lived a second life, not be able to deal with a 10-year-old child? Next, Xia Sisi used an earring to exchange for the real method needed to upgrade the space. 1. All kinds of spiritual stones, including gems, jade, and some special stones. 2. The corpse of a mutant creature, even a part of it, is also fine. 3. Mutated plants planted in the space will increase the energy of the space's internal circulation. Xia Sisi didn't expect that there would be mutated plants. It was also because it was an extremely cold period now, and she hadn't encountered any mutated plants yet. But she did have an idea. She had acid rain, and she also had plant seeds. After the mutant plants were cultivated outside the space, could they be planted inside the space? However, the mutation of plants was more difficult than that of animals, and it was unknown how long it would take to cultivate a mutant plant. After Xiao Ling got the earrings, she actually hooked a section with her claws and ate it into her stomach. After eating, he burped loudly and looked at Xia Sisi greedily. Xia Sisi exchanged the other earring for the small LCD screen she had before. This is the LCD screen that explains the level and ability of each part of the space. And she made an agreement with Xiao Ling that she would never have the right to put this LCD screen away privately. Xia Sisi wanted to check it at any time. A bracelet. Xia Sisi changed the question. Space, what is it? Unexpectedly, Xiao Ling's claws that had been stretched out suddenly retracted. No, I can't answer you this question. You don't have the authority to open it. Seeing Xiao Ling's rare, serious expression, Xia Sisi's mouth twitched, and finally, she could only change the question. What is the real use of farm number 1? This is what Xia Sisi has been thinking about asking for a long time. For now, the animals in the livestock farm can expand if there is enough food, and can also produce more byproducts as they upgrade, so there is no need to worry too much. Garbage disposals generate matter randomly, and cannot be controlled. In farm number 2, it can be seen that items are being blessed to make the grown fruits and vegetables stronger and more nutritious. There is only farm number 1. Xia Sisi has planted many things, but still hasn't found the pattern. Xiao Ling suddenly started licking his fur on the spot, and did not answer Xia Sisi's question. While licking its fur, it tilted its head to look at Xia Sisi. Its beautiful pair of almond eyes gave people the impression that it had some malicious intentions. Master, you can choose to ask this question together with your last question, but that necklace. Xiao Ling looked at Xia Sisi and dragged out his words with a sly look to emphasize it. Xia Sisi looked at Xiao Ling and wondered if this guy wanted to cheat her again. Then he frowned and said, What tricks are you going to play? Master, you have wronged Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling really has good intentions. Xiao Ling jumped on Xia Sisi's shoulder and looked greedily at the necklace and bracelet in Xia Sisi's hand. These 2 things look much more delicious than the 2 earrings it just ate. You mean, the secret about space that you mentioned, which is very useful to me, is related to farm number 1? Xia Sisi asked. Xiao Ling jumped on Xia Sisi's arm and used her claws to reach the necklace in her hand. But Dahei suddenly stood up and fanned Xiao Ling away with 1 claw. Xia Sisi raised the corner of her mouth with a smile. Okay, I won't ask anymore. Xia Sisi suddenly closed the box containing the necklace and bracelet in front of her. Xiao Ling, who was blown away, suddenly became anxious. If I'm not mistaken, the secret you mentioned should be that if I make a wish to farm number 1, or if I really need something and ask you for it, as long as I can provide a certain amount of energy or pay enough, I can make farm number 1 grow what I want, right? In fact, it's not just farm number 1. The garbage disposal also has some of these functions, but it's probably not as powerful as farm number 1 in this regard. Xia Sisi looked at Xiao Ling, who was already stunned, and said with a smile. It was actually Xiao Ling who reminded her of this. Of course, there was also some speculation on her part. After all, when it is about to get extremely cold, the space will produce warm socks and clothes. Now that she has a pistol, when Xia Sisi was complaining about having too few bullets, the seeds she planted turned into bullets. In that incident of growing pet food, it was obvious that Xiao Ling was just playing a trick on him. Now that Xiao Ling said this, Xia Sisi immediately connected the dots. Xiao Ling, How? How did you know? Xia Sisi walked up to Xiao Ling and gently tapped Xiao Ling's forehead with her hand. Because I'm a smart human, and you are just a cat. After saying this, Xia Sisi opened the box in her hand again. But this time, she grabbed the necklace and bracelet in the box and threw them directly into the air. Xiao Ling wanted to grab it, but was a step too late. The necklace and bracelet instantly flew into the air, turned into colorful light spots all over the sky, and slowly fell down. Xiao Ling immediately jumped up and chased the light spots, wanting to eat them into his mouth. Huiji and Dahei also followed suit and ate. But there were so many points of light in the sky, and they were divided into millions and millions. How could they all be eaten by just a few of them? Most of it was absorbed by space. At this time, the space began to shake again, and it seemed that it was time to upgrade again. Xia Sisi looked at the little spirit rolling on the ground in frustration and walked up to it. You are not the space body, right? Little Ling, what are you? Because just now, Xia Sisi asked Xiao Ling to put out the LCD screen of the space. She looked at the space level displayed on it and found that it had not been upgraded. If Xiao Ling and space are one, then the appearance of Xiao Ling must be due to the upgrade of space. But the spatial level has not changed, which is thought-provoking. And Xia Sisi just saw that Xiao Ling put both earrings into her mouth. And the space still hasn't changed at all. This means that Xiao Ling's upgrade and the space's upgrade are completely separate. So what exactly is Xiao Ling? At this time, Xiao Ling also stood up and made an attacking gesture. Woman, you actually discovered me. Chapter 1, 12 Gunshots. However, just as Xiao Ling started to get angry, Dahei, who was fooling around with Huiji, suddenly rushed over as if with a response and knocked Xiao Ling to the ground in an instant. Tell me, I'll tell you everything. I'll tell you everything. This dog, his mouth stinks. Stay away from me, meow. Xiao Ling shouted loudly. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes beside him. Of course not. Dai eats so much meat every day. How can his mouth not stink? But this also reminded her that it was time to brush Dahei's teeth. Later I heard from Xiao Ling that it was just a space steward imprisoned in space. But over time, it has basically merged into one with the space. Space itself has no consciousness and is just a machine. It serves space according to the rules of space. However, after it discovered that it could steal energy from space to make itself stronger, it began to steal, and steal. After all, it was just an ordinary cat. So, if it weren't for you, space itself wouldn't play tricks on me, right? Xia Sisi touched her chin and asked seriously. Xiao Ling did not answer this question directly, but Xia Sisi saw the answer from its evasive eyes. Xia Sisi sighed and waved her hand, closed the door, and let in the dark. After figuring out the status of the space, Xia Sisi was just about to go and see what changes had taken place in this upgrade when she heard a knock on the door. Xia Sisi was a little surprised. It should be evening. Who would come to see her? After going out, I found that it was Lin Yuan knocking on the door. And behind Lin Yuan, there was a pile of messy things. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be hydroponic equipment and sanitary napkins. Xia Sisi suddenly thought that these seemed to be the supplies that Ding Lei wanted at that time. However, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan both found that Ding Lei had already left and left a note for them on the door. There were only 2 words written in neat and clean handwriting. Thank you. I don't need this thing. Do you want it? Lin Yuan pointed to a box of sanitary napkins in the box. Xia Sisi carried it directly into the house. Okay, I'll keep this. Counting the days, her menstrual period will be coming in 2 days. Although she has enough of these things in her space, the more the better. Then there are those 2 racks of hydroponic plant equipment. Xia Sisi also has this thing. But Xia Sisi was very concerned about Lin Yuan's next words. The soldier who just arrived brought a message, saying that the hydroponic plant equipment was newly developed in our country and can cultivate mutant plants. As he spoke, Lin Yuan pointed to 2 bags inside and said, "These are the seeds of mutant vegetables." When Xia Sisi heard this, her eyes lit up. What a coincidence. She just needed mutant plants, and they were delivered right away. She instantly and happily grabbed the hydroponic plant equipment. I want this too. When she finished speaking, she didn't hear Lin Yuan agree as readily as he did when he gave her the sanitary napkin. Looking up at Lin Yuan beside her, Xia Sisi found that Lin Yuan was looking at her with a smile. Miss Xia, are you a little too greedy? Xia Sisi smiled and said, I'll plant 2 for you. Lin Yuan said nothing and continued to look at Xia Sisi. Is this too little? What I said is, I'll give you some every time. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. Well, Brothers should settle accounts clearly. Lin Yuan was very satisfied, with a big smile on his face, as if he had gotten a good deal. Xia Sisi complained in her heart. I was thinking of giving you two, but what if you get constipated because you eat too few vegetables? After all, who can stand eating spicy food every day? After Lin Yuan left, Xia Sisi moved the hydroponic equipment back into the house and placed it next to a stove in the living room. This place is also close to the balcony and has sunshine. However, Xia Sisi still took out a daylight lamp from the space. In this way, Xia Sisi planted the seeds of mutant vegetables sent by the military. Then, Xia Sisi took out a bunch of other seeds from her space. There are all kinds of flowers and plants, vegetables and grains. These seeds were also placed in the hydroponic equipment, and then some acid rain was poured into it. She knew that it was even more difficult for plants to mutate, and most plants could not withstand the corrosion of acid rain and died directly. Therefore, she adopted the massive strategy and directly put in hundreds of seeds, hoping that only a few of them would germinate. Watching the seeds being placed in the acid rain and tiny bubbles being produced in the water, Xia Sisi looked forward to it seriously. She really hoped that some of them would survive tenaciously and contribute to the vitality of the space. At this moment, Xia Sisi heard a voice coming from the intercom. The intercom is still on the 64th floor, and because it is not time to go to bed yet, it is not turned off for the time being. In addition, with Xia Sisi's authority established during the day, no one dared to come up and provoke them at this moment. But now a child's voice came from the intercom. Brother and sister, please save me. The voice was childish and weak, with a hint of crying, which made people feel very distressed. But after hearing this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but frown. What? Did he know that the hard way didn't work, so someone tried the soft way? Xia Sisi didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but after about 2 minutes, the child outside suddenly started crying and kept calling for his mother. It makes people feel upset. Xia Sisi was very annoyed by the noise, and more than that, she felt angry. In her previous life, she had seen many people who put their children first in order to gain sympathy from others. Of course, the final result is that these children often become cannon fodder. Now, Xia Sisi felt that the person below should have the same idea. She didn't want to be kind, knowing that if she was kind once, someone would definitely come after her a second time. He even turned off the intercom, hoping to stop the people below from having such thoughts. But after a while, the child's crying became louder and louder, and he screamed heartbreakingly. Even if the intercom was turned off, the sound could still be faintly heard from downstairs. Xia Sisi heard the door opposite open. She took a deep breath, picked up her knife, and followed him down. Lin Yuan had a cold face and saw that his hair was still a little curled. He must have fallen asleep, but was woken up by the noise. As soon as they reached the 64th floor, before Xia Sisi could say anything, Lin Yuan opened the door and raised a gun in his hand. You disturbed my sleep? Huh. The person he was pointing at was the woman with a child outside the door. The woman froze instantly. It's my child. He heard that some brothers and sisters moved in on the 66th floor, and he wanted to come up and play. Xia Sisi saw the woman, who was very thin and dark, but had a pair of bright eyes. You can tell at first glance that he is not a real person. When the gun was pointed at him, his whole body trembled and he grabbed the child's arm, but kept it tight. The child was still crying, and even louder than before. However, when the child saw that the woman next to him was motionless, he struggled harder and harder, crying loudly. This is not my mother. This is not my mother. Lin Yuan opened the safety lock on the gun in his hand. Your baby? Say it again. The woman in front of him was suddenly frightened and shrank to the ground, then hugged the child in front of her tightly, holding the child tightly in front of her, ignoring the child's struggle, as if she wanted to use the child to block the gun. Then she kept shouting, Murder! Someone here is holding a gun and wants to kill people. With a bang, the gun went off. Chapter 113, The Vicious Couple. Xia Sisi saw that there was a hole on the ground next to the woman. The woman immediately stopped where she was and dared not move. If you shout again, the next shot will be in your head. Lin Yuan moved the gun to the top of the woman's head again. Tell me what's going on? After being frightened by Lin Yuan, the woman immediately became obedient. Later I heard from the woman that the child was not hers at all. This child is an orphan. His parents died long ago. The woman wanted to bring her child to the 66th floor to cause trouble in order to gain some benefits, so she pulled the child up. Of course, in order to get the child to cooperate, she had pinched the little boy's arms and legs until they were purple. When the little boy's cotton jacket was lifted, a large area of bruises could be seen. What a scumbag! Xia Sisi said coldly. The woman gritted her teeth. She was not afraid of Xia Sisi at all. She muttered to Xia Sisi, "It's already this time. Who cares if they are scum or not? All the kind ones are dead." This should be what many people are thinking in the last days. However, it is cruel enough to attack an orphan whose parents have both passed away. But unexpectedly, the woman looked at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan coldly, and then locked her eyes on Xia Sisi. Aren't you the same? You just rely on your youth and beauty to cling to men. You are the same kind of bitch Lu Xiaofei, who is famous in our shelter, ugh. Lin Yuan wanted to take action, but was stopped by Xia Sisi. She glanced at the little boy next to her. Close your eyes. The little boy was a little confused, but under Xia Sisi's horrifying gaze, he really walked to the side, turned his back, and covered his eyes tightly. Hulan was a little scared and realized what was going to happen, so she turned around and tried to run. But it was too late. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and Hulan was shot in the head. Lin Yuan on the side looked at Xia Sisi with a smile. Not bad for shooting. Xia Sisi said nothing and put away the pistol in her waist. She just saw that the little boy's walking posture was a little strange. Later, when I looked carefully, I found that the little boy had no toes and the front of his shoes was empty. So I walked with a limp. At this time, a man came up from downstairs cursing, shouting, "Hulan, why are you taking so long to come down? I still need that child." The people who came up were so frightened by the scene in front of them that their legs went limp. Without saying a word, Xia Sisi rushed out and grabbed the man's arm. "Is Hulan your wife?" The man nodded timidly. Only then did Xia Sisi realize that Hulan and the man were a couple. The two people discovered early on that the little boy had no parents, so they rescued him, just to have the little boy's head, so that they could have an extra ration of food. But usually the two of them would beat and scold the little boy, and not let him dress warmly, so that his toes were frozen off. But the little boy walked with a limp, not because of his toes, but because they broke his leg. In exchange for some sympathy from the soldiers, they could get more food. Today, Hulan wanted to use the same trick again, and even pinched the little boy's body until it was covered with bruises. However, today, facing Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, who were dressed neatly, the little boy mustered up the courage to tell them that Hulan was not his mother. And this man is also a black-hearted person. Looking at his wife's body at this moment, he knew that he had met a tough guy. He quickly took out everything in his pocket and said that he would never dare to do it again. He doesn't have any sympathy for his wife at all. Except for the beginning, he never looked at his wife's body again. At this moment, footsteps were heard downstairs. It must be the two shots that just fired that attracted people. A few soldiers came over. When they saw the man in front of them, they frowned and kicked him directly. "Zhao Yue, what are you doing?" It can be seen that this guy named Zhao Yue is not a good person in the military. He is just a figurehead. When Zhao Yue saw the military coming, he hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed, pointing at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, saying that the two of them had killed people and asked the military to deal with them. Chapter 114, the main food of the end times. They saved me. Zhao Yue and Hulan are the bad guys. The little boy, who had been covering his eyes against the wall, suddenly spoke. He had turned around at this moment and saw Hulan dead in front of him. He was a little frightened at first, but it soon turned into overwhelming hatred. When the little boy saw the soldier coming up, he immediately ran over and started crying to the soldier, telling him everything that had just happened. "Brother soldier, this is really not about those two brothers and sisters. It's about them. They have been abusing me. I dare not tell you because my parents are dead. They said if I tell you, they will throw me out and freeze to death. Brother soldier, please, you must believe me." The soldier looked at the dead woman at the stairs, then glanced at the scars on the little boy's sleeves, and kicked Zhao Yue. "You beast, do you still have any shame? Follow me to the back area." There has been no mention of Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan killing people with guns. Colonel Zheng should have explained it before. Only then did Xia Sisi realize that after Colonel Zheng arrived, he directly assigned her to a rear area. This back area is where the dirty and hard work is done. Only those who performed poorly and made mistakes would go. Although it was only implemented for 2 days, its reputation spread far and wide, and many people knew how powerful the back area was. And I heard that they're still living in the lower level, which is buried in snow and dark. Zhao Yue shouted loudly, but was still dragged away by the soldiers. The soldier who stayed behind saluted Xia Sisi and took the crying little boy downstairs. Before leaving, the little boy bowed to Xia Sisi to express his gratitude. Xia Sisi just nodded slightly and didn't say much. Xia Sisi was very interested in the rear area, so she stopped the soldier and asked him more about it. In fact, we don't have enough staff right now. There are too many tasks to handle. It's impossible to ask those people to clean up. Often a group of grown men are crowded together, and their shit, urine and farts are all mixed together. But if the sanitary conditions are not good, it's easy to get sick. So some people in the back area are sent to clean the dirtiest places. Some are outside carrying goods, etc. At the same time, Xia Sisi learned that the military has now organized a group of people to go out and search for resources under the protection and leadership of the army. Most of the resources found will be confiscated, but each person can get some food. After a round, Xia Sisi finally asked the question she wanted to ask the most. Excuse me, if you encounter mutant creatures, how do you deal with the bodies of the mutant creatures after encircling and suppressing them? The soldier was stunned for a moment and then said, some of the edible ones will be taken back to the team. The inedible ones will be thrown away. Xia Sisi smiled and said, can you give me some of the things you can't have? I can exchange them for something else. The other things Xia Sisi mentioned were the locations of 2 very remote warehouses that she had promised to provide to Captain Rin. She had been wondering what she could exchange the supplies in the 2 warehouses for with the military. Now that she knew the real method to upgrade the space, Xia Sisi had a plan in mind. As for what to do with the corpses of these mutant creatures, Xia Sisi has already thought about it. Research, medicine, and food manufacturing. As far as she knows, the bodies of most mutant creatures are treasures. It was only during the extremely hot period that the military discovered it. At that time, food was basically gone and became a precious commodity. The military ground the corpses of these mutant creatures into powder for human consumption. Some of these used the bones of parts of organisms, some use the skins of parts of organisms, and some even use the whole organisms that can be used for food. Moreover, although the powder made from these mutant creatures is not delicious, it is more filling and can also partially enhance immunity. Later, it became a common food, even a staple food, feeding thousands of people who were starving to death. It was not until a few years later that crops such as mutant rice and mutant wheat could be mass-produced. The era of eating the bones and bodies of mutant creatures ground into powder as the staple food has ended. But there are still some people who eat the powder of mutant creatures as tonics. Xia Sisi was prepared to advance the discovery that these mutated creatures could be used as food. By the way, you can also upgrade your own space. This is perfect, as it can be done together with Xia Sisi's next task of taking Colonel Zheng to find a machine tool. At that time, she can get 2 sets of equipment together and put them on the 65th floor. Produce some edible mutant biological powder. The soldier was stunned for a moment and finally replied, I will report to Colonel Zheng. Please wait for a while. In fact, there are a batch of mutant cockroach corpses today. Xia Sisi nodded slightly. Cockroaches are edible creatures. She had eaten them in her previous life, but the price was very cheap. In addition to the bone meal of mutant animals, the powder ground from some silkworm pupa-like mutant creatures is also selling well. After chatting with the soldier for a few words, the soldier finally said a little embarrassedly, although Colonel Zheng had told us not to get involved in the 66th floor, and we felt very happy when you shot and killed Hulan just now. Hulan and his wife are used to doing evil, and we have always suspected that they abuse children. But there are too many people to handle, and we have orders not to shoot at the crowd unless it is necessary. But try not to shoot in the shelter in the future. Some people will panic. Xia Sisi knew that it was difficult for these soldiers to manage so many people, so she nodded slightly, indicating that she would pay attention in the future. But just now, she did feel a little sympathy for Hulan when she saw her expression and the pitiful little boy. In her previous life, she had seen countless children suffering. I have also been deceived by children who appear innocent and harmless, but who have secretly been worn out by the end of the world and have lost their souls. All her experiences made her come to a conclusion. It is easy for a bad guy to play a good guy, but it is not so easy to tell. But it is not so easy for a good guy to play a bad guy. She just had to figure out who the bad guys were. So she would not be kind enough to save someone because she was afraid of making a wrong judgment. But she was sure that Hulan was definitely a bad person, so she doesn't mind killing a bad guy. Hulan's body was disposed of by the military, who were afraid that leaving the body here would cause panic. However, the news that Hulan was shot and killed on the 66th floor spread quickly in the shelter. Many people said that Hulan was a cruel and ruthless woman, and she deserved to die. Some people also say that the 66th floor is the worst of the worst, who even dares to take away evil people, so don't provoke him. As a result, no one dared to go up to the 66th floor again. Lin Yuan didn't say much and went back to sleep. Xia Sisi could see that Lin Yuan was indeed very sleepy. She was a little puzzled. Why was this guy so sleepy? She suddenly thought that Lin Yuan seemed to be lacking energy recently, as if he hadn't gotten enough sleep for several days. After a while, Xia Sisi felt that she should go and collect the things in the warehouse that was closer to her tonight, to avoid any changes if she was late. After all, the military is not far from the warehouse. If they are discovered first, won't she cry to death? But when she walked out of the house, for some unknown reason, she ended up at Lin Yuan's door. She put her ear against the door and listened for a long time, but heard no movement. She let Dahei out again and whispered in his ear, "Listen, is there anyone in there? If there is, lie down. If not, just turn around in circles." Dahei didn't put his ear close to it, but just tilted his head and listened for a while in midair. Then, Dahei turned around in a circle. Lin Yuan was not in the room. Chapter 1:15 Mutant Dog General. After discovering that Lin Yuan was not in the house, Xia Sisi thought about it for a while and finally decided to leave the plane at home. Although I have demonstrated my authority twice today, no one downstairs should come to cause trouble again. But it is still better to be careful. Haiji, if someone comes looking for trouble, don't say a word, dare to enter the door, hide in the dark, and grab the person's face directly. Xia Sisi instructed seriously. Huiji's eyes sparkled. Don't worry, your soldiers will complete their mission conscientiously. Xia Sisi thought about it, and it seemed that the things that Huiji had been watching these past 2 days were middle school cartoons. Now that there are more people around, Xia Sisi is more careful when going downstairs. But we still met a few patrolling soldiers on the road. However, it can also be seen that the management of the entire shelter is still very strict at night. There was no one in the corridor except the patrolling soldiers. I asked the patrolling soldiers and found out that people were not allowed to go out after 10 o'clock in the evening for the safety of the people. Miss Xia, there are mutant creatures outside. Please be careful. The soldiers already knew the names of several people on the 66th floor, so when they saw Xia Sisi and knew that Xia Sisi was going out, they did not stop her but just reminded her. Xia Sisi smiled and patted Dahei's head. Don't worry, Dahei is here. They went all the way downstairs. Xia Sisi took out the skates that she had prepared in her backpack, put them on, put on a headlamp, and disappeared into the night with Dahei. The reason why we didn't let Dahei pull the cart today is because there are so many people living nearby, and it's inevitable that there will be too many people and too many eyes. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that just after walking a few hundred meters and walking out of the community, she saw that the road in front of her was blocked. Xia Sisi hurriedly grabbed Dahei and looked around vigilantly. It was a pile of useless tables and chairs, all made of metal, piled up on the ice, about half a meter high, completely blocking the more than 5-meter wide road. Xia Sisi frowned, knowing that there must be someone nearby, and hurriedly tried to retreat. But as soon as I turned around, I saw a figure rushing out from the side. Dahei hurriedly stood in front of Xia Sisi. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that she heard a dog growling from the opposite direction. Shine the headlight over. Xia Sisi saw a man and a dog who were about to rush over from the opposite side. First, there was the dog, a German Shepherd, about 1.78 meters tall, about the same size as a horse, and very thin, almost skin and bones. Although you can see that the fur is very thick, the long dog face looks like a bicycle seat, without any flesh. Unlike Dahei, his face is chubby and full. Next to the dog stood a man. In the end times, this man looks very fat. He is over 1.80 meters tall and weighs more than 180 kilograms. Just from his exposed face, you can tell that his living conditions are indeed very good. The most eye-catching thing was that he wore a red armband on his sleeve with the 2 big words Gentilhomme written on it, which looked very arrogant. At least, he looked much better than the last time Xia Sisi saw him. Yes, Xia Sisi had seen the man in front of her. He was the one who once chatted with his partner on the 23rd floor and said that he had a dog at home. And this dog, Xia Sisi suddenly remembered that when the apocalypse had just begun, Huang Chen and his gang had brought a big wolf dog to scare Xia Sisi. It seems that this man was involved with Huang Chen at that time. Xia Sisi recalled that she seemed to have not seen this man since the first time the official base came to pick her up. Perhaps it was at that time that the man discovered that his dog had mutated and used this opportunity to get to the official base. Later, for some unknown reason, he left the base. Xia Sisi. The man's voice was hoarse, and he obviously recognized Xia Sisi. Hey, do you know this girl? She's the prettiest one we brothers have seen recently. Ha ha, our boss said yesterday that all the women he met recently were not good enough. And here comes one today. Xia Sisi looked in the direction of the voice and found that there were 4 or 5 men standing behind the pile of chairs. They were wearing the same windbreakers with red armbands on their sleeves, and it was obvious that they were a gang. Then, among this group of people, Xia Sisi saw a familiar face. That was the one who was on good terms with the leading man on the 23rd floor. Xia Sisi later saw these two people fighting over a piece of food, and she didn't expect that they were together again now. The leading man looked at Xia Sisi and started laughing. His name is Lu Wei and his dog is called General. At the beginning, he wanted to kill the general and eat him. After all, it is so difficult for people to eat, let alone dogs. Later, Huang Chen's group saw that the general was very powerful and wanted to take him out to scare people, so they borrowed the general and gave Lu Wei some benefits. That's why Lu Wei didn't kill the general. Later, Huang Chen died, and the people in Huang Chen's group also died or scattered, and the general returned to him. That day he had really sharpened his knife to kill the general. When the general saw the knife, he seemed to know his fate, so he wailed and looked down at him. At that moment, Lu Wei had a feeling. The general seemed to have become smarter and different from before. Looking more closely, Lu Wei discovered that the general had actually grown a little bigger. The general was already quite big. After not seeing him for a few days, when the general came back, Lu Wei just thought that he might have fainted from hunger recently, so he felt that the general had become bigger. When he raised the knife, the general suddenly broke free and ran down the stairs. Lu Wei wanted to catch up, but how could he catch up when he was hungry? Lu Wei scolded the general and waited for death at home. Who would have thought that within 2 hours, the general would come back with a bag full of food? Later, Lu Wei asked the general to find food many times, which helped them survive the acid rain period. He also discovered that the general had grown bigger and smarter. The word mutation appeared in his mind. He was happy for a long time, and because of the general's presence, he followed the official ship to the base. The government confiscated the general and gave him lots of supplies and a good job in a refuge. He thought he could live a good life with this dog, but I found that the base was in a mess. The supplies given to him by the government were soon snatched away, and the place he lived in was very dirty. Even at work, there are always people making things difficult for him. Only then did he realize that without the general, he was nothing. So, he secretly stole the general back from the military and asked the general to steal some supplies, and then he prepared to leave. He thought about it and decided to find a place where there was no military. With a mutant dog general, he would definitely be able to rule the mountain and become the king. Later, he set up such a small organization, and even his former partner Jiang Cheng, who had fallen out with him, came to join him. The man who has a better family background, more startup capital, and stronger abilities than himself, now wishes he could kneel at his dog's feet and call him daddy. Now Lu Wei looked at Xia Sisi in front of him, thinking about the grievances he had suffered in the apartment, and said with a smile, "Hey, Xia Sisi, I think your dog is not as good as my dog. Why don't you follow me? And in the future we can just avoid those soldiers and walk around here freely." At this moment, he didn't even take the dog next to Xia Sisi seriously. Dahei slightly arched his body, obviously stimulated by Lu Wei's words. Chapter 116, The General's Choice. Xia Sisi sighed. Then I looked around and found 2 unbuilt buildings nearby. The tables and chairs placed in front of her should have been moved from an office building not far away. Xia Sisi thought, no wonder they robbed people in this place. It was indeed a good place. There was no one on either side, not even a witness, and the road was long, so the people who were stopped couldn't run away. Moreover, both sides of this road can be connected to 2 commercial districts in the city, and there are many shops on both sides. Some nearby residents who have not yet entered the shelter may occasionally go to these 2 blocks to look for food. Xia Sisi glanced around and saw 2 corpses on the ground nearby. It was a naked woman, holding a young man in her arms. Both of them had hideous faces. The young man's neck was bitten off, blood was all over the floor, and one of his eyeballs had fallen out. He died in a horrible way. The woman hugged the young man tightly and knelt on the ground. There was a lot of blood on her body and some scratches on her waist. Just by looking at these 2 bodies, one can imagine what they went through before they died. The snow had fallen and had half buried the 2 bodies, and it was obvious that they had not been dead for long. That happened a few hours ago today. Looking to the side, Xia Sisi saw more bodies buried in the snow. There are teenagers, elderly people, and women in their 50s. The most unbelievable thing is that even some old women were naked. This group of people are worse than pigs and dogs. You killed him? Xia Sisi asked Lu Wei. Lu Wei took the general's hand and walked 2 more steps forward. He looked Xia Sisi up and down and said, "Xia Sisi, you don't want to become like them, do you?" Xia Sisi sighed, raised her hand to look at her watch, and found that she had been here for 10 minutes. There's not much time to dwell on this anymore. Dahei, come on. Xia Sisi looked at the dog beside Lu Wei and felt a sense of sadness. Most animals have no sense of good and evil. Their intelligence gives them the desire to hunt, primitive impulses, and loyalty to humans and companions. People say that dogs are spoiled, but in fact, most of the time it is because the dog owners do not take good care of their pets. Dahei has been eager to try and was waiting for Xia Sisi's instructions. The people nearby were all laughing. They were all shouting, "The general is invincible. The general will kill it," and such a small dog dares to challenge the general. The dark blue eyes grew colder amidst the shouting and moved closer step by step. The general came up heroically and opened his mouth so that one could even see the blood and the pieces of meat between his teeth. But when it met Dahei's eyes, it was suddenly stunned. The general let out a wail, tucked his tail under his butt, and kept backing away. Seeing the general's expression, Lu Wei said in a somewhat strange tone, "General, go ahead." The general became even more frightened, and his legs even began to tremble. When Dahei saw this scene, he showed his white teeth to the general. Lu Wei was unwilling to do so, so he took out the whip from his waist and whipped the general on the buttocks. "You beast, I told you to rush up and bite it to death. Can't you hear me? What are you afraid of such a small dog?" The people around also followed suit, urging the general to be obedient and to be beaten less. It can be seen that Lu Wei usually whips the general in order to control it. This group of people are worse than beasts. The general was obviously stronger than them, but he stayed by their side only out of loyalty. Even follow orders to hunt others. And they actually whipped and bullied the general. Judging from how skinny the general is, he probably doesn't have enough to eat normally. Buzz. Dahei gave a short cry. The general, who was originally trembling, was stunned. Buzz, buzz. Dahei called twice again. Even when Lu Wei continued to whip the general, he showed no reaction, as if he was thinking about something. Until Dahei's barking became more urgent, as if urging something. Finally, the general raised his head and looked at Lu Wei and the men around him. Its eyes turned red. Under the whipping of Lu Wei, it even shed a string of tears, which slowly turned into a string of ice chips in the cold temperature. "General, you're not listening, are you? I'm going to beat you to death." Ah! Before Lu Wei could finish his words, the general suddenly counterattacked Lu Wei and bit off his head, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The other men who were shouting were also stunned, and turned around and tried to run after realizing what was happening. But the general pushed aside the tables and chairs that were blocking his way, rushed over, tackled those people to the ground, and almost pulled off their heads one by one. Blood spurted out. Xia Sisi was stunned when she saw this scene, and Dahei, with a little smugness on his face, raised his leg calmly and walked along the path created by the general's knocking aside of the tables and chairs. Then he looked at Xia Sisi, as if asking, "Do you want to go or not?" Xia Sisi looked at the dead Lu Wei, then looked at the men who were being chased by the general, and Dahei with a smug look on his face. Suddenly she understood Dahei was threatening or controlling the general. Let the general kill these people. Looking at the big black ice blue eyes and the light of wisdom emanating from them, Xia Sisi felt that it was probably what she thought. Xia Sisi followed Dahei and continued on their journey. The screaming sound behind him quickly disappeared. Xia Sisi turned around and found a pair of green eyes in the darkness, looking straight in the direction where Dahei and Xia Sisi disappeared. Although she couldn't see the figure clearly, Xia Sisi knew that it should be the general. After a long time, the general disappeared from the spot and no one knew where he went. "No matter where I go, it should be better than staying with malicious humans." Xia Sisi stopped and touched Dahei's head. "Let's go back and talk." By plane, of course, and with large quantities of food. After a while, Xia Sisi and Dahei finally arrived at their destination for tonight. This place is near a freight center. There is a building nearby that is used as a warehouse for the freight center. However, most of these warehouses are relatively short and have long been buried under acid rain and snow. Xia Sisi looked at the thick snow beneath her feet and felt very sorry. But it doesn't matter. According to Xia Sisi, many of the things below are packed in containers, which are well sealed and resistant to corrosion from acid rain. She could come again once the extreme cold ends and the ice melts. And now, she looked at the tallest building in the area. This building looks like an ordinary, more than 30-story residential building. It has always been treated as an abandoned building with no one living there. Xia Sisi had heard of this building before. The news on the internet was all about it being a ghost building and a bone building. Rumor has it that this building is filled with ashes and is often haunted. But in fact, this is to hide some people's illegal business. Judging from the contract taken out of the old man's safe, this building is full of treasures, all of which are goods to be exported abroad. Xia Sisi looked at the building and said, I really have to thank the ancestors for planting these trees. Chapter 1:17 Freight Distribution Point. According to the laws of our country, high-rise residential buildings cannot be used as storage rooms or warehouses. After all, commercial premises are commercial premises and residential premises are residential premises. Generally speaking, residential properties are cheaper than commercial properties in terms of water, electricity, etc. Therefore, some e-commerce companies illegally rent residential properties for commercial purposes. This guy is really amazing. He directly rented a building to meet his own business purposes. Because this place is close to the freight station, many large trucks here will load the goods in the form of containers and transport them to the neighboring coastal city, where the goods will be shipped out by sea. The place where Xia Sisi is located is a freight distribution point. However, the rental prices of warehouses here are very high. This guy rented out this entire residential building to provide a warehouse, which brought convenience to himself and others. Without saying much, Xia Sisi brought Dahei to the front of the building, took out a huge stick, broke the glass upstairs, and jumped in. The building is well sealed. After all, it is usually used to store goods and the windows were not open before, so it was not corroded too much by acid rain. This floor is almost the 15th floor of the entire building. The recent blizzard has intensified and has submerged houses with more than 10 floors. Xia Sisi walked in and found that in front of her were tall shelves. On the shelves, there were all kinds of things placed in cardboard boxes or plastic boxes. She didn't have time to check what they were and put them all into the space. One of the boxes had a broken corner. Xia Sisi took a look inside and saw a box of sauerkraut produced by a certain agricultural science academy. I think the remaining boxes may also contain some agricultural and sideline products. Xia Sisi went to the next room again and found it was a room full of steel building materials. These things are of no use for the time being, but when the government wants to rebuild homes, it will use a large amount of manpower to collect these steel and metal objects and will not even let go of a screw. By then, it will become a very useful material. This building has 2 elevators and 4 households, with rooms of varying sizes. The big one is over 200 square meters, and the small one is over 100 square meters. Xia Sisi found a pile of ceramics in the smallest room on this floor. Ceramics are very beautiful, but not very useful. Xia Sisi thought about it and didn't put it into the space. She walked to the last room and saw wooden boxes filled with package motors. She raised her eyebrows. I wonder if this thing can be exchanged for something good from Colonel Jin? Without hesitation, he put it into the space. After clearing the 4 rooms on this floor, Xia Sisi decided to collect the materials upwards first, and then take a look at the damage below. After all, it is very likely that many places below have been eroded by acid rain, so the harvest may not be great. Dahei followed Xia Sisi all the time, looking around vigilantly, his nose twitching as if he was smelling something. Xia Sisi patted Dahei's head and asked, "What do you smell?" Dahei suddenly stopped moving, his ears erect as if he was listening to something. But from its face, one could see a look of confusion, as if it was saying, "How come it's gone again?" At this moment, Xia Sisi and Dahei were on the stairs leading to the 16th floor, and in front of them was the door leading to the 16th floor. Looking at Dahei's appearance, Xia Sisi also felt a little nervous. After a while, Dahei seemed to be sure that there was nothing there and continued to walk forward 1 step. Xia Sisi followed him, but she kept the knife tightly held in her hand and the gun at her waist. After entering the 16th floor, the layout is almost the same as downstairs. Xia Sisi opened the front door first. Most of the houses here have no locked doors, probably to facilitate the daily transportation of goods. But the door of the room in front of Xia Sisi was locked. And looking at the lock, it is a pretty high-end one. But this doesn't bother Xia Sisi. She took out the master key produced by the space and inserted it into the keyhole. With a click, the lock was opened. Xia Sisi was stunned when she entered. She saw a whole room full of furs. All kinds of furs. Bear skin, deer skin, even tiger skin, and some skins of rare animals. These things should be illegal. Xia Sisi walked around the room and frowned. No wonder that guy built such a ghost building for transporting goods here illegally. It turns out he has some shady business. Now, no one knows how many of these precious animals have died in this natural disaster. Xia Sisi sighed, gently stroked the precious furs, and finally put them all into the space. especially the bear skin and tiger skin. Xia Sisi touched them twice. They were really comfortable. She decided to go back and spread them out on the bed, and then put another one on the ground to make a doghouse for Dahei. If Ouija likes it, she looked at one of the deer skins, which matched Ouija's color well, and she could also cut a parrot nest for Ouija. When Xia Sisi was about to leave, she saw a small box on the ground. The box was placed in the corner of the house, and it was almost impossible to see it unless you looked carefully. Xia Sisi walked over and found that the box was about 1 foot long and 30 centimeters high, with a copper lock on it. Xia Sisi took out the master key and opened the lock. Then, I smelled a strong, strange smell. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly closed the box, locked it tightly, and put the box directly into the space. This is a box of musk. If women are exposed to it too much, they may become infertile. But it is also an indispensable raw material for many special medicines. Xia Sisi had smelled it once when she was with her grandmother, and she could never forget the smell. This is good stuff, Xia Sisi thought while rubbing her hands. She walked around the room twice more, but didn't find anything else for the time being. Prepare to go out to another room. But as soon as she walked out the door, Xia Sisi found that Dahei suddenly jumped out and blocked her way. Xia Sisi also knew that something must have happened. She shone her headlamp forward, but saw no one. The surrounding area was also unusually quiet. But Dahei was staring straight ahead, his whole body tense, as if he had encountered a strong enemy. After Xia Sisi swept the headlight over once, she immediately swept back. It was a windowsill. On top of the windowsill, there was a pot of lush, welcoming pine. The purple clay flower pot has been cut into a nice shape and has the words, "Wealth comes from all directions," written on it, and its fan-shaped leaves look strong and lively. If this happened before the end of the world, people would think that this was a very well-grown flower and would praise the flower grower's craftsmanship. But after the end of the world, Xia Sisi was horrified. And just now, when she went upstairs, she clearly did not see the welcoming pine on the windowsill. The words mutated plants appeared in Xia Sisi's mind. Chapter 118, did you teach it? Mutated plants are also divided into levels. For example, mutated spinach or tomatoes are definitely not as aggressive as mutated cacti. The most common mutated plants that Xia Sisi had seen in her previous life were some unknown weeds and the green ivy grown in the house. Weeds have very weak attack power and are basically easy to deal with. The green ivy is somewhat difficult to deal with and will wrap around and whip you like a whip. But what Xia Sisi remembers most is a mutated cactus she once encountered. But she went out with a team, and as soon as she opened the door, the mutant cactus attacked and directly pierced the man next to her into a hedgehog. The 2 thorns on his eyes were the largest, sticking out directly from the back of his head, bringing out red and white brain matter. The ones on the neck were not small and went straight through. The man died instantly and turned into a bloody man. This means that the cactus is somewhat intelligent and can know a person's fatal weakness. But she escaped because she was standing at the back. There were a lot of supplies in the house at the time. After discussing for a long time, they rushed in with the explosion-proof shields they had found earlier. Later, another woman died, and the mutated cactus was finally eliminated. At this moment, the mutated welcoming pine was stretching out its branches at the end of the dark corridor. The pine needles on the leaves reflected sharp light under Xia Sisi's headlamp. The 3 words welcoming pine first appeared in Huangshan. The pine trees on the Huangshan side have strange looks, with branches stretching to one side, as if welcoming guests. In ordinary potted pines, this is just a name for the pruning and shaping methods. When the pine trees were small, people would use tools such as wire to bend the normally growing branches of the pine trees and cut off unnecessary branches. Over time, after several years of cultivation, the pine tree will look like a person bending over and stretching out his arms to invite guests. In other words, such plants have been abused by humans, very likely hostile to humans. All these thoughts flashed through her mind in just a moment, and Xia Sisi immediately released the steel plates that she had just stored in the space and piled them up in front of her to form a solid wall. Several bang 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 sounds were heard in the silent and empty corridor. Xia Sisi saw that there was a thin piece of steel plate that was directly pierced by the pine needles of the welcoming pine, and a small section of pine needles appeared right in front of her. Dahei, who was standing by, kept baring his teeth and followed Xia Sisi as he retreated. Xia Sisi thought of the method he used in his previous life to deal with the mutated cactus. Use fire. But she can't. This was the first mutant plant she encountered. Moreover, This mutant plant is very powerful and can bring greater upgrades and energy supplies to her space. Xia Sisi's thoughts kept turning, and she soon came up with a solution. In fact, for her, it is only necessary to put the welcoming pine into the space, and there is no need to defeat it. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi came up with an idea. It was as if he felt that his pine needles had no way of piercing the steel plate. After being given an injection, the welcoming pine no longer wasted pine needles. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and gently touched the steel plate with her hand, and the steel plate was instantly retracted. The welcoming pine on the opposite side seemed to be stunned for a moment, and soon it sprouted countless pine needles. At the critical moment, Xia Sisi moved her mind and threw countless bed sheets in the direction of the welcoming pine. There were all kinds of red, green, cartoon-pattern bed sheets, or four-piece sets that Xia Sisi collected from the 12-story building opposite her apartment. All of them pressed down hard. These sheets are like a large, airtight net, and each layer slows down the speed of the pine needles. As long as there are enough of them, the mutant welcoming pine can be pressed tightly underneath. At the same time, Xia Sisi pulled Dahei back. There was a huge pine needle that pierced through countless sheets and finally, slowly, as if using up its last bit of strength, pierced in front of Xia Sisi. But it fell to the ground in an arc. The welcoming pine was heavily pressed down by hundreds of layers of bed sheets, and only a bulging shape could be seen. Xia Sisi no longer hesitated, walked forward, and put the bed sheet and the welcoming pine wrapped tightly in it into the space. After a series of operations, Xia Sisi found that there was nothing in front of her. When she used her consciousness to check the space, she saw the welcoming pine tree. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. After such a battle, half an hour had passed. Time was tight in the evening, so Xia Sisi hurried to continue working. Walking into the second room on this floor, Xia Sisi saw some export clothes, mostly hoodies, windbreakers, and the like. Xia Sisi didn't think much and put it directly into the space. Went to the next room. There are some electronic accessories in this room. Most of them do not have trademarks. They are probably exported to foreign countries, labeled gilded, and then shipped back to China for sale. Xia Sisi took a look at these accessories and roughly identified them. They should be from computers, mobile phones, televisions, and the like. Thinking that technology would continue to develop in the future, selling these things to the government would probably bring in a lot of benefits, so Xia Sisi put these things away without saying a word. The last room was filled with auto parts. In small boxes, they are classified into different categories, and there are a lot of them. Basically, if the car breaks down, these parts can be replaced. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. This is good. These are scarce goods in the end times. After finishing this layer, Xia Sisi felt a little tired and prepared to drink some water and eat something. Go to the space and take a look at the welcoming pine tree you just planted. Dahei was also looking a little listless beside him, so Xia Sisi had an idea and took out a bag of dog snacks. Xia Sisi saw Dahei, who was originally lying on the ground, and when he heard the sound of the snack bag rattling, a huge dog head slowly rose from the ground. I gave Dahei some dog food mixed with dog snacks. Xia Sisi took out a bowl of spicy hot pot and a bowl of hot brown sugar and ate them all in one gulp. Her period is about to come, and she has had some stomach pain recently, so she decided to drink some brown sugar water in advance as a precaution. After all, the weather has been too cold recently. The temperature outside is now close to minus 60 degrees Celsius, and it is almost the coldest period. After eating all this, Xia Sisi brought Dahei with her and prepared to go inside the space to check things out. But who would have thought that as soon as she entered the space, Xia Sisi saw a white hedgehog cat with a drooping face. Xiao Ling's face was full of murderous intent, and her almond-shaped cat eyes were almost widened into perfect circles. Its fur stood up because of anger, but the pine needles were piercing its body, filling its entire back. You still remember to enter the space? You are a heartless man. You have no sense of responsibility. Ooh, mismo tafor. A burst of screams filled the entire space. Xia Sisi was confused for a moment. What happened? Next to farm number 1, a small open space has been cleared, with the welcoming pine planted quietly in it. Look at the soft soil. It has just been turned over. And on the soil, there are lovely plum, blossom-shaped cat paw prints. The scene of Xiao Ling turning the soil with her short cat paws, planting the welcoming pine, and then tamping the soil down bit by bit with her cat paws suddenly appeared in Xia Sisi's mind. Well, you've worked hard, Xia Sisi said, having roughly guessed what was going on. Well, no, master must compensate me. Otherwise I won't do it. I'm injured and can't get up. Xiao Ling, who was originally standing there, and shouting at Xia Sisi, suddenly fell to the ground with a bang, looking weak. Once you fall down, you won't get up again. Xia Sisi looked at Dahei next to her. Why did you teach it? Dahei. Then, Dahei bared his teeth at Xiaoling. Chapter 119 Spiritual Space 6.0. But this time Xiaoling obviously felt that she was right. She refused to get up in the face of Dahei's threat, looking like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. Dahei felt that his dignity was challenged, so he walked toward Xiaoling step by step, raised his paw, and looked like he wanted to teach Xiaoling a lesson. Xia Sisi hurried over to stop Dahei. Okay, he did the work after all. And this little spirit is still injured, with pine needles still pricking its back. Come here, Xiaoling. Let me take the pine needles for you first. Xia Sisi called to Xiaoling. But Xiaoling just lay on the ground and refused to get up no matter what. She threw a tantrum and kept asking for benefits and compensation. Xia Sisi was so angry that her back teeth ached. Does this hurt like a thorn stuck in the back? Thinking that Xiaoling is a cat after all, Xia Sisi had an idea and took out a bag of cat strips from the space. The moment the cat strip appeared, Xiaoling stood up with a whoosh. Then 2 lines of crystal clear liquid hung at the corners of Xiaoling's mouth. A pair of mandarin duck eyes rolled around, staring closely at the cat note in Xia Sisi's hand. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Dahei actually sat down next to her and didn't even think about taking pictures of Xiaoling. His pair of dog eyes were staring at the cat strip in Xia Sisi's hand without blinking. Xia Sisi was puzzled. How delicious could this thing be? I looked down at the cat strip in my hand and saw that it said 90% meat content, tastes crunchy and delicious. Xia Sisi opened a package, and the 2 men's eyes never left Xia Sisi's hands. Xia Sisi opened another package and fed one with one hand. Dahei and Xiaoling started licking the cat food in Xia Sisi's hand. While licking, he stared at the other person, and the more he stared at the other person's mouth, the faster he licked, as if he was afraid that the other person would finish eating and then come to snatch his own. Soon, Dahei took the lead and finished eating first. After all, he has a big mouth. Xiaoling changed from licking to biting hard, and it can be said that it was slamming into her mouth. She also wanted to speed up, but Dahei is getting closer and closer. Xia Sisi clearly saw that Xiaoling's eyes were full of fighting spirit, and her mouth moved even more vigorously, as if she wanted to finish the cat strip before Dahei arrived. There were a few big words written in her eyes. I will not give that big black guy a single drop. Xia Sisi almost died of laughter. When Dahei's big head was about to come closer, Xia Sisi pushed it away with her hand. I'll open another pack for you when you're done. Who would have thought that Xiaoling had just finished eating and was unhappy when she heard this? I want to eat another bag too. Just like that, 1 cat and 1 dog. 2 packs of cat strips were bought for 1. Dahei narrowed his eyes slightly and looked very satisfied. Xia Sisi was puzzled. What was the secret behind cat strips? Why were both cats and dogs fond of them? It's hard to say what kind of high-tech tricks have been added. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi put the remaining cat strips back into the space, thinking, this thing must not be eaten too much. After feeding, Xia Sisi looked at Xiaoling sitting comfortably on the ground, licking his paws, with a look of satisfaction on his face. However, there are a bunch of pine needles on its back, and when it licks its fur, the pine needles shake, which is very funny. Xiaoling, come here. I'll take the pine needles off for you and see if you are hurt. Xia Sisi waved her hand. Who would have thought that after licking its fur, the little spirit turned around in the air and all the pine needles disappeared. Xia Sisi saw clearly that the pine needles were absorbed into Xiaoling's body, not dispersed. Suddenly Xia Sisi thought of something. Xiaoling was able to absorb the corpses of mutant animals before, so these things on the mutant plants, hey, it's delicious. Xiaoling stuck out her little pink tongue and licked her mouth. Xia Sisi understood instantly. The operation just now was just to deceive her own cat. Xiaoling, Xia Sisi roared angrily. Dahei also realized that something was wrong and rushed forward, ready to knock Xiaoling down, to avenge both old and new grudges. But Xiaoling was prepared and quickly climbed onto the roof. When they reached the roof, Xiaoling walked like a cat, looking at Xia Sisi slyly. Next time you throw mutant plants in, remember to plant them yourself. Otherwise, I will charge you interest. However, Xia Sisi also discovered that although there were various things in the space, Xiaoling had no way to use them at will. Things thrown into the space, if the space can absorb and utilize them, will be taken away by the space, and this part of the energy will have nothing to do with Xiaoling. Xiaoling could only get a little occasionally and secretly. Xiao Ling cannot touch the materials in the space without Xia Sisi's permission. It can only help Xia Sisi collect the byproducts produced in the space and help the normal use of the farms, livestock farms, and garbage disposal machines in the space. It's like the role of a housekeeper. It doesn't matter. I have cat strips anyway. Besides cat strips, I also have catnip, cat teasers, freeze-dried cat food, and cat food. As Xia Sisi spoke, she used her mind to control, taking these things out one by one, and then changing them back. Xia Sisi saw the little spirit on the roof stretched out its claws, then stopped in midair. Its head turned stiffly in the direction of Xia Sisi, and then a very flattering smile suddenly appeared on its face. Master. It looked like he was just about to rush down and rub Xia Sisi's legs. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. The little housekeeper of this space, even if he turned into a cat, is still a dog. Ignoring Xiao Ling, Xia Sisi went to see the welcoming pine tree. The welcoming pine has been planted well in the ground. Its branches and leaves are spread out, the whole body is green, and the trunk is strong, which looks very beautiful. Xia Sisi reached out and touched the pine needles of the welcoming pine. They were still hard like steel needles. It's just that due to the constraints of space, Xia Sisi can feel that the welcoming pine will not do anything weird. After the last space upgrade, Xia Sisi came over to take a good look at it, but because she came here earlier to collect supplies and Xiao Ling was managing the space, she didn't pay too much attention to the space. Now, she walked in front of the virtual screen and gently tapped the spiritual space 6 on it, feeling very excited. Chapter 120. The word pitting father is really appropriate. Mobile base. Level 1. The level of the villa has not been upgraded since it was first introduced, and it is still at level 1. However, Xia Sisi doesn't care about it. After all, she won't need it for the time being. Waste disposal machine. Level 2. The garbage disposal machine had not been upgraded and was still at level 2, but it was enough for Xia Sisi for now. She had just thrown the damaged 4-piece set she had used to catch the mutant welcoming pine into the garbage disposal machine, hoping to see what would appear tomorrow. In the past 2 days, Xia Sisi didn't pay attention to the status of the garbage disposal machine all the time. Xiao Ling took care of it for her. She probably threw in some unwanted express paper boxes, and the output was some common supplies which were directly collected into the space. And today, Xia Sisi opened the garbage disposal and saw 2 bags of cat food lying inside. Open the other side, and there's a small box of canned cat food. Xia Sisi suddenly thought that she had indeed thought about it just now. That is, she doesn't have many cat snacks stored in her space now. So if she wants to control Xiao Ling in the future, will she need more cat strips and cat cans? But she really just had this thought flash through her mind without giving it much thought. Xia Sisi would never believe that Xiao Ling did not add fuel to the fire at all. He angrily put away the cat strips and cat food cans, completely ignoring Xiao Ling, who was watching him eagerly. Xia Sisi thought to herself, from now on, she must not think too much about cat strips and canned cat food. Otherwise, this space would receive her brain waves and think she was praying, plus Xiao Ling's assistance. She doesn't want farm number 1 and the garbage disposal machine to become cat food processing factories in the future. Master, please have mercy on my little spirit. At the side, Xiao Ling was about to cry as she watched the cat food she had just gotten fly away. Xia Sisi tapped Xiao Ling's forehead gently and said, "Little kitty, be good. Only if you behave, you will get cat strips and canned cat food. If you continue to take advantage of the space to run around." Xia Sisi didn't say anything else, but her eyes were full of threats when she looked at Xiao Ling. Happy Farm. Level 3. The level of the farm has not changed. Xia Sisi went to see the next farm today and saw that the batch of screws planted before had not grown anything. In fact, she hoped that a batch of bullets would grow. She even prayed for a long time in front of the first farm. I wonder if the space can hear her prayers. Thinking that the space has just been upgraded and a mutant tree has been added, the energy is sufficient, so there should be no problem, right? Just as she finished checking farm number 1 and was about to leave, she suddenly heard a puff sound. It was as if someone was holding a mouthful of water, but couldn't hold it in and suddenly spit it out. I was so scared that I looked over and saw that farm number 1 had actually produced something just a second ago. It feels so amazing. Xia Sisi has entered the space so many times, but this is the first time she has seen what the space produces in person. However, when Xia Sisi saw the densely packed, round things on farm number 1, she was stunned. What is this? It turned out to be a large number of grenades. Xia Sisi thought to herself, "Oh my god, I asked for bullets and got a grenade. Did I win or lose?" It must be that the space has had sufficient energy recently, so it directly gave Xia Sisi such a big gift. Xia Sisi was very happy. She excitedly harvested all the grenades and planted another wave of seeds on farm number 1. But this wave of seeds is not ordinary. They're all mutated seeds obtained from the official. Xia Sisi wanted to see what could grow from the mutant seeds. The peppers produced by farm number 2 are very good. Each one is as long as your forearm. There are red and green ones, pointed peppers and fat peppers. As Xia Sisi looked at these peppers that were growing well, Lin Yuan's face suddenly appeared in her mind. She wondered if Lin Yuan would drool when he saw these peppers. Love Farm. Level 3. Function. In the Love Farm, all animals can live in peace and will be automatically fed with space energy, with fully automated management. Of course, the space owner can also actively feed them. Each animal can now produce 2 byproducts. Limitation. When the space energy is insufficient, it will absorb the energy of the spiritual spring. So remember to feed it. Note, after all, they're all lives, so be careful. This upgrade adds a new function. Every week, a random animal will appear in the farm, producing random byproducts that are either precious or deceptive. Please cherish them. Xia Sisi looked at the last item, added features in this upgrade, and read it 3 times to confirm that the word Pit Dad was written in it. She took a deep breath and called Xiao Ling directly. Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling was still a little unhappy. She sat beside him, taking cat-like steps and holding her head high, like a big cat. Xia Sisi pointed at the words on the screen and said, I've always wanted to ask you, are you the one who compiled the function descriptions above? Can you modify the text above? Xiao Ling didn't say anything, but tilted her head and blinked twice in her big almond-shaped eyes, with 2 rays of light of wisdom shining from them. Xia Sisi seemed to see a hint of cunning in the bright cat's eyes. Then Xiao Ling stretched out his cat paw and slid it in front. Then Xia Sisi saw that the words on the screen in front of her changed. A smelly gathering place for animals. Level 3. Function. In a place where stinky animals gather, all animals do nothing but eat and poop and give birth to babies. They are all brainless idiots. You can feed them automatically, or you can scoop their poop manually. The only use of each stinky animal is that it can produce 2 byproducts. It would be even better if there were cats that could eat them. Unfortunately, there are none. Limitations. If you eat too much, you will poop too much, and the space will have to process it, which consumes energy. It's so annoying. If you raise too much and don't have enough energy, you will suck the blood of the space. That is the spiritual spring water. Note, they're all stinky and stupid things. If I were you, I wouldn't want them to enter the space. This upgrade adds a new feature. Every week, a different animal will appear in the stinky animal gathering place depending on your mood, and it can produce some strange byproducts. If it is a dinosaur, remember to call me over to take a look. Xia Sisi was stunned for a moment. The little spirit next to him yawned and said, You asked me. I don't have the authority to change it at will. But since you asked, I will do as you wish, master. Xia Sisi's mouth twitched. Change it back. Xiao Ling looked at Xia Sisi aggrievedly. Master, it takes a lot of energy to modify this. I'm afraid it won't be possible to modify it before the next space upgrade. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and decided to ignore Xiao Ling. Cats are 2 unreasonable creatures. At this time, Dahei seemed to sense Xia Sisi's mood and came over wagging his tail. Xia Sisi felt better instantly when she touched the big dog's head. Our Dahei is still so considerate. Xiao Ling looked at Dahei with his tail standing up. Stupid big dog. Then, Xiao Ling was slapped to the ground by Dahei. Xia Sisi felt a lot more relieved instantly. Xia Sisi saw from this space upgrade that future space upgrades would become more difficult, and only one attribute could be upgraded each time. Just like this time, the livestock farm was upgraded. Ignoring the cat and dog fighting over there, Xia Sisi turned around and went to the livestock farm next door, wanting to see what random animals had appeared after the space was upgraded. Then she heard a loud, deep cry. Xia Sisi always felt that she had heard this voice somewhere before. When Xia Sisi walked in and saw the huge figure, she remembered, wasn't this what she had heard at the zoo? What was in front of Xia Sisi was actually an elephant. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and clicked on the byproducts in the elephant column. After seeing it, the corners of Xia Sisi's mouth began to twitch again. This is what it means to be a ripoff. These 2 words are really appropriate. Chapter 121, the highlight is coming. In the column for byproducts, what was written was Elephant Brand Scratcher. In the introduction, it is written even more exaggeratedly. saying that this tickler has special effects. No matter where the itch is or how itchy it is, just scratching it twice can stop the itch immediately. The corners of Xia Sisi's mouth twitched, but she still chose to produce the product. After all, it would be a waste if she didn't waste it. Although it seems useless now, what if it can be useful in the future? One can be produced every day. Xia Sisi asked Xiao Ling to watch it and collect the scratcher every day. After 7 days, she will come back to see what new animals have been refreshed in the livestock farm in the space. After finishing the work on the space, Xia Sisi looked at the time and found that more than half an hour had passed. Not daring to delay any longer and having rested enough, he took Dahei out of the space and prepared to continue sweeping the building. Having just finished sweeping the 16th floor, Xia Sisi took Dahei and went straight to the 17th floor. The 17th and 18th floors seemed to be owned by the same company, and the things inside were very similar, mainly some paper, some rice paper, and some colored paper. Xia Sisi put these things directly into the space. After the disaster, the number of trees in the entire world will decrease sharply, and paper will become a scarce commodity, which will be of great use in the future. On the upward path, Xia Sisi basically just kept moving forward, collecting whatever she saw. As a major exporting country, China exports a wide range of commodities, including agricultural products, communications products, steel, ceramics, clothing, metallurgical materials, building materials, etc. Xia Sisi was on the rise, basically collecting whatever she saw, except for some that were really useless. Xia Sisi even collected all the coffins of various sizes placed on a certain floor. After all, they were all made of wood and might be used as firewood. Speaking of which, there is a county in China that is particularly impressive. The coffins produced every year alone support the entire county. Most of these coffins are exported to several neighboring countries, and some are shipped across the ocean to more distant countries, even occupying more than 90% of the coffin market in a certain country. Xia Sisi took a look at the coffins she had collected and found that they were all produced in this county. We went all the way up and received the 25th floor. When Xia Sisi was on the 26th floor, she smelled a strong scent of Chinese medicine as soon as she entered. This floor is actually filled with medicinal herbs. Because it was going to be shipped abroad by sea, it was packed in advance. The packing was very tight and did not get damp due to the continuous rain. When Xia Sisi was a child, she learned some knowledge of Chinese medicine from her grandmother. She took a general look and found that most of these medicinal materials were very common medicines, including those for treating colds and fevers, as well as some medicines for external injuries. However, there were also many precious medicinal materials, such as deer antlers, deer penises that can replenish qi and strengthen yang, as well as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum. Xia Sisi received them all into the space. And on a table in a room over here, Xia Sisi saw a small iron box placed upright on it. The box seemed to have been specially designed, with a combination lock on it. Without saying a word, Xia Sisi took out an axe and chopped the combination lock open. After opening it, Xia Sisi discovered that it was made of red velvet and contained several irregular objects the size of bowls. Xia Sisi didn't recognize these things. The one on the left looks golden and has a strange smell. When Xia Sisi picked it up, she found 2 words Niu Bao written underneath. Xia Sisi's eyes lit up. Niu Bao, generally speaking, refers to the testicles of a cow, which can be used as medicine. The ones you can usually see on the market are black and the size of a fist. But there is another kind of cow treasure, which grows in the cow's stomach and can only be formed under some special circumstances. Before the end of the world, the general market price was tens of thousands of yuan per gram. This thing is extremely difficult to form and cannot be produced artificially. In addition, it is a precious medicinal material and can be used to treat many difficult and complicated diseases, so the price is driven up very high. Moreover, only very old cows can give birth to ox babies. The one in the middle is about the size of a fist, light brown, and roughly oval in shape. It says dog treasure below. Then the last one was round, gray, 20 centimeters in diameter, with some swirls on it, and looked like a strange stone. There was a piece of paper underneath with Ma Bao written on it. These 3 things are all rare and precious Chinese medicinal materials that are hard to come by, and they're all extremely large among these treasures. Before the end of the world, selling any of these things would drive some traditional Chinese medicine families crazy. Xia Sisi put the entire box into her space, thinking that she might need it in the future. Starting from the 27th floor, the layout of the rooms changed. There are 2 elevators and 5 households here. The rooms are smaller, so the things inside are also packed in small boxes. The 27th and 28th floors were mostly filled with firewood, tea leaves, and sugars, which Xia Sisi put into the space without saying a word. The 29th floor is for some medical equipment, and the 30th floor is for some medicines, especially those medicines, which contain a lot of anti-inflammatory and antipyretic drugs, as well as large quantities of masks. The floors above the 30th floor are all booked by a company and contain some camping supplies, such as camping lights, camping stoves, tents, outdoor clothing, outdoor mattresses, outdoor stools and tables, etc. Xia Si thought that just before the end of the world, there seemed to be a camping craze. Many people bought camping supplies and went outdoors to feel the fresh air. Xia Sisi took a general look and found that these were all manufactured by domestic factories, labeled abroad, and then shipped back to China for sale. The quality was good. They were also put into the space. When she reached the last floor, Xia Sisi thought it was still camping equipment. Unexpectedly, as soon as I walked up the stairs, I saw a big lock that tightly locked the way up. Moreover, there is a yellow warning sign next to the door, no trespassing without permission. Xia Sisi looked at the warning sign and the locked door and became interested. There must be some good stuff upstairs. You know, the highlight is usually on the rooftop. She took out the master key produced by the space, unlocked the door without saying a word, and stepped in. What she didn't expect was that the entire top floor was a large platform with no rooms divided at all. And the ceiling here is higher than the floors below. It looks like the attic and the top floor are connected together to form a super high-ceilinged room. And in front of her, in this huge space, countless shelves were placed side by side. The shelves are filled with all kinds of goods. Those are all illegal goods that are not allowed to be exported and can only be traded underground. Chapter 1:22 Mutated Bugs. First, there are two shelves in front of you. These two shelves are not very high, and the things are sealed in wooden boxes. Xia Sisi walked over and shone the light inside, and found that there were vases, incense burners, scrolls, and other things inside. The word antique appeared in Xia Sisi's mind. Xia Sisi even saw a huge rosewood table that was sealed intact, as if it was about to be shipped to another place. Don't think too much, just put it all into space. Like jade, these things have a certain spirituality, and they may be useful in the future. Even if not, when human civilization is re-established, the government will pay attention to them again, and they will be useful at that time. After clearing these two shelves, we went further forward and found some animal carcasses. Xia Sisi took a general look and found that there were many precious animals, such as Tibetan antelopes, pythons, monkeys, and minks. These animals were placed in cages, and now they were all starved to death. Their bodies were shriveled, with only a layer of fur left, and the meat inside seemed to have rotted away. Xia Sisi felt very nauseous and walked very quickly through the area. But when she walked over, she thought of a question. Why didn't these dead animals have a rotten smell? Why were the meat on these animals gone, leaving only a layer of skin and bones? Were they eaten by something? Suddenly, she became cautious. Dahei next to him was also very alert. He kept sniffing around, but found nothing unusual. Xia Sisi didn't care about so much anymore. She wanted to collect all the supplies here quickly and leave. She had walked to the area ahead and saw an area covered by a thick tarpaulin. Her intuition told her that there was something good underneath. Lifting the tarpaulin, she saw 3 or 4 boxes. There was a box of shotguns, a box of bullets, and a box of gun parts. Shotguns are actually difficult to operate, and their firing speed is too slow, but their power is greater than that of ordinary pistols. The bullets all look like shotgun bullets. Xia Sisi couldn't tell what model of pistol the last box of gun parts was, so she could only put it away. Walking past these boxes, I slowly saw 4 shelves filled with videotapes, audio tapes, pictures, and books. Xia Sisi flipped through the pages roughly and found that the pictures on it were all indescribable. The corner of her mouth twitched, and she left with some disgust. But after taking 2 steps, he sighed and put some of the things into the space. What if, by chance, he could meet someone who wanted these things? Who knows, he could even sell them for a high price. At this moment, Xia Sisi was a little amused and helpless at herself. What's wrong? How could she be so greedy? However, it would be a waste to leave it there since there is so much space anyway. It can be seen that these indescribable things are the main things smuggled by that brother, and they account for the vast majority of them here. Xia Sisi felt very disgusted. But even here, she still had a lot of gains, especially the boxes of hot weapons she just got. Just as she looked ahead and was about to walk past those indescribable objects, she could already see a table at the back and some quaint and beautiful mahogany shelves, and she wanted to speed up her pace. Then I heard an extremely light friction sound behind my ear. and Dahei has already rushed out. It was just that one voice, and Xia Sisi didn't even notice where it came from. Big Black! Xia Sisi could only follow Dahei's footsteps and run forward. After running for more than 10 meters, she stopped, because she saw those two things in front of her. Wriggling white forearm-sized maggots. In Xia Sisi's direction, one could even see the sharp teeth on the thing's mouthparts. They are mutated maggots. Xia Sisi finally understood why there was no meat on the dead animals. It turned out that they were all eaten by these two creatures. Perhaps it was because they felt the fresh flesh and blood on Xia Sisi and Dahei that these two creatures became a little restless and actually wanted to come closer. But they crawled very slowly, and it was basically impossible for them to catch up with Xia Sisi and Dahei. After running for a while, Xia Sisi found that these two things, apart from being disgusting, really had no lethality, so she felt relieved. However, she didn't know if there would be other things in this place, so Xia Sisi thought it was not advisable to stay there for long. She ran to the back corner and put the things inside the table into her space without even looking at what was inside. He also put away the several mahogany shelves next to it. There were brocade boxes placed on each of these shelves. Xia Sisi didn't have time to look at them carefully and thought of putting them away first. She also put away a few tall shelves. Putting these shelves into the space can make the items in the space more orderly. Just when she was collecting the last mahogany shelf, Xia Sisi felt her hand was pricked. When I looked down, I saw that I was bleeding. She looked up in surprise and found a palm-sized cactus on the mahogany shelf. But this cactus now appears a strange red color. The thorns on it are moving slightly, as if they are determining the direction and clearing away threats. It was a mutated cactus. However, the degree of mutation was so low that it posed no threat to Xia Sisi. Without saying a word, Xia Sisi put the cactus into the space. But she didn't expect that suddenly, the whole floor began to shake. It's like there's a lot of stuff moving. Dahei retreated to Xia Sisi's side, blocking Xia Sisi behind him in a protective gesture. Xia Sisi looked around nervously, but couldn't find what was vibrating. She looked around quickly, until she shone her headlamp upwards and saw densely packed, white, wriggling bugs. For a moment, her scalp felt numb. Unexpectedly, the roof of this house was not originally white. It was those mutated maggots connected together that formed a piece of snow white. No wonder when Dahei came in just now, he looked around, as if he could feel the presence of something but couldn't find the direction. Because these things are dormant, and just now her hand was pierced and bleeding. The smell of blood awakened these things. Go, Dahei, go quickly, Xia Sisi said in shock. This is really disgusting. Xia Sisi felt uncomfortable all over just standing here. However, now she had already run to the end of the room, and it would take her several dozen meters to run back. However, there are already some mutated maggots that are falling directly from the ceiling without any moral principles. With a puff sound, Xia Sisi heard a sudden noise next to her. The thing rolled twice. Then it figured out the direction and crawled towards Xia Sisi. The abundant fat in their bodies makes them not afraid of falling from high altitudes. Puff, puff, puff. One after another, more insects fell from the ceiling, and one almost landed on Xia Sisi's head. But now, there are still hundreds and thousands of mutated maggots on Xia Sisi's head. Chapter 123: Unlocking the Big Black Mount Skills. The door was only a few dozen meters away, but it seemed so far away to Xia Sisi. She had seen mountains of corpses and seas of blood in her previous life, but she had never felt so disgusted. These things can even wriggle, and there were lumps of them under her feet, and Xia Sisi almost stepped on them several times. Suddenly, she had an idea. Big Black! Dahei looked at her. Xia Sisi grabbed a tuft of hair on Daheibo's neck and rode on him directly. Take me out. Dahei immediately understood and enlarged his body until it was big enough to carry Xia Sisi. Dahei is much more agile than Xia Sisi. Even though it has 4 legs, it is impossible for it to be caught by any maggots. In just a few jumps, he jumped to the gate. But just as she was about to go out, Xia Sisi caught a glimpse of a glowing object out of the corner of her eye. It was in the corner of the room, and it seemed to be covered with a cloth, so Xia Sisi didn't notice it. But now, because of the wriggling of the maggots, the cloth was lifted up. Xia Sisi immediately pointed in that direction. Dahei, run over there, I'm going to get something and we'll be back soon. Maggots are disgusting, but they are not fatal. Supplies are more important. But after these things fell from the ceiling and crawled on the ground, the whole house was filled with a disgusting stench. Xia Sisi hurriedly took out a mask from the space and put it on. In 3 or 2 steps, Dahei ran to the corner, and Xia Sisi also saw the glowing object. That turned out to be a dinosaur egg? This thing is considered a fossil and is also one of the illegally smuggled items. On the black market, a dinosaur egg can even be sold for anywhere from $500,000 to several million. But why does this dragon egg glow? Without thinking too much, Xia Sisi put the dinosaur egg into the space. Dahei did not stay either. He took advantage of a gap among the wriggling maggots and ran out of the house on this floor. After going out, Xia Sisi hurried to close the door. But a maggot was about to crawl out, so Xia Sisi kicked it back in. Disgusting thing. Close the door and lock it. Those things inside don't have much strength, nor do they have much intelligence. Xia Sisi listened to the rustling sound and was confused for a while, and then there was no sound. It should be that the last bit of blood smell on Xia Sisi's hand dissipated, and these things lost their direction and finally lost the ability to move. Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief, looked at the time, and found that she had spent more than an hour in there. By now, it was already past 3 in the morning. She is faster. He patted Dahei's head and said, Dahei is awesome. I somehow unlocked Dahei's mount function. I thought that Dahei wouldn't have to pull the cart anymore, so it would be nice to ride him as a horse. However, after being praised, Dahei did not show any happiness. Instead, he stared at Xia Sisi with his big eyes. Both eyes were filled with desire. Xia Sisi burst out laughing, took out a bag of dog snacks from the space, and stuffed it directly into Dahei's mouth. Well, Dahei is so great, he must be rewarded. After the false alarm, Xia Sisi felt a little hungry, but when she thought about what she had just experienced, she had no appetite. Look at Dahei again. He has such a big heart that he can eat all this. Now that all the supplies from the 15th floor to the top floor have been collected, Xia Sisi took Dahei and went downstairs quickly. Soon we reached the 14th floor. Speaking of which, this place has been covered in snow. After the blizzard came, in just a few dozen days, the 10-story building was covered under snow. Starting from the 14th floor, it became even darker, and there seemed to be no light at all. In addition to the headlamp on her head, Xia Sisi also found a flashlight. Dahei followed Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi observed Dahei's expression at all times. After following Dahei out so many times, she can basically understand the changes in Dahei's expression. He sniffed around, even pricked up his ears, because he felt there was danger nearby, but he couldn't find the source. He stood in front of Xia Sisi vigilantly, baring his teeth and roaring. Generally, the danger is relatively high, so you need to take a protective stance. He rushed out roaring, thinking that the thing was no big deal and could be bitten to death with just 2 bites. At this moment, Dahei looked relatively relaxed, which meant there should be no danger nearby. What surprised Xia Sisi was that she found that below the 14th floor, there were no longer any products to be exported from China to foreign countries. Instead, there were all kinds of products imported from abroad, including her favorite chocolate, blue jar cookies, purple candy, and fish intestines. There were also some foreign candies that she had searched for a long time and ordered online before the end of the world. But because the end of the world came early, she didn't get them. On the spot, Xia Sisi opened a package directly. She grabbed 2 soft and sweet candies and threw them in her mouth, instantly feeling overwhelmed with happiness. Including the 10 years in the last life at the end of the world, she hasn't eaten this thing for more than 10 years. Then there are some cookies, honey-flavored potato chips, freeze-dried strawberries, butter-flavored cookies, etc. Xia Sisi collected and ate at the same time. Of course, before eating, Xia Sisi had washed her hands with the water in the space. Thinking of what just happened on the top floor, Xia Sisi felt numb all over. Fortunately, there are these lovely, fragrant, and sweet snacks to heal her wounded heart. The 14th floor was filled with these imported snacks. After collecting them all, Xia Sisi was full. Even Dahei, who was standing next to them, got a few biscuits and packets of dried meat. Dahei wagged his tail and wanted to eat more, but Xia Sisi pointed her finger at his nose and said, "If a dog eats too much human food, his hair will fall out. Then you will become a black bald man, and even Xiaoling and Huiji will laugh at you." Dahei hung his face, looking dissatisfied, but he stopped wagging his tail and no longer came forward to ask for food. Xia Sisi was very satisfied. The threat was effective. After finishing this floor, Xia Sisi went down another floor with great anticipation. This time, the room was still dark, without any light. Xia Sisi walked down and soon arrived at the first house here. The things in the room were very simple, just a whole room full of cotton. Although China produces a lot of cotton, there's still a lot of demand, so some cotton is imported. Xia Sisi put all the cotton into the space, went to the second house. But just as she was about to push open the door, Xia Sisi suddenly felt the space inside her body vibrate several times. Especially urgent. This is different from the vibration that occurs when a space encounters good things and needs to be upgraded. It's like Ling is jumping and shouting in the space. Master, come here quickly. Xia Sisi was shocked. What happened? Chapter 124. This dog is fat. I like it. Xia Sisi brought Dahei into the space. As soon as she entered, she saw a spherical object flying towards her. Xia Sisi subconsciously reached out and slapped it. Owner! Xia Sisi heard the spherical thing wailing. Xia Sisi looked back and saw Ling huddled beside her in a wronged manner, and the whole cat looked very listless. The hair all over the body is not smooth anymore. It is particularly messy. Xia Sisi asked curiously, what's wrong? That dinosaur egg is not obedient. Xia Sisi thought, why is the dinosaur egg so disobedient? But then, Ling continued. The cactus is fighting with the welcoming pine tree. Xia Sisi. The welcoming pine has a higher mutation level than the cactus and is also larger in size, but it is buried and its movement is restricted by space, so it does not have an advantage. Ling wanted to bury the cactus as well, but she didn't expect the cactus to start fighting when it saw the welcoming pine. Before we finish the work here, the dinosaur egg was jumping around in the space and almost made a hole in the house inside the space. First help Ling bury the cactus. Xia Sisi then goes to chase the dinosaur eggs. Unexpectedly, Dahei grew bigger and took the struggling dinosaur egg in his mouth. Just when the dinosaur egg was about to be delivered to Xia Sisi, it struggled and ran away again. Without saying anything, Dahei started chasing after it again, and he was having a lot of fun. After a while, Dahei came back with the dinosaur egg in his mouth with excitement. He looked at Xia Sisi and wagged his tail vigorously, as if saying, shit shoveler, let's play ball. This thing has mutated and can be put into the livestock farm. Ling was standing nearby and was obviously irritated by the dinosaur egg. She stared at the egg with her almond-shaped eyes, as if she wanted to peel the shell of the egg with her eyes. Isn't this a fossil? Can it mutate? Xia Sisi couldn't believe it. Master, don't you think that space and mutation are incredible in themselves? Xia Sisi thought it made sense, so without further ado, she let Dahei take the dinosaur egg and put it into the farm. But even Ling couldn't tell what would be produced by the dinosaur eggs in the farm. Xia Sisi ran to the livestock farm to see what byproducts would appear on the display screen. What she didn't expect was that the column for dinosaur egg byproducts was actually calculating. Please wait. Xia Sisi went to ask Ling, and Ling said angrily, I have never seen this thing or this space before. I need a few days to observe it. With this, the farce in the space was settled. Xia Sisi gave Ling some instructions and rewarded it for calling her in time, preventing the dinosaur eggs and the mutant cactus from destroying the space. She fed it a cat strip and then took Dahei out. This whole ordeal lasted more than half an hour. Xia Sisi could only speed up. Xia Sisi basically collected the remaining floors with her eyes closed. No matter what it is, put it into the space first. There was a layer of imported beef, but because it had been there for too long, it had already rotted before the extreme cold came. Xia Sisi smelled the smell on the floor, walked in again, and then saw the rolling maggots again. However, these maggots were all dormant, and the wound on Xia Sisi's hand had been healed with the spiritual spring water, so they were not awakened. Xia Sisi and Dahei retreated from this floor. Going further down, Xia Sisi found a room full of imported soybeans, and one of the soybeans actually sprouted a faint orchid-colored bud, appearing to have mutated. Xia Sisi happily put all the soybeans, weighing about several thousand kilograms, into the space. Xia Sisi gave the mutated soybean directly to Ling and asked Ling to plant it. There were also some precision parts, such as computer parts, display panels, and some incomprehensible instrument panels, which Xia Sisi also put into the space. When Xia Sisi reached the 8th floor, she found that the ground was covered with ice. She knew that further down, it would be acid rain. No matter how good the things were, they would be frozen underneath, and she would not be able to get them for the time being. Just as Xia Sisi was about to continue looking around to confirm whether everything below was frozen, she felt Dahei pulling at her sleeve. She turned around and saw Dahei with his eyes wide open nervously. At this time, Xia Sisi heard the sound of splashing water coming from below. It seems like there is some animal under the ice. Xia Sisi hurriedly retreated up the stairs. When she disappeared around the corner, Xia Sisi saw that there was a huge creature swimming towards her from under the ice. I couldn't see what it was. I could only see a huge fishtail, gray-blue with a hint of silver. Then, Xia Sisi felt the vibration of space. I felt the fluctuation of delicious food. Xia Sisi could imagine Xiao Ling jumping up and down inside. Eat, eat, eat it. Xia Sisi remained calm and moved a little further away from Dahei. Then she patted her chest twice and said, Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. You still want to eat something that even Dahei is afraid of? I'll eat you to death. That should be a mutant fish. Under the thick ice layer, the acid rain has not completely frozen into ice. Just like under the Antarctic glaciers, there is still a lot of running water. Xia Sisi knew that the degree of evolution of animals was related to the frequency of exposure to acid rain. Of course, there are some factors that Xia Sisi has not yet figured out. So if there is a fish that stays in acid rain for 24 hours, Xia Sisi can't imagine how advanced the evolution of this fish is. All the supplies here have been collected, and Xia Sisi will not stay any longer. Who knows if the mutant fish boss below will jump out of the water and evolve the ability to walk on land. Xia Sisi brought Dahei back to the 15th floor and returned to the ground outside through the window. After thinking about it, Xia Sisi turned back into a big bag from the space. Inside the bag were some collected supplies. This is for the soldiers and Lin Yuan to see when they get back. It would seem a bit strange if I go back empty-handed. After all, I have been out all night. Now, the morning star has risen, but the sun has not yet risen. Xia Sisi put on her skates and prepared to take Dahei back to the apartment. When I passed the place where Lu Wei stopped me again, it was already a mess. Corpses and broken human remains were scattered all over the ground, making it almost impossible to tell who belonged to whom. But Xia Sisi still searched carefully among this group of people. When she just left, she counted the group of people, and there were 6 in total, including Lu Wei. She searched through the bodies and found that the arms belonged to 5.5 people, but there were only 5 complete bodies. In other words, someone had his arm torn off by the general, but he escaped? Thinking of this, Xia Sisi carefully identified the heads of these dead people and found that the head of the man who did business with Lu Wei was missing. In other words, Jiang Cheng ran away? When Xia Sisi was frowning and thinking, she felt Dahei approaching her, and an imminent sound came from his mouth. And there were messy footsteps coming from all directions. Boss Wang, I told you she would come back. Her dog is very powerful. You have to be careful. Xia Sisi turned around and saw a fat and big-eared man looking at her. And in his hand, he was holding a big dog covered in blood. Upon closer inspection, it was the general's. The general looked like he was dying. His head tilted to the side, his eyes could hardly open, and his body was shaking weakly. In the man's mouth, he was chewing a bloody piece of meat. He is eating raw meat. Moreover, he cut open a piece of the general's skin and took the living flesh directly from it. There was a knife stuck in the general's hind leg. Hey, I like eating dog meat the most. Girl, leave that big black dog to me, and I can spare your life. Oh, this dog we just caught is too skinny, not enough to eat. The fat man was a little disgusted, but still took a big bite of the dog meat in his hand. But his eyes were fixed on Dahei. The dog next to you is fat, I like it. Chapter 125. This woman actually has a gun. Xia Sisi took a look and saw that the man was wearing mink fur, and it was top-grade mink fur that wrapped his entire body. It looked like 2 mink coats were stitched together to make this one. Moreover, even though it is the end of the world, he is so fat and he can still deal with the general. It can be seen that he is a powerful character. Jiang Cheng was beside him, smiling all the time. He had lost one arm, which was simply bandaged, and he was wearing a thick down jacket. It was obvious that he had done a lot of good deeds. This achievement is probably due to the contribution of the general. Xia Sisi looked at the person in front of her, reached for the backpack on her back, but actually took out the pistol from the space. As soon as the pistol was taken out, the men around him became confused. This woman actually has a gun. The fat man kicked Jiang Cheng unhappily, as if to say that the information he provided was unclear. Boss Wang, I really don't understand. She didn't even take out the gun just now. Jiang Cheng rolled on the ground after being beaten, but he only dared to defend himself in a low voice. This Boss Wang is not from their area. He is a leader who is entrenched near a school about 5 kilometers away from here. Boss Wang and Jiang Cheng knew each other before the apocalypse. After the apocalypse, when he was following Lu Wei, he almost had a conflict with Boss Wang. However, There are quite a few people on both sides, with Boss Wong having more people on his side, but Lu Wei has a mutant dog. So, in the end, both sides agreed to keep out of each other's way. But Boss Wong has a hobby. He loves to eat dog meat, and he loves it very much. A few days ago, Boss Wong sent someone to find Jiang Cheng and said that he wanted to eat Lu Wei's dog and would of course give him some benefits. Jiang Cheng naturally did not agree at that time. With the general around, they all had a great time. Although Lu Wei was a bit sinister, he would share some of the food and benefits that the dogs had found. But who could have thought that this would happen within a few days? Jiang Cheng was nearly bitten to death by the general at that time. He pretended to be dead and was pinned down by the body of another man, so he managed to escape. After the general left, he was still in shock and wanted to escape, fearing that the general would come back to kill him. Who would have thought that after running just a few hundred meters, I would run into Boss Wong's men? It turned out that Boss Wong was craving for dog meat so much that he wanted to kill the general's dog. Jiang Cheng gave directions to Boss Wong and his men, asking them to ambush and capture the general. Boss Wong is an extremely cruel person who likes to eat raw meat. When he saw the general, he felt that the general was too thin, so he decided to fatten him up and eat him slowly. That's why we have the scene where the general is beaten half to death, his head is grabbed tightly, and his skin is cut open and his meat is eaten. He also brought Boss Wong and a few others to the place where Lu Wei hid the supplies and handed all the supplies hidden by Lu Wei to Boss Wong with both hands. Boss Wong was very happy and specially gave Lu Wei the position of the second in command in their organization. He also told Jiang Cheng that he would definitely be given the best food and drink in the future. At the same time, he asked Jiang Cheng why the general went crazy. Then, Jiang Cheng told him about Xia Sisi. Who would have thought that when Boss Wong heard that Xia Sisi had a big, fat black dog, his eyes suddenly lit up. He ate the general's hind leg meat, drooling from the corners of his mouth. You said, it's a fat and lean dog with a lot of fat, shiny fur, and a tall black dog? Jiang Cheng immediately understood what Boss Wong meant and nodded. He also described Dahei as a very fat, big dog that was basically never seen in the end times. Damn it, I never thought that I, Wong Hongi, would have such a good fortune. Boss Wong bit a mouthful of dog meat fiercely, his eyes shining. After we leave Jiangcheng, if you help me catch that dog this time, we two brothers will be equals in the future. Jiangcheng didn't believe in the idea of being on equal terms, but he could see that Boss Wong was really craving for dog meat, so he was tempted. Then when the time comes, can you give that girl to me? Jiangcheng asked Boss Wong with a smile. Boss Wong is a greedy man, but he doesn't like women. So I agreed immediately. Jiangcheng knew that Xia Sisi lived in the apartment over there, and he also knew that this was the only way for her to get back and forth. So he asked Boss Wong's men to wait nearby. Who would have thought that when it was almost dawn, Xia Sisi would actually come back? Boss Wong was also very satisfied with the big black dog next to Xia Sisi. But he really didn't expect that Xia Sisi had a gun. Boss Wong kicked Jiang Cheng and looked at Xia Sisi coldly. Hey little girl, are you going to fight us? It's just for a dog, isn't it? Is it that serious? Xia Sisi said nothing with a cold face and fired a shot. With a bang, the gunshot rang out and hit Boss Wong directly. However, the distance was quite far and Xia Sisi didn't shoot accurately, so it seemed like she hit the shoulder instead of the heart. Ouch! Boss Wong yelled and fell to the ground. Something happened that Xia Sisi didn't expect. Several people around Boss Wong actually pulled out 3 guns. All of them were aimed at Xia Sisi. This Boss Wong actually has a gun. Yes, the reason why Boss Wong dared to come to Lu Wei tonight was because Boss Wong got the guns. And the reason why Boss Wong was able to capture the general was because they had guns. Boss Wong was helped to stand up by Jiang Cheng. He covered his shoulders with his hands, gritted his teeth, took out a pistol from his pocket, and pointed it at Xia Sisi tremblingly. Fuck her! Kill that dog too! Boss Wong shouted loudly. Those people immediately started fiddling with their guns. It was their first time touching a gun, and they were not very familiar with it. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and without caring about anything else, she pretended to reach into her pockets. But in fact, she took out 2 grenades from the space. Without saying a word, he quickly pulled the fuse of the grenade and threw it out. There were 2 loud booms. Most of the people fell down. Then 2 men fired their guns in panic. However, they all missed the target. I don't know where they went. The grenade blew 2 holes in the ground, killing 3 people instantly. 2 others had their legs blown off and were crawling to move forward. Xia Sisi rolled on the ground, getting closer to these bastards, and walked directly to a higher place next to Boss Wong. Boss Wong is still holding the piece of dog meat in his hand. Seeing Xia Sisi coming over, he shouted loudly, "No, don't kill me. I have a lot of supplies. I can give them to you." Xia Sisi smiled and asked, "Where did you put it?" Boss Wong rolled his eyes and said, "If you let me go, I will take you there. Of course, you have to swear to heaven that you will not kill me." Xia Sisi took out a pistol and pointed it at Boss Wong's forehead. "Tell me, or I'll kill you." Boss Wong was so frightened that his whole body was shaking. This guy can still be so fat in the apocalypse. It can be seen that the food is really good. Seeing Boss Wong hesitate, Xia Sisi kicked him hard again. "Are you going to tell me or not?" Tell me. I'll tell you right away. But please don't kill me. Just leave me some breath." Xia Sisi looked at the fat man whose face was shaking with fear and smiled softly. "Okay, I won't kill you. I'll leave you a breath." Boss Wong's eyes lit up instantly, and then he told Xia Sisi where he had hidden the supplies. Xia Sisi nodded slightly, and then pretended to take out her bag, but in fact she went into the space and took out the very painful lollipop. "Just hit Boss Wong on the head." "Ah!" Boss Wong yelled loudly, twisting his body hard on the ground, his whole body convulsing. Xia Sisi had a cold face and hit Boss Wong on the back again. Boss Wong screamed even more miserably than before. He kept shaking on the ground, and his whole body felt like it was electrocuted. "I thought that this lollipop has a limited number of uses and can't be used anymore." Otherwise, Xia Sisi really wanted to hit Boss Wong a few more times. "Scum!" Xia Sisi kicked Boss Wong hard, glanced at the dying general next to her, and sighed. She originally thought that after the general left, she might be able to live a free life. But who could have imagined that she would be caught and tortured by being dissected alive and eaten? At this moment, Dahei from the side came over. He hummed twice in a low voice to Xia Sisi, his eyes fixed on the general. The general also looked at Dahei and made a very low and weak response. After a moment, Dahei looked at Xia Sisi without blinking, with a pleading look in his eyes. Xia Sisi understood that Dahei wanted to save the general. She gently touched the general's neck, as if to comfort him. She thought that the general was a good dog who still obeyed Lu Wei's orders, even in such difficult circumstances. Later, it met Dahei and obeyed Dahei's command, turned back to the right path, and avenged itself. Originally, it could finally live freely and according to its own will, but it didn't expect to meet Boss Wong at this critical moment and was once again plotted against by humans. "I hope you can be a free and happy puppy in the future," Xia Sisi recited softly, and at the same time, a stream of spiritual spring water appeared in her hand and was poured into the general's mouth. The general's eyes, which had been about to dim, gradually regained their spirits, and the wounds on his body were slowly healing. The general suddenly opened his eyes wide and looked at Xia Sisi beside him. Dahei on the side whined softly a few times, as if communicating with the general. After a while, Xia Sisi saw that the general should be almost fine, so she stopped. She did not completely heal the general, because after all, they were outside and she was afraid of being watched by many people. Although there seemed to be no one nearby who knew if someone was watching in some corner. The series of actions she just performed looked like she was gently stroking the dog. "General, wait until we leave before you get up," Xia Sisi whispered in the general's ear. The general's eyes had regained their brightness, and he looked at Xia Sisi with gratitude. At the same time, he followed Xia Sisi's instructions and lay on the ground without moving. Xia Sisi no longer cared about the general. She walked to the side and collected the guns of several people. After taking a look, they were just some old-fashioned hunting rifles. No wonder they were so slow when firing just now. Only the one in Boss Wong's hand is smaller, but a closer look reveals that it is a homemade gun and not very easy to use. But it's better than nothing, so Xia Sisi put them all into the space. After checking these people again and seeing that they were all really dead, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, Boss Wong fainted from the pain and fell to the ground in a puddle of flesh. At this time, Xia Sisi heard the sound of a car coming from behind her. Standing on a high place and looking from a distance, I found that it was a military vehicle. It should be the noise from the grenades and gunshots just now that the military not far away heard it. Xia Sisi looked at Dahei beside her and said, "Dahei, just give this fat guy some breath. He just wanted to eat you. Oh, and bite off his throat so that he can't speak. Also bite off his tendons so that he can't write." After saying this, Xia Sisi put on her skates and took the lead. The big black one behind him rushed towards the fat man and bit him. Although the military knew that Xia Sisi had a pistol, Xia Sisi didn't want anyone to know that she did all this. After all, the military didn't know she had a grenade, and she went straight to the place where Boss Wong said the supplies were hidden. According to Boss Wong, in addition to food and drinks, there is also a good thing there. Who would have thought that not long after Xia Sisi walked out, she saw Lin Yuan who was skating towards her. Lin Yuan said that he was nearby and came over when he heard the noise. Seeing that Xia Sisi was covered in blood, Lin Yuan asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Chapter 126, I want to ask you for a favor. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan in front of her and saw that the clothes he was wearing were not very thick, and she could see the white fur underneath his windbreaker. If Xia Sisi guessed correctly, it should be the skin of the mutant rat king. I heard Dahei running over from behind. Moreover, the military vehicle has already stopped, and some soldiers must have gotten off and started to check the scene over there. Xia Sisi knew that this was not the place to talk, so she said to Lin Yuan, "Let's go first. It's not convenient to talk here." Lin Yuan nodded slightly, also put on his skates and skated away with Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi saw that Lin Yuan was carrying a super large bag on his back, and he was also dragging a huge pallet behind him, which contained a lot of bags. Although she didn't know what it was, Xia Sisi thought it should be some supplies. After the two people and the dog walked a little further away, they arrived at a private house. Xia Sisi discovered that there were still people living here, but when she saw two people with a mutant dog, she immediately closed the curtains. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan found an empty house, took off their skates, put on ordinary cotton shoes, and walked in. Game boutique recommendation because there were still people living in this house. The two were very careful. After entering the room, they quickly closed the door and propped it up with something. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan sat on the stool and looked at Xia Sisi. "Are you out looking for supplies too?" Xia Sisi nodded slightly. Dahei looked a little tired. After all, he had transformed several times today and must be hungry. She pretended to take something out of her school bag, but actually she took out a small bag of dog food from the space. When Dahei heard the sound of the dog food bag, he immediately pricked up his ears and stood up from the ground. The speed of its reaction made Xia Sisi feel that its weak appearance just now might have been fake. However, seeing Lin Yuan nearby, Xia Sisi didn't want to joke with Dahei, so she just opened the bag of dog food in silence. Dahei's big head came over and put his mouth into the dog food bag, which was dazzling. After showing off, his icy blue eyes looked at Xia Sisi, as if to say, "I want more." Xia Sisi glanced at Dahei, helplessly. "Eat, eat, eat. All you know is eating. Don't you see there's someone else next to you? I'll give you more when I get back." Xia Sisi herself was actually a little hungry after all the trouble. He reached into his bag and took out a compressed biscuit. "After all, Lin Yuan is right next to me. I can't eat the big fish and meat anymore, so I'll just have to make do with compressed biscuits first." When she took out the compressed biscuits, she found Lin Yuan staring at her with a smile. Xia Sisi was so angry that she was completely pissed off. At this time, Lin Yuan on the side spoke up, "Miss Xia, we don't seem to be so poor that we can't even afford to eat. We still have a lot of supplies. Are we so unprepared before we go out?" Just when Xia Sisi was feeling a little strange, Lin Yuan dragged his bag over, then rummaged in the bag for a long time and took out a box of braised beef noodles. He also took out a thermos cup and poured hot water into the beef noodles. Finally, he took out a can of Lao Gan Ma and a box of luncheon meat and turned back to look at Xia Sisi. "You can eat mine, it tastes better than compressed biscuits." The compressed biscuits that Xia Sisi was chewing suddenly didn't feel as fragrant anymore. Come to think of it, she hasn't eaten instant noodles these days. She only eats rice, braised pork, crayfish, spicy hot pot, big buns, and the like. Instant noodles seem to have some kind of magic. Eating them often may seem boring, but if you don't eat them for a long time, you will really miss them. This immediately aroused Xia Sisi's appetite. Moreover, in this cold weather, drinking a sip of hot noodle soup seems to be nice. Xia Sisi couldn't help but swallow. This Lin Yuan, he can actually eat so much even when he goes out. But when she noticed Lin Yuan's half-smiley eyes, she immediately became alert. "Mr. Lin, it is said that those who show kindness for no reason are either treacherous or thieves. I wonder what you mean by this." Lin Yuan stared at Xia Sisi for about 5 seconds, then raised the corner of his mouth slightly. "Miss Xia, I would like to ask you for a favor." "Of course, I won't let you help me for nothing." Chapter 127, Uneasy. After Lin Yuan finished saying this, he handed the instant noodles to Xia Sisi, then walked to the side and opened the bag on his pallet. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that there were all hot weapons inside. Not to mention guns, ammunition, grenades, and other things. Xia Sisi actually saw bags of explosives. Lin Yuan, where did you get these things? Where are you going to bomb them? Looking at the amount of explosives, Xia Sisi felt that blowing up their entire apartment would be no problem. Moreover, these explosives are not homemade explosives, but officially produced military explosives. You can imagine how powerful they are. You've been doing these things these days? Xia Sisi patted Lin Yuan's bag and asked. Well, if Colonel Zheng knew that the top floor now stores more gunpowder than their military, he would probably be restless. Xia Sisi couldn't help but think of Colonel Zheng frowning. What are you going to do with all this stuff? Help my teammate, Bai Zhe. Then Lin Yuan told Xia Sisi a story, which was also where he got these hot weapons. The mercenary group that Lin Yuan belongs to has a young member who is only 17 years old. He is an orphan named Bai Zhe. Lin Yuan has been with him since he joined the group 3 years ago. After returning to the city, Lin Yuan asked Bai Zhe to pick up the goods smuggled in from abroad. Who could have thought that the end of the world was coming? Lin Yuan couldn't contact Bai Zhe. Lin Yuan went out to search many times and finally found the batch of hot weapons at the agreed location. He then transported them back home and to other safe places like Ant's moving house. But Bai Zhe was gone. After these days of inquiries, I roughly know that he was captured by a hostile organization. They want to know the specific location of these hot weapons, and they haven't killed Bai Zhe yet. But I have sneaked into them many times and know that their patience is running out. I want to rescue Bai Zhe. Then Xia Sisi listened to Lin Yuan talk about the other party's organization. Before the end of the world, it was a well-known evil force in the local area, and now it is even more lawless. The police had previously launched a crackdown on the organization, which resulted in the loss of a large amount of police resources. This is why the various shelters are now managed by military personnel rather than police resources. Not long after the apocalypse began, most of the city's police force had been wiped out. Later, the organization and the military reached a consensus to keep out of each other's way for the time being. However, Lin Yuan sneaked in late at night the day before yesterday and knew that they had few hot weapons left and were ready to take desperate measures. Therefore, the torture of Bai Zhe has become more severe recently. Bai Zhe was very smart. He mentioned 2 points that were neither too big nor too small. There wasn't much in them, so the other party got the benefit and didn't kill him. But now, I'm afraid if he doesn't speak up, he won't be able to save his life. Lin Yuan said seriously, I'm just an ordinary person. How can I help you? Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi evilly. Miss Xia, you think too little of yourself by saying that you are an ordinary person. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan and didn't waste any words with him. He just looked at her. A smile slowly appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Xia Sisi was still waiting for Lin Yuan's words and was a little nervous. After a while, Lin Yuan said, I will go in, kill the people, and place the explosives. You will help me pick them up and take Bai Zhe away. Don't worry about the rest. Xia Sisi felt relieved when she heard this. She thought Lin Yuan would let her sneak in and even place explosives or something. She was still thinking about how to refuse. Although Miss Xia is quite capable, I don't want you to be in danger. Lin Yuan chuckled and looked at her without blinking, as if he saw her relieved expression. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes in her heart and thought, You did this on purpose. You sounded so serious at the beginning and had a stern face, but at the end you asked me to pick someone up just to see my expression change. I want this package. Xia Sisi pointed at the pile of explosives in Lin Yuan's hand and said. Lin Yuan nodded. Okay. Xia Sisi didn't expect that Lin Yuan didn't even bargain and agreed directly. I don't know whether he doesn't care much about hot weapons or this Bai Zhe is really important to him. The two of them made the decision. Xia Sisi looked at the sky and saw that it was already dawning. But thinking that she had just dealt with Boss Wang's group, Boss Wang also told her where the supplies were hidden. It's better to go there early. Xia Sisi slurped up the instant noodles that Lin Yuan gave him, and even ate the entire box of luncheon meat without any hesitation. Of course, as a courtesy, Xia Sisi gave her compressed biscuits to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't dislike it and finished it in a few bites. After they finished their meal, they stood up, packed their things, and prepared to leave. When they reached the door, Xia Sisi was originally preparing to say goodbye to Lin Yuan, but after thinking about it, she turned back to look at Lin Yuan. Mr. Lin, I'm just picking someone up. I do have a lot of your stuff. I know a place where the supplies are located. Let's go together. The reason why Xia Sisi said this was that one reason was that it was a bit too much to carry so many hot weapons just to support one person, and she didn't want to Lin Yuan anything. The second reason is that she had just killed those people, and Lin Yuan should have seen it when she was talking to Boss Wong. It was inevitable that Lin Yuan would see that he had asked about the location of the supplies. Xia Sisi thought that they might as well go together, so as to test Lin Yuan's character one last time. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan did not answer Xia Sisi's question, but said, "Miss Xia, we have known each other for a few months. You can just call me Lin Yuan from now on." Xia Sisi thought so and nodded. "Then I will call you Xia Sisi from now on." Lin Yuan added. Xia Sisi had no objection. "Those are the people you killed. The supplies have nothing to do with me. I won't go." With this, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan parted ways. Before they parted, Lin Yuan told Xia Sisi that they would take action tomorrow night. As for the package of explosives that Lin Yuan promised Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan said that he could deliver it back to the apartment first. Xia Sisi had no objection. He also appreciated Lin Yuan's suggestion that they not go to the supply point together. But Xia Sisi didn't know that when she turned around and headed for the supply point in the direction Boss Wong said, Lin Yuan quietly followed her from behind. Lin Yuan looked at the slender figure and the big black dog running beside him, and then thought of the blood on Xia Sisi's body. He frowned slightly, and thinking about the hot weapons that Boss Wong had just taken out, he was still a little worried. Chapter 128. The villa is occupied. Xia Sisi didn't know all this. She skated on the ice, bringing Dahei with her, and walked in the wind and snow for about an hour before it was fully light. Finally, they arrived at the place that Boss Wong mentioned. It was a villa on the hill. Unlike the villas used by the government as shelters, there are only 2 villas here, both of which are occupied by Boss Wong and his group. She carefully took off her skates, put on ordinary snow boots, and quietly went around to the back of the villa with Dahei. It can be seen that someone here often clears snow, so the snow around the villa is quite clean and there is not much noise when stepping on it. But Xia Sisi noticed that there were people in both villas. Boss Wong said that all their supplies were placed on the first floor of the villa, and the second floor was used for living. But now, there are lights on the first floor of the villa, so there must be someone guarding it. Just as Xia Sisi was thinking about countermeasures, she saw a man walking out of the villa on the left. The man was about the same fat as Boss Wong, with a face full of fat and a chicken leg in his hand. However, in his right hand, he was holding a thin girl. The girl looked no more than 20 years old and kept crying. Because she was crying so hard, the fat man kicked her in the stomach. "Be quiet." The girl didn't dare to cry anymore. She stood up and followed the fat man with a wronged look on her face. Seeing that she was behaving herself, the fat man started to touch the girl's body with his hands with a smile and spoke dirty words to her in a teasing manner. In another villa, a man suddenly appeared, followed by a charming woman. "Zhu Lao Air, why did our boss Wong and his men go out for so long and still not come back?" The man called Zhu Lauer touched the girl's waist with his hand, then said with a smile, "Who knows? Maybe he is eating dog meat hot pot outside. He didn't want to feed our 2 brothers who were the gatekeepers, so he came back late." Zhu Lauer smiled, took the little girl, and returned to the villa on the right. The man standing at the door of the villa also walked in, with the charming woman with a smile. Soon, there were cries and scolding sounds coming from the house. It made Xia Sisi feel like her ears were dirty. "Today, we will move all your things away. I will stop you from doing evil again," Xia Sisi said coldly. She pushed the door open and entered the villa, and saw that the house was full of food, canned food, and some winter supplies. Judging from the styles and sizes of the items, these things should have been looted from many homes, so the various types of clothes and mattresses are not brand new, and many of them seem to have blood on them. Xia Sisi put all the canned food away, and as for the winter items, she found some clean ones and put them away. As for the dirty ones, Xia Sisi simply tied them up, put them into the space, and threw them into the garbage disposal. The first floor was quickly emptied. She went to the second floor and found it was in a mess. There were men's clothes thrown on the ground, as well as some food and drinks, making it look like a pigsty. Xia Sisi took a quick look inside and saw that there was nothing useful. There was only one room that looked more luxuriously decorated, and that should be the room of Boss Wong. Xia Sisi found some gold inside and put it into the space. After collecting all these, Xia Sisi prepared to leave with Dahei and didn't want to see another villa. After all, some unspeakable things were going on inside, and Xia Sisi felt disgusted. Since there were people in the other house, Xia Sisi brought Dahei out of the villa on the left and closed the door carefully. Then he walked out slowly with the gun. But at this moment, I heard the door of the villa not far away open. Dahei turned his head instantly and made a protective gesture. The charming woman who came out did not expect that a stranger would appear here. The charming woman is called Jiang Yu. She is 24 years old this year and was previously a small internet celebrity. After the end of the world, she quickly became close to Boss Wong. But when Boss Wong was away, she was in love with Lin Lao-san. So during this period of time, everything went smoothly and I had people supporting me. She had just finished her work with Lin Lao-san and wanted to come out and smoke a cigarette. Her face was a little rosy, and she was wrapped in a mink coat and wearing a light blue Chong Sam underneath. Then, she saw Xia Sisi. The girl was full of vitality. She was accompanied by a dog and carried a very large bag on her back. She understood instantly. This was stealing, and it happened to them. She didn't know when it started, but she had completely regarded herself as a member of this gang rather than someone's woman. After all, here she was respected immensely, had plenty of food, and wouldn't be cold. The younger ones in the gang would call her Sister Jiang when they saw her. Zhu Lao or Lin Lao-san, stop busying yourself, a thief is coming. She shouted loudly. Then I felt my left shoulder injured. When Xia Sisi saw someone around, she took out her gun and shot the woman in the shoulder. Xia Sisi didn't want to cause trouble, so she turned around and ran away after beating someone up. But who would have thought that Jiang Yu behind him remained calm after being hit, took out a gun, and shot directly on the road next to Xia Sisi. Hey, hurry up, Zhu Lao Air and Lin Lao-san. There's a particularly fat black dog. Boss Wong will definitely like it. Xia Sisi clenched her fists. Jiang Yu actually had a gun. Oh, little girl, I advise you not to move. I missed the target on purpose. I used to be a shooting enthusiast. If you move, I will hit you in the head next time. Jiang Yu behind him did not lie. After she said this, she raised her gun and shot the trunk of the tree next to Xia Sisi. The bullet grazed Xia Sisi's face and broke a strand of her hair. I have to say, it's really good shooting skills. Well, I'm not trying to scare you, Jiang Yu said with a smile, her voice full of charm. But her shoulders really hurt. She also saw that her clothes were stained red. However, she was so excited at the moment that she didn't care about these things. She looked at the big black dog next to Xia Sisi and thought to herself that if Boss Wong came back and saw such a big black dog, he would be very happy. Now, Xia Sisi had her back to Jiang Yu, and Dahei was standing in front of her. She had a gun and was pointing it at Jiang Yu. But Jiang Yu's movements just now were very fast, and his shooting skills were very accurate. Xia Sisi felt that she was not faster than Jiang Yu. There is only one way now to enter the space. But if she did that, she would expose the fact that she had a space, and she would not be able to get out of the space before dark. And those who have seen her enter the space must be killed. At this time, Zhu Lao and Lin Lao-san came out. Seeing Dahei and Xia Sisi outside, Zhu Lao said with a smile, "Hey, this dog is really good. It has been enough for us brothers to have several meals. Little girl, turn around and show it to your brother." Zhu Lao said with a smile. He looked at Xia Sisi. Her figure was hard to see because she was wearing so much, but her black and beautiful hair was nice. Although her face was covered, her eyes were really beautiful. You know, the women he has been dating recently all look like they are malnourished. Not only are they very thin, but their hair is also very dry. This smooth and soft hair makes people think of all kinds of things. At this time, Zhu Lao and Lin Lao-san also took out their guns and pointed them at Xia Sisi. "Little girl, there are 3 of us and you are one. You can't be faster than us," Lin Lao-san warned. Xia Sisi was thinking of a way in her mind. She raised her hands above her head and made a look of surrender, hoping to make the people opposite her let down their guard. But she bent down slightly, preparing to get closer to Dahei, ready to take Dahei into the space at any time. But at this time, Lin Lao-san spoke up. "I'll give you the girl, but kill the dog first so it won't bite anyone again." When Lin Lao-san said this, Xia Sisi felt a chill in her heart. She saw Jiang Yu had raised his gun. Xia Sisi cried out, "Oh no," in her heart, and hurriedly reached out to hug Dahei, wanting to take Dahei into the space with her. But in an instant, before her hand touched Dahei, she heard a gunshot. Chapter 129, Unkind Visitors. The scene before my eyes seemed to be in slow motion. Xia Sisi saw that the woman named Jiang Yu slightly raised the corner of her mouth and pointed the gun in her hand at Dahei. But before the gun moved to the lower part, her beautiful face suddenly blossomed. A bullet hit him right between the eyebrows, and blood immediately flowed out. Zhu Lao and Lin Lao-san next to them screamed instantly. But there were 2 more bangs, and Zhu Lao and Lin Lao-san also fell to the ground. Xia Sisi was a little confused for a moment, but I was more alert. There were other people nearby. She didn't dare to enter the space because she was afraid that more people would know the secret of her space. She just looked around vigilantly and took out a gun from her pocket. Ooh, who is nearby? Lin Yuan came out from behind the tree and said, "Don't be afraid, it's me." At that moment, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time she frowned. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Lin, but it still bothers me that you followed me here without saying a word." Lin Yuan sighed. "Sorry, I was abrupt today." Xia Sisi didn't say anything, but she lowered the gun that was originally raised. "You said you wanted to come to Boss Wang's territory to collect supplies. I was afraid that the guards here still had hot weapons, so I wanted to come and take a look. I have no other intentions." Lin Yuan explained and walked up to Xia Sisi. "Are you okay?" In fact, Lin Yuan followed in a fit of rage, and when he was halfway there, he felt that his behavior was a little inappropriate. After such a long time, he has already seen that Xia Sisi has very strong survival skills in the apocalypse and is very vigilant. The two lived next door to each other. Several times he greeted Xia Sisi in the stairwell, and Xia Sisi would politely call him Mr. Lin, then turn around and leave, very neatly. When there is cooperation, we will politely discuss the terms of cooperation first. When there is no cooperation, I rarely talk to myself. At first, he also felt that this way of getting along was quite comfortable. After all, he himself is a cold person. But later, after he had crossed paths with Xia Sisi many times, he suddenly wanted to know more about her. Therefore, this chance encounter today made him feel that it might be an opportunity to get to know Xia Sisi better. In response to Lin Yuan's question, Xia Sisi shook her head slightly, helped Dahei stand up, and did not notice the hand that Lin Yuan wanted to reach out. "Xia Sisi, I'm fine. Thank you for your help." Thinking that Lin Yuan meant well after all, Xia Sisi thanked him sincerely. The experience just now also made her feel that it was a false alarm. But if Lin Yuan was not there, she could also hide in the space, but later she would definitely kill all the people who saw her enter the space. And just now, Dahei might have been injured. At this moment, she felt a little scared, but more of it was self-reflection. Indeed, she had been going smoothly for a while. No matter what she did, she relied on the space and Dahei. Slowly, her vigilance weakened. Today, she even rushed to someone else's territory, so easily, boldly collected supplies, and turned around and wanted to leave after collecting them. All this was because she had been living such a comfortable life during this period. In her previous life, she had always lived in tension and never had a moment of relaxation. Yet she was able to live for more than 10 years. In this life, in just these few months, even the extreme cold period is not past, but she has become a little arrogant just because she has enough food and drink every day. There are plenty of supplies in the space, and there are so many hot weapons. This is the end of the world. Xia Sisi took a deep breath, and when she looked up again, she looked at Lin Yuan and thanked him sincerely again. "Thank you, Lin Yuan. Today, I was too careless. I reflect on myself deeply." She also said the following words to herself. Now that Lin Yuan was here, Xia Sisi pointed to the villa on the right in front of her and said, "Lin Yuan, you saved me. The things in the villa on the left are mine. The things in the villa on the right are yours. You're welcome." She sincerely wanted to thank Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Seeing that Xia Sisi didn't want to owe anyone anything, he didn't say much and walked into the villa on the right. Who would have thought that just a few seconds after Lin Yuan walked in, bursts of girls' screams were heard from inside. Then, Lin Yuan just walked out of the villa. When she walked out, there was a blush on her face. "What's wrong?" Xia Sisi asked curiously. "There are several women without clothes." Lin Yuan frowned. Xia Sisi could clearly see that his eyes were evasive, and there was an unnatural blush on his face. Suddenly, Xia Sisi thought, "Oh, it seemed that an unspeakable drama was just happening in that building. How could she forget about this? Besides, why aren't those women wearing any clothes?" However, looking at Lin Yuan's face, which was originally as serious as an old cadre, he now looks as shy as a young boy. Xia Sisi couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha." Seeing Xia Sisi laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her back, Lin Yuan felt a little embarrassed at first, but after a moment, a smile appeared in his eyes. Xia Sisi was more lively and interesting like this. This time, Lin Yuan said nothing and turned to enter the villa. Xia Sisi heard Lin Yuan shouting from inside, "Put on your clothes, stand in the corner, and don't move." That sound was like an anti-pornography team cleaning up the scene. Xia Sisi pretended to enter the villa on the left, pack some things that had just been put in from the space, wrap them in several large bags, and carry them out one by one. They were all piled outside the door. On the other side, Lin Yuan had been in there for a long time and hadn't come out. Xia Sisi was waiting at the door. After about 10 minutes, Xia Sisi saw Lin Yuan coming out, but he seemed to be holding something in his arms, wrapped in a piece of cotton cloth. Xia Sisi walked over. "What is it?" Lin Yuan had a cold face. He turned slightly to prevent Xia Sisi from seeing the object in his arms. He sighed and said, "A baby." Xia Sisi frowned, not knowing what to say. The baby is indeed pitiful, but at this point, how can we raise this baby if we take him home? Xia Sisi was afraid that Lin Yuan would say another sentence at this time. "Xia Sisi, I want to ask you for a favor." At this time, she found that Dahei next to her was very excited and seemed to want to stand up and smell the baby in Lin Yuan's arms. Moreover, his anxious mouth kept making woo sounds and his eyes were wide open. Xia Sisi was a little confused. "Hey, what happened to Dahei?" Lin Yuan bent down and placed the baby in his arms in front of Dahei. At this moment, Xia Sisi also saw clearly that what was in Lin Yuan's arms was not a baby at all, but a snow-white puppy. It looks like it is only 3 months old, very small, still covered with fur, and very cute. "Why are you wrapping the dog in a swaddle?" Xia Sisi gritted her teeth. When she met Lin Yuan's half-smiley eyes, she realized that Lin Yuan did this on purpose, to retaliate against her. To retaliate against her for laughing at him, just now. But thinking about it, Xia Sisi felt that what she had done just now was indeed a bit unkind. She laughed too loudly. "I'll take this kid back and raise him," Lin Yuan said, placing the puppy in front of Dahei. Dahei licked it several times and kept wagging his tail. Xia Sisi looked at the puppy, and it seemed to like Dahei too. It made whining sounds, as if the two guys, one big and one small, were communicating with each other. Maybe they think it's too small, so they want to raise it for a while until it's bigger before eating it. Lin Yuan threw away the cloth wrapped around the puppy and put the puppy on the ground. Then he went back to the villa and took out a batch of things. "Leave the rest to the women in the villa." Xia Sisi watched as Lin Yuan took out some rice, flour, oil, and 2 boxes of roasted pepper sauce. There are also several guns and ammunition. Xia Sisi also pointed to the things she had placed at the door of the villa on the left. "I'll just take these." The 2 men reached a consensus, drove the modified car that Boss Wang had parked behind the villa over, loaded all the things into the car, and prepared to leave with the puppies. Before leaving, Xia Sisi looked back at the villa. She saw several heads popping out of the villa on the right. They were all young girls, about 7 or 8 in number. At this moment, Boss Wang and his group were all dead, and these girls went from being prisoners to being the owners of the villa. However, it remains a question whether they can defend this place and prevent others from taking it away, or how they would discuss how to survive was no longer Xia Sisi's business. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan drove back to the apartment. On the way, Lin Yuan got out of the car and carried the batch of explosives that he had hidden before into the car. The two didn't talk much in the car. It was just Big Black and the puppy who were making a lot of noise behind the car seat. "Sometimes you licked me, sometimes I bit you. It was so lively." Xia Sisi looked at it several times and found that the puppy that Lin Yuan picked up was really cute, except that its face was a little pointy and its tail was a little thick, which looked somewhat inconsistent. "What are you going to name this dog?" Xia Sisi couldn't help but ask. "Noob." Lin Yuan almost blurted it out. "Xiaobai." Xia Sisi glanced at Dahei beside her. Xiaobai and Dahei seemed to be a good match. When Xia Sisi wasn't paying attention, Lin Yuan's eyes twinkled. Well, they are a good match. When Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan returned to the apartment, it was already bright. Just as they were about to move the things downstairs, they heard a tisk-tisk sound coming from the front. Then, in a tone that really deserves a beating, he said, "Oh, it looks like you're having a good life." At this time, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan were just about to lift the bag containing hot weapons down. Hearing the sound, Lin Yuan hurriedly held Xia Sisi's hand. Xia Sisi felt warmth on the back of her hand. It was Lin Yuan's palm. She calmly pushed the bag inside again, then turned to look in the direction of the sound. Then I saw Lin Hung, who was wearing colorful clothes with the 3 big words improper written all over his body. There was a strong man following Lin Hung. Xia Sisi had also seen this strong man. He was none other than Captain Wu, who had followed old Lady Lin before. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that there was a tall woman standing next to Captain Wu. It's so cold, but this woman doesn't feel cold at all. She wears obviously less than others, just to show off her curvy waist. Moreover, she was wearing lipstick. The woman saw Xia Sisi and smiled gently. "Xia Sisi, long time no see." The woman was none other than Mo Yun. The three people opposite obviously have bad intentions. Chapter 130, I Want Space. Xia Sisi turned to look at Mo Yun with a bit of sarcasm on her face. Mo Yun, I haven't seen you for a few days. Have you changed your husband? At this time, Mo Yun had already walked to Captain Wu's side, stretched out his hand, and gently held Captain Wu's arm. Mo Yun didn't care about Xia Sisi's ridicule. Instead, he gently leaned his head on Captain Wu's arm and said, Xia Sisi, nowadays, not every woman can be as lucky as you to prepare in advance and store supplies. Even in the end of the world, you can still live so comfortably. I heard that it has been several months since the end of the world, and your family has both meat and electricity. It's not easy for ordinary women like us to find a backer. There's no need to force it so hard. Xia Sisi ignored Mo Yun's last sentence, which was full of tea and confusing right and wrong. Instead, she focused on what she said before and frowned. Mo Yun, what do you mean? It was obvious that Mo Yun had something else in mind. It was as if she was telling the people around her that Xia Sisi had already known that the end of the world was coming. Xia Sisi frowned slightly, looking at Lin Hung beside her, who was actually looking at her with interest, and there was a hint of deep meaning in his eyes. Xia Sisi didn't know that the Lin family was looking for something now. What we are looking for is space. In this world, Xia Sisi is not the only one who has space. The Lin family found a person, killed him, and got the ring space, which contained a space as big as a football field. From what the Lin family had come into contact with, they learned that there was a special organization in the country that was dedicated to studying the end of the world. They have 5 or 6 space jewelry in their hands. These jewelry all have one thing in common: old objects and jade. The Lin family had searched many places, but apart from the space ring taken from the dead person, they didn't find anything else. After Mo Yun followed Captain Wu, he naturally knew the ins and outs of this. Captain Wu even said to her, if we can have a space jewelry, we may be able to walk sideways in this doomsday. It was this sentence that made Mo Yun think of Xia Sisi. She thought carefully about what she knew about Xia Sisi. He has been living a very comfortable life in the apocalypse. He even has a dog and is still fat and strong. He looks as if he has not been hit by the apocalypse. He exudes vitality from head to toe. So, she had a guess. Is there space on Xia Sisi's body? But then I also felt that Xia Sisi had been following the 2 people on the 66th floor, working hard to find supplies, and she didn't look like she had a fortune. Moreover, they even fought with them for the little supplies distributed by the country. However, Mo Yun thought again, what does it matter whether Xia Sisi is there or not? As long as the Lin family thinks that Xia Sisi has it, they will make trouble for Xia Sisi, and then Xia Sisi will not have an easy time. So, she whispered in Captain Wu's ear, exaggerating how powerful Xia Sisi was, and gave various examples of the possibility that Xia Sisi might have space to store items. Captain Wu had also met Xia Sisi. After hearing what Mo Yun said, he felt there was a chance, so he went to find Lin Hung. This is what happened today, when several of them came to the shelter in the apartment. Xia Sisi, don't you think that your life is too smooth in this apocalypse? There was a hint of viciousness on Mo Yun's face. But soon, she thought of Captain Wu and Lin Hung, who were also there, so she suppressed the viciousness on her face and replaced it with a sad smile. Xia Sisi, we all know your secret. There's no need to hide it. Now hand over the space in your hand. The Lin family will give you enough benefits. When Xia Sisi heard the word space, she frowned and her heart was beating fast. But she was very sure that she had acted extremely carefully. Not to mention Mo Yun. Even Lin Yuan, who had been in contact with her for a longer time and more, definitely had not discovered the secret of the space. She looked at Mo Yun and sneered. Mo Yun, last time you told Captain Run that I had a gun, you made it up, right? Because at that time, I had never used that gun or even taken it out. A trace of panic flashed across Mo Yun's face for a moment, but she quickly suppressed it. Xia Sisi, now everyone knows that you have a gun. How I know this is none of your business, but you do have a gun. Then you said I had a secret? Xia Sisi took 2 steps forward, and Mo Yun wanted to step back in fear. But Captain Wu had a cold face, grabbed her, and gently protected her in his arms. Xia Sisi, Mo Yun is my woman now. Xia Sisi looked at Captain Wu with a smile. I have seen you and know that you are a dog of the Lin family. You. Captain Wu was very angry and raised his hand to hit someone. Lin Yuan walked up and stood next to Xia Sisi. Lin Hung also raised his hand to tell Captain Wu not to act rashly. Lin Hung was watching with interest nearby, stroking his chin with a meaningful smile on his face. You may not know what happened to Mo Yun's previous husband. As soon as Xia Sisi opened her mouth, Mo Yun shouted, "Xia Sisi, you killed my husband." Xia Sisi ignored her and just looked at Captain Wu in front of her, smiling and saying she burned her husband as firewood. If you don't believe me, you can go upstairs and ask the current Colonel Zheng. The soldiers vomited when they were cleaning their house. Xia Sisi heard this when she heard Xiao Zhao gossiping. At that time, Xia Sisi also admired Mo Yun's desire to survive. "It's all you who hurt me. It's all you. It's all you." After hearing about this experience and thinking of her husband Li Mingqiao, Mo Yun could no longer bear it and wanted to strangle Xia Sisi like a madman. These days, she has been enduring and has been thinking about how to take revenge on Xia Sisi. In order to take revenge on Xia Sisi, she even showed off in front of the Lin family many times. Finally, I managed to get close to Captain Wu. Captain Wu was not a man who liked beautiful women. Mo Yun had put in a lot of effort to get close to him and make Captain Wu recognize his performance. But she knew that she was just a tool to Captain Wu. Xia Sisi took a step back. Captain Wu took Mo Yun aside and slapped him. "Don't make a scene in front of the boss." The boss he was referring to was naturally Lin Hung. Mo Yun also knew that he had lost his composure, so he quickly calmed down and said sorry to Lin Hung. Then he stood beside Captain Wu and stared at Xia Sisi with a pair of poisonous eyes, but did not dare to speak. Anyway, she has said what she wanted to say. Looking at Xia Sisi and Dahei now, they are indeed living a good life, better than anyone she has ever seen. Mo Yun believed that Lin Hung must have believed it to a certain extent. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Hung. "Lin Hung, are you Lin family members so stupid? Being manipulated by such a woman? And there is space. What is that?" Lin Hung yawned. "Miss Xia, let's be frank. Now the upper echelons of the entire country are looking for that space. Most of the people who have the space have a few characteristics. They live a good life, have old jade items, and can always come up with unexpected materials. Miss Xia, I think you really meet these requirements. I can't help but doubt you." Lin Hung then smiled and said, "Girl, I remember you have a jade ring passed down from your ancestors. Can you let me see it? I will leave after I have seen it. I promise not to delay." After saying this, Lin Hung also made a ball gesture to show his sincerity. Xia Sisi said coldly, "It's broken." When she broke off the engagement with the Lin family, she said that the pendant was broken. If Lin Hung asked the Lin family, he would definitely be able to find out. But he obviously doesn't believe this statement now. Lin Hung sighed. "There's nothing we can do. We can only search." "Oh, I forgot to tell you. While we were chatting down there, my people have already gone up." Xia Sisi was shocked, and Lin Yuan has already rushed forward. Before leaving, he punched Lin Hung in the face. Lin Hung fell to the ground, but he didn't care at all. He looked at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan hurrying up and laughed out loud. Chapter 131. Pry it open for me. Colonel Zheng is having a headache now, because there was an order from above saying that Lin Hung and his companions had the absolute right to come here and search the 66th floor where Xia Sisi was. But he had promised the old commander that he would protect Xia Sisi. Therefore, when Lin Heng's people came, they were stopped at the 40th floor and were not allowed to go up. But there is one difficult one among these people. This person is Colonel Lin, and he is also the Lin family's influence in the military. Colonel Lin is in his 40s. He is Lin Yi's second uncle and Lin Heng's father. In Colonel Zheng's opinion, Colonel Lin is a shameless old man. However, his rank was the same as his, so he was more difficult to deal with. Just like now, Colonel Lin is holding a gun and pointing it at Colonel Zheng. Behind Colonel Lin were 5 or 6 soldiers armed with guns, all pointing at Colonel Zheng. Colonel Zheng had a row of soldiers behind him, and the two sides faced off. "Zheng Mao, are you trying to rebel? You don't even listen to the commander above you." Colonel Lin was so angry that his lips trembled. In fact, there is something that others don't know, which is why Colonel Lin is so concerned about space. The country has already known that there are spaces and mutated creatures in this doomsday, and has organized researchers to study the mutated creatures in spaces. There are quite a lot of mutant creatures all over the country now, and you can basically catch a handful of them. But space is something that was discovered recently. Even the top leaders of the country have only collected a few and are still in the early stages of research. The Lin family found one, but after hesitating for a long time, they did not hand it over. This is a good thing. Who will be willing to hand it over? However, the news spread. Now the country hopes that the Lin family will hand over that space and has offered very favorable conditions. But the Lin family can't pay it back, because just last night, this space was lost. Just in the first half of last night, a person broke into the Lin family silently. Not only did he take away their space ring, he also took away a warehouse full of the Lin family's hot weapons. The guards on duty knew nothing. When Colonel Lin found out about this, he was completely paralyzed with fear. He was afraid of such a person. He entered and exited their Lin family as if invisible. Would it be easy for him to be killed? In addition, the Lin family had originally hidden the space ring and did not hand it over. Now that the country knows about this, they asked the Lin family to hand it over, but he said it was lost. So what would the people above think of their Lin family? Now, it is the end of the world. Order has collapsed, and law has also collapsed. Killing a person or destroying a family is easy. So, when he heard from his son that Xia Sisi might have a space ornament in her hand, he ran up with his people without saying a word. Colonel Lin, don't put such an accusation on me. I'm only responsible for managing this place and protecting the people here. I was scared too when you suddenly broke in with a weapon. Colonel Zheng made an expression that showed he was also helpless. Colonel Lin looked at Colonel Zheng in front of him and stamped his feet in anger. The two men have the same military rank, and the people above them are both commanders, so neither can suppress the other. Zheng Mao, if you have anything to say, go and tell our commander. If you don't get out of the way today, I will really shoot. Colonel Lin was so angry that his teeth were itching, and he had already unlocked the gun in his hand. The soldiers behind him followed him and loaded their guns. Who would have thought that Colonel Zheng was not afraid at all, and he directly took out a grenade from his pocket. Lin Jie, do you really want to die together with me? Don't be shameless. 10 years ago, when I went to the battlefield, I don't know which commander's house you were licking someone's stinky feet. Death? I'm not afraid. I, Zheng Mao, have no wife or family, only this one child. As for your Lin family, haha, without you, so many people will die. It's not worth it. Colonel Lin's forehead instantly broke out in sweat. He knew that Zheng Mao was not someone to be trifled with. 10 years ago, China went to war with neighboring countries. China sent a group of soldiers. Colonel Zheng was only a private soldier at the time. After 3 years of fighting, he became a captain when he returned. It can be seen how much military exploits he had accumulated. Later, just a few years later, Zheng Mao was promoted to the position of colonel, a colonel in his 30s. Lin Jie, who was over 40 years old, still relied on the Lin family's connections to become a colonel like Zheng Mao, which made the Lin family feel very proud. But Zheng Mao is different. He is an orphan and has to rely on himself for everything. In the army, Zheng Mao is described in 3 words, very crazy. But he couldn't retreat, because behind him was the entire Lin family. He had been looking for space for so long, but this was the first time he felt it was possible. He also knew that Xia Sisi had an old jadeite in her hand, which was left to her by her grandfather. So this made things very interesting. Just as he was thinking about what to do, a soldier suddenly ran up from downstairs. The soldier was running with sweat all over his forehead and whispered a few words in Colonel Zheng's ear. Colonel Lin saw that Colonel Zheng raised his eyebrows and then immediately put on a smile to him. Hey, old Lin, let's stop arguing. Since it's your commander's order, then you go ahead. As he said that, Colonel Zheng put the grenade into his pocket and reached out to press the gun of the soldier next to him. He was very respectful and made way for me to go upstairs. For a moment, Colonel Lin was confused. What was this madman trying to do? However, seeing that the road had been cleared, Colonel Lin did not want to continue to tangle with Colonel Zheng here. So he waved his hand and led his men up. Colonel Zheng laughed and looked at Colonel Lin's disappearing back with a sly smile. Just now the soldier came up and told him that Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi were on their way upstairs and should be here soon. Zheng Mao didn't want to offend Colonel Lin and the people behind Colonel Lin. So when he knew that Xia Sisi and the other two were about to come up, he let Colonel Lin go up and do it first. Anyway, Colonel Lin still has to break open the electric door on the 64th floor and then break through the multiple thresholds set up by Xia Sisi and the others. At that time, it is not certain whether Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan will arrive first or they will enter the door first. What Colonel Zheng didn't know was that Colonel Lin was already prepared. They had long known that Xia Sisi and the other person had set up an electric door and several doors with multiple locks. So, they are well prepared. As soon as we reached the 64th floor, we immediately put on isolation gloves, and a professional quickly fixed the power switch. Going further up, facing several door locks, I took professional tools and large scissors specially used to cut door locks. With a few snips of the scissors, the large chain hanging on it was cut open. Then, someone specially pried opened the door lock. They quickly reached the corridor on the 66th floor. Colonel Lin looked at the doors in front of him and asked, Which one is Xia Sisi's home? A man came out from the back, pointed to the innermost door, and said, "This is the one." He was a soldier who was responsible for gathering information about Xia Sisi from Mo Yun and other people in the shelter so that the operation could go smoothly. Colonel Lin snorted coldly and waved his hand. "Lock the door for me. Pry it open." At this time, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan had only reached the 50th floor. Chapter 132, You Little Thing. Immediately, someone came up with tools and pried the door lock. However, Xia Sisi's door lock was harder to pry open than the other doors outside, so it took a minute to pry open the door lock. At this time, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan were on the 55th floor. Xia Sisi's speed slowed down significantly, and she was breathing heavily. Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Sisi and said, "I'm faster. I'll go up first." At this time, Xia Sisi didn't have any pretentiousness. She nodded and glanced at Dahei next to her. "You go with us." Dahei didn't say anything and followed Lin Yuan up. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth and watched Lin Yuan and Dahei rush up in 3 or 2 steps. She felt a little relieved, but still climbed the stairs with all her might. On the other side, after Colonel Lin's men broke the first door lock, they quickly opened the second one. Colonel Lin was very happy and rushed forward at the first opportunity. But just as he took a step, he felt something flying towards him and grabbing his head with its claws. What is that?" Colonel Lin shouted loudly. One of the soldiers behind him had already opened fire. But that thing was moving extremely fast, and it was not yet bright outside, and the light in the corridor was dim, so it was impossible to see what it was. All the soldiers were a little panicked. However, the corridor was small, and their submachine guns were held down by an experienced soldier. "Don't shoot. It's easy to hurt someone by mistake." After that thing rushed out, it grabbed Colonel Lin and immediately disappeared. A soldier checked Colonel Lin's injuries and found that his entire forehead was scratched, the flesh was turned over, and bleeding profusely. The entire front of his clothes was stained with blood. "Don't worry about me. Go in and find the space. You must find it for me." Colonel Lin covered his forehead with a handkerchief and shouted loudly with a ferocious face. Immediately, a soldier stood up and tried to rush into Xia Sisi's house. But just as he was about to step in, he heard a bird singing from somewhere. A shadow flashed by, and the soldier shouted loudly, "Ah!" This time, the soldier's entire forehead was lifted up. It was a bloody mess. His eyelids were cut, the skin and flesh were turned upside down, and his eyeballs were rolling hideously in his eye sockets. Then, that thing disappeared again. For a moment, no one dared to move. Xia Sisi's threshold is like a switch. Anyone who dares to step over will be attacked immediately. Among them, the experienced veteran was holding a pistol and looking around as if he was looking for something. Going, make sure you find space for me." Colonel Lin stood on the ground in pain, shouting like a madman. The few soldiers who were not injured looked at each other, with fear on their faces. But military orders are as heavy as a mountain, and no one dares to disobey. "Protect your heads and get in." Colonel Lin gave the order again. These soldiers immediately took out various things from their bodies and tried to cover their heads. Some even covered their faces tightly, leaving only a slit for their eyes exposed. The 3 soldiers looked at each other and rushed in. This time, they discussed with each other and decided that several people would go in quickly together and shoot at anything inside, no matter what was inside, to kill the thing first. However, the experienced veteran just stood behind without saying a word, staring straight ahead at the position above the doorframe. Noticing that Colonel Lin was looking at him, the old soldier whispered in Colonel Lin's ear, "It's on the shoe rack next to the doorframe." Colonel Lin nodded, understood, and gently took out his gun. "Go in and find it." At Colonel Lin's final roar, several frightened soldiers finally took a deep breath, raised their guns, and took a step forward. Sure enough, the black shadow appeared again. Faster than before, he grabbed the eyes of the leading soldier. With a bang, Colonel Lin fired. The gun hit the black shadow right on target. Then a miserable bird cry was heard, and the black shadow fell to the ground. "Hit it, Colonel, we hit it!" the old soldier shouted from behind. The soldier who was about to step over the threshold was so frightened that his face turned pale. He stopped where he was, staring at the thing on the ground. It was a mutated parrot, larger than a falcon, and gray all over. It looked like a mutation of a gray parrot. This is exactly the plane that Xia Sisi left at home to look after the house. One of the plane's wings was injured at this moment, and blood was flowing, forming a small pool of red on the ground. But it stood up with difficulty, and its hawk-like eyes stared at the uninvited guest in front of it. It knows that it is weak and cowardly. Just now, when facing someone trying to come in, it only dared to stand on the shoe rack next to it, ambushing one by one, and did not dare to confront these guys head on. It kept thinking that maybe it was because of this that the poop scooper always took Big Black Brother out, but never took it with him. The last time I took it out, it was particularly happy. It strictly follows the orders of the shit scooper and never says a word outside. However, when it faced the mutant cat, it was really scared. Although he could do reconnaissance for the shit shoveler and Big Black Brother, he didn't dare to confront those mutant cats head on. He also often hides behind Big Black Brother. So after that, the shit scooper never took it out again. Brother Dahei has never laughed at it for being timid. He would gently pat its back with his paw and tell it that it is still young. But Huiji knew that Big Black was only 1 year old now, and this airplane is actually 3 years old. This time, the shit scooper asked it to keep an eye on the house, and it must keep an eye on it. The airplane slowly stood up from the ground, dragging its injured wing. It can no longer fly, but it stands here and will never let these two-legged beasts step into its home. This is the trust that the shit shoveler and Big Black Brother give it. It puffed out its chest and shouted loudly to these uninvited guests, "Go to hell." It believes that the shit shoveler must also want to shout like this at this moment. Colonel Lin came over angrily from behind, raised his pistol and said, "How dare you scold me, you little bastard?" Chapter 133 Hellhound. At the critical moment, Colonel Lin heard a commotion behind him. There seemed to be a sound of panic coming from behind and bursts of gunfire. He turned around immediately and saw a huge black head with 2 ice-blue eyes flashing on it, rushing straight towards him. It was a dog's head, completely black, and the dog's facial features were barely discernible in the dim corridor. But the angry light that flashed in those ice-blue eyes made his whole body shudder. He raised his hand and wanted to shoot the big black dog in front of him. But the big dog's movements were obviously faster, heading straight for his head. "Colonel!" A panicked voice came from the side. Colonel Lin felt that he was being knocked down. He also fired 3 shots from the gun in his hand angrily. A pool of blood dripped down from him, staining his entire face red. His whole body ached, and his chest felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds. Colonel Lin even felt a little numb for a moment and couldn't tell what was happening. "Even my head feels a little confused." Only after wiping the blood off his face did Colonel Lin see clearly. It was his personal guard who tackled him and saved his life. His guards were dead, their bodies covering him, and like a human pyramid, standing on top of the guards' bodies was a huge black dog with shiny fur and a body as strong as an ox. The big black dog bit his guard's head hard, and blood was dripping down his head. The big black dog, with its pair of ice-blue eyes, looked at him as if he were a dead person. Colonel Lin was terrified. He wanted to draw his gun, but found that his hands were pressed down tightly and he couldn't pull them out. And all the shots he had just fired hit the bodyguard who was standing in front of him to save him. And the dog was not hurt at all. A black dog must be a big black one. The big black ice-blue eyes glanced at the injured and somewhat weak hen squatting on the ground. When Huiji saw Dahei coming, he blinked and looked at Dahei, then called out softly and weakly, "Brother Dahei." Dahei looked at Huiji for a few seconds, as if he was comforting him. Then the big mouth that was holding the human head suddenly spit out the head. The head rolled out, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The big black scarlet mouth opened wide, revealing its sharp white teeth at Colonel Lin. It roared at Colonel Lin threateningly. Colonel Lin was instantly frightened. His other hand was still movable, so he quickly took out a dagger from his waist and stabbed Dahei. Ah! The expected scene of piercing the flesh did not happen. Dahei bit Colonel Lin's arm. With a strong shake of his neck, Colonel Lin's entire arm was torn off. Bloody. Colonel Lin screamed loudly and fainted from the pain. "Protect the sir! Protect the sir!" Just now, several soldiers who were knocked down by Dahei finally came to their senses and were stumbling to their feet. But they were all soldiers who had always followed Colonel Lin. They had never experienced war before the end of the world, and they had been protected by the Lin family after the end of the world. I have never seen any mutant creatures, nor have I suffered any hardship. At this moment, they were also scared by such a bloody scene. The hand holding the gun kept shaking. After biting off the arm, Dahei shook it vigorously twice, and countless blood splashed among the crowd. After calming down, it held its arm in its mouth and stared at the soldiers in front of it. Facing the black muzzles of guns, it showed no fear at all, but grinned instead. Plop! The broken arm fell to the ground, and Dahei opened his big scarlet mouth towards one of the soldiers. And the soldier fired his gun. But the moment he fired, he felt someone coming from behind and kicking him. He couldn't stand and fell down. The bullet hit Colonel Lin's shoulder directly on the ground. Colonel Lin, who had fainted, was awakened by the pain. "Ah!" Colonel Lin shouted loudly. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw a head on the ground. The eyes that were open until death, the white pupils of the eyes, were only 2 centimeters away from him. Colonel Lin was useless and fainted again. The one who came here was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan kicked the guns out of the hands of several soldiers and looked at the bloody scene in front of him without blinking. The big black monster had already bitten through the shoulder of the soldier who had just wanted to shoot it, and then threw him out fiercely. The soldier's head hit the wall, and he became motionless, his life or death unknown. When Xia Sisi climbed up the stairs, this was the bloody scene she saw. The remaining few soldiers had already taken out the knives from their waists and pointed them at Lin Yuan and Dahei in front of them. They were terrified and kept backing away, but their legs were shaking, and Dahei's eyes were full of ferocity and an almost crazy cruelty. At this moment, its entire temperament was like that of a vicious dog walking out of hell. Xia Sisi was shocked. What made Dahei so angry? Behind Xia Sisi, Colonel Zheng and several of his soldiers soon followed. Colonel Zheng thought about it for a moment, but still followed with concern. "That bastard Lin Jie can't die here with me." It took him a while to come to his senses. Even if Lin Jie was no longer a good-for-nothing, even if Zheng Mao burned 3 incense sticks every day and wished that Lin Jie would die, Lin Jie must not die in the shelter under his jurisdiction. Otherwise, it would bring extraordinary trouble to him and the old commander. Colonel Zheng figured out the situation and rushed to the rescue. Who would have thought that as soon as I got up there, I would see this purgatory-like scene? The big black dog was covered in blood and was facing the young soldiers in front of it, while Colonel Lin was lying on the ground, his life or death unknown. Colonel Zheng quickly grabbed Xia Sisi and said, "Miss Xia, Colonel Lin cannot die here. Even if he is left with a breath, he must leave his shelter before dying." Colonel Zheng pulled Xia Sisi aside and whispered the last sentence in her ear. Xia Sisi frowned and looked at Colonel Zheng beside her. Facing his sincere gaze, she finally nodded. "I see." Xia Sisi thought that Colonel Zheng had helped him a lot and was always reasonable and logical in his conduct. In addition, the old commander above Colonel Zheng was also an old acquaintance of his grandfather. But now the big black, "Dahei," Xia Sisi called out. Dahei turned his head away stupidly, his chest still heaving violently with anger. But the moment he saw it was Xia Sisi, he instinctively shook his tail. "It's okay, Dahei." Xia Sisi walked forward and comforted him in a low voice. The moment Xia Sisi walked up to him and gently touched Tahito, all of Dahei's tense muscles suddenly relaxed. The hostility in those ice-blue eyes faded away, revealing a hint of sadness. Xia Sisi felt that Dahei's head even rubbed against the palm of her hand. Its whole body was even trembling. Then Dahei bit Xia Sisi's sleeve, stepped over the corpses that it didn't care about, and brought Xia Sisi to the injured airplane. When the airplane saw Xia Sisi coming, it forced itself to stand up from the ground, dragging its injured wing and walking to Xia Sisi's side. The injured wing that was drooping was covered in blood. But the airplane still chirped twice, although the sound was a little weak. When Xia Sisi saw this scene, she suddenly became angry. "Who bullied my plane?" Colonel Zheng, who was standing by, was shocked when he saw this. "No way. Is this woman going crazy? Didn't she just agree to this?" Colonel Zheng rushed forward and tried to persuade Xia Sisi. Coincidentally, Colonel Lin was woken up by Xia Sisi and Dahei, who were walking over, and stepped on his foot. When he opened his eyes, he saw blood all around him. Dahei was not far away. He also saw Xia Sisi looking at him with an unfriendly expression, until he saw Colonel Zheng running over. "Zheng Mao, save me! Zheng Mao!" Colonel Lin became excited all of a sudden. He knew that if he saw Zheng Mao, he would be saved. Although he and Zheng Mao had a bad relationship, Zheng Mao was still sensible in doing things and would not want to cause trouble for his old commander. Lin Yuan, who had been silent just now, handed the gun in his hand to Xia Sisi. The wound on the wing of the plane was caused by a Mauser pistol. Only the old bastard from the Lin family used it. Xia Sisi took the gun. Colonel Lin shouted even louder, "Zheng Mao, save me." Colonel Zheng also ran forward to stop her. "Miss Xia, think twice." Xia Sisi raised her hand and pointed at Colonel Lin. Bang, the gun went off. Chapter 134, Protecting the Child. The moment Colonel Zheng heard the gunshot, his head felt like it exploded. All I could think of was the image of myself being whipped by the old commander. But soon, he felt refreshed again. Colonel Lin Xia, this old guy, is very bad. The entire Lin family is very bad. Colonel Zheng was often bullied by Lin Xia. Their old commander and the commander on Lin Xia's side have always had a bad relationship, and Lin Xia is just a dog under the commander's command. Originally, there was nothing to be proud of in the Lin family. Apart from Lin Xia, they were just a half-dead family. It's just that at the beginning of the apocalypse, Lin Xia used some unknown method to subdue an evil force that had always been a headache for the military. That evil force even signed a treaty with the military, saving countless soldiers from death. In this way, Lin Xia and the Lin family gained a certain status in the model government organization. However, in private, the Lin family, to which Lin Xia belongs, bullies others and embezzles supplies. Colonel Zheng had long looked down upon the Lin family. However, the old commander told him many times that he must hold himself back and try not to conflict with Lin Xia. Now, he looked at Lin Xia's tragic death. His head was pierced by a bullet, his brains were flowing out from the back, one of his arms was missing, and a large part of his shoulder was sunken. His whole body was in a pool of blood, with a look of fear and anxiety on his face, and his eyes were not closed until his death. Colonel Zheng took a deep breath and said in his heart, "Good death." But the brain is also spinning rapidly. The Lin family and the forces behind Lin Xia will definitely not let them go. Does anyone else know that Colonel Lin is here? Colonel Zheng turned and asked the soldier beside him. The soldier stepped forward and answered, "His son and a few bodyguards are downstairs. This is not easy to deal with." Colonel Zheng murmured. The 3 surviving soldiers brought by Colonel Lin also recovered from their shock. The old soldier mustered up his courage, stood up, pointed at Colonel Zheng and said, "Colonel Zheng, if you dare to protect the criminal who killed our leader, our commander will never let you go." Colonel Zheng snorted coldly. "Bullshit, do you understand what self-defense is? Why didn't you say anything when you came to other people's homes and our shelter to make trouble? This is my territory, not your Lin family's." The old soldier knew that a wise man should not suffer a loss in front of him, so he stopped the other 2 soldiers who wanted to argue. But his eyes rolled, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Colonel Zheng, we are all here under orders from above. If you have anything to say, ask your old commander to talk to our commander Zhao. Even if you kill us all here today, the news of our death will spread. But we are only people who follow our superiors, and we have to obey military orders. If you kill us, your brothers who follow you will be terrified." The old soldier's words may seem tough, but he is actually trying to find a way to save his life. What this means is that if they die, and Colonel Lin's death as well, the blame will also be placed on Zheng Mao. So, there is no point in killing them. They're just soldiers following orders. Killing them will make the soldiers who will follow him, Zheng Mao, feel that they will have the same fate, and make all of them feel that he, Zheng Mao, does not value the lives of the soldiers. "Hey, what's your name? Is there anyone as smart as you among Lin Jia's subordinates?" Colonel Zheng raised his eyelids and looked at the old soldier. The old soldier gritted his teeth and replied, "My name is Yen Yi." Bang! Accessories and clothing recommendations. Colonel Zheng raised his hand and shot the old soldier directly. The old soldier died instantly from the bullet hitting him right between the eyebrows. The other 2 soldiers saw their brothers dying and struggled to come up and fight. He was stopped by Colonel Zheng's soldiers, and each of them punched him hard several times. As expected, the soldiers on Lin Jia's side don't know the rules at all. Shouldn't they use honorifics when answering their superiors' questions? Colonel Zheng blew away the smoke coming out of the muzzle of his gun. Then, he looked at the 2 soldiers who were still struggling and cursing, walked over and kicked each of them. "Do you really think I dare not kill you? Don't be so smart. Be obedient. I see that you are loyal, and I am only following the orders of that bastard Lin Jie. So I am letting you go back. We are all in the army and have relatives and friends. There is no need to sacrifice your life for Lin Jie, who only knows how to flatter and take crooked ways. If you make me unhappy, I will kill you all." After Colonel Zheng finished speaking, the 2 soldiers fell silent. They just looked at their dead comrade, clenched their teeth, and shed tears silently. A soldier walked up to Colonel Zheng and asked, "Are you really going to let them go?" Colonel Zheng snorted coldly. "If you kill them all, will you become the king of hell? The 2 left behind are useless. The ones who are really capable and courageous are the ones who rush to the front. After we finish dealing with this, we will let them go." A few soldiers took the 2 surviving Lin family soldiers and left. For a moment, only Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and Colonel Zheng were left. Xia Sisi, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Colonel Zheng's series of reactions and had a better impression of him. She had already held Huiji in her arms and was gently stroking Huiji's head. The airplane leaned in her arms like a spoiled child, flapping its wings pitifully. While no one was paying attention, Xia Sisi pretended to take something out of her pocket, took out a small amount of spiritual spring water that had been packaged earlier, and fed some to Huiji. She didn't dare feed it too much, for fear that Huiji would immediately perform a wound healing in Sakan's show in front of others. But that little bit of spiritual spring water had already stopped Huiji's bleeding, and he seemed to be in much better spirits. Colonel Zheng sighed when he saw that everyone had left, and his expression was somewhat helpless. "Miss Xia, you have caused me a lot of trouble." Xia Sisi smiled softly. "Colonel Zheng, I know that the death of someone in your territory has caused trouble for you and the old commander, but the Lin family was just a small family before the end of the world. Although they have some money in the city, they don't have much strength. I don't know how they were chosen by the military in the end times. But, Colonel Zheng, I understand your attitude today, and I also thank you for your help and protection." Colonel Zheng waved his hand, interrupting Xia Sisi's words. "Oh, Miss Xia, at this juncture, let's not use official language. Just speak directly. I, Xia Sisi, will avenge any grudges and repay any favors. I know something that may be very beneficial to your old commander. The importance of this matter can save more of your soldiers and increase the strength of your troops. It can also allow your old commander to suppress other forces." The more Xia Sisi spoke, the brighter Colonel Zheng's eyes became. At the end of his speech, Colonel Zheng grabbed Xia Sisi's hand and said, "Miss Xia, just tell me." Chapter 135, Good Xia Sisi. Next, Xia Sisi quickly and briefly explained what she knew about the wonderful uses of acid rain. This was the bargaining chip she was prepared to use to repay the old commander for resolving this matter. Speaking of which, the fact that acid rain can cause mutations in plants and animals was also researched by the military in the previous life. But as far as Xia Sisi knew, it was already the time when the extreme heat came. At that time, after the snow melted and the temperature caused a large amount of water to evaporate, the acid rain that was originally everywhere disappeared as if it had never appeared. Even now, acid rain is buried under a thick blanket of snow, and few people study it. The military's current research still mostly believes that animal mutations come from climate change. In fact, their research direction is not entirely wrong. Changes in animals, plants, and insects are indeed related to climate change. But the real secret lies in acid rain. However, they mostly tinkered with it in the laboratory and did not combine acid rain with climate, so when they discovered it later, it was already an extremely hot period. In fact, the military was also puzzled at this time. They have researched out mutated crops. Those crops have mutated after being soaked in acid rain. However, after being soaked in acid rain, the crops that survived have mutated, and the mutated crops are now very stable. But it was different for animals. They also soaked the animals in acid rain, but most of them did not mutate, and some even died. The mutated military dogs in the army and some mutated pet dogs and cats among the people are very strange. In some cases, even the owners themselves don't know whether these animals have been exposed to acid rain. But Xia Sisi knew that animal mutation was simpler than plant mutation. Any animal that has been exposed to acid rain will mutate. It is just a matter of time and degree of mutation. The longer it is soaked, the greater the degree of mutation. However, it needs to be integrated with the environment and climate of the apocalypse and must not be kept in a small laboratory. Otherwise, it will not only not mutate but also die. Now, Xia Sisi told Colonel Zheng what she knew and her guesses about animal mutations. "Colonel Zheng, my Dahei has mutated, and Huiji has also mutated. I have also seen a mutated dog. I have also thought about why these animals mutated. Even Huiji's mutation was led by me." When Colonel Zheng heard what Xia Sisi said, he felt it made a lot of sense. He also looked very seriously at the airplane standing next to him, who still looked weak. He looked at Xia Sisi seriously. "Miss Xia, I think what you said makes sense, and this discovery is indeed very useful to our military. However, we are not completely sure now that this is the way animals can mutate, and we still need to experiment." Xia Sisi nodded gently. "Well, you can report to your old commander and let them do the experiment. Remember, after the animals have been soaked in acid rain, they must not be restrained in the laboratory. They must be allowed to live as they should. Dogs, let them run on the ground, birds, let them fly in the sky, and cats, let them jump around. They cannot be imprisoned like prisoners. They must be allowed to blend into this ecological climate." Xia Sisi also explained in detail why she made such a guess. She guessed this from the fact that the mutations of Big Black and Gray Machine began before the arrival of the extreme cold weather, when their fur and wings began to grow thicker. He also explained why he had things to survive the winter, and said it was because he saw the changes in the animals around him. Although Colonel Zheng felt that what Xia Sisi said made sense, he still felt that if this matter was not reliable, he would still be whipped by the old commander. So he smiled and said, "Miss Xia, you said that it will take some time to test this matter. The old commander will have to spend some time to deal with this matter in the next few days." Xia Sisi looked at Colonel Zheng and thought that this guy was good at currying favor. He smiled and said, "Colonel Zheng, I understand what you mean. Isn't the government in need of machine tools for the production line? Last time we agreed on a 1% share, and I can give you another 1/3. Colonel Zheng held up 3 fingers, half. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking that Colonel Zheng was likable when he was likable, and really annoying when he was annoying. Half and half. Colonel Zheng was overjoyed. He had gotten another advantage. When Xia Sisi saw him like that, she knew what he was thinking. But how could Xia Sisi let Colonel Zheng take advantage of her like this? "Oh, by the way, I plan to do some research on mutant organisms on the 65th floor to see if they can be used as medicine. I mentioned this to your old commander last time. He's very interested, but we haven't yet reached an agreement on how to cooperate with your military." As soon as Xia Sisi finished speaking, Colonel Zheng felt his right eyelid twitch. He looked at Xia Sisi smile, but felt a chill down his spine. Why did he feel that the 30% he had just suppressed would be taken back later? But that's all in the past. When she heard that Xia Sisi was going to study mutant creatures, she also knew that the old commander had taken a batch of drugs from her and had already used them on the front line to fight against the mutant creatures. "I heard from the old commander that it is very effective." Colonel Zheng was very happy. Knowing that Xia Sisi wanted the corpses of the mutant creatures, he waved his hand and asked someone to carry the corpses of the mutant cockroaches that had been hunted down a few days ago, weighing about several hundred kilograms, to the 65th floor for Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi knew that the space needed to be upgraded again. But when she found out it was the corpse of a mutant cockroach, and Colonel Zheng said that it was the kind of cockroach corpse that had wings, the big ones were as long as a forearm, and the small ones were as big as a palm. "Xia Sisi, why do I feel a little unhappy?" Without further ado, Colonel Zheng has to deal with this matter as soon as possible. Colonel Zheng also said that he would find someone to deal with the corpse and bloodstains at Xia Sisi's store. On the other side, Lin Hung and Captain Wu heard a few gunshots below and were still joking. Mo Yun was even thinking in his heart that Xia Sisi might be in trouble. She kept her eyes fixed on the 66th floor, and even calculated the time it would take Xia Sisi to go up. She calculated the time, listened to the gunshots, and felt that the gunshot might have been directed at Xia Sisi. The more she thought about it, the more her whole body trembled with excitement, and she wanted to rush over to see Xia Sisi's miserable condition. Lin Hung was smoking in the car, wondering whether their Lin family could get another space. He knew that the space that the Lin family had been considering whether to offer as tribute had been stolen. He also knew that the Lin family was in big trouble. "I was so nervous and was waiting for good news." But unexpectedly, what he waited for was the body of his father, carried down by several soldiers. "Who killed my father?" Lin Hung rushed out of the car when he saw his father's body. With red eyes, he looked at the 2 soldiers carrying the corpse in front of him. With one kick, he kicked a soldier in the stomach. The soldier gritted his teeth, tears still in the corners of his eyes, and said bitterly, "It was Xia Sisi on the 66th floor who fired the shot." But Colonel Zheng acquiesced. "Brother Lin, we can't just let this go." Lin Hung almost knelt down to untie the cloth wrapped around his father's body, and then he saw Lin Jie's miserable appearance. He didn't speak for a long time. After a while, he raised his head angrily. His eyes were red, but without a single tear. "How dare you, Xia Sisi and Colonel Zheng, to cut off the life of our Lin family?" Chapter 136. Airplane Coquetry. When Mo Yun heard this, he was shocked at first. He didn't expect that Colonel Lin, who seemed to be a top figure in their eyes, could actually be beaten to death by Xia Sisi. However, she soon realized that Xia Sisi was in big trouble. She hurriedly and courageously walked to Lin Hung and said to him, "Master Lin, Xia Sisi is so bold. This is revenge for the murder of her father. We must avenge her." But as soon as she said a word, she was slapped away by Lin Hung. Mo Yun fell heavily to the ground. The thin clothes he was wearing to begin with were torn, and the cold wind quickly rushed in. But she didn't dare move. Lin Hung was really angry at this moment. "Humph, do you want me to die in the process?" My father didn't even make it down alive, so if I go up there I'll be dead too, right? Use your brain. Mo Yin quickly knelt on the ground and slapped himself in the face, saying that he didn't think too much about it. He was just angry for the Lin family and Lin Hung. Lin Hung glanced coldly at the apartment again, gritted his teeth, and ignored Mo Yin on the ground, calling out to the people next to him. Let's go back to the Lin family. With Lin Jie's death, the Lin family will be in chaos. Plus, the space gem hasn't been found either, and they don't know how to explain this to their superiors. He had to hurry back and deal with these things. Revenge is not urgent. Lin Hung clenched his fists tightly, asked everyone to get in the car, then turned and left. Mo Yin also followed him up, clenched his fists tightly, and kept cursing Xia Sisi in his heart. But in addition to cursing, she was also afraid at this moment. It's like if someone is a little stronger than you will be jealous of him and even want to frame him. But if there is someone who is much stronger than you, then all you have is fear. The death of Colonel Lin made Mo Yin suddenly sober up. Maybe she had provoked someone she shouldn't have provoked. After all, Colonel Lin was a very terrifying existence in her opinion. So how could Xia Sisi kill him just like that? And Lin Hung didn't even dare to go upstairs. At this moment, Mo Yin really regretted it. On the other side, after Colonel Lin left, Xia Sisi went home first to treat the wound of the aircraft. She had experienced gunshot wounds in her previous life, so it was not unfamiliar to her. However, after being injured, the plane turned into a mama's boy parrot. Xia Sisi also moved very gently, thinking of taking the bullet out with tweezers first. But as soon as Xia Sisi's tweezers touched Huiji's wound, Huiji began to scream loudly. It hurts, it hurts. Xia Sisi could only move more gently. However, this airplane seems to be really afraid of pain. Xia Sisi's hands couldn't move gently enough, but the airplane kept yelling, and it was yelling at the top of its lungs. Okay, come here and eat. Don't look. In the end, Xia Sisi was so anxious that she could only find some delicious food from the space and deliver it to Huiji's mouth. Since I was sitting on the sofa, the height was not convenient. So Xia Sisi also borrowed Dahei's head. A plate of parrot snacks was placed on Dahei's forehead, and Huiji was forced to eat with his neck tilted. She quickly reached the tweezers into the wing of the plane and took out the bullet. It hurts, oh, brother Dahei the shit shoveler, it hurts so much. Food and beverage premium recommendations. Finally, the bullet was taken out, and the airplane let out a particularly loud roar, and then it was finally settled down. Of course, Huiji also finished the food on the plate on top of Dahei's head. Xia Sisi wiped the sweat from her forehead and quickly poured spiritual spring water on the wings. I saw the wounds on the wings begin to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's just that the hair above the wound hasn't grown out yet. Try it, how's it going? Xia Sisi gently touched Huiji's head. The airplane jumped off Xia Sisi's body, still with its wings drooping, and took 2 steps on the ground. Then he raised his little head and looked at his own poop shoveler. It still hurts a little. She thought she was injured. Although the skin and flesh had healed, the muscle tissue inside would still need some time to recover. Xia Sisi didn't take it seriously. Just comfort Huiji, tell him not to be afraid, he will definitely get better, and he can take a bath in the spiritual spring later. But Huiji didn't say anything, just looked at Xia Sisi pitifully. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that after Huiji looked at Xia Sisi, Dahei next to him also looked at her, and even stood up. Being a little scared by the gazes of the 2 little ones, she couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Big Black said he wanted to eat something. As soon as Huiji finished speaking, Xia Sisi saw Dahei glaring at him sharply. Dahei's face immediately drooped. Then Dahei stretched out his paw, as if pointing at something, and pointed in the direction of the airplane, as if to say, "Obviously, this is the one who wants to eat." But as soon as Dahei finished pointing out, his stomach growled loudly. It was hungry. Huiji took advantage of his current injury and knew that Dahei would not do anything to him. So he immediately shouted, "Brother Dahei, you need to eat. I'll just drink some soup with you." But its rolling eyes betrayed it, as it was clearly saying, "Shit shoveler, have I done anything meritorious today? If I do, I will be rewarded with an extra meal." Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. "You two stop it. You both obviously want to eat." When she saw these 2 foods, she felt overwhelmed. Especially Dahei. Every time he went out with us and used his supernatural powers, his stomach became like a bottomless pit. But I thought that Huiji needed some nourishment, and Dahei must be very hungry. So without saying a word, I put 2 pots in, 1 big and 1 small, for 1 caddy. Just as the 2 were enjoying their meal, Xia Sisi heard a knock on the door. When I went to answer the door, I saw Lin Yuan standing outside, and the door was completely clean and tidy. After Colonel Zheng asked someone to deal with the body at the door, there were a lot of bloodstains on the door, the ground, and the walls. Xia Sisi originally thought that she would wait until she had treated the plane's wounds before going out to clean up. But now, the door has been cleaned. Not only that, even the walls were painted. Lin Yuan in front of him still had a little white lime from painting the wall on his face. She immediately understood. Thank you. Chapter 137 Space Ring. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi. In fact, when he was outside just now, he could vaguely hear the interaction between Xia Sisi, Dahei, and the parrot. Although only a few simple and vague words could be heard, I have to say here that Lin Yuan felt that the sound insulation in Xia Sisi's house was quite good. But he found Xia Sisi's raised voice and the parrot's coquettish voice quite interesting. He always felt that Xia Sisi was a serious person and was usually very vigilant. Even though she had known him for such a long time, she still liked to be on guard against him. But thinking about the current situation at the end of the world, he felt that Xia Sisi's habit was very good. So, when he heard Xia Sisi raise her voice for the first time, he felt it was quite new. Be careful when you go out recently. It will take some time for the wall to dry completely. Lin Yuan knocked on the door just to say this. After saying that, he waved at Xia Sisi and told her to go to bed early. After all, they still have to rescue their teammate by Zay tonight. After saying that, Lin Yuan went back to the house, leaving Xia Sisi alone looking at the corridor that had been painted and cleaned. She raised the corners of her lips slightly. It was so clean as new. But looking back, Xia Sisi walked up to Dahei and pulled up Dahei's ears. Dahei, there are people outside all the time. Why didn't you remind me? Dahei slurped the boiled beef without even raising his eyelids, thinking in his heart, isn't it just that Lin Yuan? He's not someone else. Xia Sisi had no idea about Dahei's thoughts, so she ran to the bathroom to prepare the spiritual spring water. Prepare to give Dahei, myself, and Huiji a bath in the warm, spiritual spring water, so that the plane's wounds can heal quickly and also to recover energy quickly. When I woke up after sleeping in the spiritual spring water, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. Since Xia Sisi added a heating pad under the bucket, the water temperature is always warm. After she woke up, she checked the wings of the plane first and was relieved when she found that a layer of fine fluff had grown on the wings. Feeling full of energy, she took out a bowl of braised beef noodles from the bathtub, paired it with 2 braised eggs, and ate it quickly. Before going out, he let Dahei have a good meal and comforted Huiji, who also wanted to go out with him. Once you recover from your injury, I'll take you out, okay? Huiji has made a great contribution this time, and Xia Sisi also realized that with Huiji's current level of IQ evolution, he can completely obey her orders and will not talk nonsense. However, the injury on the plane's wing made her a little worried, so she didn't dare to take it with her on this mission. The airplane wailed for a long time, and even wanted to prove that its wings were healed. When it was just taken out of the bathtub, it was still howling, saying that its wings hurt. It actually wanted to fly 2 circles in the house. But unexpectedly, as soon as it took off, it was slapped down by Dahei. Dahei had a droopy face, and his sharp ice blue eyes were fixed on the aircraft. After 3 seconds, Huiji lowered his head as if accepting his fate. Okay, I'll go next time. I don't know what Dahei threatened the plane with. Take good care of the house. The family still needs you. Xia Sisi touched Huiji's little head as if to comfort him. Huiji immediately straightened his chest and said, Don't worry, I'm at home. Just like that, Xia Sisi took Dahei out of the house. Outside the door, Lin Yuan was waiting. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi and said, Before we leave, there is one thing I want to tell you. As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a ring of ancient shape from his pocket. Xia Sisi's pupils contracted twice instantly, because she felt that the space in her chest began to beat violently. It was the space ring. Chapter 138 If I die, you take this ring. This is... Xia Sisi tried hard to suppress the beating of her chest and asked the little spirit who was instigating her to eat the space ring, pretending not to know her. The space that the Lin family is looking for should be this thing. Lin Yuan said. Xia Sisi raised her head and looked at Lin Yuan. Oh, did you get it? Lin Yuan looked at her with an evil smile on his face. Speaking of which, I should be responsible for the injury to your parrot this time. I stole this ring from the Lin family. They no longer have this ring, so they are crazy about finding another space jewelry. Xia Sisi couldn't believe it. She thought a lot at once. Lin Yuan, why did he expose such an important thing as the space ring to her? Lin Yuan stole the ring from the Lin family. Can the Lin family find out? Lin Yuan, Do you know that you also have space jewelry in your hand? Is this testing her? But what made Xia Sisi even more unbelievable was yet to come. Xia Sisi, tonight's operation is very dangerous. If I die, remember to find my body, take this thing away, and help me take good care of Dahei. Lin Yuan smiled at Xia Sisi, and then calmly explained to her how to use the space ring. During this period of time, Lin Yuan has already figured out how to use the space ring. A drop of blood can be used to recognize the master. Using your mind, you can control the entry and removal of things. Similarly, you can use your mind to remove the recognition of the space ring as your master. He had previously severed the connection between himself and the space ring in order to demonstrate to Xia Sisi how the space ring recognized its master. He used a knife to cut a small wound on his finger and dripped blood onto the space ring. Soon, the space ring absorbed the drop of blood. At the same time, Xia Sisi felt that the little spirit in her chest was no longer restless. Look, now the space ring can recognize its master. If I'm not mistaken, if I die, the ring will be disconnected from me. At that time, you will drip your blood on it, and the ring will be yours. Of course, in exchange, you have to take good care of Dahei. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi, put the space ring on his hand carefully, and then put on a layer of gloves to cover the ring on his hand. Lin Yuan, aren't you afraid that I will snatch it from you? Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan and asked seriously. Dahei is my most important teammate, as important as my family. If I have to choose between this ring and Dahei, I will choose Dahei. I dare to hand Dahei over to you, so I am not afraid that you will snatch the ring from me. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi seriously. In fact, he had been observing this girl during this period of time. Smart, independent, strong, and has his own principles. They will take revenge if they have a grudge, and will be cruel to their enemies, even torturing them. But she never owes a penny to those who have done her a favor. Likewise, keep people at a distance. After such a long time, Lin Yuan felt that Xia Sisi was able to take care of herself and didn't even need teammates or friends. They are very good to the pets around them, even better than to the people around them. It can be seen that she trusts her pet more than anyone around her. I don't know what she has been through to become like this. Lin Yuan is different. He may be suspicious and wary of others, but he will never doubt a teammate he recognizes. In countless life and death battles, he was able to survive by relying on Dahei for his back. This is also why he must rescue Dahei, because Dahei was trained by him and had saved his life many times. At the same time, he wanted to get close to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan and nodded gently. I understand. I will definitely pick up Dahei and bring him back. The weather was cold, but both chose not to dress too bulky. The cuffs and trouser legs are tight-fitting and black, making him almost invisible in today's dark city. After going downstairs and arriving at the secret place, Lin Yuan conjured up a modified car from the space. Dahei sat in the back seat, and Xia Sisi sat in the passenger seat. On the way, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan chatted casually. Soon, the two arrived at the place. When they were more than 1 kilometer away from the location of the other organization, the two men and the dog came down. Dahei sniffed around, and after making sure there was no one around, he walked forward, wagging his tail. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan followed behind. The two men and the dog were walking on the sidelines, and they met a few people who were patrolling nearby on the way, but they managed to avoid them. After all, it was pitch dark and the sound of the wind and snow was very loud. Lin Yuan had obviously planned the location in advance and took Xia Sisi to a nearby high point. This is an abandoned, unfinished building. Speaking of which, many buildings were still under construction before the end of the world. After the end of the world, they were all left unfinished, standing tall and black in the snow. You watch what's going on. I'll have Dahei run towards this building. You be careful too. After saying this, Lin Yuan walked downstairs and slowly disappeared in the wind and snow. This place is only 200 meters away from the villa complex where the other party's organization is located. Xia Sisi called Dahei, took out a pair of night vision binoculars from the space, and stared at the distance seriously. An hour passed, and there was no unusual movement. Xia Sisi could see that the organization not far away was in a state of peace and prosperity. This large area is their territory. In addition to the villa area, there are also several low-rise buildings. At this moment, the periphery of this large area was tightly surrounded by iron sheets more than 2 meters high. Before the end of the world, this iron sheet was mostly used to surround the perimeter of construction sites and was blue in color. It's like a wall. Outside the iron sheet There is a person with real guns guarding every 5 or 6 meters. These people look nervous and on high alert. Inside the wall, Xia Sisi could even see 2 observation towers built of wood. There were lights on the observation tower shining everywhere. Looking at such guards, Xia Sisi couldn't imagine how Lin Yuan had managed to get in. Just like he said, it is indeed very dangerous here. Unlike the strict guards outside, the houses here are brightly lit with lights on in every house. Xia Sisi could even see people dancing and singing in some of the rooms. Kara's voice came one after another. There were also the sounds of people toasting each other with cups and glasses. She could see that not far from here, there was a large boiler room, which should be providing heating for the entire area. Xia Sisi also saw that some houses were used to raise livestock. As far as she could see, she saw a cowshed, a pigsty, and a sheep shed. It can be seen that the people here live very comfortably. Lin Yuan's footprints have been covered by the wind and snow, leaving no trace. Xia Sisi suddenly became a little worried and looked more carefully with her night vision glasses. Just then, a loud bang was heard. Then there was a burst of flames shooting up into the sky. Xia Sisi saw a villa being blown up right in front of her. The men patrolling near the villa complex rushed towards the villa. But even so, the guards in other places did not relax and each stayed at their own post. Those who were originally singing and enjoying the dance suddenly took out their guns. The whole area was in chaos. But Lin Yuan never showed up. She hasn't seen any trace of Lin Yuan yet. The fire in the villa burned more and more fiercely, and the wind and snow diverted a flame to other places. Xia Sisi saw with her own eyes that a flame had set the curtains in the next room on fire. The person living in that room was the dancer who had just danced. The dancer shouted loudly and tried to get something to put out the fire. But at this moment, a hand appeared behind the dancer, covered her mouth, and dragged her away. Xia Sisi saw clearly that the hand was wearing a glove. It should be Lin Yuan's. Soon, the dancer disappeared, and Lin Yuan appeared at the window with a bucket of gasoline in his hand, pouring it around the room. Soon, the whole house was on fire. This house seemed to be where the dancers lived. They ran out of the house quickly, and sharp screams came one after another. When Xia Sisi saw this scene, 2 words popped in her mind. How mean. The organization is well-trained and strictly disciplined. It can be seen that the boss is a capable person, so he is not afraid to challenge the military. However, the dancers and singers they kept in captivity were all timid. Burning down the house they were in would create more chaos. Sure enough, these women rushed out crying and pulled people around to put out the fire in the house. In an instant, many soldiers on guard left their posts, and Lin Yuan disappeared again. But Xia Sisi knew that he must be causing trouble again. The wind and snow were getting stronger and stronger, and there was no trace of the moon that night. Suddenly, a strong voice came from the base, shouted through a loud speaker. Everyone, go back to your positions. One team will organize people to put out the fire, and everyone else, go back. Don't let the bastards who broke and have any chance to take advantage of us. Guard this place tightly. Amid the man's shouting, Xia Sisi saw several big men grabbing the singing girl who was running around in panic and the guards who were not in their positions and slapping them in the face. A team of people started to put out the fire with professional equipment. In just a few minutes, the chaos subsided. Xia Sisi's heart was lifted. She still didn't see Lin Yuan in these few minutes. However, she saw a tall and thin boy with scars all over his body and thin clothes. She wasn't sure it was Bai Zhe, but soon she was sure. The loudspeaker's voice sounded again. You bastard. You are here to save people. You have broken in several times. Don't think I don't know. How dare you burn my house? I will kill him right now. When I catch you, I will make you tell me where your organization hides the goods. You bastard. That person should be Bai Zhe. Through the night vision goggles, Xia Sisi saw the person who was holding Bai Zhe and kicked Bai Zhe to the ground. Then he pulled out his gun. Just when Xia Sisi's heart was in her throat. With a clang sound, it was pitch black before my eyes. The whole area was out of power. Chapter 139 Shoot at the enemy. In an instant, the entire area in front of him darkened. Then, Xia Sisi heard gunshots. There were also chaotic shouting. A man's sturdy voice came from the loudspeaker again. Team 3, get to the power supply room. Immediately. It was the voice coming from the man's loudspeaker, and it could be heard that it was not far away from the man. You bastard. I'm going to kill you and then your teammates. Further on, there was the harsh, crackling sound of a speaker falling to the ground. Xia Sisi stood at the window, looking around, and saw sparks from gunshots in many places. Her heart was in her throat, but she couldn't see anything clearly. In fact, Lin Yuan is in great danger at this moment. Even though it was pitch dark all around him, he was still exposed. The boss of this organization is called Lu Jin, who has been entrenched here for many years. He has always been at odds with the mercenary group where Lin Yuan is. The city is close to the port and is a land transportation hub connecting the north and south routes, so the two families often meet here. Before the end of the world, the mercenary group that Lin Yuan belonged to was able to completely suppress the organization that Lu Jin belonged to. But after the end of the world, the base camp of the mercenary group where Lin Yuan was located was not in the city, and Lu Jin was considered the local boss here. The second is that Lu Jin reacted quickly, expanded rapidly, obtained more hot weapons, and became the overlord here. Naturally, he also became concerned about Lin Yuan's weapons resources. Bai Zhe has always been following Lin Yuan. After the end of the world, he was responsible for guarding those weapons points and has always kept in touch with Lin Yuan. But Bai Zhe was young after all, and was a little careless in doing things, so he was soon caught by Lu Jin. When Lin Yuan discovered that Bai Zhe had lost contact and began to look for him in various ways, Bai Zhe had already been captured for some time. Lin Yuan even learned some information about Bai Zhe from old lady Lin, and later he followed the clues and found Lu Jin. Lin Yuan had already grabbed Bai Zhe's collar, but countless guns were pointed at him from all directions. Lu Jin had just been knocked down by him and was still struggling on the ground. Lin Yuan stood on Lu Jin and held Bai Zhe in his hand. Facing the dozens of guns coming at him from all directions, he raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then I heard a loud boom from the back. Then there were the sounds of countless explosions. The broken iron shells flew in the air, forming a spark that set the surrounding houses on fire. It's the ammunition depot. The ammunition depot was blown up. Retail boutique recommendation Lu Jin on the ground was struggling to get up. At this moment his heart was broken. That was a room full of ammunition that he had collected over a long period of time. But at this moment, Lin Yuan, who had been stepping on him, raised his foot and stomped down hard, and Lu Jin's ribs on his chest were immediately broken. "Brother, brother, brother!" The people around were shouting loudly, with angry expressions on their faces, but no one dared to shoot. Because Lu Jin is in their hands now. Moreover, they had just seen that this man was an extremely accurate shooter. He could shoot someone in the head with just a slight glance. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. "Put out the fire! Put out the fire!" Lu Jin was lying on the ground, covering his chest and shouting loudly. Lin Yuan glanced at Bai Zhe, who was currently half-conscious. Bai Zhe is about 1.7 meters tall, but because he is still young, his arms and legs seem long, and they will probably grow longer in the future. His hair is a little long at the moment, slightly covering half of his face. It was such cold weather, and he was only wearing a thin piece of clothing. His lips were frozen and turned blue. There were whip marks on the thin collarbone. There was an extremely obvious scar on his face, which looked like it was caused by repeated whipping and had already rotted away. Lin Yuan could feel that Bai Zhe had a high fever. "My body is burning hot." But just now, when Bai Zhe saw Lin Yuan, he still smiled. The young man's eyes sparkled, and he called out, "Brother." Everything that happened to Bai Zhe made Lin Yuan furious. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jin on the ground and pointed a gun at his head. Next is the power supply room and boiler room. As he spoke, Lin Yuan pressed the button in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the direction of the power supply room and the boiler room, and they all exploded. "Go put out the fire!" Lu Jin shouted loudly. He felt extremely heartbroken at this moment, more heartbroken than if he were dead. He built this base bit by bit. He was even somewhat grateful for the coming of the end of the world, which gave him the rights that he could only dream about before the end of the world. He became a local emperor who could burn, kill, and loot, kill anyone he wanted, and even challenge the officers and soldiers of the army. But for him, that wasn't enough. He wanted more. He even worried that his arrogance was due to the weapons he now had. But weapons will eventually run out. That's why he wanted to provoke Bai Zhe and wanted to find out the locations where the ammunition was hidden. Who could have thought that it would attract a killer? Lin Yuan had just killed dozens of them in the dark. It was like a ferocious beast hiding in the darkness, taking advantage of their chaos to devour them bit by bit. Now, one of their explosives depots, the boiler room and the power supply room, have been directly blown up, and the granary. Lin Yuan continued speaking and was about to press the button in his hand. "No, no, no, Hito. I'll let you go. I'll let you go. But please leave our granary alone." Lu Jin shouted immediately. Lin Yuan looked at Lu Jin coldly and did not answer immediately. What else do you want? As long as there is anything left in my organization now, I will give it to you. Lu Jin was scared. Whether it was the power supply room or the boiler room, he had stored materials and could build another one. As for hot weapons, they now have some hot weapons in their hands which can still scare people for a while. Recently, Baizé has not revealed the location of the hidden goods, so he has tried other methods. He found 2 people who can make homemade guns and even started contacting local tyrants in other urban areas, preparing to exchange some with others. But this granary is the basis for the food supply of thousands of people. Moreover, he wanted to exchange other things with other organizations because he had plenty of food. If the granary is gone, their organization will be finished. Tell your people not to move. Baizé and I will walk a few hundred meters and then throw you in the snow. We will let them find you in 15 minutes. Lin Yuan pulled Lu Jin up from the ground, held Baizé in one hand and Lu Jin in the other, and slowly walked out of the ambush circle. Lu Jin asked the brothers around him to put down their guns and followed Lin Yuan in panic. Soon, they walked out several dozen meters. Lu Jin looked at Lin Yuan and saw that he seemed to have relaxed, and he gently put his hands into his pockets. There was a small gun that was half the size of a palm. He had this small gun custom-made by someone. It is very delicate and easy to hide, but it is very powerful. It requires a special bullet that can cause the person to bleed to death no matter where it hits. A hint of cruelty flashed in Lu Jin's eyes. Do you really think that I, Boss Lu, am easy to bully? You blew up so many of my things. I will never let you get away alive. However, the moment Lu Jin pulled out the gun, he felt someone holding his hand down. He looked at Baizé in disbelief, who had his eyes closed and seemed to have fainted. You are not asleep? Baizé smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth on both sides. Brother said that my young age and harmless appearance are my most powerful weapon. As soon as Baizé finished speaking, Boss Lu saw the tall man in front of him holding a sharp dagger in his hand, which flashed across his neck. Then he was thrown into the snow. Behind him, the person who had been following him quietly rushed up immediately. However, he wanted to shout, but he couldn't make a sound. I could only feel a crackling sound in my throat. I lowered my head and looked down, and found that it was the sound of bright red blood spurting out. Then, he heard a loud roar. Several of his brothers rushed up and pressed hard on his neck, trying to stop the bleeding. But at this moment, he was extremely anxious. He used up his last bit of strength, widened his eyes, and asked, "The granary exploded?" The man who was holding his neck was already in tears, but after hearing his question, he was stunned for a moment and then nodded. It exploded. Yes, after throwing Lu Jin down. Lin Yuan pressed the remote control of the bomb in his hand and directly blew up their entire granary. Duh. These were the last 2 words uttered by Boss Lu before he died. On the other side, Lin Yuan and Baizé had already run dozens of meters away. The people behind were chasing them and kept shooting at Baizé and Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi stood on the top floor, looking at Baizé and Lin Yuan running over from afar, as well as the dozens of people chasing after them, and stood behind the sniper rifle that had been set up. With the help of night vision goggles, he fired. Chapter 140 Young Baizé. Xia Sisi's shooting skills weren't particularly good, but she had practiced for a while after all. So, even if you can't hit the head, you can always hit the arms, legs, or chest. So after a few shots, the dozens of people who were running realized it and began to shout loudly to retreat. "There's a sniper! Retreat! There's a sniper!" The people chasing Baizé and Lin Yuan stopped immediately. Someone else fired shots in the direction of Xia Sisi. It's just that Xia Sisi was at a relatively high place, and most of those people had never touched a gun before the end of the world, so they couldn't shoot accurately at all. Xia Sisi fired a few more shots, which scared those people so much that they all fled in panic. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. But to be on the safe side, she still fired a few more shots along the men's escape route. Only when he saw that the people around him had dispersed and heard the footsteps of Lin Yuan and Baizé downstairs did he feel completely relaxed. Lin Yuan brought Baizé and called out to Xia Sisi, "Let's go." Xia Sisi also knew that they couldn't stay here for long, so she immediately took Dahei with her and quickly got into the car downstairs. Lin Yuan was driving and Xia Sisi was sitting in the passenger seat. Baizé was a little weak due to his injuries and lay in the back seat of the car. Dahei was squeezed so hard that he could only lie on the foot mat between the front and back seats, with his face drooping, just looking at Baizé. "Thank you." While driving frantically, Lin Yuan took something out of his pocket and gave it to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi subconsciously reached out to take it, and then she saw clearly that it was a small pistol. The pistol was only half the size of a palm. It was silver in color with ancient patterns on it and felt heavy in the hand. She had never seen such a pistol before. When she opened the chamber of the pistol, she found that the bullets inside were rounder than ordinary bullets, almost perfectly round, and they were all silver. I've never seen this bullet before. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan beside her. Lin Yuan nodded. Well, use it sparingly, this bullet is very powerful. Then Lin Yuan told Xia Sisi how powerful this bullet was. After hearing this, Xia Sisi was so shocked that her jaw dropped. This thing was so powerful. She had only seen such powerful things in some novels. Thinking about the scene where Lin Yuan and Bai Zhe ran out from a group of people just now, Xia Sisi felt that although she had killed several people with a gun, she didn't help much. Not only did she take a bag of weapons from Lin Yuan, she also found out that Lin Yuan had space on him, and she also got such a powerful pistol. It was really a good deal. Xia Sisi liked this pistol very much and played with it in her hand for a long time. He didn't notice that Bai Zhe, who was resting in the back, woke up and was watching Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi talking. He raised his eyebrows. Oh, brother actually smiled at a woman. It's not easy. Just when he wanted to take a few more looks, Dahei, who was lying on the footpad, stood up suddenly, and his big black face stood in front of Bai Zhe. Oh my God! Bai Zhe was shocked. What is this? After seeing clearly that it was a big black dog, he patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, Xia Sisi saw that there was a small white bird the size of a palm next to their car, and it was actually looking into the car window. The car speed is now at least 120 kilometers per hour, and this bird can actually keep up. Xia Sisi saw that the little white bird had a red beak and looked very beautiful. Lin Yuan, there is someone outside the window. Before she finished her words, she heard Bai Zhe behind her suddenly shout, Silver Sparrow. The white bird immediately slowed down a bit and moved to the back seat of the car. Bai Zhe also opened the window and let the little white bird in. The white bird chirped, circled around Bai Zhe a few times, and finally stood on Bai Zhe's shoulder, pecking Bai Zhe's face affectionately with its beak. All right, I'm fine, Silver Sparrow. Did you miss me? Bai Zhe gently touched the white bird's head with his fingers. The man and the bird began to get tired of each other. Dahei tilted his head and looked at the little white thing in front of him. His big head twisted back and forth, and his nose sniffed hard, as if he wanted to remember the smell of the silver sparrow. That's the carrier pigeon raised by Bai Zhe. After the apocalypse, its body mutated and became smaller, but it's very fast, making it very suitable for communication and reconnaissance. Lin Yuan explained when he saw Xia Sisi's strange look. Xia Sisi looked at the exquisite little bird and compared it with her own plane in her mind. If this little bird stood in front of the plane, it would look like a doll. I don't know what Xia Sisi was thinking, but she asked, Is this pigeon male or female? Puff! A young man's laughter came from behind. Ha ha, sister, pigeons are judged by gender, not by sex. As soon as he smiled, he felt the wound on his body being torn open. He shivered in pain and quickly shut up. Our silver sparrow is a female. Dahei still looked at Inke with a big face. Inke was also standing on Bai Zhe's shoulder, looking at Dahei. I don't know if these two animals, one big and one small, were communicating, but they were stunned. Xia Sisi thought to herself, Our airplane seems to be a male. Sister, I'm Bai Zhe, the younger brother adopted by brother Lin Yuan. From now on, you can call me Xiao Zhe. Behind him, Bai Zhe stretched out a hand. He was wearing Lin Yuan's coat, but even so, the clothes on his arms were still thin. Xia Sisi could see that the boy's white arms were covered with marks from being whipped. But even so, the young man still had a bright smile on his face, and his smile made people feel like the stars were shining. Hello, my name is Xia Sisi. You can call me Sister Xiao from now on. Xia Sisi gently held Bai Zhe's hand. They soon arrived at the door of the apartment. Since Bai Zhe was rather weak, he was almost always carried up the stairs by Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi could see that Lin Yuan took great care of Bai Zhe. When he spoke to Bai Zhe, it was as if he was an elder talking to his own younger brother. When I returned home and found that everything was safe, it was only around 4 a.m. Lin Yuan supported Bai Zhe and prepared to say goodbye to Xia Sisi. But as soon as I opened the door, I saw a white thing rushing out. At the same time, there was also a foul smell. When Xia Sisi lowered her head, she saw a round and fur-covered little white dog with a yellow butt. Isn't this Xiao Bai? But Xiao Bai now is very unlikable. Its body was covered in its own excrement, but it was unaware of this and started running around the corridor after it left the door. Xia Sisi saw that the ground was covered with pale, yellow plum blossom footprints, and Xiao Bai disappeared without a trace. "Brother, when did you get such a sloppy dog?" Bai Zhe asked with a click of his tongue. The silver bird on his shoulder also chirped twice with some disgust, and Dahei had already run out to catch the little guy. For a moment, the 66th floor was bustling with activity. Puff! Looking at Lin Yuan's dark face, Xia Sisi smiled. Chapter 141. That girl is so pretty. Xiao Bai was quickly brought back by Dahei, holding him by the scruff of the neck. However, this little thing seemed unconvinced and kept shaking its four little paws and was not lying in the air. Dahei, with his face hung, carried Xiao Bai to Lin Yuan's side, then raised his eyelids and looked at Lin Yuan, obviously saying, "Whoever owns the dog should take care of it." Xia Sisi took the opportunity to look at Xiao Bai. Well, it was a little bitch. Lin Yuan picked up Xiao Bai, whose butt was covered with poop, with an expressionless face, said goodbye to Xia Sisi, and took Bai Zhe back to the house. Xia Sisi took Dahei and avoided the trail of feces and urine footprints left by Xiao Bai and returned to the house. But after a moment, she was still holding the mop and rag, ready to clean up the corridor. After all, the bloodstains in the corridor yesterday were cleaned up by Lin Yuan. When I had cleaned up the corridor and was about to go back to bed, I saw that the door of Lin Yuan's house was open. Lin Yuan walked out, his face full of fatigue, with Inkei standing on his shoulder and Xiao Bai following him, wanting to run wildly as soon as he went out. But soon, Lin Yuan grabbed the back of his neck. "Xia Sisi, how did Dahei learn to go to the toilet?" Xia Sisi had never expected that Lin Yuan would ask this question as soon as he opened his mouth. Look at Xiao Bai in Lin Yuan's hand again. Xia Sisi was stunned. This unfortunate child, who was being held by Lin Yuan by the scruff of the neck, was still peeing, and he peed all over the surface of Lin Yuan's shoe. Lin Yuan's face suddenly turned cold. "I have cat litter at home, so I can let it learn to go to the toilet in the litter. But it's still young now, so I'm afraid it can't hold it in completely." Xia Sisi has raised a dog before, and Xiao Bai looks only 3 months old. Before the age of 5 months, dogs are like newborn babies, whose organs are not yet fully developed, so they will unconsciously pee and poop everywhere. However, Xia Sisi quickly thought of a solution. She called Dahei over and talked to him for a long time, trying to see if she could let Dahei talk to Xiao Bai. Dahei walked up to Xiao Bai with some disgust, grinned at Xiao Bai, and made some mumbling sounds for a long time. Then, Xiao Bai actually let out a wolf howl, as if he was not convinced. Dahei's face drooped instantly, and he slapped it with his paw. Xiao Bai has become obedient. Then Dahei turned around and went back to the house, looking like a man who had hidden his achievements and fame. Well, it should be fine. Xia Sisi gave Lin Yuan 2 bags of cat litter and told him how to use them. Lin Yuan nodded, looking relieved. Sure enough, Lin Yuan later said that although Xiao Bai still couldn't hold his poop and pee, he was fully aware of going to the cat litter box to solve the problem, and the house instantly became much cleaner. At this time, Xia Sisi saw that she had finished cleaning up and was thinking about going back to the house, but was stopped by Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi turned around and saw Lin Yuan stretching out his hand and shaking the space ring in his hand. "I got a lot of good stuff today, and I want to exchange some medicine with you." Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. Thinking about it, Lin Yuan really didn't let me down. She had thought before that the other party had organized such a large base, and if she went in with the space, she would definitely make the other party cry to death. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan actually did this. According to Lin Yuan, he took over a boiler room and could exchange it with Colonel Zheng. There is a power room with several large generators, which he cannot use for the time being, but he wants to keep it. There is also an arsenal that collects all the hot weapons in the opposing organization. Of course, blowing up these places was also to prevent people from knowing that he had space. In order to make it more realistic, Lin Yuan even filled the rooms with gasoline and placed some bullets and grenades in the weapons warehouse so that people could hear the sound of these hot weapons exploding. In fact, he had already taken away everything inside. He also locked the door to prevent anyone from entering and seeing any clues. After hearing what Lin Yuan said, Xia Sisi could only give him a thumbs up. It was absolutely amazing, really amazing. The medicine that Lin Yuan wanted was for Bai Zhe. He knew about the cooperation between Xia Sisi and the old commander, and he also knew that the medicine Xia Sisi had was very useful. In exchange for the medicine, Lin Yuan handed over what he had obtained, and then asked, You can pick any of these things, as long as they can cure Bai Zhe and make him lively and energetic. Okay, but I need to check Bai Zhe's injuries first. Lin Yuan nodded. Open the door and let Xia Sisi in. When Xia Sisi went in, she found Bai Zhe had fallen asleep. This guy is only 17 years old and still very thin. He is sleeping on Lin Yuan's sofa and looks very small. He is still a child after all. Walking forward, Xia Sisi checked Bai Zhe's injuries and found that he was seriously injured and had a high fever. Perhaps because he came to Lin Yuan's house, Bai Zhe relaxed and slept soundly. Even after being checked by Xia Sisi, he did not wake up. Inkei just stood quietly by, watching with his head tilted, his two little eyes rolling around with a hint of worry. Just now, when Xia Sisi came to Lin Yuan's house, the airplane also came. At this moment, it was squatting not far away and looking at the silver bird. That look is hard to describe. Xia Sisi always felt that if she hadn't asked Huiji not to speak in front of others, Huiji would definitely come over and chat with Inkei for a while. Wait for me for a moment. I'll go back and get some medicine, Xia Sisi said to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded. But when Xia Sisi was about to leave, she found that the airplane was hesitant and refused to leave. Those eyes were just moving around on Inkei. No matter how dumb Xia Sisi was, she understood it. Huiji had set his eyes on Inkei. Sure enough, Xia Sisi dragged Huiji out of the door. But Huiji immediately refused to go out and pretended that his wings were injured, and he cried out twice. In order to help the plane's wings recover better, Xia Sisi now placed a splint on the plane's wings and wrapped it with 2 circles of bandages. The plane can only jump around and can't fly at all. When Xia Sisi glared at it angrily, it walked on the ground twice, twisted its body, and whispered to Xia Sisi, "That little sister is so pretty." Where did Huiji learn the word little sister from? At this moment, Xia Sisi wanted to cut off the power of the plane. Chapter 142. Pick anything. Xia Sisi looked at Huiji, who was like a playboy, with a look of disappointment and tapped Huiji's head hard. "Huiji, you two are totally unsuitable. I'm a pigeon and you're a parrot. I'm so tiny, and you..." Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. But Huiji didn't care at all. Breed is not a problem. Size is not a problem. Even gender is not a problem. Xia Sisi was so angry that she dragged the plane back to the house without saying a word. She didn't go to get the medicine, but went upstairs first to see what Huiji was watching while lying at home recently. This is amazing. What Huiji was watching were some popular cartoons with barrage of comments that Xia Sisi downloaded from a certain website. There's nothing wrong with these cartoons, but these comments can easily lead people astray. Xia Sisi had a cold face and put it away directly. She couldn't let the airplane learn bad things. When Huiji saw that the little toys he usually used for entertainment had been put away, he shouted and wanted to jump onto the sofa so that he could act coquettishly in front of Xia Sisi. It's just that it jumped too quickly, and its injured wing hit the edge of the sofa, and it fell on its back with a thud. The scene was very funny. Dahei watched from the side and raised his eyelids expressionlessly, as if to say, "How stupid." Xia Sisi ignored Huiji's nonsense and took out the medicine produced in the space, which was the black ointment that she had traded with the old commander. This was the medicine that Lin Yuan was talking about. A bruise ointment produced by space with pure Chinese herbal ingredients. Bai Zhe's injuries are all external. That's enough. As for antipyretic drugs and the like, Xia Sisi believed that Lin Yuan should have them. Xia Sisi gave the medicine to Lin Yuan and explained how to use it. It's actually very simple, just apply it on the wound. Xia Sisi has already tried this kind of medicine. It's just that it's better and more effective than ordinary medicines, and it won't leave scars. It feels cool when applied, and it's not as strong as the spiritual spring water. That's why he dared to exchange things with the old commander, and now he dared to give them to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude, and then directly threw the space ring in his hand to Xia Sisi. "Pick whatever you want." Xia Sisi felt that the moment the space ring entered her hand, her chest began to vibrate again. In other words, Lin Yuan severed the connection between the space ring and him. Xia Sisi was stunned for a moment, trying to suppress the restlessness of the little spirit in her chest, and then she asked jokingly, "Lin Yuan, aren't you afraid that I will take your space ring and run away?" Lin Yuan didn't even raise his head. He was applying medicine to Bai Zhe seriously. From the side, his slightly furrowed brows made him look like an old father taking care of his son. "Can you?" Lin Yuan asked back. Xia Sisi smiled without saying anything, cut her finger with a knife, and entered Lin Yuan's space ring. The space inside the ring is not big. It is even smaller than her purple pendant, not to mention the space on her chest. The area is about 300 square meters, but it is more than 5 meters high. There are all kinds of things piled up inside. Most of them were food, weapons, and some boilers and generators, which should have been taken from Lu Jin's organization. It can be seen that before going to Lu Jin's organization, Lin Yuan emptied the contents of this space ring. Things like boilers and generators are not needed in the small room now. Just as Lin Yuan said, we can go to Colonel Zheng to exchange them for other supplies. As for weapons, Xia Sisi picked some about a bag. Xia Sisi didn't need any food for the time being, so she didn't ask for it. When she was about to leave Lin Yuan's space, Xia Sisi saw an old box placed in the corner of this space. The box was tightly locked with a brass lock. She had a feeling that there was something good in the box. Xia Sisi finally took out the bag of hot weapons and the old box, then disconnected herself from the space ring and returned the ring to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan glanced at the two things Xia Sisi took out, took the ring, and asked with a smile, "Just these? When you were bargaining with Colonel Zheng and the old commander, you were full of energy." What this means is that Xia Sisi is quite lenient towards Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi burst out laughing. "I clearly marked the price. It's just a bottle of medicine. How could I ask for so much?" Lin Yuan looked at the smile on Xia Sisi's face, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Yuan still had to continue taking care of Dahei, so after chatting with Xia Sisi for a few more words, they were about to part. Xia Sisi also felt a little hungry and tired, so she wanted to go back to eat something and go to sleep. Xia Sisi was about to leave with her things, but unexpectedly Xiao Bai suddenly jumped out. Xia Sisi saw a white shadow rushing towards her. "No!" Lin Yuan shouted anxiously from behind. Xia Sisi saw a figure rushing over from the side, moving forward so quickly that it almost became an afterimage, and grabbed Xiao Bai by the scruff of the neck. Xiao Bai's four paws kept flapping in the air, obviously a little unconvinced. "This little guy is so noisy. Was your Dahei like this when he was a child?" Lin Yuan helplessly stuffed Xiao Bai into his clothes, then zipped up his clothes, completely restricting Xiao Bai's movements. All I saw was a chubby, furry little head sticking out, a pair of black eyes looking around, and its little paws were still flapping around, but because they were stuffed inside clothes, they couldn't move at all. Bai frowned because of the fluctuation and turned over on the sofa. "Why don't you give Xiao Bai to me and let Dahei take care of him for 2 days? Maybe he will behave better," Xia Sisi said with a smile. After hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded quickly. In this way, Xia Sisi took Xiao Bai back home. Huiji, who was locked up at home, was looking forward to it and was very excited when he saw Xia Sisi bringing back something white. When he saw that it was a stinky little white cat, the airplane drooped its head again. And Dahei, who was standing beside him, also had a drooping face. "Because it's the poop scooper. Let it take care of the children. Just treat you as a child bride, a child bride." Xia Sisi touched Dahei's head with a smile. But unexpectedly, Dahei didn't appreciate it at all. He slapped Xiao Bai to the ground with his claws and bared his teeth at Xiao Bai, as if saying, "If you dare not be honest, I will beat you." At first glance, he looks like a straight man who doesn't understand romance. The guy next to him jumped up and down. "Give me a dozen of these shit shovelers, child brides, etc." Xia Sisi raised her hand and tapped Huiji on the forehead, "Dream on." Who knew that when Huiji saw that Xia Sisi completely ignored him, he started to act up. He kept talking about his heroic deeds of looking after the house alone yesterday. "I jumped up and down on the plane, tickling those two-legged animals so much that they screamed. Even if my wings are injured, I will hold my chest high and not let those two-legged beasts even step over the threshold." The implication of his words is very clear. I am a hero, so it's not too much to ask for a wife, right? Xia Sisi was tired and hungry after a night of sleep, and now she was eating a bowl of pickled fish with rice in no time. Just think of the airplanes chattering as a crosstalk. Gradually, she became distracted. She began to think about her next plan. The small laboratory on the first floor needs to be built, and Colonel Zheng should be able to deliver the batch of mutant cockroach corpses today. Then there is the Lin family. Lin Jie is dead now, but there is still Lin Hung. And Mo Yun, we need to deal with them together. There is still room for further upgrades. As he was thinking, his mind wandered away, and he didn't pay any attention to what the plane next to him was saying. Then I heard the guy on the other side say, "Are you the shit shoveler?" Xia Sisi replied subconsciously. "Yeah. That's great, the shit shoveler agreed to take me on a blind date." Huiji shouted happily. Xia Sisi was stunned for a moment before she noticed the plane jumping up and down with great joy, completely ignoring its injured wing. What's going on? What did she just promise? Dahei, standing aside, had a sullen face and once again pulled back Xiaobai, who wanted to run out to chew on the sofa. Can't you just let Dahei worry less? Chapter 143 Bachelor's Plane. Xia Sisi patiently and persuadingly explained to Huiji the importance of first impression. Look at the condition of your wings now. You can't even fly. You don't look majestic at all. How can you leave a good impression on Silver Sparrow? Of course, Inke didn't even look at the plane just now, and was staring at Bai Zhe intently. Huiji blinked his eyes and said, "So the young lady's name is Inke." Xia Sisi's mouth twitched. "Are you listening to me?" Xia Sisi continued, "We live next door. We are close to the water and have the best views. There are no other mutant birds nearby for the time being. You don't have to worry. There is no rush." As I thought about it, the plane suddenly started howling. Other parrots can lay eggs at the age of 1. I'm already 3 years old. 3 years old. And I'm still a bachelor. Huiji is already 3 years old. And I'm still a bachelor. Xia Sisi was shocked. How come they were talking so well, but he suddenly had such a breakdown? Xia Sisi had no idea that Huiji had never seen even a female parrot since he was born. At most, I have seen little sparrows outside the window, some of them female. But the little sparrows simply disliked the airplane when they saw that it had chains on its feet and was locked in a cage. Even sparrows look down on airplanes. So, after a lot of effort, it grew to be 3 years old. In the world of parrots, 3 years old is already a super old young man, and it can be said that a bachelor of this age will be looked down upon. It saw a beautiful, white little female bird, and its heart was extremely excited. It wanted to pounce on it on the spot and confess its love to the silver sparrow. Xia Sisi persuaded it for a long time and even gave it its favorite pine cones, and only then did the airplane calm down. However, this time the gray plane did not eat the pine cone immediately, but hid it carefully under its wings, saying that he wanted to save it for a gift for the young lady. Xia Sisi could only roll her eyes at this. It's up to you. The child should not be kept until he grows up. On the other hand, Xiaobai was quite obedient under Dahei's discipline, and he also learned how to play with dog toys. He kept swinging his butt on the ground and trying hard to hit a plush rabbit, and he no longer cared about the sofa next to him. After a busy night, Xia Sisi felt a little tired and wanted to take a rest. But thinking that he had just planted a batch of alfalfa in the space, it was time to go and take a look. So he took out a bowl of spiritual spring water from the space and drank it, then prepared to go into the space to clean up. But I didn't expect that as soon as I entered, I saw a massive white thing coming towards me. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Xia Sisi immediately knew that this was Xiaoling. She sighed and reached out to pull Xiaoling off her shoulder. "Why don't you eat up that space? Why don't you eat it? Why don't you eat it?" Xiaoling started jumping up and down, chattering nonstop. Xia Sisi knew that it had wanted to eat up a space for a long time. But this thing is too precious. The one in Xia Sisi's hand was found after she visited the largest jade market in the country. The one in Lin Yuan's hand was the one the Lin family had to find after mobilizing all their resources and searching several nearby urban areas. All you do is eat day after day. Xia Sisi gently tapped Xiaoling on the head. Xiaoling was a little unhappy, but knew it was useless to make a fuss, so she jumped off Xia Sisi's shoulder, walked like a cat, raised her head, and made an unhappy look. Xia Sisi didn't care about it, and went to the side of farm number 1 and took a look at the 2 mutated plants placed in the space. After being buried in the soil, the mutant plants became well-behaved and seemed to be growing quite well. The welcoming pine is lush and green, and you can see a bunch of new buds growing. The cactus is very cute. Xia Sisi tapped the thorns a few times and found that they were very hard. In farm number 1, Xia Sisi planted a batch of bullets this time. Because farm number 1 performed very well a while ago, a batch of grenades actually grew from the seeds planted there. This filled Xia Sisi's arsenal of hot weapons a lot. Xia Sisi wanted to take a gamble, although farm number 1 and the garbage disposal company always depended on appearance. But she just couldn't control her eagerness to try. What if something extraordinary grows out? Looking at it now, farm number 1 is as quiet as a chicken, and there's been no changes. It should take some time for things to develop. After visiting farm number 1, Xia Sisi went for a stroll to farm number 2. Xiaoling was already feeling bored, so she ran to the rooftop and lay down. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she could just see Xiaoling's plump little belly. I don't know if it's an illusion, but Xia Sisi feels that Xiaoling seems to have gained some weight recently, and the 2 cats' pouches on her belly have drooped a little. I don't know if it's because of the jewelry that Ding Lei gave me. This time, Xia Sisi did not plant vegetables and fruits in farm number 2, but instead planted a large area of timothy grass and alfalfa. These are what the herbivores on the farm like to eat. But what surprised Xia Sisi was that as soon as she walked to farm number 2, she saw a large area of purple. The clover is blooming, and the flowers are particularly large, as big as a palm. These alfalfa grasses are more than 2 meters tall and lush green, which should be enough for the little guys in the farm to eat for a long time. She used her mind to collect the alfalfa and timothy grass. At the same time, I happily picked some alfalfa flowers. This thing is delicious when mixed with cornmeal and steamed, and it is also good when stir-fried with meat. Xia Sisi had eaten it once when she was a child. It was made for her by her grandmother when she was still alive. She planned to make a big pot of it when she had time to recall the taste of her childhood. After harvesting the crops at farm number 2, Xia Sisi went to the nearby livestock farm, filled the tanks with feed for the animals, and checked all the byproducts. Canned rabbit meat, fresh milk, fresh goat milk, alpaca wool. The group of guinea pigs she raised now had dozens of them. Xia Sisi had raised this thing as a pet in her previous life. Its barking sound is very cute, and when it hears the sound of the refrigerator being opened, it will let out a loud howl to remind the poop scooper to feed it. But now, Xia Sisi silently clicked on the big words, roasted guinea pig canned food. No matter how small it is still meat. In an instant, Xia Sisi saw that there were 7 or 8 fewer guinea pigs in the guinea pig column, while there were 7 or 8 more guinea pig cans in her space. I heard that this thing is also eaten abroad in Yunnan, where many people eat it and it tastes good. I don't know if Dahei will like it. When Xia Sisi turned to the column of animals that appeared randomly every week, she saw an elephant that seemed a little depressed. This elephant looks like an Asian elephant, and its size is not very big among elephants. Maybe it's because it hasn't seen its own kind for such a long time, and it's obviously a little unhappy. Xia Sisi took some pumpkins and apples from the space and prepared to feed it. When the elephant saw Xia Sisi coming over with food, he swung his big trunk happily. After eating the apples and pumpkins, he even stamped his feet twice, his eyes full of spirit. Xia Sisi took another apple and gently touched the elephant's trunk, thinking that it was the end of the world now, and she wondered if elephants had become extinct and whether she would be able to see them again in the future. Just as she was gently stroking the elephant's trunk, she heard a ding sound in her ear. Then Xiao Ling walked over slowly, apparently still angry with Xia Sisi for not allowing it to eat up other spaces. Master, you have gained the love of the randomly appearing animal elephant, triggering the space's pity for you. You can choose a new byproduct produced by the elephant. Xiao Ling spoke weakly, as if she was reading from a script. But Xia Sisi was very excited. Elephant Brandage Scratcher, this useless, crappy product with all sorts of flaws. Can it be taken offline? Chapter 144. A lot of information. Just as Xiao Ling said, a dialogue box soon appeared in front of Xia Sisi. 3 boxes appeared inside, and Xia Sisi could choose from them. Xia Sisi knew that these 3 things were the byproducts of elephants. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and chose the one in the middle. The other 2 boxes slowly disappeared, and the middle box gently opened. Then, she saw the 4 big words elephant skin armor appearing above the byproducts in the elephant column. Under this armor, there's a line of small words. Elephant skin armor, the best of armors, can withstand fatal damage once. It is called fatal damage, which means that if you wear this armor, as long as you are not dead, you can bring the dead back to life. Isn't it amazing? Isn't the space awesome? Hurry up and use other spaces to honor this space and upgrade it. The number of uses is limited to once. Xia Sisi completely ignored the line of words at the end. It was obvious that Xiao Ling had added it on purpose. She excitedly clicked the make button. Soon, elephant skin armor was produced. Here, after the random animals produce byproducts, there is no harm or reduction to the random animals, as if they are random products produced entirely in space, and the random animals are only used for display. Xia Sisi held the armor and fell silent. It's really ugly. It's so ugly. It's as rough as old tree bark and not very regular. The cutting is so casual that it's outrageous. After putting it on, it's almost like a sack. Moreover, this armor is very large, and it is very inconvenient for Xia Sisi to move around when wearing it. It should be difficult for her to wear it in battle. However, this thing is very useful in bringing the dead back to life. If there is a fatal wound, just putting on this armor should be able to save your life. You can only use this point once, so you should cherish it. Although it was still full of flaws, Xia Sisi still put away this good thing that could completely save her life. At this moment, she looked at the random animal pen on the farm with anticipation, wondering if she could get another one tomorrow. Who would have thought that Xiao Ling next to him would immediately pour cold water on him? Don't watch it. Tomorrow is the last day for the elephants to stay in this farm. New animals will be updated tomorrow. If you want to get more treasures in the space, you have to upgrade the space. I am starving to death. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. She kept talking about upgrading the space and eating. However, she thought that a batch of mutant cockroach corpses from Colonel Zheng should be delivered today. The dinosaur eggs she placed in the livestock farm still produced no byproducts, and there has been no reaction in the past few days. Xia Sisi felt that perhaps the space needed more energy to activate this dinosaur egg. Finally, she took a stroll to the garbage disposal. What was produced today was quite ordinary: 2 boxes of instant noodles. A few days ago, when Xiao Ling was collecting things for Xia Sisi in the space, 2 gloves appeared in the space. When Xia Sisi put it on her hand, she felt very warm. She could also feel that the material was very special, and it should have special functions. Of course, there are still 2 different styles this time. Compared to the red and green socks last time, the gloves this time are much more impressive, with a direct SpongeBob SquarePants and Bald Chong match. After preparing the space, Xia Sisi took some spiritual spring water and acid rain, and prepared to take Dahei and Huiji to take a bath together. Of course, if Xiaobai is obedient, you can also bring it along. The scene of Xiaobai, with a butt full of shit and urine in the morning, left a strong impression on Xia Sisi. So after Xia Sisi went out, she directly arranged another small bucket for Xiaobai. Who would have thought that Xiaobai didn't want to take a bath by himself, and kept trying to run into the airplane and Dahei's wooden barrel. The plane flapped its wings and kept cursing, because Lin Yuan had already scrubbed Xiaobai's fur and cleaned his body in the morning. But after this bath, a lot of dirty and smelly unidentified objects still appeared. Xiaobai's entire bucket was dirty. Xiaobai kept trying to crawl out of his bucket, so Dahei stretched out his paw and slapped him. The airplane was splashed with water and started swearing. This cycle goes on, and it's very lively. Xia Sisi sighed, leaned against her wooden barrel, and watched the 3 noisy creatures, finding it quite interesting. Just when she was about to fall asleep, she suddenly heard Lin Yuan knocking on the door. After putting on her clothes, Xia Sisi went out to answer the door and saw not only Lin Yuan outside, but also Bai Zhe, who was wrapped in bandages. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi and said, "Colonel Zheng is going to raze the Lin family to the ground. Are you going?" Bai Zhe also chimed in. "I didn't expect the Lin family to become so powerful after the end of the world. If you don't join in the fun, you're not a human being." Xia Sisi was surprised and said, "Colonel Zheng is going to attack the Lin family? He is not like us, who have a grudge against the Lin family. Isn't this just stealing our jobs?" When Lin Yuan heard the word "we," the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Well, after hearing that Lin Jie died, the Lin family went crazy. They went to their commander Zhao's place to cry last night, despite Lin Heng's dissuasion. After crying, Commander Zhao scolded the Lin family. I don't know which one of the Lin family got so excited that night that he sent someone to injure the old commander. Colonel Zheng knew that the old commander was injured, and now he wants to take people to wipe out the Lin family. The one who hurt people was Captain Wu. He has been killed by the old commander's men. Xia Sisi reacted and finally figured out the relationship here. This was a huge amount of information. Chapter 145, Zheng Mao, come down. It's just like Bai Zhe said, if you don't join in the fun, you're not a human being, so Xia Sisi must go. Because the door to the 65th floor has been destroyed. Although Lin Yuan had made some repairs before, it is still not very safe now. If Xia Sisi and the others go out, the 66th floor will be empty. The plane was still damaged and couldn't be used, so in the end there was no choice but to leave Bai Zhe behind. Bai Zhe was very reluctant at first, and kept making a fuss and trying to be cute in front of Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi really saw the teenager's ability to act cute, which was even better than that of an airplane. "Brother, just let me go. This little skin injury is nothing. Look, I don't even have a fever anymore." As he said that, he grabbed Lin Yuan's hand and placed it on his forehead. Lin Yuan turned away with a cold face. Bai Zhe continued to pull Lin Yuan's sleeve, his big eyes blinking like a cat. But Lin Yuan's face became darker and darker as Bai Zhe acted cute and coquettish. Finally, Bai Zhe wanted to go find Xia Sisi and act coquettishly. "Sister Sisi, look." However, before Bai Zhe could grab Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan pushed him back into the house with a cold face. "If you are injured, take a good rest. Don't make trouble. Be careful, or I will beat you up again." Just like that, Bai Zhe finally calmed down. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan brought Dahei with them, and the 2 of them and the dog were ready to go. First, I went to the 40th floor downstairs and found Colonel Zheng, who was making deployments. When Xia Sisi knocked on the door and went in, she heard Colonel Zheng yelling in rage. What? Are military doctors useless now? It's just an ordinary wound. Why hasn't the bleeding stopped yet? They're all a bunch of rubbish. I'm going to the Lin family right now and destroy them to bury the old commander. It turned out that the old commander's bleeding had not yet stopped, and the wound kept bleeding, and the military doctors were helpless. When Xia Sisi knocked on the door, Colonel Zheng stood up suddenly when he saw her and rushed to Xia Sisi. Miss Xia, do you still have the medicine you gave to the old commander? The old commander took the medicine away last time and sent it to the front line. He can't stop bleeding this time, and he is so anxious. Now it will take 3 or 4 days to go to the front line and back. I can't wait. While speaking, Colonel Zheng kept his hand stretched forward, as if he was going to grab Xia Sisi's hand. Lin Yuan came up at this time, calmly stopped Xia Sisi behind him, and took Colonel Zheng's hand. I still have some. It refers to the jar that Xia Sisi gave to Dahei to treat his wounds, and it has not been used up yet. This medicine was indeed very effective. After Dahei used it, the bleeding of the wound stopped quickly. Lin Yuan looked at the extent and thought that it would be completely healed after a few more uses. He wouldn't be able to use that much from the jar in his hand. If necessary later, he can go to Xia Sisi to exchange again. This time I stepped forward just on impulse. Seeing Colonel Zheng trying to grab Xia Sisi's hand, he got hot-headed and stepped forward to stop him. As for why he didn't want to see Colonel Zheng grab Xia Sisi's hand, he himself didn't know. He just felt a little uncomfortable when others caught Xia Sisi. Colonel Zheng was delighted when he heard this. He quickly held Lin Yuan's hand tightly and shook it a few times. This will save our old commander's life. I, Zheng Mao, will definitely thank you very much. Lin Yuan calmly took Colonel Zheng's hand away from his own. He didn't like Colonel Zheng's habit of grabbing people's hands whenever he disagreed with something, especially since he always grabbed Xia Sisi so smoothly. Xia Sisi gave me the medicine. If you want to thank someone, thank her. I just went downstairs and heard that you were going to the Lin family. I have a grudge against the Lin family, and I want to join your action. When Colonel Zheng heard about the Lin family, he gnashed his teeth in anger. This damn Lin family is so bold. We have already captured the mercenaries from the Lin family. The evidence is irrefutable. This is a declaration of war. Do you really think that I, Zheng Mao, dare not do anything? Damn it, it's the end of the world now. Lin Jie is dead. Do you really think that I dare not do anything to them? Let's go. Pack up and leave now. Lin Yuan led his men up, dug out some medicine, put it in a small bottle, and handed it to Colonel Zheng's men. He asked about the old commander's wounds and determined that the medicine would definitely be enough. Dahei saw Lin Yuan go and come back, and he wanted to go again. Lin Yuan didn't say anything and went to the corner to pick up a stick. Dahei quickly squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. Brother, I won't make trouble anymore. I will rest well at home. I will also prepare dinner for you and Sister Sisi and wait for you to come back. Really, I won't go. It can be seen that Dahei was often beaten by Lin Yuan and was still afraid of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan threw the stick away and went downstairs. Before leaving, he looked at Dahei and gave him 2 words, really tough. After Colonel Zheng got the medicine, he arranged for someone to deliver it to the old commander. Then he took 2 cars of hot weapons and took Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan with him, and they drove towards the Lin family in a mighty manner. Now all the members of the Lin family live together in 2 large villas. The terrain is relatively high and has not been flooded yet. I heard that since the end of the world, the Lin family has established a relationship with the military and now has installed an electric fence and a wall around the villa, so they live a very comfortable life. Colonel Zheng's meaning was very clear. He was going to take a team of people and go straight in to do the work. Those who caused trouble would be killed directly, and the rest would be sent to the rear area for labor reform. He would also have to expel the Lin family today. Xia Sisi and Colonel Zheng were in the same car, driven by a soldier next to Colonel Zheng. Colonel Zheng sat in the co-pilot's seat, while Xia Sisi, Dahei, and Lin Yuan occupied the entire back seat. On the way, Colonel Zheng kept cursing and talking about all the things the Lin family had done after the end of the world. To be honest, Mrs. Lin is a ruthless person. After the Lin family became wealthy by relying on their connections in the military, Old Lady Lin gathered a group of people. Some of these people had committed crimes, some were mercenaries, and some were martial arts coaches. She gave these people benefits and made them become the Lin family's personal thugs and bodyguards. It laid the foundation for the Lin family's strength. There are also rumors that the hot weapons in the Lin family's home were all embezzled by Lin Jie from a military warehouse that was being transferred before the end of the world. He reported to his superiors that it was difficult to make a batch of weapons, so they were gone. I heard that old lady Lin also captured a group of girls from the art school and gave them to that Lu general. Otherwise, how did the Lin family take down an organization that we almost wiped out and failed to take down without any effort? That old lady Lin is very evil. Colonel Zheng was smoking when he said this, and his words were cold and stern. Xia Sisi knew something about this matter. Old Mrs. Lin was this kind of person in her previous life. You can do whatever it takes to achieve your own benefit. The organization that Lu Jin belonged to survived until after the extreme heat in the previous life. At that time, a girl escaped and said that she was captured by old lady Lin and sold to Lu Jin. In addition, Colonel Zheng said that the Lin family is also in charge of some affairs of the shelter, and they often have conflicts with Colonel Zheng. The Lin family enriched themselves, accepted bribes, and lived off their positions. From what I know, the shelter they manage has the most deaths. But have you seen Lin Jie's wife? She's as fat as a pig, and her face is covered with powder. It's disgusting. And the mink coat that Mrs. Lin was wearing before, I heard that it was taken from an ordinary citizen in the shelter, and that ordinary citizen hired someone to beat her to death. And that Lin Jie, he's just slapping horses and not doing his job. He's basically bringing shame to our military. I've disliked him for a long time. When talking about the Lin family, Xia Sisi could clearly see a hint of disgust on Colonel Zheng's face. Xia Sisi was extremely angry after listening to the story, which lasted dozens of kilometers. It would be really unjust if the Lin family didn't die. But when they drove to the gate of the Lin family, they found that the entire Lin family was surrounded by the army. Standing at the door of the Lin family was a middle-aged man wearing a military uniform with 2 bars and 4 stars on his shoulders. 2 bars and 4 stars is the rank of colonel, 1 level higher than Colonel Zheng. In the military, a higher-ranking officer has more power than others. Seeing Colonel Zheng and his men's car approaching, he stepped forward and said, "Zheng Mao, are you going to make a scene? Get out of here." Chapter 146, Reaching an Agreement. Colonel Zheng cursed but still got off the passenger seat. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, who were traveling with them, also got off the car, including the few soldiers brought by Colonel Zheng. Colonel Liu. Colonel Zheng saluted the visitor, but the salute was very reluctant, and his face looked a little ugly. "Zheng Mao, Commander Zhao asked me to come and guard the Lin family, knowing that you would come and cause trouble. If you want to take action against the Lin family, don't you have to ask our Commander Zhao for his opinion?" Colonel Luo scolded with a cold face. Colonel Zheng suppressed his anger and looked at Colonel Luo and said, "Colonel Luo, our old commander is still lying in bed. The bleeding from his wounds hasn't stopped yet. His life or death is uncertain. Do you know that?" Colonel Luo said in an imposing manner. "Hasn't the assassin been caught and executed?" "But the person who ordered the assassination has not been caught yet." Colonel Zheng stiffened his neck and challenged Colonel Luo. Colonel Luo sighed, knowing that this matter would not end well, and he waved his hand and ordered someone to push out a thin, trembling little boy from behind. Xia Sisi didn't know this person, but she could tell that he was no more than a teenager, probably even younger than Bai Zhe. This guy, Lin Jie's second son, knew his father was killed, so he gave Captain Wu some money to assassinate the old commander. The skinny boy was called Lin Hung, and he was only 15 years old. He bit his lower lip tightly, and his whole body was shaking with fear, but he still said to Colonel Zheng, "Yes, it was me who instructed Captain Wu to kill that high-ranking official. Not only him, but also Xia Sisi, who killed my father, and anyone else who is against our Lin family. I will kill them all." The voice sounded lacking in strength, as if it was something someone else was teaching him. "Colonel Luo, do you think I'm a fool? You found a kid like this to take the blame for the Lin family. You see, he clearly knows who the old commander is, right? You understand what's going on here, right?" Colonel Zheng stamped his feet in anger. But Colonel Luo insisted that this was the person from the Lin family who gave the order to assassinate the old commander. "Also tell Colonel Zheng to hurry up and take his men away and not waste time here." At the end, Colonel Zheng became anxious and was about to pull out his gun. Colonel Luo kicked Colonel Zheng to the ground. "Zheng Mao, be reasonable. I know the old commander treats you like your biological father, but the world is in such a mess now. Why do you think our Commander Zhao treats the Lin family so well? It's because the Lin family can do things for us. If you really wipe out the Lin family, it would be like breaking one of our Commander Zhao's arms, and our city would be in chaos." Colonel Zheng was silent. Xia Sisi, who was standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. She understood that Colonel Zheng had a different status, and if no one stopped him, He could come and bring people to arrest the people who injured the old commander, and then send the others to the rear area for labor reform. There would be no problem at all. By then, there will definitely be trouble later, but Colonel Zheng will deal with them one by one. But now, Commander Zhao has to protect the Lin family, so he can't do it so blatantly. Lin Yuan, it seems that Colonel Zheng is in trouble. Xia Sisi pulled Lin Yuan a little further away and spoke in a low voice. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and looked at Xia Sisi in front of him without saying a word. He felt a flash of light in her eyes and understood what she was thinking at the moment. Tonight, we still have to rely on ourselves. Xia Sisi nodded. That's exactly what I mean. On the day of the game recommendation, Colonel Zheng was turned away. He was very annoyed with Lin Hai, a teenager who was not even 18 years old and was picked out by the Lin family to take the blame. It is obvious that the person who instructed Captain Wu was definitely not Lin Hai. However, this time, apart from Lin Hai, he did not gain any benefit. But he felt a little reluctant to attack an innocent boy who was not even 18 years old. In the end, he was so annoyed that he was sent to the back area for labor reform. From then on, it all depended on his own luck. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan told Colonel Zheng that they did not want to follow the car back. When Colonel Zheng heard this, his eyes rolled around and he immediately became alert. You guys! Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi did not answer Colonel Zheng, but the smiles on their faces immediately made Colonel Zheng understand what they were going to do that night. Oh my God, we are thinking the same thing. Take me with you. Xia Sisi looked at the ruffian look on Colonel Zheng's face and the stars twinkling in his eyes, and knew that he was serious. No matter what, I must find out who instructed that bastard to injure the old commander and beat him to a pulp, Colonel Zheng said through gritted teeth. Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan, who nodded beside her. Xia Sisi's purpose is simple. Mo Yun. Mo Yun has been causing trouble for her time and time again, and she can't keep him any longer. Lin Yuan did not say his purpose, but Xia Sisi knew it must be related to his mother's affairs. In this way, several people reached a consensus. Chapter 147 Lin Hung must die first. When night fell, Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, Colonel Zheng who had changed into night clothes, and Dahei who walked almost silently, approached the two villas of the Lin family quietly. Several people and a dog stopped beside an ornamental rock near the villa. Looking at the strict guards around, Lin Yuan gestured to Colonel Zheng and Xia Sisi, asking them to be patient. He then dodged and disappeared from their sight as fast as lightning. After about 10 minutes, Xia Sisi saw Lin Yuan carrying something and walking out of the villa with his back hunched. When she got closer, Xia Sisi discovered that it was a person she had seen before. He was the Lin family's housekeeper. In the darkness, he gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. Colonel Zheng stepped forward and pinched the butler's philtrum. The housekeeper suddenly woke up and was about to scream when Lin Yuan covered his mouth fiercely. Xia Sisi also placed her knife on the butler's neck. Next, you answer whatever we ask. After interrogation, several people learned that the person who instructed Captain Wu to assassinate the old commander was Lin Yi's father, who lived in the innermost room on the left side of the second floor. This matter has caused a big uproar in the Lin family, and Lin Yi's father, Lin Yong, is also very panicked at the moment. Mo Yun was still at the Lin family, living in Captain Wu's room, the first room on the left on the first floor. When it was Lin Yuan's turn to ask, he looked at the housekeeper coldly. Where is Lin Hui? Lin Hui is the youngest daughter of old lady Lin and is only 40 years old this year. Xia Sisi had met her several times. She was a well-maintained and beautiful single woman. She has always been a socialite in the city. Before the end of the world, Xia Sisi seemed to have heard something, that Lin Hui was pregnant, but the father of the child was unknown. Lin Hui is in the second room on the right on the second floor. Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan and didn't expect that the person he wanted to kill was Lin Hui. However, there was no time to ask more questions. And Lin Hung? Where does Lin Hung live? Finally, Xia Sisi asked seriously. She knew that the smartest person in the Lin family right now was probably Lin Hung. Lin Hung has both means and brains. Including the idea of using Lin Hai to take the blame, it was most likely Lin Hung's idea. He is so cruel that he even uses his own brother to take the blame. But if you think about it, you can understand that Lin Hai is only 15 years old. He can't carry anything on his shoulders or hold anything with his hands. To the Lin family, he is just a fledgling who needs protection. But Lin Yi's father, Lin Yong, is different. He is in his 40s and in the prime of his life. If the Lin family wants to safely get through this crisis and make a comeback, they have to rely on these old guys who are in their prime. Lin Hung is not in the villa. He drove to the shelter in the east half an hour ago. The old butler was already scared out of his wits and didn't answer any questions. Come to think of it, a car did leave the Lin family half an hour ago. At that time, several people did not see clearly who was in the car. Xia Sisi frowned. She was caught in a dilemma. If Lin Hung hadn't died, the Lin family would have surely been able to revive. But Moyun, after a little thought, Xia Sisi decided to leave the team and chase Lin Hung. Tonight, Lin Hung must die. After dealing with Lin Hung, we will then deal with Mo Yun, who has lower combat effectiveness. After the few people had discussed it, they started to act separately. The old butler was knocked unconscious by Lin Yuan and thrown into the snow. This old guy has no grudge against them, but he is also a lackey of the Lin family. I don't know how many bad things he has done behind the scenes. Just throw him into this snowy land and wait for his fate. When Lin Yuan and Colonel Zheng disappeared into the darkness and sneaked into the Lin family, Xia Sisi turned around and patted Dahei's head. Dahei, unlock the mount function. The big black eyes are bright. Great, I can finally run happily on the snow. Following Xia Sisi's command, Dahei's body quickly expanded 2 circles, becoming the size of a foal, and then lowered its body, waiting for Xia Sisi to sit on it. Xia Sisi took a step, climbed onto Dahei's back, and patted Dahei's neck. Let's go, catch up with that car. The snow was slippery, so the car only drove for about half an hour, or at most 20 kilometers. As for Dahei, his speed was much faster than that of ordinary vehicles when he was speeding on the snow. Dahei shook his fur, and let's go. This was the first time that Xia Sisi sat on Dahei's back and galloped outside. Last time I just jogged around the house for a while. This time, she felt the wind whistling past her, and she couldn't even open her eyes. Oh my God, the speed couldn't be more than 100 kilometers per hour? She quickly took out a pair of goggles from the space and put them on her eyes. As soon as she put on the glasses, she saw the white snow around her rapidly receding. Dahei and she were black, that moving rapidly in the snow. Her hands were tightly around Dahei's neck, pressing her body down. After walking for a distance, Xia Sisi saw the ruts left by vehicles on the ground. Xia Sisi asked Dahei to follow the wheel tracks and look for the car ahead. Sure enough, after just a short while, Xia Sisi actually saw the car ahead. A black modified off-road vehicle with anti-skid chains on its wheels was driving hard in the snow. Without saying anything, Xia Sisi took out a grenade from the space and whispered in Dahei's ear. Get closer, be steady. Dahei quickly sped up, a few points faster than before, and his 4 legs kicked up a string of snowflakes in the snow. At this moment, Lin Hung in the car had also noticed the person behind him. He wasn't actually going to the refuge in the east. He was going to run away. He has decided to abandon the Lin family. He always felt that it was good to lean on the Lin family as a big tree to enjoy the shade. Even when Mrs. Lin died, he did not feel sad at all. Instead, he felt that the Lin family's business would finally be in his and his father's hands. After all, my father has power in the military, and he has brains. Just as he thought, after Mrs. Lin died, the Lin family relied on him and his father to be in charge. Even his 2 uncles and that aunt who always looked down on others treated him differently. He was even prepared to create a new world for himself in this apocalypse. Lin Hung is different from most of the fools in the Lin family. He is most like old lady Lin, ruthless, wise, and forbearing. So when his father died, he did not rush forward and impulsively fight with Xia Sisi. He knew that if he went up, he would never be able to come back. He had already planned that he would rely on the big tree of the Lin family and grow up slowly and quietly. He couldn't even rely on flattery to curry favor with higher-ups like his father did. He also cannot rely on selling people to consolidate the Lin family status like his grandmother did. At this critical juncture, he needs to do something practical to ensure that Commander Zhao will not abandon their Lin family. We must also pave the way for him with more blood. Therefore, he sent his own brother to take the blame for this incident in order to give Colonel Zhang's people a way out and also to remind the rest of the Lin family. The Lin family is in great trouble now, and if I, Lin Hung, take charge, I can send even my own brother away. If you don't hurry up and do something serious and show your value, I, Lin Hung, can also send you away. On the other hand, he had also made plans. After this storm was over, he would work closely with more organizations like Lu Jin's and make a living from both black and white in this apocalypse. He had a plan, and he knew that human resources were very cheap now. He wanted to gather a group of people, lock up their relatives as a threat, give them very little food every day, and let them go to the acid rain under the ice to salvage supplies. Now only the government is salvaging the materials that are soaked under the ice. After all, breaking the ice is difficult, and acid rain is still dangerous. Many people have no medicine at all. He captured these people's relatives and forced them to die, so these people had no choice but to do it. At that time, the things salvaged can be used as negotiation conditions with the military and those evil organizations. By then, he will be able to help the Lin family revive. But today he saw Lin Yuan, the look in the eyes of that illegitimate son, when he looked up at him. Also, he talked with his uncles and aunts again, and those two old guys actually felt that they were safe after Colonel Zheng left. It's just so stupid. So, he took a few trusted men and a batch of supplies and ran away. He was preparing to join a gang of evil forces with which he had private contacts, to become a local tyrant and completely abandon the Lin family. But he didn't expect that as soon as he walked back, he heard the bodyguard say that something was chasing them from behind. In the rearview mirror, Lin Hung saw the woman riding on a big black dog. His pupils contracted, and it took him a moment to recognize that the woman was Xia Sisi. The black dog that Xia Sisi was riding was actually the big dog she raised. But was this dog so big? Lin Hang's brain was working rapidly, and he felt that the sense of crisis he had felt before was correct. At the same time, he also realized that he must have missed something before. At this time, he saw Xia Sisi smiling deeply at the rearview mirror. In the reflection of the car's taillights, he even saw Xia Sisi smiling with her snow-white teeth showing. Then she raised her hand, and in her hand was a black grenade. Lin Hung saw that the fuse on the grenade had been ignited. "Not good," Lin Hung shouted. Chapter 148, Unexpected Fortune. Dahei's feet were so strong that he almost flew with Xia Sisi. Soon they were only 10 meters away from the vehicle. The grenade in Xia Sisi's hand was already lit. She calculated the time, and threw the grenade out the moment she saw Lin Hang's head sticking out of the car window. Lin Hung felt that everything in front of him was moving in slow motion. The burning grenade flying towards him, the smiling girl on the big black dog, and the panicked bodyguard next to him. At the critical moment, Lin Hung hurriedly tried to pry the steering wheel from the bodyguard's hand, trying to move the car body away and out of the explosion range of the grenade. But it's too late. It's too late. The sparking grenade fell beside the car, and with a loud bang, the whole car turned over. Xia Sisi had already stopped at the back and watched as the car Lin Hung was overturned. The whole car was upside down. The wheels were spinning violently and madly in the air, and all the windows were shattered. Looking around, I found that this was a residential building. The noise quickly attracted the attention of the surviving people around. Xia Sisi took out a gun from her pocket, loaded it deliberately, and fired a shot towards the sky as a warning to the unrelated people to retreat. Those heads that were looking out of the windows quickly retracted their heads, not daring to look outside again. When the residual heat from the grenade explosion had almost dissipated and the flames on the ground were out, Xia Sisi, riding on a big black bicycle, slowly approached the vehicle where Lin Hung was from a distance. However, she kept the gun in her hand and walked slowly, keeping an eye on Lin Hang's movements at all times. There was not a single movement. Normally, when a vehicle catches fire and such a serious accident occurs, the people inside should get out and escape quickly. But at this moment, no one came out to escape. Are they all dead? Xia Sisi did not dare to let her guard down. She gently bent down and whispered a few words in Dahei's ear. Dahei's ice-blue eyes flashed a few times, indicating that he understood. When he was about 2 meters away from the car, Dahei suddenly jumped up. At the same time, several gunshots were heard from the direction of the car. The direction it was shooting towards was the direction Xia Sisi and Dahei were about to go. It can be seen that the people in the car are not dead, and are even waiting for Xia Sisi and Dahei to come over. If Xia Sisi hadn't been careful and let Dahei jump on top of the car when approaching, she might have been hit by a bullet by now. At this moment, Lin Hung was in the car, feeling miserable but unable to speak out. The driver died the moment the vehicle overturned, and he and 2 bodyguards were the only ones left alive in the car. But one bodyguard was seriously injured. His left arm was broken. The bones were turned outside and blood was flowing out continuously. He had already done some simple treatment, but he could still feel his body getting colder. If he didn't get good medical treatment in a while, he would probably die here. It was very hot in the car. The iron was scorching, but he didn't dare go out. He took the lens of a rearview mirror and gently observed Xia Sisi's movements behind him. He and the 2 bodyguards agreed that they would shoot when Xia Sisi was about 1 meter away from the car. Before that, they had to hold back and pretend that everyone in the car was dead. Otherwise, there is only death today. But he didn't expect that this damn woman Xia Sisi was so vigilant. When he was 2 meters away from the car, he actually jumped directly onto the roof, causing their guns to empty. Just as he was slapping his thigh and cursing Xia Sisi loudly, he saw something reaching out from above his head outside the window. Before he could react, he heard a loud bang, and after that, he knew nothing. In the moment before his death, he seemed to see his short life. At that moment, there was only one voice in his mind: Dash. I died at the hands of a woman. I must never look down on women in my next life. Lin Hung didn't know until his death that he died so quickly just because of his cleverness. The lens of the rearview mirror that he had been holding in his palm allowed him to see Xia Sisi's location, but it also exposed his position. Xia Sisi knew he was in the passenger seat, but there was no way to lock onto where his head was. She and Dahei were on top of the car, and it was difficult to tell where they were. But soon, she saw several reflective areas under the moonlight. Then she thought about how they had stayed in the car and didn't get out, and knew they were getting close. She realized that Lin Hung was using the mirror to observe the situation behind. That's good. Xia Sisi calculated the approximate position of Lin Hung's head from the reflection in the mirror through the passenger seat, where Lin Hung was. One shot, headshot. After killing Lin Hung, Xia Sisi jumped out of the car with Dahei. She knew there was someone in the back seat, probably a bodyguard hired by the Lin family. Everyone get out of the car. Xia Sisi deliberately loaded the pistol, making a noise. The two remaining bodyguards in the car were terrified at this moment. After hearing what Xia Sisi said, he crawled out from the back seat. There was a young bodyguard who had a large burn on his chest. Although the bleeding had stopped, he still had some difficulty moving. No, don't kill us. We just took the Lin family's money to do things for the Lin family. We have nothing to do with the Lin family. The older one said tremblingly. He was holding a box in his hand. I have Lin Hung's most important thing here. He carries this thing wherever he goes. I'll give this to you. Will you let me go? As he said that, he threw the silver box to the ground and kicked it towards Xia Sisi's position. Xia Sisi looked at the box. It was about 1/2 meter long and 30 centimeters thick. It was quite large and she couldn't tell what was inside. It's locked with a combination lock. What's the password? Xia Sisi asked the older man. She actually had no intention of killing these two people. She knew that this man was a mercenary or a thug with some kung fu skills. He followed the Lin family and did things for money. He had no grudge against her. From today on, the Lin family will no longer be able to achieve anything, and it should be impossible for them to cause trouble to her again. This man, who made a living by making money, posed no threat to her. The password. I don't know the password either. I'm just responsible for holding this box, but I know that this box is very important to Lin Hung, and there must be good things inside. Even though I've been Lin Hung's personal bodyguard these days, he has never let me see what's inside. The older man wiped the sweat from his head. The other younger man, seeing that the older man had already given up his supplies in order to survive, said, I know some of Lin Hung's secrets. There are the supplies he has hidden and his relationship with several other organizations. I'll tell you everything. Can you let me go too? Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect to get such unexpected fortune on this trip. Chapter 149. Lin Yuan was shot. After about 10 minutes, the two bodyguards supported each other and left. Xia Sisi and Dahei stood in the snow for a long time without moving. Xia Sisi was excited because she got an important message from the young man. This Lin Hung, or the Lin family, is truly amazing. While the military was still studying how to mutate animals, they actually set up a laboratory with all kinds of experimental animals and even conducted experiments on humans. The purpose is to stimulate the mutant properties of these animals so that these animals and humans can be used for their own benefit. I heard that Lin Hung has already figured out some tricks, but it's just that the time is too short and it hasn't been fully formed yet. According to Lin Hung's bodyguard, this is the most powerful mutant tree in the laboratory. This mutant tree was originally more than 3 meters tall, and now it is more than 5 meters tall. It has also acquired a certain level of intelligence and can obey a small number of commands. Xia Sisi had no interest in whether this mutant tree had intelligence or obeyed commands. She was only interested in the fact that this thing could upgrade the space. Moreover, according to the bodyguard, there are many mutant plants in this laboratory. It seems that some mutant animals have been captured and are being studied. Xia Sisi was thinking about this laboratory, and she must visit it, so she asked for the address. In addition, Lin Hung also had a personal storage location for supplies, which Xia Sisi also found. In the box she is holding in her hand, Xia Sisi looked at the combination lock on it, not caring at all. She took out an axe and chopped it a few times but failed to open it. Later, he took various things and tried to cut open the combination lock, but it was of no use. She took a look at the box and saw that the material was rather special. She couldn't tell what metal it was made of, but she knew it must be something special. Thinking I would continue studying it later, I threw it into the space. She glanced at the time and saw that more than half an hour had passed. She needed to hurry back to get rid of Yun. Xia Sisi thought that Dahei had consumed a lot of his supernatural powers, so he took out a bowl of dog food from the space and let Dahei eat it. The black whirlwind swept away everything and ended the battle in 10 seconds. She touched Dahei's neck and patted his forehead. Let's go. On the other side, Colonel Zheng had already dealt with Lin Hung. Actually, things were much simpler than he thought. He and Lin Yuan sneaked into the Lin family. He originally thought it was difficult. After all, the Lin family's guards were very strict. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan planned a perfect infiltration plan after just a few glances? Moreover, this kid was in a blind spot and destroyed the power grid cleanly and efficiently. As soon as the power grid went out, Lin Yuan jumped into the Lin family's house. Colonel Zheng was very impressed with Lin Yuan's skills. After entering the Lin family yard, Lin Yuan took Colonel Zheng up to the second floor along a drainage pipe, then reached out and pulled up Colonel Zheng, who had never been good at climbing trees since he was a child. After Colonel Zheng went up, he looked down and realized that this place was amazing. This is a small platform with a tree that just blocks the view of the two bodyguards standing guard outside. Lin Yuan was half squatting the whole time, as if he had calculated the range of vision from all directions and hid himself perfectly. This platform is a blind spot for the other guard. After Colonel Zheng came up, Lin Yuan even pressed his body with his hands, asking him not to raise his body too high so that he could hide himself. Colonel Zheng calculated that even if someone suddenly passed by at this moment, it would be difficult for Lin Yuan to be spotted given his height. At this moment, Colonel Zheng felt that this guy Lin Yuan seemed to be quite good at infiltration. Next, it's time to enter the house. Colonel Zheng has always been an honest person and has never walked around the house like a thief as he did now. So basically, he was dragged by Lin Yuan all the way, directed by Lin Yuan, and was sent to Lin Yang's door as if by magic. After Lin Yuan sent Colonel Zheng to the door, he disappeared without saying a word. But before Lin Yuan left, the look in his eyes seemed to be saying, Colonel Zheng, your kung fu is not good enough. You need to practice more. Colonel Zheng cursed in his heart. I'm a soldier. How can I be good at such assassination? But regardless of that, Colonel Zheng gently turned the door handle in front of him and prepared to go in. But who would have thought that from inside the door, there would be a series of unbearable, teasing sounds. Beauty, I was scared to death today. I need to relax. It was a man's voice, probably Lin Hung. Oh, Master Lin, your Lin family must be blessed with great fortune. What are you afraid of? It was the voice of a delicate woman. That's true. Our Lin family is thriving in this doomsday. He's just an old commander, buried up to his neck in the earth, and he won't live for many days. I'm finding someone to kill him to avenge my brother, and also to show our commander Zhao that our Lin family is very strong. We can deal with the old commander, and let Commander Zhao look at our Lin family differently. My nephew Lin Hung is actually afraid. He is really young and can't take on responsibilities. Lin Yang's voice. Master Lin, don't talk about fighting and killing. We are all ready. The woman's voice was so soft that it almost melted into water. Oh, my baby! Colonel Zheng couldn't stand it any longer, so he rushed in and yelled in his heart. Damn Lin Yang, our old commander is in danger, and you're still here making sarcastic remarks and looking happy. I'm done for you. All I heard was a very light sound of a silenced pistol, followed by a woman's scream. But the scream stopped halfway. The woman was knocked unconscious by Colonel Zheng. Of course, our Colonel Zheng was wearing a mask before entering the door. After doing all this, Colonel Zheng looked at Lin Yang, who was naked and covered with disgusting fat, and spat fiercely on Lin Yang. Then he walked out of the door carefully, jumped onto the second floor platform, and walked away. This was what Lin Yuan and he had agreed on in advance. After the matter was done, there was no need to wait for him, and Colonel Zheng should go first, the farther the better, as Lin Yuan still had things to settle with the Lin family later. Lin Yuan, on his side, had already arrived at Lin Hui's room. He just ran into a little trouble, because Lin Hui saw Lin Yuan in the crowd during the day. She knew Lin Yuan's skills and had already ambushed him in the house. Lin Yuan was extremely careful and did not enter through Lin Hui's main door, but through the window. But the moment he entered, someone pointed a gun at his head. Lin Hui, holding a cigarette in one hand, walked slowly to Lin Yuan barefoot in the warm villa, wearing thin pajamas. The child of a bitch is indeed a worthless person. He came to die in the middle of the night. When Lin Yuan heard the words bitch's child, he narrowed his eyes slightly, with a dark look in his eyes. Standing in front of him was Lin Hui, the youngest daughter of old Lady Lin. It was the enemy who murdered Lin Yuan's mother. It was during this return trip that he discovered the truth about his mother's death. He had always wanted to kill Lin Hui, but because Lin Hui was pregnant, he did not do it. As a killer, he kills women, but not pregnant women. That's why he kept waiting for Lin Hui to give birth to the child, and then calculated the time to kill people. But he didn't expect that Lin Hui, this scheming woman, would figure it out. At this moment, Lin Hui lifted up her thin pajamas and actually took out a small pistol from her underwear. The pistol was instantly loaded and gently pointed at Lin Yuan's chest. Since you're so anxious to see your mother, that bitch, I'll take you there. Ha ha! Lin Hui fired instantly. Lin Yuan fell down instantly, holding his chest with a look of pain on his face. Slowly closed his eyes. Chapter 150, Return Home. When Lin Yuan was extremely weak, he gently asked, "Did you kill my mother?" Lin Hui smoked a cigarette, sneered, stepped forward and kicked Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, you don't know your mother was still chanting your name when she died. Yes, I killed that bitch Lin Duanjing. In order to kill her, I found someone to carefully plan it into a suicide, and it took a lot of effort. Now you can rest in peace and go to see her downstairs. Lin Yuan's mother, Lin Duanjing, committed suicide many years ago. At least that's what the police files said, during the years when Lin Yuan was serving in the Special Forces. No one knows why Lin Duanjing suddenly committed suicide. When she was found, she had been dead in her apartment for several days. Her body was rotten, her clothes were torn, and her body was covered with traces of maggots. He didn't even leave a suicide note. Lin Yuan's grandparents' health deteriorated drastically due to their daughter's sudden death, and they both passed away a few months before the end of the world. At that time, Lin Yuan was taking on a mission, and even people from his mother's family couldn't contact him. When he completed the task and contacted his family, he learned of his mother's death. When he returned, his mother had turned into a handful of ashes. Also, because of his mother's accidental death, he was distracted and did not receive the emergency call and missed the order for him to return to the team immediately. Later, when he returned to the team, his comrade was killed while performing a mission. He went crazy and shot an important suspect to death, so he was forced to retire and later became a mercenary. He has always wanted to know the truth about his mother's death. The mother he knew was an optimistic person, and it was impossible for her to commit suicide so easily. So after he left the army, he had more freedom to investigate the truth behind his mother's death. It was not until the end of the world that he found Lin Hui. I suspect that Lin Hui was responsible for my mother's death. At that time, the Lin family was already at the end of its strength. A large number of its assets were acquired by Lin Yuan's mother's family, and it was almost unable to survive. Lin Yuan's mother was the one who suppressed the Lin family. Lin Yuan also found out an old story that Lin Ruijing and Lin Hui were best friends in their early years. Both of them are famous ladies in the city, and their ages are almost the same. Lin Ruijing and Mr. Lin knew each other through Lin Hui, which is terrifying when you think about it. Now Lin Yuan finally knows the truth about his mother's death. In an instant, Lin Yuan, who had already lost his life and looked like he was about to die, suddenly curled up the corners of his mouth into a smile. The eyes that were about to close suddenly opened. He rushed forward and grabbed Lin Hui's wrist. Lin Hui, I will make your life worse than death. There was no bleeding at all where Lin Hui's gun hit his chest. Just now, Lin Yuan had been covering that place with his hands to hide the fact that he was not injured. After all, he was wearing a vest made of mutant rat king skin. I'll kill him. Lin Hui panicked and hurriedly called the bodyguard next to her. However, when Lin Yuan just came in, he only took a glance and noticed that the bodyguard's pistol was not loaded at all. That's why he dared to act so quickly and play such a trick on Lin Hui. After all, the end of the world had just happened. How could these people, who had never touched a gun before the end of the world, react so quickly? Lin Yuan kicked the bodyguard and shot him in the head. He then looked at Lin Hui again and said, I will let you experience every pain my mother went through. After saying that, Lin Yuan knocked Lin Hui unconscious with a punch. Then he jumped out of the window with the unconscious Lin Hui on his back. The footsteps of the Lin family bodyguards could be heard at the door, but they were bound to find nothing when they entered. After going out, Lin Yuan carried Lin Hui on his back, dodged the Lin family's guards all the way, ran out of the Lin family, and threw Lin Hui in the car. Just when he threw Lin Hui in the car and was about to leave, he saw a figure not far away, quietly slipping out of the Lin family. Lin Yuan frowned slightly, fearing that someone was here to cause trouble for him. So he closed the car door and followed quietly. When he got closer, he realized it was Mo Yun, who was carrying a big bag and looking panicked, ready to run away. Moreover, she stole a car from the Lin family. Lin Yuan remembered that Xia Sisi had said before that after dealing with Lin Hung, she would come back to deal with Mo Yun. He knew that this was Xia Sisi's goal in the Lin family. The corners of his mouth curled up. When Xia Sisi came back, she had not yet entered the Lin family. She had just arrived at the place where they had agreed to hide the car. She saw that a car had been driven away from the place where the car was hidden, and a person was lying on the ground. It was none other than Mo Yun. At this moment, Mo Yun had fainted. He had been in the snow for a while. There was still some snow on his face, and a layer of ice had formed on his frozen eyelashes. The strangest thing was that there was a piece of paper stuffed inside Mo Yun's clothes. Xia Sisi reached out her hand curiously and picked up the paper. There were only 2 words written in a flamboyant style on it: "No thanks." The signature below is Lin Yuan. When Xia Sisi looked at the paper, she could imagine the smug look on Lin Yuan's face when he wrote these words. Xia Sisi shook her head slightly, feeling that Lin Yuan's personality was quite interesting. "It to save me some time," Xia Sisi said with a smile, then took out a gun and shot directly at Mo Yun's head. With a bang, a gunshot rang out, and a blood-red flower bloomed on the snow. Mo Yun, dead. Xia Sisi drove the car, took Dahei with her, abandoned Mo Yun's body, and drove away. On the other side, Lin Hui was awakened by the pain in her fingers and toes. Her first reaction after waking up was, "Great, I'm still alive." But soon, she found herself in a strange place, with noisy chattering sounds all around her. She opened her eyes and looked around, and then saw countless pairs of blood-red eyes. She looked down again and found that her fingers and toes were covered in blood, and there were several huge rats gnawing on them. "Ah!" She howled loudly. But soon her entire head was bitten off by a huge snow-white rat that jumped out from behind her. Then, countless rats rushed into her body, sucking her blood and gnawing at her internal organs. Lin Yuan was driving away at this moment, leaving the warehouse where he and Xia Sisi fought the mutant rats, killed the Rat King, and witnessed the rebirth of the mutant Rat King. I don't know how many times the Rat King in this warehouse has been replaced, and I don't know how many people came here to look for food after Xia Sisi and the others left. It became food for those mutant rats. But this is indeed a good destination for a vicious woman. It was cut into pieces, and not even a scrap was left. When Xia Sisi also returned to the apartment, to the 66th floor, as soon as she walked into the corridor, she saw Dahei wearing an apron and holding a spatula, smiling and greeting Xia Sisi. "Sister Sisi, I prepared the meal and have been waiting for you. Come and eat." Colonel Zheng changed into casual clothes, chewing a chicken leg, and greeted with a smile. Come on, eat inside." This young man looks young, but his cooking skills are really good. He looked like he wasn't shy at all. Lin Yuan also came out and smiled gently at Xia Sisi. "You're back." At that moment, Xia Sisi actually felt like home, including the 10 years at the end of her previous life. Xia Sisi felt the warmth of home for the first time so far. It was a bit of peace after the war in the bustling and apocalyptic world. Chapter 151: Blackmail. While Dahei was saying that there was one last dish to be cooked, and he was arranging the dishes, Xia Sisi went home to prepare to feed Dahei. After all, Dahei changed his form today and flew on the snow for so long. He must be starving now. But I didn't expect that as soon as I entered the house, I heard a wailing, "Shit, shoveler, you still remember to come back." Looking down, Huiji was looking at him with tearful eyes. Xia Sisi walked over, gently touched the little head of the airplane, and praised it for successfully looking after the home again. Unexpectedly, Huiji tilted his head slightly and didn't listen to Xia Sisi at all. After a long time, he twisted his body and looked at Xia Sisi. "Shit, shoveler, if you guys want to go to the dinner party, take me with you." Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. "How did the plane know that we were going to have a dinner together?" "Brother Dahei said that we are going to have a dinner at the young lady's house, so why not bring her along?" When Xia Sisi heard that it was Dahei who said that, she went over and grabbed Dahei's ears while he was eating and drinking. "Dahei!" Later, from Huiji's mouth, Xia Sisi pieced together what Dahei had just said to Huiji. The general meaning is that Xia Sisi, who works as a shit shoveler, is going to eat something delicious next door and asks Huiji to go with her, so that she can meet the beautiful little girl Inkei. As for Dahei, he is optimistic about Huiji's desire to pursue Inkei. After all, in Dahei's eyes, the silver bird is beautiful. Its flying speed is higher than that of the gray aircraft, and it is a special carrier pigeon trained by the mercenary Dahei. At first glance, it is more reliable than the gray aircraft. Huiji finished speaking with his chest puffed out and a proud look on his face. Xia Sisi is so disappointed with him. Huiji, Inke is so much stronger than you. Even if you marry her, you'll just be living off her. Unexpectedly, Huiji's chest puffed out even higher. Brother Dahei said that the good things should be kept within the family. It doesn't matter who eats the free food, just take advantage of them. Xia Sisi was so angry that she slapped Dahei hard. Dahei, how do you educate Huiji? Xia Sisi whispered in Huiji's ear for a long time, saying things like a man should be self-reliant and no one is stronger than you. And only then did she calm Huiji down and let it recuperate at home safely. Once she had recovered, she could visit the neighbor across the street as soon as possible and then talk about finding a wife. Finally, both of them were locked up at home to reflect. Xia Sisi took a large cucumber from the space, cut it into pieces as thick as fingers, and then quickly fried it in a pan to make a sauce. I went to the neighbor's house with a big bowl of cucumber dip. It's very lively next door at the moment. Colonel Zheng said that the old commander's bleeding stopped immediately after using Xia Sisi's medicine. He is now recuperating and has passed the critical period. Although there are still quite a few people left in the Lin family, they are all losers and will definitely not amount to anything. Basically, in this doomsday, the Lin family can no longer survive. Humph, the Lin family is so bold that they dare to provoke the old commander. Do they really think Commander Zhao can protect such a big family like them? Dahei cooked a large table of dishes. There are stewed pig's trotters, chestnut chicken, spicy fish, chili scrambled eggs, braised pork, fried peanuts. But what was unexpected was that the most popular dish on the entire table was the bowl of cucumber dip that Xia Sisi brought. Even Lin Yuan ate a lot very quickly without showing any emotion. Your cucumber tastes really good. Is it hydroponically grown? Colonel Zheng asked while eating. Xia Sisi smiled and nodded. I guess so. Is it hydroponics irrigated with spiritual spring water? In fact, at this time, even in Lin Yuan's place, there are not many fresh vegetables. He also grew a shelf of hydroponic vegetables, but they grew very slowly due to the cold weather. Because Xia Sisi had taken the hydroponic vegetable racks given by the old commander before and promised Lin Yuan that she would share some with him when the vegetables grew, she also sent some peppers to Lin Yuan recently. But looking at the dishes on the table, Xia Sisi knew that the landlord's food supply was running low. The whole table is filled with meat. Colonel Zheng did not come empty-handed. He took a piece of meat and asked Dahei to make it into braised pork. But when he saw the cucumbers that Xia Sisi brought, he felt like meeting his real father, as he put it, and he couldn't stop eating them. For a moment, except for the occasional chatting, the only sound was the crunch of everyone chewing cucumbers. If you didn't know, you would have thought it was rabbits having a meeting. Xia Sisi was not greedy for vegetables. After all, she had plenty of them in her space, so she grabbed a table full of meat and vegetables and feasted on them. Dahei's craftsmanship is indeed good, and he is only 17 years old, so he has a promising future. Who would have thought that after the meal was over, only Xia Sisi touched some of the meat and vegetables on the table, and the others only ate a few bites at the beginning before Xia Sisi brought the cucumbers. On the whole table, only the large bowl of cucumbers was eaten up, and not many vegetables were touched. Dahei was about to cry when he saw this scene. What? I worked so hard all night, but in the end, my weight was not as good as the few cucumbers that Sister Sisi brought over. Xia Sisi said nothing, but just laughed secretly in her heart and patted Dahei on the shoulder. You didn't lose by losing to the space. After the meal, everyone felt full and wanted to catch up on some sleep. Dahei had nothing to do, so he decided to wander around the shelter as a form of exercise. His fever had long since stopped, and the wounds on his body were well bandaged and applied with healing medicine. He looked as energetic as a monkey. Perhaps it was because he was too young, or because he had been detained by a criminal organization for too many days, but now he didn't want to be idle for even a moment. Lin Yuan knew Dahei's kung fu skills and was not worried about him. He told him to try not to move too much and not to open the wound again, and then went to sleep. When Xia Sisi returned home, she saw a plane running towards her. Come and ask Xia Sisi, does Miss Inke look good today? It looks beautiful. Xia Sisi was about to cry. What kind of love brain is this? Ignoring the two little ones at home, Xia Sisi washed up quickly, drew the curtains in the bedroom, and lay on the bed to have a good sleep. But unexpectedly, I only slept for 2 hours. She was awakened by the commotion outside the door. To be honest, this is really rare. From the very beginning of entering the shelter, Someone came to the 66th floor to cause trouble. It has been so long since anyone dared to go up and ask for trouble. Dahei appeared at the bedroom door with a drooping black face. It seemed that he had just been woken up and was a little irritable. The plane was shouting in the living room. The shameless ones are coming up. The shameless ones are coming up. Xia Sisi put on her clothes, took her knife and gun, wrapped herself in a mink coat, and went out. As soon as I opened the door, I heard Zhe outside jumping up and down angrily. Don't talk nonsense. I'm only 17. How could I possibly fall for an old woman like you? You're shameless. No wonder Huiji kept shouting shameless in the house. It turned out that Zhe was calling him shameless outside. Lin Yuan stood in the corridor with a cold expression and frown. After asking Lin Yuan, I found out that Zhe went out for a stroll and a girl in her early 20s actually accused him of molesting him. He also brought a group of so-called relatives and friends, and now they are standing at the door of the 66th floor demanding justice. My innocent daughter, how could she have sneaked into the same room with your child and defiled herself in just 10 minutes? There was a woman inside who looked to be in her 40s, the girl's mother. At this moment, he was hugging the girl and crying with her at the door. The cries and screams were deafening. Zhe was so angry that he jumped up and down, but he couldn't explain himself clearly and his face turned red. He was ready to pull out his gun, but seeing that there were many people watching the fun nearby, he knew that this matter would not be explained clearly today, and he felt aggrieved. Lin Yuan watched coldly from the side. When he saw Xia Sisi coming, he suddenly seemed relieved. You are better than me at quarreling. The meaning is very clear. Xia Sisi, go ahead. Xia Sisi was speechless. What's the matter? He's using me just when we're getting a little familiar with each other. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi and knew what she was thinking. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, I saw that you liked the chestnut chicken made by Zhe today. I will ask him to make 2 more plates as a thank you. Xia Sisi thought that the chestnut chicken made by Zhe was really good, fragrant, glutinous, and delicious. Without saying anything, she walked up to the crying girl sitting on the ground, swung her hand, and put a silver knife on her neck. Sister, tell the truth, or you will see blood today. My brother is 17 years old and still a child. If you want to blackmail him, you should find someone suitable. Chapter 152, Who Sent You Here? What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that as soon as she finished speaking, the girl rolled her eyes a few times and looked at Lin Yuan next to her, as if to say, this is also quite appropriate. What's more, this girl is not afraid of the knife in her hand at all. Oh, this is unreasonable. After sleeping with our daughter, you still want to kill someone. If you have the guts, kill me. Come on, cut my neck. The woman who had been standing nearby suddenly rushed over, as if trying to push Xia Sisi away. It's just that Xia Sisi's physical strength has been very good recently, and her body movements have returned to the level of her previous life. How could she be bumped into by such an old woman who doesn't have enough food every day? She raised her foot and kicked the woman away the moment she rushed over. With a bang, the woman hit the stair railing behind her, and her head was instantly broken. But the woman didn't care at all. She rolled over and cried even louder than before. Murder, murder, murder! The girl in front of him also began to wail loudly. Well, I don't want to live anymore. I won't say anything about sleeping in vain. I don't care about innocence. But this group of unreasonable people actually beat my mother. The girl said this, wiping her tears. Many people who came to watch the fun were also talking behind the scenes. He also said that the people on the 66th floor have always been unreasonable and had killed people indiscriminately before. Bah! A gunshot was heard, and then silence ensued. Xia Sisi fired a shot at the wall. At this moment, she was looking at the people in front of her, especially the group of women in the front row. The leader was the girl who said that Zhe had slept with her. She is indeed quite young, even younger than Xia Sisi. But the expression on his face was weird, and his eyes kept darting around, and it was obvious that he was not a good person. The girl was surrounded by middle-aged women, whose eyes were wary but more calculating. What surprised Xia Sisi the most was the clothes these people were wearing. All are new. All the new cotton clothes were not very dirty. Xia Sisi had been to the shelter below, and although it was managed by the military, it was still very dirty and messy. How could the jacket be so clean? It was obvious that it had only been worn for a few days. There must be something fishy going on here. But what Xia Sisi didn't expect was that a group of people said they saw Zhe enter the girl's room, and said that before entering, he threatened not to let anyone in. Xia Sisi looked at the group of people and laughed instead. You said that our brother slept with your daughter. Don't talk nonsense. Your daughter looks like this. Even if she took off her clothes, our Baizé wouldn't even look at her. As soon as Xia Sisi finished speaking, Baizé behind her shouted, "Okay." After he finished shouting, "Okay," Baizé muttered in the back, "What do you mean by more than 10 minutes? Nonsense. How could it be more than 10 minutes? I haven't even taken off my pants for more than 10 minutes." After he finished speaking, Lin Yuan beside him patted his head and said, "Be honest." Baizé gritted his teeth angrily, pointing at the woman in front of him. It was her. She said she had a mutant pigeon in her room and wanted to show it to me. That's why I followed her into the room. I wanted to find a companion for Silver Sparrow. But when I got in, there was no pigeon at all. I was so angry that I kicked her, and she hugged my legs and started to take off her clothes, shouting as she did so, young master, young master." I almost cut her throat on the spot, but a group of women rushed in and surrounded me. Baizé was jumping up and down as he spoke, and it was obvious that he was really angry. According to Baizé, he later thought about escaping, as he couldn't just kill all these women. But who would have thought that he felt he was fast enough and didn't let those people see him at all, and he came up whoosh. But that group of people still blocked the door of the 64th floor, shouting and screaming, saying that he had slept with someone else's daughter. In general, Baizé pointed at the group of people fiercely. "They're just a bunch of shameless people. I am the same as my brother. I have never had a girlfriend, and I am still a virgin." When Lin Yuan heard that Baizé had dragged him into this, he punched Baizé with a cold face and said, "Let's talk properly." The group of people started talking again, saying how Baizé took advantage of the girl, and that Baizé had his eyes on their girl, and then they walked back and forth in front of their house several times. "Master, I heard the sound of pigeons and was looking for them there." Baizé wanted to teach again. Xia Sisi, who was standing nearby, understood everything, and at the same time knew that Baizé had been tricked. But who knew that Baizé raised a silver sparrow and used the pigeon's call to attract his attention? At this time, a soldier heard the noise and came up, seeing so many people gathered in front of the electric door on the 64th floor. Someone also pushed a soldier up and asked the soldier to seek justice. Seeing that the soldier was a stranger, Xia Sisi asked where Colonel Zheng had been. She then learned that Colonel Zheng had gone to see the old commander and was not in the shelter for the time being. Xia Sisi frowned. These people came to cause trouble, and Colonel Zheng was not there. Was this a coincidence? I don't care. It's the end of the world. How could such a thing happen in the housekeeper's shelter? Officer, hurry up and lock these people up. Lock them all up. The woman who had just been kicked by Xia Sisi stepped forward and grabbed the soldier's trouser leg, crying. The group of people started talking again, but in the end they only said a few words. The little girl also started crying, shouting that Baizé bullied her. "Send them to the back area. Otherwise we won't obey." "Yes, send them to the back area. Don't give them any special treatment." A group of people shouted loudly. The soldier was relatively young, and he kept trying to comfort the people, saying that he wanted to get to the bottom of the matter first, so that everyone could be quiet. Xia Sisi knew that there were so many people around now, and if she used force, the matter would only get worse. Moreover, if they were all killed, Baizé would never be able to be cleared of all charges. She walked straight up and pulled the girl who had been crying on the ground up. A few middle-aged women next to the girl tried to stop her, but Xia Sisi shouted, "Dahei!" Dahei, who had been standing not far away, suddenly rushed up. The big black dog flashed its ice-blue eyes as it stared fiercely at the people in front of it, and opened its mouth wide at one of the people who wanted to approach Xia Sisi. The man was so frightened that he took a few steps back. After Xia Sisi picked up the girl, she directly untied the tightly fastened collar around the girl's neck. The girl screamed, "Xia Sisi smiled." No wonder he wasn't afraid of the knife in her hand just now. This girl was actually wearing a layer of iron clothes under her cotton coat. It's just a thin layer of iron, made into clothes, worn inside, and then wrapped with a cotton coat outside, and it's completely invisible. Even if Xia Sisi used a knife to cut her neck, she probably wouldn't be able to cut it open because she was defenseless. "Dahei, tear off the clothes of these crazy women and see what good things are hidden inside." At Xia Sisi's command, Dahei rushed out, knocked down the old women who had been shouting the loudest in front of him, and tore off their cotton coats in a few bites. Sure enough, every one of them who was wearing new cotton clothes and making the most noise was actually wearing a layer of iron clothes underneath. There was a burst of wailing, and several women tried to escape, but were finally pinned to the ground by Dahei. In an instant, most of the crowd retreated to the 63rd floor. In front of Xia Sisi, apart from the women lying on the ground, there was also the girl she was holding in her hands, forming a circle of vacuum zone. When the soldier saw the clothes these women were wearing, he seemed to understand something and looked at Xia Sisi. "Miss Xia, Someone is targeting you. Xia Sisi snorted coldly. Humph. The one who can do this must not be a simple person. At the same time, she raised her head and said loudly to the people who were still watching the excitement below. You see, these people came prepared to cause trouble. The clothes they were especially modified to prevent us from using knives on the 66th floor. That's why they are so sure that there is nothing wrong to come and make trouble and frame our little brother. I don't know what the purpose of the people behind this is, but if they come to mess with us on the 66th floor, they will suffer the consequences. After that, Xia Sisi kicked each of the women and threw them in front of the soldiers standing on the next floor. Comrade, please arrange for their labor reform in the back area. The soldier reacted immediately, saluted, and then asked his comrades below to come up and lead the people. The girl Xia Sisi was holding was so frightened that her face turned pale. She shouted loudly, "We took other people's supplies and did things for them. We are innocent." Xia Sisi grabbed her collar and threw her to the ground. Then tell me, who asked you to do this, and what is your purpose? The girl gritted her teeth and said tremblingly, yes, it was a middle-aged man wearing fancy clothes. After listening to the girl's description, Xia Sisi took a deep breath. Why does it sound like that Dyson guy? Chapter 153 Xiao Zhao is here. Besides, putting iron armor on everyone seems like something that crazy guy would do. But what does he want to do? At this time, Lin Yuan came over from behind. It seems like you were stalling for time. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a roar coming from the direction of his seat. Xia Sisi hurried to the nearest window to look. I saw a helicopter descending from above my seat. On top of the helicopter, there is a painting of a black dragon flying in a majestic manner, extending from the nose of the aircraft to the tail. The moment he saw the totem on the plane, Lin Yuan's face darkened. I was careless. No one expected that this series of operations was just to prevent Lin Yuan from noticing the approaching helicopter. Xia Sisi and the others were on the 66th floor. In such a silent apocalypse, not to mention the roar of an approaching helicopter, even the sound of a car starting downstairs could be heard clearly even on the top floor. Because the world is so quiet at this moment. It was so quiet that there was no entertainment, no pedestrians or vehicles coming and going on the road, and no sound from television or computers. Even the sound of snow falling could almost be heard. But just now, the noise and shouting of those people completely covered up the roar of the helicopter. Looking out of the window, Xia Sisi saw that after the helicopter stopped on the building opposite, several people got off the helicopter. There were a few people on the rooftop, seemingly providing support. It was too far away, and she couldn't see the other person's face clearly, but Xia Sisi saw that there was a woman inside, with long hair swaying in the wind. Judging from her figure, she looks like the woman who is in the lead. These people seem to have noticed the movement here. After saying a few words, they all walked towards me. Then, the long-haired woman and the man who got off the helicopter just stood on the edge of the seat, motionless. Lin Yuan and Bai Zhe walked to the window, looked up, and looked at the people in the opposite building. Bai Zhe said, "Damn, no way. The old guy from the Black Dragon gang is still alive." In the end times, anyone who can drive a car is considered a powerful person. And the people on the opposite side actually had a helicopter. The person on the other side left quickly, and Xia Sisi also learned about this person's existence from Bai Zhe. They are also members of the mercenary group, and are a hostile force to the mercenary group that Lin Yuan is in. If I had seen that helicopter in advance, I would have definitely shot it down. What a pity. It was all my fault for wandering around and causing this mess. Later, I heard Bai Zhe say that he was going out for a walk. When he was cooking, he heard someone shouting downstairs that there were mutant pigeons and mutant pigeons. The shouting lasted for a long time, which aroused his curiosity. Bai Zhe doesn't have any hobbies, he's just a pigeon fan. So all of this was planned, and they were just waiting for this moment to cause trouble. Now the identities of Dyson and his gang have been revealed. They are also a group of mercenaries called the Black Dragon Gang. I just don't understand why this group of people would happen to be here. Just when Xia Sisi was at a loss, she heard another knock on the door on the 64th floor. Xia Sisi went to answer the door and found that the person standing at the door was the little boy she had rescued from Hulan, the tall and thin woman who had kidnapped orphans. The little boy smiled sweetly when he saw Xia Sisi. "Sister, someone asked me to deliver a letter to a brother named Lin Yuan who lives upstairs." As he spoke, the little boy took out an envelope. Lin Yuan walked over, opened the envelope, took out the paper inside, and took a look at it, then frowned. "I'm going out tonight." Xia Sisi didn't ask much, but learned from Bai Zhe that this seemed to be a feud between Lin Yuan's organization and the Black Dragon Gang. It's the end of the world anyway, so you don't have to worry about these things. But these people ran under Lin Yuan's nose and were obviously observing the whereabouts of Lin Yuan and Bai Zhe. These people know too much to be unprepared. These are Lin Yuan's original words. What is even more puzzling is that Colonel Zheng also left at this time. Is this a coincidence? Or is it that this Black Dragon gang has the means to manipulate people within the military? Xia Sisi thought hard, but could not remember any information about the Black Dragon gang in her previous life. It shouldn't have caused too much trouble. Xia Sisi didn't want to get involved, so she said she had to go out in the evening. In fact, she was planning to take back all the supplies left by Lin Hung. After all, not only the dead Lin Hung knew about that thing, but even the 2 bodyguards around him knew about it. If you collect it too late, you're afraid someone else will get there first. Xia Sisi went to sleep for a while, then drank some spiritual spring water and felt refreshed. When it's almost dark, get ready to set off. But just as she was about to go out and reach the 65th floor, Xiao Zhao, who was following Captain Ren, came. Not only did he come, he also brought the mutant cockroach corpse that Xia Sisi had been waiting for several days. Sister Xia, I brought a gift for Dahei. Xiao Zhao smiled and waved the chicken leg in his hand. It looks wrinkled, as if it has been kept in the arms for several days. Dahei instantly showed his head from behind Xia Sisi, with his ears erect and his cold eyes staring at the chicken leg in Xiao Zhao's hand. Xia Sisi patted Dahei's head and rolled her eyes. What, did I starve you? You are so useless. Chapter 154, Lin Hung's Private Collection. Dahei, come here. I'll give you a chicken leg. Xiao Zhao squatted on the ground and waved at Dahei with a smile. Dahei wagged his tail and walked over to Xiao Zhao, obviously recognizing Xiao Zhao. But what was unexpected was that although Dahei was very greedy, he did not eat the chicken leg in Xiao Zhao's hand. Instead, a pair of ice blue eyes stared at Xia Sisi, as if saying, "Shit, shoveler, can I eat it?" Seeing this, Xiao Zhao smiled and said to Xia Sisi, Sister Xia, you have taken good care of Dahei. He will never eat food from other people's hands without your consent. After hearing what Xiao Zhao said, Xia Sisi came back to her senses. Yes, she didn't know since when Dahei seemed to refuse to eat anything other than what she gave him. During the day, Bai Zhe found Dahei interesting and took out a piece of elbow meat to give to Dahei. Unexpectedly, Dahei didn't even look at Bai Zhe, turned around and went back to the house. Instead, Xiao Bai, who was fostered at home, ran over happily and grabbed Bai Zhe's legs to ask for food. At that time, Xia Sisi thought that Dahei and Bai Zhe ignored her because they were not familiar with each other. But at this moment, Dahei was looking at Xia Sisi, shaking his tail vigorously with urging in his eyes, shit shoveler, can I eat it, can I eat it? Xia Sisi had no choice but to take the chicken leg from Xiao Zhao and put it into Dahei's mouth. Dahei devoured the whole chicken leg in no time and licked his lips with satisfaction after finishing it. Then he looked at Xia Sisi eagerly, as if to say, shit shoveler, this thing is delicious, please prepare a few more for me next time. But he seemed to quickly realize that the desire in his eyes was too obvious and damaged its image. So he quickly closed his mouth, straightened his chest, and stood beside it, looking like a little guard. Xiao Zhao reached out and patted Dahei's head, smiling happily. Seeing Dahei getting better and better, I'm happy. Several mutant dogs in our army have died. As he spoke the following part, there was a hint of sigh in Xiao Zhao's words. Xiao Zhao wanted to talk more, but Xia Sisi was very busy and didn't say much to him. Xiao Zhao and Xia Sisi stopped talking and asked people to move the corpses of mutant creatures brought from the front line to the 65th floor. Xia Sisi took a look and saw that most of them were the corpses of mutant cockroaches, and there were also a few bags containing those of mutant rats. Although it looks a bit disgusting, I feel satisfied when I think that the space can be upgraded. As there were so many people around, Xia Sisi did not immediately put these things into the space. Instead, she said goodbye to Xiao Zhao and prepared to collect Lin Hung's supplies first, and then come back to deal with the corpses of the mutant creatures here. Before leaving, Xiao Zhao seemed to be hesitant to speak. The way Xia Sisi looked at him, she knew he had something to say to her. Sister Xia, I have something to tell you. I will stay here for one night. Can you come to the 40th floor to find me when you come back? Seeing Xiao Zhao say this, Xia Sisi became curious. What is it about? Yes, Captain Ren, but it's a long story and I can't explain it in a few words. We'll talk in detail when you come back. I still have a sausage here, and I'll give it to Dahei later. Xiao Zhao smiled, but Xia Sisi still saw a hint of heaviness in his expression. Just like that, Xia Sisi and Xiao Zhao agreed to meet again after they came back and went downstairs with Dahei. When she went downstairs, Xia Sisi discovered that there was a little hail mixed in the snow and wind. The weather is also colder than before. I looked at the thermometer I carried with me, and it was close to minus 60 degrees Celsius. The extreme cold is finally reaching its coldest point. Wearing ice skates and carrying Dahei, Xia Sisi glided out of the area in a flash. When she was sure that there was no one around, she patted Dahei on the shoulder and said, "Dahei." Dahei understood immediately and became the size of a pony. Set off towards your goal. The place where Lin Hung hid the supplies was a little far away, about 30 kilometers away. Xia Sisi and Dahei ran in the wind and snow for a long time and finally arrived at the 3 warehouses that had been built recently. From a distance, the 3 warehouses looked like 3 small hills, more than 5 meters high and stretching for dozens of meters, all made of solid metal materials. In the end times, it is not easy to build such a huge warehouse, not to mention there are 3 of them. It can be seen that the Lin family and Lin Hung are powerful in the end times. Now that Lin Hung is dead, no one has come to clear the snow near the warehouse in the past few days. At this moment, the warehouse has been half buried in the snow. On both sides of the warehouse, Xia Sisi saw 2 modified large trucks. Xia Sisi had never stocked up trucks before the end of the world. One reason was that they took up a lot of space, and the other was that they were not very useful. But now that the space has been upgraded, taking in these 2 trucks is no problem at all. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and directly parked the truck. When she reached the first warehouse, Xia Sisi saw a huge lock on it. She took out the master key from the space and opened the lock. The moment the door opened, a strong smell of gasoline hit us in the face. Xia Sisi was surprised to bring Dahei into the warehouse and saw that it was full of barrels of gasoline. Xia Sisi happened to have a small amount of gasoline in stock. After all, it was not easy to get gasoline before the end of the world. She had originally thought that when the extreme cold ended, the ice melted, and the water receded, she would go to a few gas stations to start buying gas for free. She didn't expect to find gasoline here first. When she walked in, Xia Sisi saw that in addition to ordinary gasoline, there was also a large amount of diesel. It could be said that all kinds of oil grades that could be seen in the market were available, and it took up an entire warehouse. It can be seen that Lin Hung is good at hoarding things. Diesel and gasoline are even more scarce than food. No one knows how he got the oil, but it doesn't matter. Now it all belongs to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi walked all the way over and was almost exhausted before she put all the barrels of gasoline into the space. After finishing the work in the first warehouse, Xia Sisi went out and rushed to the second warehouse. The door lock was also pried open. The moment Xia Sisi opened the warehouse door, she smelled a strong smell of rust. The things here are different from those in the first warehouse and can be roughly divided into 4 major parts. The ones placed in the front are some hot weapons. There were about 2 boxes of individual weapons such as rifles, pistols, and grenades, of course equipped with various types of bullets. There is also a box placed at the innermost part covered with a layer of camouflage oilcloth, which looks very well taken care of. Xia Sisi walked over, lifted the oilcloth, and saw that there was a cannon inside. She wasn't quite sure what kind of artillery this was, but it looked to be the size of a car. There were 3 gun barrels in the front row. The one in the middle was the largest and thickest, while the ones on the sides were relatively short but looked powerful enough. Xia Sisi saw that next to the cannon, there was a box of shells. There were not many of them, only about 20 or so. Xia Sisi put away all the cannons and shells. Although Xia Sisi probably won't be able to use this thing, but if it's farm number 1, is it possible to grow it? The batch of bullets that Xia Sisi planted a few days ago was finally harvested this morning. Chapter 155, Lin Hung's Private Collection, Part 2. She walked into the space and saw a whole field of flowers blooming above farm number 1. At that moment, she didn't know what she felt. She just thought, is this space going to trick me again? As she approached the space, Xia Sisi discovered that there was a drop of crystal clear water on each of these flowers. Xia Sisi was puzzled and pulled Xiao Ling, who was yawning and not getting enough sleep, over and said, "Xiao Ling, what is this? Is farm number 1 becoming less and less reliable?" Xiao Ling was held by Xia Sisi by the back of the neck, and his face was still tired. When he heard Xia Sisi say that the space was unreliable, he jumped up and jumped on his Xia Sisi's shoulder. "Who is unreliable? How dare you slander our great space?" The corner of Xia Sisi's mouth twitched. Is this considered praising itself? After a long time, Xiao Ling asked Xia Sisi if she felt that the airplane was too noisy these days, nagging next to her ears and causing calluses on her ears. Xia Sisi thought, it is true. Huiji has been taking advantage of his injury these days and has set his eyes on Miss K. He has been talking almost all the time except when sleeping and eating. Xia Sisi wanted to make it shut up and even cast a spell on it. That's it, farm number 1. Can sense your thoughts at any time and fulfill your wishes at random. Here, give a drop of this to the plane, and you'll know. The corner of Xia Sisi's mouth twitched, and she thought, no way. Xiao Ling's face was full of eagerness to try. Master, you must not let me down, you must give the fish to eat. Xia Sisi felt sorry for the plane and did not experiment with it, but she used a cat strip to exchange for the use of this thing from Xiao Ling. 1 drop can make a person mute for a whole day. Well, next time someone comes to the 66th floor to quarrel with me, I will just spray her in the face and make her speechless for the whole day. So, after collecting the cannons and shells that seemed useful but were unlikely to be used in reality, Xia Sisi directly planted them in farm number 1, wondering if something strange could grow there. At the same time, she made a wish to farm number 1. I planted such an awesome thing for you. You have to grow something useful for me. The second area is some food. Xia Sisi took a closer look and found that the food was in military bags, and there was even such and such unit written on them. It must have been snatched from the mouths of the people in the shelter by Lin Hung and the Lin family. I thought Lin Hung was really awesome. I wonder how much he had embezzled from the military. After putting all the food into the bag, Xia Sisi walked towards the third area. This area was rather messy and seemed to contain all sorts of things. Most of them were gems and gold, all valuable. However, judging from the signs of wear and tear on most of these things, they must have been looted from ordinary people by Lin Hung in the shelter. Xia Sisi even saw a photo of a family of 3 on one of the gold necklaces. The gold necklace was rubbed a lot, probably because it was often worn around the neck. Thinking about Lin Hung is really disgusting. There are also a lot of jade and old objects here, and it seems that many of them can be used as materials for upgrading the space. There was even more gold than could be counted, with all kinds of gold jewelry filling up 2 boxes, sparkling brightly under Xia Sisi's headlamp. Xia Sisi put all these things into the space and prepared to come back and take a closer look. However, not long after these things were put into the space, Xia Sisi felt her space vibrating rapidly. It was not the vibration of someone who had found something good and was in a hurry to eat it, but Xiao Ling was urging Xia Sisi to hurry up and enter the space. The vibrating feeling almost made Xia Sisi feel that Xiao Ling was about to cry. There was no other way. Xia Sisi could only enter the space first. Unexpectedly, as soon as we entered, there was a panic. There was a huge rooster in the room. It was made of metal and held its head high. It was over 1 meter tall. The coxcomb was shiny and looked energetic. This is... Xia Sisi couldn't believe it. Master, farm number 1. Farm number 1. A large amount of energy just poured into the space, directly stimulating the production of things in farm number 1. Ah, hurry up, this chicken is not listening. Xiao Ling jumped up and down, not knowing how she had offended the rooster. At this moment, the rooster was chasing Xiao Ling and pecking her. Xiao Ling's fat body was seen flying over the eaves and walls, dodging everywhere. But the rooster was not weak either. It flapped its wings, jumped up and down, and its wings drew a series of sparks on the villa in the space. Xia Sisi quickly brought Dahei in, and the cat, man and dog began to block the big rooster. It took almost all of Xia Sisi's strength to pounce and knock the big rooster to the ground. The rooster was made of metal, and its wings were camouflage in color. It crowed on the spot when Xia Sisi pounced on it. It was only then that Xia Sisi realized that she had pressed down on the rooster's neck. But what surprised Xia Sisi even more was yet to come. Xia Sisi felt as if her legs were hit continuously by something. She looked down and shouted, "Oh my God! This rooster is actually laying eggs. And they are not ordinary eggs, but bullets." At this time, Xiao Ling called Xia Sisi and put the rooster into the breeding farm. Then, with a tired and disgusted look on her face, she put the introduction of the rooster in front of Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi clicked on the introduction and saw the words "fighter among roosters" written on it. The corners of her mouth twitched involuntarily. After seeing this "fighter among roosters," Xia Sisi was very excited. Species: the fighter among cocks. Explanation: who says roosters can't lay eggs? Our roosters eat ordinary chicken feed, but they lay real bullets. The bullets needed for various firearms can be produced randomly. From now on, you will no longer be afraid of having no bullets to fire or no eggs to use in the end times. Surprising or unexpected? Note: This rooster has a fiery personality and a bad temper. Don't provoke it easily, or it will destroy this space." Xia Sisi's eyes rolled, and she picked out the largest hen from the ordinary chicken coop and put it here. Sure enough, as soon as the hen was put in, the big rooster instantly stood up his neck, folded his wings, and stared at the hen. It's just that the hen is very small and looks a little scary. Xia Sisi pondered it for a while and gave the hen a bowl of spiritual spring water. She thought to herself, "I'll find you a wife and hope you'll become a henpecked husband, so don't think about demolishing the space." Xia Sisi observed for a while and found that although the rooster was big, he was very gentle to the hen and kept showing his courtesy. She was relieved. Thinking that she still needed to collect supplies outside, Xia Sisi hurriedly left the space again. There is one last area left in this warehouse. She walked over and saw a whole row of red wine, various cigars, cigarettes, and some precious ingredients that only the rich could enjoy even before the end of the world, such as ginseng, deer antler, matsutake, truffle, foie gras, caviar, and various types of coffee. Xia Sisi even saw the big words "cat poop coffee," and the corners of her mouth twitched. Lin Hung really knows how to enjoy himself. In the end, there were more than a dozen large ginsengs. From Xia Sisi's point of view, these ginsengs were hundreds of years old and were well preserved. They had miraculous nourishing effects, and some senior elderly people should like them very much. Considering that the old commander was recently injured, maybe I could give him a ginseng. There are about 5 or 6 boxes of deer antlers, and the boxes look very valuable. Before the end of the world, there should be many people chasing after them. There are 2 boxes each of matsutake, deer antler, and goose gras. There are 3 boxes of caviar. Xia Sisi still likes to eat caviar, but it has been more than 10 years since she last ate it. When she gets home today, she can open a box and try it. After all these things are collected, the warehouse is considered complete. Xia Sisi walked nonstop towards the last warehouse. Speaking of which, this warehouse should have been built after the extreme cold came. The building materials used were very thick. Xia Sisi looked at it and found it was about 40 centimeters thick. I don't know where Lin Hung found such thick material. After taking a look at the 2 warehouses in front of her, she felt reluctant to leave such a large warehouse and such thick materials behind. With a wave of her hand, Xia Sisi stored the 2 warehouses into the space. There must be absolutely no waste. But when she walked towards the 3rd warehouse, Dahei suddenly stepped forward and stood in front of Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi looked at the warehouse in front of her, and she also felt something strange. Because this warehouse was not locked, and there was even a very small gap. Which means there are people in this warehouse. Moreover, Xia Sisi, who was standing at the door of the warehouse, smelled a strange smell coming from the warehouse. It's like countless feces mixed together, forming a disgusting and weird smell. At the same time, there is also some chemical smell of alcohol and other things. Xia Sisi took out a pistol from the space and slowly pushed open the door of the warehouse with great caution. But the people in the warehouse seemed to have noticed that there was someone at the door. He fired a shot at the entrance of the warehouse. Chapter 156, Lin Hung's Private Collection, Part 3. But this man's shooting was very inaccurate. Not to mention hitting Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi even saw from the corner of her eye that the gun missed and hit the wall. At this time, Xia Sisi had already walked in. The moment she entered, she saw a figure. He was a fat middle-aged man with a bald head, wearing a white coat, holding a gun in his hand, and looking at Xia Sisi with his whole body trembling. The temperature in this warehouse is much warmer than the other 2 warehouses. It can even be said that it is much higher than the temperature in the shelter. It can be said that the stove is burning very brightly. "You, who are you?" "This is the Lin family's territory," the middle-aged bald man asked tremblingly. Xia Sisi quickly glanced around the place. In front of her, there were many animals caged up, and many animal carcasses were floating in huge jars. It looked like they had been dead for a long time. There were also animal remains, cut into various shapes, and placed in preservative bottles. On the long laboratory table, countless animals had their stomachs cut open, their forelegs tied up, and their internal organs dug out. Xia Sisi took a quick look and found that there were 2 large rows of such animals, and they were all mutated. There are mutant mice, mutant dogs, mutant cats, mutant pigs, and mutant cows. Basically, there are all kinds of mutant animals. At this moment, they have all turned into cold corpses. Their deaths are extremely tragic and simply inhumane. Lin Hung, it turns out he was looking for someone to study these mutant animals, but the direction of his research is extremely bloody. Xia Sisi, even saw a mutant female dog that was pregnant. Her stomach was cut open by the experimenters, and the puppies were taken out one by one and placed on the table. The cubs were also lined up by the researchers and dissected. The female dog stared at the ceiling with her eyes wide open, and there was even a trace of tears in her eyes. It could be seen how unwilling he was when he was dying. "Is this a laboratory?" Xia Sisi asked in surprise. The man in front of him did not continue to shoot. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "Yes, it's the laboratory. The laboratory of our Lin family's young master Lin Hung. I advise you to leave quickly, because someone from the Lin family will be here soon." When it came to the latter part, the man was obviously lacking in confidence. Xia Sisi knew that this was a lie. This man probably still doesn't know that Lin Hung is dead and the Lin family is finished. He should be an experimental personnel hired by Lin Hung and will live here for a long time. I don't know how much animal blood is on this man's hands. At this moment, Xia Sisi discovered that the man was still constantly staring at Dahei next to Xia Sisi. "Hey, you can go, but the fat dog next to you has to stay. Those ice blue eyes must have special powers." The shameless fat man started to pay attention to Xia Sisi. "Of course, our Lin family will also give you some benefits. For example, for the dog next to you, we can give you 100 kilograms of food. That's enough, right? It can fill you up better than eating this dog meat." The man said boldly, even pointing to the corner of the laboratory. "Here, leave the dog behind and go over there to move your food. There is no better deal than this." At this time, Xia Sisi's eyes happened to fall on the corpse of a mutant dog on the table. There was a collar placed next to the dog's body, and it was obvious that it was a domestic dog. "You used this method to exchange for a lot of pets, right?" Xia Sisi asked coldly. The man was very proud and thought that Xia Sisi was moved, so he raised his other hand and pointed at the corpses on the table. "Most of them are for cats and dogs, but there are also some parrots, guinea pigs, and hamsters. These are all. After all, it's the end of the world. Who would care about these pets? Your dog is pretty good, and the 100 kilograms of food I gave him is a lot. But don't be too greedy. Our Lin family is not someone who can be easily bullied." Ah, there was a gunshot bang, and the man fell to the ground before he could finish his words. His shoulder was injured. You bastard." The man raised his gun and wanted to shoot Xia Sisi. However, before he could pull the trigger, he saw a dark shadow rushing towards him and biting off his wrist. Blood spurted out. Dahei shook his head vigorously and spat the broken limbs and the pistol in his mouth onto the ground. "You want me, Dahei, for just 100 kilograms of food? How ridiculous." The fat man covered his severed hand with his hands tightly, sweat oozing from his forehead. But he had no time to care about the broken hand at the moment. When he looked at the man and the dog in front of him, he felt like he was seeing two gods of death. He struggled to stand up and took a scalpel from the table. I can give you all the food here. I also have the keys to the 2 warehouses next door. You can move whatever you want. Please spare my life," the man begged. Xia Sisi looked at the dead animals on the table and some innocent lives being electrocuted on the experimental table and raised the corners of her mouth. "Sorry, you talk too much." Xia Sisi rushed forward, and before the man could react, she reached out and pried open his mouth, took out a drop of mute liquid produced by Farm Number 1 from the space, then punched the man hard in the stomach and covered his mouth. The man suddenly swallowed the liquid into his stomach. Xia Sisi said nothing and took out a knife from her hand. It was none other than the knife that was produced by space and was so painful when it came to cutting people. "I have used it on Lu Xiaofei before, and the effect was obvious." Xia Sisi slashed the fat man's stomach hard. The fat man fell to the ground and began to roll on the ground. But because he had eaten the silent liquid, he couldn't scream no matter what. He just twisted his fat body like a maggot, looking extremely disgusting, and the blue veins on his neck popped out because of the pain. Later, he died from the pain. He never understood until his death what he had just experienced. Also, why didn't all these supplies interest the woman in front of him? Xia Sisi sneered, walked up to the man, and kicked him hard. The man was quite fat, and his flesh trembled a few times after being kicked all over the body. "Bah! You want me to sell our Dahei? Dream on, you beast who eats blood and flesh." In fact, this is a rare kindness of Xia Sisi. The tragedy in this laboratory and the innocent animals that were harmed made her feel heartbroken. He walked around the laboratory and collected the corpses of the mutant animals. It was discovered that there were no living creatures here. Most of them had been dissected and decomposed. This laboratory should be in its initial stages and is conducting a large number of experimental dissections to study the internal organ changes of these mutant creatures. Until Dahei jumped and rushed out suddenly. Xia Sisi ran forward and saw Dahei jumping onto a metal box that was more than 2 meters high and 5 meters wide. He was pressing down on the box and baring his teeth at the people below. There are several air vents on the box, and the front is tightly locked with a big lock while other places are sealed very tightly. Moreover, this box is very thick and heavy, and it can be seen that it is specially made to hold this thing. Xia Sisi immediately understood that there was something inside, and it was alive, extremely powerful. Just as she was hesitating about how to deal with this thing, the metal box suddenly shook violently, and the big black box immediately became several times bigger before it was able to hold it down. But after the thing was pressed down, it stopped shaking and began to bang against the door in front of it hard, as if it was crazy. 1, 2, 3 times. Xia Sisi saw that the heavy metal door was actually deformed by the impact. "Dahei, come back!" shouted. Dahei suddenly returned to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi thought that no matter what this thing was, it would definitely be difficult to deal with. He took Dahei directly into the space. After the last upgrade of the space, it is now possible to see the scenes outside from inside. The moment Xia Sisi and Dahei entered the space, the huge box was knocked open. Xia Sisi was stunned when she saw what rushed out. This, Chapter 157, Mutated Golden Python. Xia Sisi saw something rushing out of the box. It was a giant golden python. The huge body is more than 1 meter wide and as long as a truck. On the top of its head, it has a horn more than 1 foot long, which is golden in color and looks very beautiful. But at this moment, the corner was broken. It should have been because it was trying madly to rush out of the box and hit it and broke. You can imagine how scary this thing was when it was coiled in that huge box. What surprised Xia Sisi even more was that there were countless needles stuck in the body of this giant python. Some of the liquid in these syringes was pushed completely into the python's body, while others were only pushed halfway in. It can be seen that this python has been subjected to many experiments on a daily basis. She suddenly remembered that she had seen a huge golden python before during the acid rain, but the python did not have horns on its head at that time. She wondered if this python was the same as that one. But no matter what, the python at this moment looks much stronger than the one Xia Sisi saw at that time. After the python came out, it pounced directly on the body of the fat researcher. In just 3 or 2 bites, she swallowed the man. Xia Sisi guessed that this man tortured the python a lot on a normal day. It must be because he had conducted countless experiments on it, which made the python hate him so much. The blood that had just flowed out from the fat man stimulated the golden python, which made it crazy. It was desperate and was determined to rush out even if it meant breaking the horns on its head. After eating the man, the python looked around vigilantly, as if looking for something. From its scarlet eyes and the 2 huge fangs in front, Xia Sisi could tell that this python was very powerful. Not only that, this python should also possess a certain degree of intelligence, and its eyes are filled with a bit of humanity. The look around him at this moment was one of vigilance and calculation. Xia Sisi is hiding in space at the moment and is not afraid of it. However, at this moment Xiao Ling suddenly rushed over and jumped on Xia Sisi's shoulder. "Master, that mutant monster is so delicious." As he said that, he actually started licking his paw on Xia Sisi's shoulder, as if he was using his paw to satisfy his craving for the mutant golden python. "Eat, eat, eat. I'll just throw you out and let the golden python eat you." Xia Sisi weighed the situation and felt that she would not be able to defeat this mutated golden python at her current state. After all, the size is there, and Xia Sisi is just a gift standing in front of this thing. Moreover, most of the mutant creatures are physically strong and have very hard bodies, and some even have special powers. It is difficult to kill this golden python. "Master, you don't have to give up this golden python, but the horn on its head is a valuable item. Give it to me." Xiao Ling stretched out his claws and pointed at the broken horn on the golden python's head through the image that could be seen through space. This broken golden horn is more than 2 feet long and becomes thicker as it goes down. The python knocked off a small tip on it, but what remained was still considerable. Hearing Xiao Ling say this, Xia Sisi's eyes rolled. "I do have an idea." The golden python was looking around outside, very alert. It had just clearly seen through the box that there was a 2-legged beast and a mutant dog with special powers outside. But in the blink of an eye, both the man and the dog disappeared. It was determined to come out even if it broke its horns, so that it could eat the experimenter and avenge itself. The experimenter's blood stimulated it. At the same time, it was because it smelled the scent of the mutant dog, which was so delicious. It was certain that if it ate this mutant dog, not only would the broken horns on its head grow back, but its abilities would also be enhanced to a certain extent. But at this moment, it was a little worried because both the man and the dog were missing. At this moment, it suddenly heard some noise coming from behind and turned its head abruptly. Xia Sisi suddenly came out of the space. The principle of space is that you will appear back where you entered. So Xia Sisi was still in front of the box. The moment Xia Sisi appeared, the golden python suddenly turned its head. The blood-red eyes were filled with excitement and a hint of cruelty as they rushed straight towards Xia Sisi. But at the moment it rushed towards Xia Sisi, a black object also jumped out from the air. That's Dahei. After Dahei jumped out, he suddenly grew bigger. The moment the mutated golden python rushed over with its bloody mouth wide open, it used its huge body to knock the golden python away. At the same time, Xia Sisi jumped up from the ground and jumped directly onto the head of the golden python. The huge tongue was as big as a table. Xia Sisi tightly grasped the broken horn on the golden python's head and stepped on the snake's head. The huge body of Dahei squeezed the golden python tightly to the edge of the warehouse. No matter how the golden python struggled, the big black python remained motionless. The claws pressed tightly on the 7-inch position of the golden python. The golden python twisted its body angrily, but was basically suppressed by the enlarged big black python. At this moment, Dahei's body was almost as big as a large truck, pressing down on the golden python like a Mount Tai. Xia Sisi, who was on the snake's head, instantly produced a huge electric drill from space and chopped the sharp horns on the golden python's head with force. The golden python began to struggle hard, but Dahei bit down directly and tightly grasped the golden python's body. However, the body of this golden python was very hard, and Dahei's teeth were unable to break the scales of the golden python. On the other side, Xia Sisi had already split the horn on the golden python's head in half. The golden python spit out its tongue vigorously, and its fangs began to turn black and actually exuded purple-black venom. There was a foul smell in the air. When Xia Sisi saw that something was wrong, she immediately sped up her hands. On the other side, the golden python struggled even harder than before. He struggled with all his might, pushing Dahei to the ground. It opened its bloody mouth and tried several times to raise its head and sink its poisonous fangs into the body of the big black dog next to it, but it failed every time. But as time went by, Dahei's strength became weaker and weaker. Becoming so big is really a waste of Dahei's physical energy. Xia Sisi also noticed that Dahei was struggling, but fortunately, she heard a click, and the horn on the golden python's head broke off. At the same time, Xia Sisi held the golden python's horn and reached out to Dahei next to her. Dahei, a man and a dog just entered the space. Only the mad golden python was left, running around in the warehouse, trying to find the man and the dog. But it went crazy for more than 10 minutes and didn't find any trace of the man and the dog. On the contrary, its body was becoming increasingly weak, and it urgently needed to go out to hunt and restore its strength. In the space, Xia Sisi was holding the horn of the huge golden python and breathing heavily. That golden python is so scary. The scales on its body are indestructible, and it has venom in its mouth. Xia Sisi just tried it, and even an electric saw couldn't cut through its scales. The only way to kill it is to break open its soft mouth. This is quite difficult for Xia Sisi. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the snake horn was obtained. As soon as Xia Sisi entered the space holding the snake horn, Xiao Ling immediately clung to her. A pair of big almond-shaped eyes looked at Xia Sisi and gave her a wink. Owner, that little voice is so annoying. Its eyes were fixed on the broken horn in Xia Sisi's hand, and it licked it with its pink tongue. The meaning is obvious. This thing is delicious. You must eat it. Chapter 158 Lin Hung has a private collection. Xia Sisi tapped Xiao Ling's head gently. I can't give you this thing for the time being, and I can't let the space absorb it. Is there any way? Xiao Ling got angry instantly. She was originally clinging to Xia Sisi, twisting her body and wagging her tail. Upon hearing this, she jumped off Xia Sisi, stood up on the ground, and pinched her waist. Master, what do you mean? Do you still want to hide something from me? The space has taken in so much before, and this corner will most likely upgrade after it has eaten all of it. Upgrading at this time is not a good sign. Xia Sisi still remembered that when the space was upgraded before, it was blocked and closed, and she was a little nervous. All right. Xiao Ling drooped her ears and hesitated for a long time before she gritted her teeth and told Xia Sisi the method. In fact, it is very simple. Xia Sisi thought that this thing needed to be temporarily preserved and could not be given to the space. The space still obeys the will of the owner of the space. Of course, if Xia Sisi didn't give any orders and just threw things into the space would automatically think that the owner of this thing is giving it to me to fill my stomach and would take advantage of the opportunity to eat it without saying anything. After hearing what Xiao Ling said, Xia Sisi temporarily put the snake horn into the space and took Dahei out of the space. After leaving the space, she saw that the golden python actually left behind two things. One had a few drops of venom dripping onto the ground, and the other had a few scales that had fallen off during the fight just now. Xia Sisi was very surprised. She walked forward and carefully used the bottle to collect the drops of poison into the space. The snake's body is very large, so a drop of venom dripping from its mouth has a diameter of more than 20 centimeters. It looks like a large, sticky puddle and is very disgusting. After being put away, it is about the size of 2 mineral water bottles. Each scale is as big as a wash basin, and there are 7 of them. Xia Sisi also put these scales into the space and specifically explained that the space cannot absorb energy from these two things. Finally, he took another look at the laboratory here and collected everything inside. Finally, I reached the end of the laboratory and found a small compartment there. It looked like the living space that the fat man had separated out, which was about 30 square meters. Just as the fat man said, there were a lot of stored food here. Not only stored food, but also some daily necessities. Xia Sisi collected them all without saying a word. But there was something inside that Xia Sisi didn't recognize. It was a can without any label. She looked through it for a long time before she saw a small word Lin on the bottom of the can. Xia Sisi was surprised. The Lin family has its own canning factory? Food and beverage recommendations at this moment. Her mind was full of thoughts. So, is this canned food factory run by Lin Hung himself? Or does the entire Lin family know about it? The 2 bodyguards who left at that time did not mention anything about the canning factory, but explained the information here clearly. She rummaged around in the small compartment for a while, trying to see if there was any material. Sure enough, after a while, she finally found it. It was a letter that Lin Hung wrote to a man. The general meaning is that she hopes men can quickly research the causes and directions of animal mutations, and preferably be able to manipulate animal mutations, or even manipulate the direction of animal superpowers. What was promised to him was that his family would be able to work in the cannery, and he would also have shares in the cannery. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. Hasn't Colonel Zheng always wanted a factory? This one at the Lin family should have more machines than the floor where the mutant cat was last time. She searched again and found no information about the cannery. But when I think about the fact that Lin Hung still has an unopened box in my hand, could there be information in it? Thinking of this, Xia Sisi took out the box. It is still very sturdy. I don't know what material it is made of. At this moment, she suddenly had an idea. Could the mutant snake's scales be able to smash the box? With this in mind, she took out the smallest scale, grabbed one end of the scale, and knocked it hard on the box. With a bang, a crack appeared in the box. The scales of this mutant snake are indeed strong. Xia Sisi tried knocking a few more times, and the box broke into pieces. The things inside fell out. It was a stack of papers and some of Lin Hang's personal belongings. Xia Sisi saw some watches, pens, pendants, etc., which were the little things that Lin Hung liked. Xia Sisi also found a pigeon blood gem the size of an egg inside. This thing is very valuable and could be considered a top-grade gem. Sure enough, as soon as this thing was taken out, the space began to vibrate. Xia Sisi understood that this meant that this thing could also be used to upgrade the space. I have put it in the space for the time being and will use it to upgrade the space when I get back. Then there is a small amount of cash and gold bars. There was nothing useful, so I put them all into the space. Then there was a box. Xia Sisi opened it and found 2 keys inside. This key is very delicate and larger than a palm. It looks like the corresponding lock should be big too. Xia Sisi looked carefully and only found 2 letters and on the key, and nothing else. But the key that Lin Hung carried with him must be a very important key. Finally, there is the stack of papers in the box. Xia Sisi opened it and looked at it, her eyebrows raised. Doesn't this mean that there is a canning factory? Not only the cannery, but also the grain production base, the Mutant Grain Research Institute, and some places that Lin Hung had scouted in advance, thinking that supplies could be salvaged. Xia Sisi was not so interested in the cannery, grain production base, and research institute, because this shows that there are a large number of workers working inside, but these places can be handed over to Colonel Zheng in exchange for some benefits. But those few places where supplies can be salvaged, she took a quick look and found a few that looked good. Thinking about going back to study the remaining things, Xia Sisi took Dahei out of the warehouse first. When leaving, Xia Sisi still put the entire warehouse into her space. It would be a waste if she didn't take it. Then she rode on the big black bike and galloped back to the apartment in the wind and snow. When I returned to the apartment, it was already daybreak. Just as they arrived near the apartment, and Xia Sisi just got off Dahei's body, she heard a loud stomach growling. Dahei hung his big face and looked at Xia Sisi pitifully, with his eyebrows squeezed together, as if to say, "Shit shoveler, you are abusing your darling big dog." It can be seen that Dahei was very hungry during the journey. Xia Sisi burst out laughing, took out the dog food produced in the space that could restore superpowers and enhance satiety, and quickly fed it to Dahei. For the rest of the way, Xia Sisi put on her skates and brought Dahei to the door of the apartment. She was still a little worried that the military might confiscate Dahei after knowing that he had superpowers, so she had to hide Dahei's superpowers for the time being. When she returned to the apartment, Xia Sisi heard a lot of commotion in the apartment. The voice seemed filled with joy. Xia Sisi felt a little puzzled. What was going on? She pulled a soldier over and asked, "What's wrong?" The soldier's face was also full of joy, and his eyes were shining. Colonel Zheng went to the headquarters, and when he came back, he brought 2 craftsmen for us and applied for 3 more generators. We now have 8 elevators in this shelter, all of which can be used. We don't have to climb stairs anymore. Hearing this, Xia Sisi's eyes lit up. Great news. Colonel Zheng is really a good person. Chapter 159, Captain Ren's current situation. The soldiers were the happiest about the elevator in the shelter. They usually run up and down to manage the shelter, and their legs are sore from walking every day. Now, the shelter has an elevator, which will make things much more convenient. Then the ones who should be happy are people like Xia Sisi who live in high-rise buildings. Although Xia Sisi has gotten used to climbing up and down the stairs these days, she still feels that it is a waste of time. Now that there is an elevator, she couldn't help but smile. What a good colonel who works for the people. Just look at this, the canneries, grain production plants, and laboratories collected from Lin Hung. While waiting to give it to Colonel Zheng, she should also knock the bamboo stick less. Sister Xia. At this time, Xia Sisi heard someone calling her. When I turned around, I saw it was Xiao Zhao. Like Xiao Zhao said, he will leave during the day today because he has something to tell Xia Sisi. Now, he was munching on a cornmeal steam bun while greeting Xia Sisi. Ever since Xia Sisi exchanged the corn and sorghum she got from the granary with the military, people in the shelter no longer eat compressed biscuits all the time. I heard from some soldiers that when they ate cornmeal steamed bread for the first time recently, they were so happy that they almost cried. At this moment, Xia Sisi was watching Xiao Zhao chewing a cornmeal steamed bun in one hand while holding a sausage produced at the base in the other hand, eating them with such sweetness that she thought it was quite delicious. The military is now producing a lot of mutated pork, and eating meat is actually easier than eating vegetables. Of course, the last time I had dinner with Colonel Zheng also said that the military is now also cultivating and growing vegetables in large quantities. Otherwise, it would be bad if everyone got constipated. Sister Xia, have you eaten? Do you want to eat together? Xiao Zhao said with a smile. Okay. Xia Sisi nodded with a smile. After being invited into the house by Xiao Zhao served Xia Sisi sausages and tortillas. Xia Sisi pretended to reach into her bag, but actually she took out a can of canned tomatoes from the space. Xiao Zhao's eyes lit up when he saw it. I haven't eaten tomatoes since the end of the world. Xia Sisi smiled and blinked. Then you are in for a treat today. I went out to collect supplies today and happened to pick up 2 cans. Let's open 1 can each. Xiao Zhao swallowed his saliva and felt a little embarrassed at first, but Xia Sisi said that it was better to share happiness with others than to enjoy it alone, and she regarded it as a way of thanking Dahei for eating Xiao Zhao's chicken leg. Only then did Xiao Zhao agree to let Xia Sisi open the can of tomatoes. Dahei was standing nearby and was also fed a sausage by Xia Sisi, and then he lay on the ground to rest. It can be seen that Dahei is really exhausted. Sister Xia, I want to tell you about Captain Ren. How should I put it? Our captain is really... Xiao Zhao sighed and talked about the current situation of the next captain. I heard from Xiao Zhao that the troops fighting the mutant creatures on the front line did not have it easy. On the contrary, it was much more tragic than expected. The mutated creatures that have become a major concern today are mainly mutated rats, mutated cockroaches, mutated centipedes, and mutated cats. The army doesn't have many people to begin with, and they've recently been recruiting people from all the major shelters. But facing those mutated creatures, ordinary people can only die, and in the end it is still the trained soldiers like them who need to take the lead. But I heard from the old commander that the army is now researching animal mutations, and it seems that there has been some progress. Did you provide this method of animal mutation? After talking about the tragedy on the front line, Xiao Zhao changed the subject and said with a smile, "There has been progress? So fast," Xia Sisi said in disbelief. "Well, the troops have been conducting experiments constantly. After using the method Sister Xia mentioned, it seems that the laboratory has cultivated a mutant dog in just 2 days. It is said that those crazy scientists are now preparing to cultivate some mutant lions and tigers. They are really crazy." Xia Sisi smiled when she heard this. In the previous life, there seemed to be these mutated lions and tigers, but they were all during the extreme heat period. I didn't expect that in this life. I provided a method for animal mutation, which accelerated the military's research on mutant creatures. I hope that the addition of these mutant creatures in the later period can reduce the deaths of some soldiers. Hey, our Captain Run is injured. At the end, Xiao Zhao sighed. Chapter 160, Colonel Zheng blocks the door. It turned out that Captain Run was in charge of commanding the battle after he arrived at the front line. But he had never been on the battlefield since he joined the army. On the battlefield, Captain Run saved a pair of siblings despite the opposition of his superiors. But he did not expect that the siblings killed a young soldier who was guarding them that night. Later I learned that there were no normal people in that area, and all the survivors survived by eating human flesh. Captain Run was very angry and asked the brother and sister why they wanted to hurt the soldiers who were protecting them when they had already been rescued to the shelter. Who would have thought that the brother and sister had crazy smiles on their faces and looked at Captain Run with hot eyes? Have you ever eaten human flesh? Once you have eaten it, you will never forget it. That night, the brother and sister were sent to a special camp. I heard from the officials above that those detained in the camp are all people who have had special experiences in the end times. It's a pity for that little soldier. We usually take shifts together. We chat and laugh during the day. He said that he had saved up a lot of supplies this month and could buy a new cotton coat for his sister. When Xiao Zhao said this, tears glistened in his eyes, and it was obvious that he had a deep affection for the young soldier who died. Captain Run was very sad after this incident and asked to resign from his command position and go to the front line to participate in the battle. Captain Run was extremely brave on the front line and was much stronger than ordinary soldiers. Especially when cleaning up those mutated cockroaches, Captain Run took the lead and almost solved all the mutated cockroaches in the entire warehouse by himself. But on the way back, he met a group of refugees. When the refugees saw Captain Run in military uniform, they immediately knelt down and begged him to take them to a shelter. There were about 4 or 5 people, both old and young, and they looked quite pitiful. Captain Run was on a mission alone at the time, with no one else around him. Speaking of this, Xiao Zhao had a sigh on his face, and Xia Sisi also knew that something must have happened. Captain Run learned his lesson from last time and was very cautious this time, but when he encountered refugees outside, he could not ignore them. So he shared some of his food with them and also taught these people how to survive in the apocalypse. There was an old lady with a grandson inside, who was very grateful to Captain Run. Captain Run also asked them where they came from, but these people hesitated and couldn't explain clearly. When Captain Run was sleeping at night, he suddenly felt some movement. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the group of people were trying to tie him up. The little boy, who was about 3 or 5 years old, brought by the old lady, kept muttering, "Eat meat, eat meat." Captain Run then realized that he had been tricked. These people are not refugees who have barely survived nearby, but a special group of people who escaped from special shelters and are addicted to eating human flesh. At that time, Captain Run took a lot of effort to escape, but he was also seriously injured. When he returned to the base, he was very depressed. According to Xiao Zhao, Captain Run has changed a lot since then, and his words are much more fluent than before. "Sister Xia, you said that we are on the front line to protect the people from the wind and rain. So why do some people still want to eat our meat?" Xiao Zhao asked with tears in his eyes, somewhat confused. He is only 1 or 2 years older than Dahei, and to Xia Sisi, who has experienced the apocalypse for 10 years, he is just a child. We work so hard to create a safer and warmer world. But why are there still people who are not satisfied and treat us like animals? Xiao Zhao turned his head slightly and gently wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes with his fingers. Xia Sisi was silent for a while. She had experienced all these things in her previous life. It is true that it takes some time for normal people to adapt to the rules of the apocalypse after arriving there. In the end times, you must protect yourself. No matter who they are, You must not take it lightly. After all, the human heart is the most terrifying thing in this end times. Xia Sisi said with a sigh. Xiao Zhao nodded gently and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. Only then did he say to Xia Sisi, Sister Xia, I feel that when our captain did those foolish things, I should have gone up to persuade him, and perhaps none of this would have happened. But it's too late now. I hope our captain can change completely this time. Xia Sisi patted Xiao Zhao's shoulder gently. People will always change after experiencing something. I believe your captain is still a good soldier with a strong character. Xiao Zhao saluted Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi knew that the reason why Xiao Zhao came to her to say these things was because he saw the relationship between Xia Sisi and the old commander and also knew Xia Sisi's abilities. He didn't want Xia Sisi and Captain Ren to become enemies. In fact, Xia Sisi really didn't hold a grudge against Captain Ren. After all, Captain Ren was doing his duty at the time, and he was also punished by the old commander. Now when I hear about Captain Ren's experience, I can't help but sigh. After saying goodbye to Xiao Zhao, Xia Sisi took Dahei and took the elevator back to the 64th floor. While riding the elevator, Xia Sisi discovered that Colonel Zheng was amazing. The elevator could only go up to the 64th floor, and the craftsman had set up a system where the last 2 floors could not be reached directly. This is the protection for their 66th floor. But she didn't expect that as soon as she reached the 64th floor, she saw Colonel Zheng standing at the door with a smile on his face, rubbing his hands. Hey, Xiao Xia, you're back. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. This smile, why is it so cunning? It also has a bit of calculation. Chapter 161, The Little Sister Looked at Me. Xia Sisi, thanks to you and Lin Yuan, the old commander's injury is now healed. He ate a whole bowl of egg custard this morning. He even spoke with energy. Colonel Zheng said this as he walked forward and was about to shake hands with Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi knew that Colonel Zheng had a habit of shaking hands with people everywhere, so she dodged the challenge this time. Okay, don't flatter me. If Colonel Zheng has anything to say, just say it directly. When Colonel Zheng saw that he had not shaken hands, he continued to take his hands back and began to rub his hands left and right. Hey, what are you talking about? It's as if I have something to do with you when I come to see you. Xia Sisi. So, Colonel Zheng, please wait for me at the door. Is there anything I can help you with? Colonel Zheng. Yes. Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi was complaining in her heart at this moment. He is not old yet, but he is already cunning and treacherous. He has been talking so much, but he still wants to find something to do with her. It is known that Colonel Zheng will not come to the temple for no reason. There was no one else on the 64th floor at the moment. Colonel Zheng didn't even bring his soldiers with him. He just talked quietly with Xia Sisi. Colonel Zheng said that he had visited the old commander yesterday afternoon and had dinner with him this morning. Seeing that the old commander was in good spirits, in a good mood, and in good physical condition, he wanted to have a personal talk with him. He told them how he, Lin Yuan, and Xia Sisi had caused chaos in the Lin family in the middle of the night. Who would have thought that after hearing this, the old commander first laughed 3 times, feeling very happy. Then he lifted Colonel Zheng's ear and began to lecture him. It really was Colonel Zheng's ear. You don't know, when the old commander hit me, it was like hitting an old cow. But it can be seen that the old commander's injuries have recovered well. Colonel Zheng said with a smile. Xia Sisi looked at Colonel Zheng. His burly figure really did look a bit like an old cow. From these exchanges, Xia Sisi already had a general idea of the relationship between Colonel Zheng and the old commander. Colonel Zheng was an orphan who joined the army as a teenager and served under the old commander. Later, when Colonel Zheng went to war, his military merits were almost robbed, and it was the old commander who helped give Colonel Zheng fairness. When Colonel Zheng returned from the war, he continued to serve under the old commander. Over the years, the old commander had absolute trust and care for Colonel Zheng. The old commander had no children, and Colonel Zheng had no relatives. The old commander was very kind to Colonel Zheng, and the relationship between Colonel Zheng and the old commander was not only that of superiors and subordinates, but also somewhat like that of adoptive father and son. So when the old commander heard that Colonel Zheng broke into Lin's house in the middle of the night to kill someone in order to avenge him, he became very anxious. Oh, the old commander was just worried that something might happen to me. But look, I'm back here fine, right? Colonel Zheng said with a smile. After talking for a long time, Colonel Zheng finally got to the point. He touched his nose. A trace of unnaturalness flashed in his eyes. Alas, the old commander said that if I had gone there and never returned that day, it would not only cut off an arm of Commander Zhao, but would have cut off half of his life. It can be seen that I am still very important in the old commander's heart. But the old commander still wanted to punish me, saying that I did things without thinking, and wanted to punish me to build our military production plant as soon as possible. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. In fact, she had been thinking about this for a long time and had been waiting for Colonel Zheng to come to her. Well, I know a place with a machine, but it's been some time since then, and that place might have been buried by the heavy snow in the past few days. Colonel Zheng needs to find someone to dig the snow. In addition, Lin Yuan also said that day that he knew of a production plant, and that when the time comes they could call them all over and package them and sell them to the military. When Colonel Zheng heard this, he slapped his thigh and said, "Okay, let's go together this afternoon. I see you just got back. You need to rest." When Xia Sisi heard this, she thought that Colonel Zheng was still quite perceptive and knew that she needed to rest. Otherwise, if he forced her to go right away, she would be exhausted to death. In this way, Xia Sisi returned to the 66th floor. When she got upstairs, she went to Lin Yuan's house and knocked on the door. She helped Colonel Zheng convey a message to Lin Yuan, saying that they would act together in the afternoon. When Lin Yuan heard that Colonel Zheng was coming, he frowned and looked at Xia Sisi's hand for a long time before finally saying okay. Xia Sisi didn't understand the meaning of Lin Yuan's eyes, but she didn't delve into it. She took the hungry Dahei back to eat. When I got home, I saw Huiji with tearful eyes rushing towards me and throwing herself into Xia Sisi's arms. Xia Sisi finally realized, oh, after not seeing him for a night, the plane's injuries have all healed? It can fly now. The airplane flew into Xia Sisi's arms, and the plump bird acted coquettishly in Xia Sisi's arms. "Shit, shoveler, why did you come back just now? I could fly 2 hours ago. Look how accurate the timing is." While Huiji was chattering, Xia Sisi broke off 5 large pots for Dahei and started putting food into them quickly. Chicken breast, beef, dog food, dog snacks, and dog buns. Anyway, she put in anything that Dahei could eat. This went on for almost 3 rounds before Dahei burped and lay on the ground contentedly. He was full. Xia Sisi calculated that she had used a lot of her supernatural powers this time, but the amount of food she ate was about the same as before, so she felt relieved. At this moment, Xia Sisi heard someone knocking at the door. The plane was already fluttering beside him. Miss, it's Miss." Xia Sisi didn't understand what it meant, but she still went out to answer the door with the plane in her arms. Who would have thought that when they were about to reach the door, the airplane stopped barking and squatted in Xia Sisi's arms as quietly as a chicken. When she opened the door, Xia Sisi saw Baizei's sunny and handsome face. "Sister Sisi, brother said you were back and may not have cooked yet, so I came to bring you something. Brother said you like the chestnut chicken I made. Here, I stewed it early this morning and put more chestnuts in it. It's especially sweet. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Brother also said that we should go out together in the afternoon, so you can take me with you then." Baizei's 3 brother stories confused Xia Sisi. After she sorted it out, she finally understood what was going on. She smiled and took the food from Baizei's hand. "Then thank your brother for me." At the same time, Xia Sisi also knew why Huiji called her little sister just now. Silver Sparrow was standing on Baizei's shoulder at this moment. It was a small bird with a pretty bright red beak. It was blinking its eyes and looking into the house, full of curiosity. Huiji looked up at Inkei with affection. It seemed like for a moment, Silver Sparrow's eyes seemed to float downwards for just a fraction of a second. Xia Sisi immediately felt the airplane in her arms stiffen. Wait a moment. When Baizei was about to leave, Xia Sisi stopped him. Xia Sisi turned around and went back, pretending to go back to the house. But in fact, she took out a few peppers and a bag of imported spicy snacks from the space. This snack is said to be produced in Thailand and is very spicy. Before the end of the world, many people who like spicy food would eat it while watching TV series when they had nothing to do. A return gift for you. Xia Sisi stuffed the peppers and snacks into Baizei's hands. Baizei's eyes lit up instantly. "Sister Sisi, you are so nice. How do you know that my brother and I both like spicy food?" Xia Sisi thought. When they were having dinner that day, she saw that these 2 people loved spicy food. At the end of the meal, there was a lot of meat left, but not a single chili left. After saying goodbye to Baizei, Xia Sisi looked at the bowl of hot chestnut stewed chicken in her hand and swallowed her saliva. Baizei's cooking skills were really good. Before the end of the world, he would have been a top chef. Xia Sisi took out a bowl of white rice from the space and a piece of cucumber produced in the space and started to eat them with relish. Just as Baizei said, more chestnuts were added, and the chestnuts were sweet and sticky, and they were very tasty when stewed, which was especially to Xia Sisi's liking. When she had almost finished her meal, she realized a problem. It seemed that the plane had not said a word for such a long time. She turned her head and saw the airplane squatting on the ground with an idiotic look on its face, exactly the same as it had been when Xia Sisi had put it down just now. It stared blankly in the direction of the door. Xia Sisi went over and poked its head gently. "What's wrong?" At this time, Huiji's eyes rolled. "Miss, look at me." Chapter 162 New Week's Random Animals. Xia Sisi. She also saw that Inke did take a look at the airplane. It was just a glance, probably not even as long as the time it took to look at the screen in the room. Who would have thought that the plane would look like an idiot? Ignoring Huiji's lovesickness, Xia Sisi pulled apart Huiji's wings and observed them carefully. Sure enough, all the wounds healed. There is no trace left, and the hair on it is grown out. Although it is not fully grown yet, at least it doesn't look bald anymore. Only then did Xia Sisi heave a sigh of relief. Good. There was no problem at all. Ignoring Huiji, who was still infatuated, Xia Sisi decided to go to the space first to take a look at the animals that appeared randomly this week, and then collect today's things. As for the space upgrade, she wanted to do it later. After all, this time there are the corpses of mutant cockroaches, the horns of mutant golden pythons, and some other odds and ends, which is really a lot. She feels that this upgrade will bring major changes to the space. So I'd better wait until I'm done with my work and have time. If the space is upgraded and then temporarily closed, she will have nowhere to cry. Although she had already placed some of her things in that small space of purple jade, who knew what she would encounter when she went out in the afternoon and what she would need. After entering the space, Xiao Ling ran over, rubbing Xia Sisi's legs with a flattering look. Xia Sisi knew what it was thinking without even having to say anything. "Xiao Ling, don't worry, I need to take a break and go out in the afternoon. Wait until I come back in the evening." Xiao Ling pouted, then meowed and ran to the rooftop to sleep. The meaning was very clear. This cat was very unhappy now. Xia Sisi ignored Xiao Ling and went straight to the farm. "I came to the pen where random animals were kept every week and looked for a long time, but didn't see anything." At this time, Xiao Ling ran over and stood at Xia Sisi's feet, looking at her with a pair of cunning eyes. "Xiao Ling, why haven't the animals been refreshed this week?" Xiao Ling looked like she was watching the fun. But under Xia Sisi's urging, he licked his paw and said, "It's an ant." Xia Sisi squatted down and searched for a long time before she found the ant. It really is an ant. It is very big, red as long as a finger, energetic, and has two large pincers at the front. Not ordinary ants, like the ones in the rainforest. Space is really fun. Finally, Xia Sisi sighed. Opening the description of this column, Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows when she saw the products produced. Not bad. The four big words rheumatism plaster appeared in front of Xia Sisi. It's freezing cold now, and many people suffer from rheumatic diseases, especially the elderly. This rheumatism plaster is just the right remedy for the condition. Moreover, 10 patches are produced every day, and according to the instructions, 3 patches are enough to cure the disease. Even though 3 plasters are few in number, as the space says that 3 plasters are enough to cure the disease, it must be 3 plasters that are enough to cure the disease. Yesterday, Xiao Ling had already collected 10 rheumatism plasters. Today, Xia Sisi clicked collect and exited the space contentedly. As for other things, she didn't check them for the time being. With Xiao Ling around, she could keep the space in order. After last night's thrilling experience, Xia Sisi was now so sleepy that she could hardly lift her eyelids. After leaving the space, I saw that the plane had returned to normal, except that the fur on one side was a little messy, as if it had been hit by something. Looking at Dahei, who was standing nearby with a droopy face and looking at the airplane, Xia Sisi roughly understood. Dahei must have been unable to bear the airplane's stupid appearance. Well done, Dahei. Xia Sisi only slept for 6 hours before waking up. After regulating her body with the spiritual spring water, she needed much less sleep than before. Can quickly restore physical strength. When I woke up, it was just past 1 in the afternoon, and Colonel Zheng hadn't come up to knock on the door yet, so it must be time to act yet. Taking advantage of this moment, she opened the stove at home and decided to make herself something delicious. Take out the alfalfa flowers stored at home, wash them with water, sprinkle them with a little cornmeal, add some salt, and steam them directly in the pot. When it came out of the pot, Xia Sisi smelled a sweet and delicious aroma. After it cooled down, she picked up some with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. It was delicious. She also took out a bowl of old duck and tea tree mushroom soup from the space, and they tasted delicious when eaten together. The big black and gray planes on the side all sat up straight at some point, and their meaning was very clear. Shit shoveler, give some. Xia Sisi also picked some for the two of them. Since there was a little bit of salt in it, she didn't dare give the two of them too much, so she only gave them a small amount each. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Huiji looked so happy while eating. After he finished, he flapped his wings and shouted, "Delicious, delicious. I want more, the shit shoveler." As for Dahei, his face became more and more droopy the more he ate. If it hadn't thought that Xia Sisi would have to clean up this thing after it was vomited out, it would probably have vomited it out now. But when Dahei was eating just now, he didn't think about anything and just went in with one bite. After a simple meal, I just put down my bowl when I heard Colonel Zheng's voice coming from the intercom connected to the 64th floor. "Xia Sisi, are you ready? Get ready, or we will go on the mission." Xia Sisi answered, packed up her things, and prepared to go out. At this time, Huiji also followed and looked at Xia Sisi with a pair of small eyes. "Shit shoveler, little sister, are you going with you? Can I go with you? I promise. I won't say a word when I go out." Xia Sisi thought that the plane's wings were almost healed. But if the plane left, who would look after the house? Unexpectedly, Colonel Zheng seemed to have a telepathic connection with the plane at this time, and he actually said directly on the intercom, "By the way, Xiaolin, if you go out, don't worry about your house being opened. Since you are working for our military, we will definitely guard your house tightly. I will send 2 soldiers up to guard you on the 64th floor to ensure your absolute safety." The airplane flapped its wings happily and looked at Xia Sisi with squinted eyes. "Look, shit shoveler, God is helping me too." In response, Xia Sisi rolled her eyes. "Just follow him. We can't keep him under house arrest forever. Remember, don't talk nonsense." Xia Sisi touched Huiji's little head and gave instructions. The helicopter puffed out its chest, looking as if it was obeying orders in all actions. Just like that, Xia Sisi opened the door and went out with the child, one big and one small. Outside the door, Bai Zhe and Lin Yuan were already waiting. Xiaobai was sent back to Lin Yuan last night. Lin Yuan didn't bring the little one with him when he went out. It was probably because he was too young and it was inconvenient to take him out. And at this moment, In K was standing on Bai Zhe's shoulder. "Let's go." Lin Yuan waved his hand and set off. Chapter 163, Processing Machines. All the way down the stairs, Huiji's eyes never left In K. However, In K looked around vigilantly and didn't even glance at Huiji. Captain Zheng brought 5 or 6 soldiers and drove 3 modified large trucks. It was obvious that he wanted to haul things properly. Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and others all got in the jeep arranged by Colonel Zheng. The first place we went to was the food processing factory that Xia Sisi mentioned. "Oh my, I didn't expect there's a food processing factory so close by. TSK, TSK. Colonel Zheng touched his chin and gritted his teeth, looking distressed. Xia Sisi could see that Colonel Zheng was distressed. Why didn't he find out before? If it was discovered by the military, wouldn't they have to give Xia Sisi and the others any benefits? But the locations that Xia Sisi found in her brother's office were basically operated in violation of regulations and were not officially registered. So, naturally, the official couldn't find it either. But when we got there, it was just as Xia Sisi had thought. The place had been completely submerged, and we could only tell its general location. It's okay. We've already thought of it." Sure enough, after a while, a huge rumbling sound was heard coming from the snow. Then, a huge excavator slowly drove over and started digging the snow one shovel at a time. They didn't stop until they reached the roof. Then a few soldiers skillfully found the edge of the roof and carefully broke in through the window using ropes. Xia Sisi also informed Colonel Zheng in advance, saying that there might be mutant animals here and hoped that these people would be careful. Colonel Zheng waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, none of the soldiers I lead are cowards." The first soldier who went down came up quickly, his eyes very excited. "Colonel, there are many machines down there, all of which are canning production lines. The old commander will definitely be very happy this time." As for the mutant cat, the soldier said he didn't see any, but only found some traces of cat life. Perhaps as the snowstorm grew stronger, they realized that this place was about to be buried, so they simply left and moved to another location. After learning that there was something underneath, Colonel Zheng waved his hand and said, "Okay, let's do a craniotomy on this building." Before I could figure out what was going on, I saw 2 more soldiers coming up from Colonel Zheng's side. They skillfully took out various measuring tools, measured the roof for a while, and then placed 2 explosive packs in the middle. Colonel Zheng said that the measurement of the explosive packs had been calculated in advance, and there would definitely be no accidents. Sure enough, there was a loud bang, and the building exploded. but it only created a gap that was about 3 meters wide and 3 meters long, almost a square. It really looks a bit like a craniotomy. Okay, let them pull things up from behind. Colonel Zheng waved his hand and left 2 people here to clean up the mess, saying that a team of people from the military would come next to clear out all the assembly line machinery inside. A large truck was also left behind. The remaining people, including the excavator, rumbled to the next location. Of course, the excavator moved too slowly, so it was lifted onto a large truck and towed away. After watching the whole process, Xia Sisi couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Colonel Zheng. Speed is indeed of the essence in war. This group of soldiers each has their own duties, with clear division of labor, and they do things neatly and accurately. Immediately afterwards, Xia Sisi followed the car and started heading towards the processing plant that Lin Yuan mentioned. This processing plant is quite far away. According to Lin Yuan, he discovered it by accident when he went out to look for supplies. Colonel Zheng was sitting in the passenger seat at this time, with a lollipop in his mouth. I heard that this lollipop was given to him by the little girl of one of his comrades. He didn't want it at the time, but the little girl insisted on giving it to him. Just now, he had intended to give it to Xia Sisi, saying that as a grown man, he simply couldn't eat this thing. But Xia Sisi wasn't very interested in the lollipop, so she declined. Finally, Colonel Zheng was probably too annoyed with riding in the car, so he just took out the lollipop and ate it himself. Such a big man, sitting in the front with a lollipop in his mouth, that picture. Xia Sisi just felt that the soldier driving the car next to Colonel Zheng didn't laugh at all, and didn't even look like he wanted to laugh. He must have been trained. Hey, why don't I have such good luck? If you just go out and look for supplies, you can find a food processing factory or something. What kind of luck do you two have? Next time you go looking for supplies, take me with you. Xia Sisi didn't say anything and decided to ignore this guy. Colonel Zheng just kept muttering to himself. Occasionally, Bai Zhe would talk to him with interest. Who would have thought that Bai Zhe and Colonel Zheng got along quite well along the way? Well, after a few days of getting along, Xia Sisi actually discovered that Bai Zhe could talk to anyone and get along with anyone. Bai Zhe was in our team before, doing reconnaissance. Lin Yuan seemed to see Xia Sisi's confusion and spoke. Xia Sisi suddenly understood. Yes, he is young, sweet-spoken, and good-looking, and he is indeed a good candidate for detective work. After walking on the snow for an hour and a half, they finally arrived at the place Lin Yuan mentioned. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that this place was actually an amusement park before the end of the world. The terrain here is relatively high, and the ground is relatively sloping. When it was built, it was also known as the Steep Valley. When we first arrived, we could see that there had been an avalanche here before, so a lot of snow had fallen off. But at this moment, the amusement park was still completely flooded. Only a corner of the Ferris wheel was left exposed. Oh my, this processing plant, is it possible that it is buried underneath? This is difficult to deal with. Captain Zheng could no longer sit still and spoke anxiously. Lin Yuan nodded. There is a village on the mountain behind this amusement park that specializes in food processing. Every household has processing machines. There is also a large factory on the mountain. I have been there, and there is no one inside, only some machines. Xia Sisi knew this kind of thing. They were basically small workshops, but every household had a factory with some equipment in the yard to do some small business. Some sold online, and some sold nearby. Speaking of which, Xia Sisi remembered that there was a large local food processing company, which seemed to be located in this suburb. I don't know if the factory was built here, but what is unexpected is that more trouble is yet to come. There used to be a circus in this amusement park. At this moment, a pair of dark green eyes were staring at this group of people. The broad sole of the foot pressed hard on the ground, leaving a mark. The wide mouth had already let out a warning roar. Chapter 164, Mutant Tiger. Did you hear any noise? Bai Zhe looked around and asked curiously. The silver bird on his shoulder also looked around vigilantly. There was also a hint of alert on the faces of the others. Yes, everyone heard it. It's not the sound of the wind. It sounds more like... Before Colonel Zheng could finish his words, he heard a loud bang on the roof of the car. It was as if something heavy had suddenly stepped on the roof of the car. Ouch! The deafening sound was felt by several people in the car. Oh my God, this isn't a tiger! Colonel Zheng roared. Then he started assigning tasks into the intercom. Prepare the anesthetic injections and the defensive formation, and attack. At the same time, Colonel Zheng loaded his gun and rushed out of the car. Xia Sisi heard a burst of gunfire outside. There was another vibration and a tiger's roar above my head, and then a huge, orange-yellow figure flashed away at the window. It's a mutant tiger. Xia Sisi frowned tightly. She took Dahei and wanted to get out of the car to help. Unexpectedly, the driver soldier in front spoke up. Miss Xia, we will handle it. After all, you are here with our military. This is a good opportunity for you to see the strength of the soldiers under Colonel Zheng. After the soldier finished speaking, he also rushed down with his gun. Xia Sisi saw that as soon as he went out, he rolled on the ground and avoided the mutant tiger's claw. It was obvious that he was agile and had a lot of practical experience. This mutant tiger did not grow much in size, but it was extremely agile and had 2 long fangs on its mouth, making it look like a saber-toothed tiger from ancient times. Its tail is pointed and even has a circle of spikes. It's almost a leap to rush towards a warrior. However, the men led by Colonel Zheng were all skilled in martial arts, and when the tiger pounced on one of them, the other 2 would make noises around, affecting the tiger's judgment and hearing, causing disturbance to the tiger. Colonel Zheng, with a lollipop in his mouth and a rifle in his hand, has joined the 2 soldiers. Xia Sisi saw that there was a man inside who was protected by 2 other soldiers, and he was holding a super large gun in his hand. This gun is different from the other guns. There is a can underneath, which seems to contain some green liquid. If I'm not mistaken, this is what Colonel Zheng calls the anesthetic injection. The tiger was fooled several times, but failed to catch anyone. Looking at the soldiers standing in a circle around it, it was a little hesitant, not knowing who to attack. Finally, perhaps it realized that Colonel Zheng was the leader here. So it turned to Colonel Zheng, grinned at him, and pounced on him. Scatter! Colonel Zheng shouted. The soldiers surrounding Colonel Zheng immediately moved away, but their guns were still pointed at the mutant tiger that was charging towards them. He himself did not dodge or evade, but stared at the tiger in front of him with the spear raised in his hand. At the moment when the tiger was about to pounce on him, he ducked down and slid forward 1 meter using the friction of the ground. At the same time, the tiger pounced over Colonel Zheng without touching him at all. The sharp claws only tore a corner of Colonel Zheng's robe. Colonel Zheng was now under the tiger's soft belly, firing continuously at the tiger's abdominal cavity. Bang, 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 several gunshots were heard. Colonel Zheng slid out, and the injured tiger immediately staggered and fell to the ground. Anesthetic! Colonel Zheng shouted. The soldier holding the anesthetic quickly moved over and shot the tiger in the back before it could stand up. The tiger fell back instantly. Xia Sisi saw that the anesthetic injection on the tiger's back, which was the green liquid under the strange gun that the little soldier had held before, was quickly injected into the tiger's body in a few seconds. I fainted directly. Ha! A mutant tiger. The old commander will definitely like it. Come on, drag it back to the car. Colonel Zheng handed the spear in his hand directly to the young soldier next to him. He took 2 hard bites of the lollipop in his mouth, and his face looked as smug as possible. A few steel bars were taken down from the large truck driven by Colonel Zheng, and with the soldiers' skillful assembly, they quickly built a huge cage. The mutant tiger was released like that. The reason why it was not killed was because this mutant tiger was very rare and had research value. Colonel Zheng wanted to carry it back to the old commander's research institute to claim credit. Oh my god, I didn't expect this brother to be so awesome. Bai Zhe, who watched everything in the car, sighed loudly. Even Xia Sisi was amazed. Colonel Zheng usually looks like a soldier, but he is really good at commanding battles. Colonel Zheng quickly returned to the car, biting the little bit of lollipop he had eaten, and stomped his feet twice to stomp all the snow off his boots. Oh my god, it's so cold outside. Why do I feel like it's getting colder these days? Specifically, the temperature started to drop from the night before yesterday. The temperature now is close to minus 60 degrees Celsius. According to the experience of the previous life, the temperature will soon drop to nearly minus 70 degrees Celsius, which is the coldest time of the extreme cold. After a period of time at minus 70 degrees, the temperature will rise again. After a period of warming up, the temperature begins to rise sharply. When everyone thinks the end of the world is coming and natural disasters are over, God will take you to an extremely hot period as if as a joke. Xia Sisi did not respond to Colonel Zheng's words. She was looking around vigilantly, because it was told to her based on her experience of the end of the world in her previous life. If there are mutant tigers here, there must be other mutant creatures. What else is in the circus? Xia Sisi suddenly looked at Bai Zhe beside her. Bai Zhe was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't understand what Xia Sisi said. Ah, Sister Xia, I have never been to a circus. Before meeting Lin Yuan, Bai Zhe lived a very confident life. As an orphan with no one to love him, how could he have ever been to a circus? Colonel Zheng in front asked with a smile. What's wrong, Sister Sisi? Do you want to see an animal show? Otherwise, I will ask those naughty monkey-like soldiers under my command to perform a crosstalk for you. But soon, Colonel Zheng saw Xia Sisi's serious expression, swallowed the rest of the words, and changed it to, "Oh my God, I can't be so unlucky. Isn't one enough?" Because according to Colonel Zheng's experience in dealing with mutated creatures, after a creature mutates, the appetite of most creatures will increase, especially these carnivores. A tiger is a big eater. Could there be other mutant creatures surviving in this wilderness? There are also black bears in the circus. Lin Yuan, who had been silent all the way, suddenly spoke. Because at this moment, 3 huge black bears appeared in front of them. This black bear is 1 big and 2 small, like a mother bear with 2 cubs. What's even more terrifying is that the black bear had half of a human body in its mouth. Xia Sisi suddenly remembered that there seemed to be a circus performance here before the end of the world, and it happened to be on the weekend. Therefore, there should be quite a lot of people coming to the amusement park. Later, probably because of the heavy acid rain, these people did not go out. So the food source for these surviving mutant animals has always been human flesh? At this moment, the 3 bears have already noticed the group of fat meat being offered here. Chapter 165, 3 Mutated Bears. The largest of the 3 mutant bears is more than 3 meters tall, and its broad body looks like a huge wall. The other 2 smaller ones are almost 2 meters tall. You know, the bears in ordinary circuses are only 1 meter tall at most. The changes of these 3 bears after the apocalypse are also very scary, especially the big one inside, which was now biting half of a human body and chewing it with a crunching sound. Blood flowed down from its mouth and directly flowed onto the hair in front, dyeing the half-moon-shaped white hair on its chest blood red. Get everything ready. Go down and kill the mutant bear. Oh, and load the tranquilizer gun for me, and get the maximum dose this time. When Colonel Zheng saw the 3 mutant bears approaching from afar, his expression suddenly became serious. This mutant bear has extraordinary attack power. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she saw that the claws of the 3 mutant bears were as sharp as knives and had grown half a foot longer. It seems that the direction of their mutation is to strengthen their physique. Let's go down too. This time, Xia Sisi took the initiative. Colonel Zheng did not look down on Xia Sisi at all. He knew a little bit about how Xia Sisi was able to go in and out many times, search for supplies nearby, and escape unscathed. He knew that even though Xia Sisi was a woman, she had the ability to protect herself. He did not stop them again. After all, they were dealing with 3 of them this time, and a few soldiers were too few. Xia Sisi got out of the car with Dahei and Huiji, while Lin Yuan and Bai Zhe stood together. "I do have a way, but I need to borrow a few of your pets." Colonel Zheng walked over, touched his chin, and looked at Dahei and Huiji, as well as the silver bird on Bai Zhe's shoulder. Over there, a little bear has rushed over. The big bear was still biting the person in its mouth with all its might, and its pair of blood-red eyes were staring at the people here, as if it was calculating which person to bite first. But the big bear didn't move forward at first, but watched from a distance. This is perfect, as it allows them to deal with the little bear first and then deal with the big bear. Several soldiers came over, and the soldier holding the anesthetic shot him directly. But something unexpected happened. The bear skin actually bounced the anesthetic injection away. What an amazing direction of evolution. We need to create wounds on these bears so that we can use the anesthetic gun. A soldier shouted when he saw the situation. On this side, Colonel Zheng had already discussed his plan with Xia Sisi and others. It turned out that he wanted to rely on Gray Machine, Silver Sparrow, and Big Black to create interference for these bears. Although these bears are extremely powerful and appear to be thick-skinned and tough, their mobility has not changed much, and they are as slow as ordinary bears. After hearing what Colonel Zheng said, Xia Sisi gently touched Huiji's head and said, "Huiji, go ahead." The airplane was very excited. Before taking off, it glanced at the silver bird next to it, as if to say, "Here comes the chance to show off in front of the young lady." The plane rushed out as fast as lightning. Dahei followed closely behind. Bai Zhe, Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and several others, including Colonel Zheng's men, all surrounded the 2 little bears, trying to inflict wounds on their bodies. Lin Yuan, holding a short knife in his hand, took the lead and flipped over the bear's body, with the knife scratching the bear's shoulder. There were no wounds. Bai Zhe walked lightly, went around from behind, holding a huge machete in his hand, and slashed the little bear's back hard, but there was still no damage. Xia Sisi held the Tibetan knife in her hand and attacked from the side. When the little bear raised its arms, she attacked its armpits, but she still could not break the protection of the bear's skin. Colonel Zheng fired several shots and even changed to a pistol with a slightly larger caliber, but there was no wound at all on the bear's skin. How come this bastard is so hard? Colonel Zheng said this while holding the grenade in his hand. Without saying a word, he threw it at a little bear next to him. With a loud bang, the snow around was blown away. When the smoke cleared, the little bear came out safe and sound. It's so evil. I've never seen such strong fur. Colonel Zheng roared again. For a moment, no one was able to do anything. Leave at least one experimental subject and kill the rest. Colonel Zheng gave the order. It's just killing, so how should I kill? Borrow a grenade. Lin Yuan looked at Colonel Zheng. Colonel Zheng immediately took out a grenade and gave it to Lin Yuan. Then, Lin Yuan winked at Bai Zhe next to him. The two men ran out like a gust of wind. At this moment, several small pets were also around, attracting the attention of the two little bears. Occasionally, the gray bird would scratch one on the head, the silver bird would peck the one on the back, and the big black bird would run over and bite the arm of another one. He just did what he wanted, which made the two little bears very annoyed. Moreover, the mutations of these three pets are all related to speed, and none of them are slow. When one of the little bears was grabbed on the butt by the airplane and was turning back to grab it, Lin Yuan suddenly rushed over. He took a few steps forward and kicked the little bear to the ground. After the little bear fell down, he fluttered on the ground twice, but did not stand up. At this time, Bai Zhe rushed forward and rode directly on the little bear's back. The little bear struggled to stand up from the ground and tried to reach Bai Zhe behind him. But Bai Zhe was nimble and thin, and the bear was clumsy and couldn't reach Bai Zhe at all. Not only that, after Bai Zhe rode on the little bear, he clamped his legs around the little bear's neck. The silver sparrow cooperated tacitly and began to peck at various places on the little bear. The little bear had no time to care about Bai Zhe on his body. Ah! The little bear howled loudly, and it was obvious that he was very angry. Brother! Bai Zhe shouted the moment the little bear opened his mouth. Lin Yuan rushed forward, pressed the little bear's mouth with his hand, and threw the burning grenade directly into it. Then he quickly punched the little bear in the stomach twice, and the little bear swallowed the grenade directly. At the same time, Bai Zhe and Yin Ke retreated quickly. There was a loud boom, and the grenade in the little bear's stomach exploded, and the little bear fell down. After finishing all this, Lin Yuan panted slightly and asked Colonel Zheng beside him. There are two left. Which one do you want to keep for the experiment? Colonel Zheng gave a thumbs up. Great. In the match just now, what was superb was not only the method and skills of the players, but also the coordination. It can be seen that the cooperation between Bai Zhe, Lin Yuan, and Yin Ke is the result of repeated practice. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. This method is indeed good. Then he reached out to Colonel Zheng. Colonel, give me a grenade too. Colonel Zheng looked at Xia Sisi in shock. No, this will make us soldiers seem useless. However, he still subconsciously gave Xia Sisi a grenade. But just as Xia Sisi started to act, the big bear realized that one of his children had died, dropped the half-eaten corpse, and rushed towards everyone with a roar. What is unexpected is that the speed of this big bear is also amazing. He rushed over almost in a flash. Xia Sisi quickly changed the direction of the grenade in her hand and rushed towards the big bear. At the same time, she heard a gunshot nearby. Also coming here. Chapter 166 Beverage Processing Plant. Xia Sisi was agile and bent down the moment the big bear rushed over. At the same time, he threw the grenade in his hand towards the big bear's mouth. The stench from the bear's mouth hit me in the face. Big Black! At the critical moment, Xia Sisi shouted. Dahei rushed over, bit Xia Sisi's clothes, and quickly retreated to the side. At the same time, Xia Sisi seemed to see a bullet shooting from the side and directly into the big bear's eyes. Next came the second one, which was also a big bear's eye. The bomb that Xia Sisi threw into the bear's mouth exploded the moment Xia Sisi was dragged away by Dahei. With a loud bang, Xia Sisi felt a drop of blood splashing on her face. The big bear also fell down. Both of its eyes were blind, as if they had been shot by a bullet. Shaolin, you have great shooting skills. Colonel Zheng gave Lin Yuan a thumbs up. It was only then that Xia Sisi saw that Lin Yuan held a gun in each hand and was making gestures to draw his guns. So the big bear's eyes were blinded by Lin Yuan's 2 shots. The last remaining little bear is no longer a threat. Colonel Zheng led the team to inject anesthetic directly into Xiao Xiong's eyes. After the injection, Xiao Xiong fell down and was carried onto the truck. Colonel Zheng found 2 soldiers, drove a truck, and sent the mutant tiger and the mutant bear back directly. The body of a mutant bear was also taken away. Bear meat is edible. Xia Sisi pointed at the mutant bear and said, Colonel Zheng, can you leave the body of this mutant bear for us? Colonel Zheng naturally had no objection. After all, the big bear and the other little bear were killed by Xia Sisi and her gang. Of course, the body was also put on the truck and would be carried directly onto it when the time came. Do you need our masters to help you disassemble it? Colonel Zheng asked with a smile. Xia Sisi discovered that Colonel Zheng had been looking at Lin Yuan with this smiling expression since Lin Yuan showed off a few of his skills just now. If she didn't know that Colonel Zheng's various sexual orientations were normal, in a previous conversation, Colonel Zheng said that he had a girlfriend, but he later broke up because he was too busy in the army. She would really think that Colonel Zheng had some other intentions towards Lin Yuan. Seeing that Colonel Zheng was so enthusiastic, Xia Sisi and the others did not refuse and agreed. But I have agreed with Colonel Zheng that the bear's skin must be intact. In this way, the few of them entered the village that Lin Yuan mentioned without any danger. To be honest, Lin Yuan was lucky not to encounter any mutant animals the last time he came here. This time, they encountered 4 of them in succession as soon as they entered. They were unlucky enough. After entering, he smelled a faint smell of blood and soon found the other half of the human body that the mutant bear had just eaten. The intestines were hollowed out and half of the head was missing. The scene was very horrifying. Several people walked in silence without much talking. After all, in the end times, such tragic scenes are common. This time at the entrance of the village, Dahei and Xia Sisi sent Inke and Huiji out. Let the 2 of them explore the village carefully to prevent any mutant creatures from suddenly rushing out. Although Huiji was a love-minded person, he became serious when he was asked to conduct reconnaissance. He and Inke circled the village several times, one on the left and one on the right. Inke came back first, stood on Dahei's shoulder, and nodded a few times. Dahei said to the people around him, Don't worry, there are no mutant creatures. Soon the plane came back and flapped its wings twice to indicate that there was nothing unusual. Some places here have been buried by snow, but fortunately our Colonel Zheng has an excavator. After digging in several places, some doors of the factory yards were exposed to facilitate people's entry and exit. Several people continued to go inside, and when they came out after a circle, Colonel Zheng's eyes were almost laughing to death. This is really like what Lin Yuan said, every household has a lot of things. Although things like food have long been gone, it can also be seen that this place has been damaged by a lot of mutant creatures after the end of the world. However, those machines, machine tools, and various equipment on the assembly lines are all intact. Colonel Zheng waved his hand and said, Move them all away. Haha, this time the old commander won't scold me when he sees these things. Xia Sisi was standing nearby, watching Colonel Zheng's expression, and rolled her eyes in her heart, thinking, Is this all you can do? Just not scolding you is enough? In fact, Xia Sisi was surprised when she left here. Because just now, Xia Sisi actually left the entire team for a while. She separated from the main force on the grounds that we can move faster if we act separately. I took the big black and gray planes and took a walk in the nearby villages. In fact, she wanted to see if there was anything in such a large village that she could collect. Then after avoiding the crowd, she ignored the small workshops in the village and went straight to the processing plant at the top. She remembered that there was a famous processing plant in the area, but she wondered if it was here. However, the huge factory in front looks quite large. After running upstairs quickly, Xia Sisi went straight into the factory. Fortunately, the terrain here is relatively high, and there had been an avalanche before, so the factory was not flooded. She walked in with the big black and gray plane. I found out that this is actually a large beverage processing factory. Recommended food and beverage products. There are all kinds of drinks in here, all of which are freshly squeezed juices and have not been shipped. There are all kinds of flavors, such as 100% pure orange juice, 100% pure peach juice, 100% pure coconut juice, 100% pure prune juice, 100% pure pear juice, and so on. There are also some concentrated fruit juices, including cranberry flavor, apple flavor, mixed juice flavor, etc. Moreover, these things have a very long shelf life. Xia Sisi waved her hand and collected all the juices that had not been taken away into the space. There are tens of thousands of bottles of these juices. Not only that, Xia Sisi also found an assembly line and put the entire set of machines inside into the space. Xia Sisi is optimistic about this assembly line. It is located at a relatively remote location and will not attract attention, so it will not be discovered by Colonel Zheng and his men. As for the disappearance of the juice, It could be said that it was taken away by the previous visitor, and no one would doubt it. As for the fruits, they had already rotted and were emitting a foul odor in the corner. There was really no way to take them away. After she collected all these things, she went to meet up with Captain Zheng and the others. When she told Captain Zheng that there was a juice production factory up there, Captain Zheng slapped his thigh and said, "Oh, what luck! We knew about this juice production factory before, but it was buried by heavy snow at that time. How come the factory was exposed by an avalanche as soon as you arrived? Sister Sisi Xiaolin, brother Xiaobai, you are my lucky stars." As he spoke, Colonel Zheng moved closer to Xia Sisi, who was closest to him. He looked extremely excited and wanted to grab Xia Sisi's hand. Chapter 167, The Strength of Block B. However, before Colonel Zheng caught him, he heard Lin Yuan shouting from behind, "Colonel, we found something here." Colonel Zheng hurriedly said goodbye to Xia Sisi and went to see Lin Yuan's discovery. However, when he met Lin Yuan, he realized that the so-called discovery was just an old sealing machine in a processing plant, which was not a discovery at all. "Carry them up. Carry them all up," Colonel Zheng commanded the soldiers. Then he wanted to go back to Xia Sisi and talk to her about the beverage processing factory, but who would have thought that Lin Yuan grabbed his hand? "Colonel Zheng, I see there are a few machines over there. Do you want to see if they need to be moved?" When Colonel Zheng heard this, he followed Lin Yuan. Baizhe looked at Lin Yuan, then at Xia Sisi, touched his chin, raised his eyebrows, but said nothing. On his shoulder, which he didn't notice, Inkei was looking around curiously, as if something had attracted her attention. Looking over along the silver bird's shoulder, you can see a fat parrot standing on the head of a big fat black dog, flapping its wings, stretching its neck, and twisting its butt. It's really funny. When Xia Sisi saw this scene, she walked over and patted the airplane on the head twice. What is going on here? The airplane was a little wilted by Xia Sisi's patting. Finally, it looked pitifully at the silver sparrow, which had turned its head away. It felt so bitter in its heart. The silver sparrow was just imitating the courtship dance of other birds, but the shit shoveler actually felt ashamed of himself. However, it soon became happy again. "Oh, today is such a happy day." The young lady not only looked at it, but also carried out tasks with it. There is still a long way to go, and I will definitely be able to win the young lady. If Xia Sisi knew what Huiji was thinking, she would definitely call it shameless and said that it was too naive to think about it. The investigation was almost completed. Colonel Zheng had figured out the situation and was overjoyed. He then told Xia Sisi and the others that the military would need to carry out the salvage work for some time, and they could let them go back first. At the same time, a soldier was arranged to escort Xia Sisi and others back. When getting in the car, Baizhe took the initiative to ask to sit in the passenger seat. So Xia Sisi, Lin Yuan, and others sat in the back seat. On the way, Xia Sisi asked about the follow-up of the letter from Zhua that day. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and said, "They want to be the king of the mountain and make deals with the military and us. I have not agreed to them yet." According to Lin Yuan, they were also a group of mercenaries. Before the end of the world, they were in competition with the mercenary organization that Lin Yuan and Baizhe belonged to, and they were considered to be on par with each other. They were all active on the border of China. I don't know why the main members of this mercenary organization have come to the city at this moment. Especially the one who came by helicopter that day was the boss of the mercenary organization Black Dragon Gang. Among them, Lin Yuan only knew the boss of the Black Dragon Gang and several of his deputies. The rest are all unfamiliar faces. But it can be seen that Dyson and his men, led by the woman, are now trusted by the leader of the Black Dragon Gang. "Hey, Mr. Lin, do you know that group of people?" The soldier driving in front suddenly spoke after hearing what Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan said, The soldier suddenly became excited, and even his hands were shaking while driving. "Oh, those guys are really hard to deal with. Our Colonel Zheng is almost going bald." The image of Colonel Zheng's thick hair suddenly appeared in Xia Sisi's mind, and she felt that the soldier's words were a bit exaggerated. In fact, although our shelter is now occupied, due to the proper management of our Colonel Zheng, the old commander is also very optimistic about this shelter, so he's been wanting to send new people here. However, the seats are full. Up to now, we have not yet reached an agreement, which is really a tough nut to crack. It turned out that after discovering that the seat was requisitioned as a shelter, the entire building was fortified. Even though the military kept shouting from below, it seemed as if they couldn't hear anything. Colonel Zheng tried to find someone from the military to communicate with the seat, and the person who was responsible for coming out to discuss with Colonel Zheng was Dyson. It can be said that it was very slippery and he refused to give up his seat no matter what. Moreover, Colonel Zheng also knew that the people sitting there had hot weapons and were not simple people either, and they had had several simple encounters. The people here have never killed anyone on the military side, because they don't want to break off relations with the military. He also took out some rare items many times and traded with the military. The two sides have now formed a relationship of mutual benefit and mutual vigilance. In this way, the two sides have been in a stalemate. Colonel Zheng also saw the helicopter landing that day. Not only that, he was also very friendly and handed Colonel Zheng a note, saying that he was an old neighbor and asked him to take care of him. Colonel Zheng values the current military strength under his command and believes that the lives of his brothers and sisters are used to resist mutant creatures and to seek welfare for the people. So he formulated the strategy of, I will not offend others unless they offend me. Now, after hearing what Lin Yuan said, I realized that the other party was also from a mercenary group, and everything became clear. Well, although the two sides do not interfere with each other now and can occasionally benefit each other, our Colonel Zheng is still worried that the other party is not a trustworthy person, so he has been sending people to guard against it. Xia Sisi felt that what Colonel Zheng did was right, but no one knows what kind of medicine is sold in the gourd. They have helicopters and such great power, so why do they have to live in a small place like here? It is indeed necessary to guard against it. Chapter 168, Double Level Up. Finally, Xia Sisi chatted with Lin Yuan, and they both felt that it was better to wait and see what happened, but they should be more cautious with their opponents. Only after learning that Lin Yuan had no grudges against the Black Dragon Gang did he feel relieved. Xia Sisi already had a plan in mind. In the future, whether she was collecting supplies or riding the Black Horse out, she would pay more attention to the movements over there. After returning to the apartment, they took the elevator to the 64th floor. Dahei wanted to invite Xia Sisi to his home for dinner. Before Xia Sisi agreed, the airplane next to her flapped its wings and stared at the silver bird. Xia Sisi smiled and refused. No, I'm a little tired. There are some leftovers at home. I'll eat them first. Let's get together another day. Dahei was a little disappointed, but still said with a smile. Okay, Sisi, just tell me what you like to eat. By the way, my brother is also good at cooking, especially some Sichuan dishes, which are really good. Let me show you my skills next time. Lin Yuan, standing beside him, dragged Dahei into the house with a serious expression. From Xia Sisi's perspective, it seemed that Lin Yuan was blushing a little. Is this being shy after being praised? Xia Sisi found it a little funny. When they got back to the house, Huiji started to nag nonstop. Shit shovel, shit shovel. What a great opportunity. Why don't you go eat? Why don't you go eat? While muttering, he also circled over Xia Sisi's head, flying 7 or 8 times, almost making Xia Sisi dizzy. Dahei, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch it anymore, so he raised his paw with a cold face and slapped him. The world became quiet. Xia Sisi squatted down and tapped Huiji's head twice. Because I am not like you, with your mind full of love. I have more important things to do. Of course, give space and upgrade. After finishing all these, I finally have some free time. She took out a bowl of rice from the space and poured herself a glass of delicious 100% freshly squeezed juice. Then they fed both little ones. After quickly finishing her meal, she went downstairs, and headed straight to the 65th floor. Xia Sisi thought that the mutant cockroach corpses downstairs were just appetizers, so he put them into the space first. Of course, a small part was also left behind, planning to use the notes left by my grandmother and the power of space to research medicine so that I could show off to the military. Otherwise, in the future, with so many corpses of mutant animals, it would be hard to say what you were going to do. After the corpses of the mutant insects were stored in the space was not upgraded. It can be seen that each subsequent upgrade of the space will require more energy. When she returned home, she brought Dahei and Huiji into the space. The moment Xiao Ling saw her, he came up to her and blinked his almond-shaped eyes at Xia Sisi. Master. The sound is so sweet, almost sweet enough to make water come out. Xia Sisi touched Xiao Ling's furry little head and said, Don't worry, it's about to start. As she was thinking, her consciousness moved, and the broken horn of the mutant golden python appeared in her hand. But she was careful. Before letting the mutant golden python's broken horn be eaten by the space, she put the tiny broken piece of the horn into the garbage disposal. She remembered the rules of the space. When the space was upgraded, the things buried in farm number 1 and the things put into the garbage disposal would produce surprising good things as the space was upgraded. At farm number 1, Xia Sisi buried the mutant seeds obtained from the military. Moreover, she made a wish in front of farm number 1, hoping that more powerful mutant plants would grow. In this way, They could be planted next to farm number 1 to produce mutant plants that can continuously supply energy to the space. She heard from Xiao Ling that although the farm is not short of energy for daily operations, the energy is not yet in its most abundant state. In the corner of farm number 1, Xia Sisi had a sudden idea and planted a bottle of mutant golden python venom and 3 scales of the mutant golden python there, wanting to see what changes would occur as a result of this upgrade. After doing all this, Xia Sisi, at Xiao Ling's urging, threw the horn of the mutant golden python into the air. At the same time, she also threw in all the corpses of mutant animals that she had collected from Lin Hung's laboratory into space. For a moment, Xia Sisi saw these things gathering together in the air. Then it exploded and turned into countless colorful stars, scattering to the earth. Dahei and Huiji had eaten these starlights before. At this moment, they were flying freely in this starlight rain, looking for these light spots at will and eating them into their mouths. Xiao Ling was not to be outdone. He meowed happily and jumped up and down to grab the scattered spots of light in the space. It was as if the 3 of them were competing with each other, eating so happily. Especially Xiao Ling and Huiji. They were fighting each other so closely that they even collided for a golden spot of light. Xiao Ling shuddered after being knocked down and immediately got angry at the airplane. The plane wasn't that strong, and it spun several times in the air and almost crashed to the ground. Only Dahei was eating leisurely, occasionally slapping the other 2 who were fighting fiercely. Xia Sisi sat on the grass in the space, watching the playful scene, and found it very funny. After all the light spots disappeared into the space, she felt the space begin to vibrate violently, and then she, Dahei, and Huiji were all ejected from the space. But practice makes perfect, so this time Xia Sisi is not afraid that the space will suddenly disappear. On the contrary, she was very excited. This meant that the space had been greatly upgraded this time. Fortunately, she had prepared beforehand and knew that more materials would be needed for this upgrade, so she did not upgrade rashly. What she didn't expect was that she had to wait for 2 days. During these 2 days, she was resting at home, playing with Dahei and Huiji, waiting for the space to return to normal. Occasionally, I also cook and watch TV series. What I've been watching these days is an animation based on a certain immortal cultivation novel set before the end of the world. As a result, Huiji kept talking to Dahei these days. My fellow Taoist. Dahei had a hung face and looked at the plane as if it was a fool. Until this day, Xia Sisi felt the vibration of space again. She was delighted and quickly entered the space. As soon as she entered, she saw a white and sticky thing rushing into her arms. It's Xiao Ling. Xiao Ling's almond-shaped eyes were full of excitement. Congratulations, Master. The space has been upgraded twice. Xia Sisi's eyes lit up. That's great. She would like to take a closer look at how much the space has been upgraded this time. Chapter 169 Vitality Fish Pond 1.0. In front of Xia Sisi, the area of the space doubled again. The mountains at the source of the spiritual spring in the distance have grown twice as high as before. Speaking of which, Xia Sisi had only planted some fruit trees on this mountain and had not planted anything else. Because there is nothing suitable to plant, such a large area seems a bit wasted now. However, this upgrade made Xia Sisi feel that the mountain seemed to have become a little different. She would take a closer look at it later. The biggest change is that there is a pond of about 2 acres in front of farm number 1. Xia Sisi had previously dug a fish pond and raised some ornamental fish, feeding them with spiritual spring water. But to Xia Sisi's disappointment, the fish were not tasty. But now, with the pond produced by the space, she didn't believe that the fish raised therein would not taste good. She happily walked to the front of the fish pond. At this time, Xiao Ling jumped out and rubbed against Xia Sisi's legs twice. Her big almond-like eyes blinked at Xia Sisi, and she called out coquettishly, Master Xiao Ling likes to eat crucian carp. Xia Sisi bent down, picked up Xiao Ling, and gently touched Xiao Ling's chin. What kind of fish do you want to eat? There is none. Yes, Xia Sisi now has no fish except the few ornamental fish she collected before the end of the world and placed in the dug fish pond. Seeing the fish pond, she thought she could go out and look for the location of the fish pond before the apocalypse. Maybe she could catch a few mutant fish. Xiao Ling rolled twice on Xia Sisi's body and waved his claws, as if to say, You damn ghost, you are so stupid. The newly upgraded fish pond. Of course, you have to click on it and take a look. Maybe there will be a surprise. Looking at Xiao Ling blinking her eyes with a look of anticipation, Xia Sisi knew that this newly upgraded fish pond would not disappoint. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows, walked to the front of the villa, and opened the space screen. I saw Spiritual Space 8 written on the space screen. It was indeed a 2-level upgrade. When Xia Sisi clicked on it, her eyes immediately lit up. Because there are not one, but 2 extra items. The recommended food and beverages are Vibrant Fish Pond and Natural Mountains. Therefore, now that High Mountain can also be used for breeding with the help of space. The first thing I opened was the sign that said Vibrant Fish Pond. But after opening it, Xia Sisi was dumbfounded. This Cat King's favorite fish pond. Level 1. Function. In my favorite fish pond, all fish can roam freely and grow fat and strong for me to choose and catch at will. Just like the smelly animal gathering place, my favorite breeding farm will definitely automatically feed and clean the fish pond, and will also receive my love and care. Restrictions. Why do fish grow so slowly when they are so delicious? Even if I feed them with spiritual spring water, I still cannot grow 100 fish a day. It is simply bullying me for eating too much. Also, this farm cannot breed piranhas and mermaids. Please be aware. Note, don't worry too much. I will take full responsibility. In addition, this fish pond is opening for a big promotion, and 2 kinds of fish fry can be given away. After reading this, Xia Sisi was dumbfounded and slapped Xiao Ling on the head. Xiao Ling, change back to me. It seemed like Xiao Ling had anticipated Xia Sisi's reaction, and had already run to the side with his tongue out. I'm sorry, master. Do you remember that you asked me to change the description of the stinky animal gathering place during the last upgrade? After that, the 2 new features will automatically change to this kind of explanation, and you need the master's order to change it back. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and said, Xiao Ling, replace all the space manuals with normal versions. No more mischief. Xiao Ling waved her hand, and the screen in front of her flashed. Xia Sisi looked at the page again and found that the text had changed. Vibrant Fish Pond. Level 1. Function. In the dynamic fish pond, all kinds of fish can live in peace. The space will automatically feed and clean, and the management is fully automated. Of course, the space owner can also feed automatically. Each type of fish cannot produce byproducts for the time being. It needs to wait for further upgrades. Restrictions. When the space energy is insufficient, it will absorb the energy of the spiritual spring, so remember to feed or replenish the space energy in time. In addition, piranhas and mermaids cannot be raised. Note, this function will receive special love from the space guardian Xiaoling. The fish pond can give away 2 kinds of fry according to the will of the space owner. After reading the normal version, Xia Sisi felt much more comfortable. As for the mermaid mentioned in it, Xia Sisi thought that it must be Xiao Ling being naughty again, so she ignored it. Or, this space may come from an extremely mysterious place, and it makes sense that mermaids exist there. What surprised her most was that the fish pond actually gave away 2 kinds of fish fry. At this time, Xiao Ling ran over and said, Master, you can choose the fish fry you like and put them into the pond. As long as you think about it, fish fry will appear in the pond instantly. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. This was too convenient. Both saltwater fish and freshwater fish are acceptable? Xia Sisi asked. Xiao Ling raised her head proudly. Don't mention saltwater fish and freshwater fish. Even if the master wants ancient fish, as long as you can accurately say the name, it's all fine. Xia Sisi thought for a moment and said, carp and salmon. Xiao Ling shouted, oh yeah, and ran to the bathtub. Xia Sisi looked over from this side and found that there were shadows of fish jumping out of the water in the fish pond. It should be that the 2 kinds of fish have been born. The reason why Crucian carp was chosen is because Xia Sisi's favorite is Crucian carp soup. Moreover, Crucian carp soup is very nourishing, can enhance immunity, and is also very delicious. Of course, Xiaoling has mentioned that she likes to eat Crucian carp, so we are just giving her some face. As for salmon, needless to say, it is Xia Sisi's favorite. She even wanted to quickly upgrade the space to another level so that the fish pond could produce byproducts. By then, the salmon slurp, she was so greedy. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi took out a plate of salmon sashimi from the space and started eating it with soy sauce. At some point, Xiao Ling ran to her feet, blinking his eyes at her and saying, Master, Xia Sisi, this nose is really sensitive. Xia Sisi ate herself while feeding Xiao Ling. Continued to watch the upgrade of space. After understanding the vibrant fish pond, Xia Sisi moved her hand to the Natural Mountains and Fields column. Chapter 170 Natural Mountains 1.0 Natural Mountains and Wilderness. Level 1. Function. You reap what you sow, and mushrooms grow in the wild. Various fungi, bamboo shoots, and even ginseng and firewood will be generated randomly, without too much intervention. However, this level requires manual picking. Limitation. This level will only randomly generate wild delicacies, but not game. Want to taste the delicious game? Upgrade the space quickly. Note: in the end times when life is exhausting, wild delicacies can definitely relieve fatigue and enhance happiness, so eat them and cherish them. Xia Sisi has a love-hate relationship with this option. What she loved was that this natural wilderness didn't require her to take the trouble to plant anything, and it could produce game randomly. It was so convenient. The annoying thing is that this level has too many restrictions and cannot produce any byproducts. You can only pick them yourself, which is quite troublesome. Xiao Ling, who had just sucked in a large piece of salmon, came up at this time, as if he could see Xia Sisi's distress. He licked his little paws slyly, and his big eyes rolled around. Master, are you worried about picking mountain delicacies? Xiao Ling can do it for you. Of course, to collect 10 kilometers of mountain delicacies, you only need one fish. It's fair to everyone and very suitable. Xia Sisi looked at the newly built fish pond, which was still a baby, and immediately felt that the fish pond would be under great pressure in the future. Xia Sisi took a look at the remaining options. Mobile base. Level 1. Waste disposal machine. Level 2. Happy farm. Level 3. Love farm. Level 3. None of these have been updated, and the 2 consecutive upgrades seem to have produced 2 new functions: fish ponds and mountains. However, she suddenly remembered what she had planted on farm number 1 before the upgrade, as well as what she had put into the garbage disposal, and excitedly ran to farm number 1 first. What disappointed Xia Sisi was that there was nothing in farm number 1 at the moment. She walked around the farm twice, but found nothing. Xiaoling, where are the things I planted in farm number 1? She bent down and rummaged through the soil, but did not find the bottle of venom or the scales that she had planted there. Nothing at all. It seems like something has grown out. Xiao Ling's eyes were evasive, and he froze in his tracks while licking his paws. Like, Xia Sisi grasped the keywords. After the space was upgraded, Xiao Ling excitedly went to see the fish pond. When passing by farm number 1, she seemed to see something bulging and floating, but she didn't pay attention. When Xiao Ling saw Xia Sisi's face gradually becoming gloomy, her eyes rolled and she ran away. But when Xiao Ling disappeared, Xia Sisi heard a low voice in the air. Oh, Xiao Ling, I'm sorry. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, this naughty little Ling. She thought that when farm number 1 produced something, some of the things inside did escape, like the blueberry stuffed rabbit or the rooster that can shoot bullets. So this time, the output is a living thing? It seems like I prayed for mutant plants to grow before the space was upgraded. As she was looking around, she suddenly noticed a slight change in the space. That is, was there a tall willow tree next to the movable base? Thinking of what Xiao Ling said, floating, Xia Sisi's lips curled up. This should be it. She had an idea and thought about moving the willow tree to the side of farm number 1 to keep it company with the other mutated plants in the space. However, when she tried to move the mutated willow tree, the willow tree actually twisted unwillingly. At this time, Xia Sisi discovered that this willow tree looked unusual. The trunk of the tree was actually faintly golden, just like the scales of a golden python. The back of the leaves is purple, just like the venom of a golden python. And on its branches, there are some blue crystals flowing, like the energy in the spiritual spring of space. Ah, it's this guy. Xiao Ling appeared out of nowhere. At this time, Xia Sisi was about to move the mutant willow tree to the ground and bury it. She knew that some mutant plants, especially those with higher abilities, could move on their own, just like the mutated welcoming pine tree she had stored into the space before. At this moment, she could feel that this mutated willow tree was even more powerful than the mutated welcoming pine tree. After Xia Sisi planted the willow tree in the ground, Xiao Ling circled around it for a few times, then ran to Xia Sisi like offering a treasure. Master, master, I know the wonderful use of this willow tree. Those eyes were staring at Xia Sisi intently, as if saying, Master, master, tell me what you want to know, and I will tell you if you want to know. Xia Sisi reached out and touched Xiao Ling's head. Go ahead. This willow tree can move outside the space and fight with its master. The master said that the whomping willow produced by the space is more powerful than the whomping willow in Harry Potter. After hearing this, Xia Sisi looked at the willow tree in front of her again and felt that she had picked up a treasure. Not bad, not bad. A product of this space must be a top-quality product. Chapter 171, 82 degrees below zero. What Xia Sisi put into the garbage disposal before upgrading was a small piece of the golden python's horn. At this moment, she was looking forward to seeing what this broken horn could turn into. Of course, she also put some things into the other bucket of the garbage disposal, but it was just some household garbage and she didn't have much expectations. I first put the garbage in the box, and when I opened it, I found a pair of skis inside. When she saw that it was a pair, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. If she gave her another one, it would be funny, and who knew when the second one would appear. Ice skates are not suitable for all snowy environments. Xia Sisi occasionally uses skis, but no matter how expensive the skis bought outside are, they are probably not as good as the quality of those produced by Space. Of course, even if they were produced together, the one on the left still has the Flash on it, and the one on the right is Spider-Man on it, which is outrageous. But at the tip of the ski board, Xia Sisi saw the word fast and roughly understood the extraordinary feature of this ski board. It must be due to its speed. Thinking of Dahei's mount that consumes 6 pots of meat in every 100 kilometers, this ski board can be said to be a high-level substitute. I just wonder if Dahei would be sad if he knew that his pet owner dislikes him for eating too much and doesn't want to ride him anymore. After putting away the skis, Xia Sisi opened the cover on the other side. Then, I looked into a pair of big round eyes. It was a fish, golden all over, with ice blue eyes, about the thickness of a little finger, a pointed head, and an ice blue tongue. It was so small and coiled in the huge bowl. This is a small golden python? Xia Sisi said in disbelief. Moreover, this little guy looks small and delicate, very cute. Ice blue eyes. Does that mean it has supernatural powers? I just don't know what they are. Xia Sisi tried to reach out her hand to the little snake, and the little snake wrapped itself around her wrist obediently, and then turned into a golden bracelet. It is extremely exquisite, with ancient, auspicious patterns on it. The auspicious pattern on one side is like a small snake head slightly raised, looking at Xia Sisi. For a moment, Xia Sisi thought she was dazzled. When I looked at it again, I found that the auspicious characters on the bracelet were rolling slowly, just like a little snake carefully swaying its body. "Little snake, come out." Xia Sisi gave the order. In an instant, Xia Sisi felt a flash of golden light on her wrist. A tiny snake appeared on the ground in the space, looking at Xia Sisi, still spitting out its tongue. Xia Sisi observed it carefully and found that its teeth were also ice blue. If she was not mistaken, it should be poisonous. So, she has a hidden weapon? I just don't know how poisonous this little snake is. Is it lethal or just a temporary paralysis? I can test it when I go out next time. After putting the little snake away, she turned around in the space twice. Put the garbage disposal in something new. Farm number 1 also continued to plant new seeds. The vegetables on farm number 2 were harvested, and this time they were planted with cabbages and radishes. I went to the farm and touched a few alpacas and cows that I hadn't visited for a long time. Finally, I said goodbye to Xiaoling, happily took the goat milk and cow milk, and walked out of the space. As soon as I went out, I saw 2 big black faces. One is a big black one, and the other is a gray plane. Dahei sat very straight with a droopy face, looking like, "I'm very unhappy right now, and 3 chicken legs won't appease me." The hen was squatting on the sofa, not even looking at it, just sitting there. As soon as Xia Sisi came out, Huiji said sarcastically, "Shit shoveler, you still remember to come back." The looks of these 2 clearly look like they are dissatisfied with something. "Shit shoveler, you suddenly disappeared without saying a word. Do you know how worried we 2 were outside?" Especially Big Black, he walked around the house countless times. The sound of his footsteps was so loud that I couldn't even watch cartoons. "Shit shoveler, you have never stayed in space for such a long time, and you didn't take me and Big Black with you. It's been a whole day and a whole night. You know, a whole day and a whole night will..." At the end of the speech, the plane began to whimper. However, its voice is as rough as that of a big man, and it makes a whining sound, which gives people the feeling of the video that was popular on the internet before the end of the world when a big man yells coquettishly, "I'll punch your chest with my little fist." Ah, has it been that long? Xia Sisi couldn't believe it. How come she didn't feel it had been so long? Inside the space, she also felt hungry, so she ate a portion of salmon and took out some snacks to fill her stomach. However, the upgrade of the space brought her so many surprises that it even suppressed her hunger. When she came out, she actually felt a little hungry. "Well, I don't care about the shit shoveler. Dahei just said that it must be that little devil Xiaoling who held you back. Next time you see Xiaoling, You must bite it bald. Haiji yelled. Looking at Dahei, who was still drooping his face, Xia Sisi walked over and gently touched his huge head. Xiaoling has gained a little weight recently. Next time I let you in, chase him for a few laps to lose some weight. After saying this, Xia Sisi felt her chest tremble, as if Xiao Ling was shouting at her. After Xia Sisi touched his head, Dahei walked in front of Xia Sisi and leaned his head against Xia Sisi. There was a bit of coquettishness in his ice-blue eyes. Xia Sisi saw that its big tail was shaking vigorously. So, Dahei and Huiji, is this separation anxiety? Without saying anything else, Xia Sisi fed the two of them and shared the goat milk she took out from the space with them. She also found a bowl of mutton soup with steamed buns, a pile of side dishes, and a glass of freshly squeezed juice, and had a delicious meal. That night, Xia Sisi had a very good sleep. But the next morning, she was woken up by the cold. When she woke up, she was still a little confused, but she quickly realized that the coldest time of the extreme cold had arrived. Sure enough, she looked at the thermometer outside, and it was minus 82 degrees. This temperature is even lower than what she experienced in her previous life. Chapter 172. The shelter is in chaos. According to her memories of her previous life, she had long known that the coldest days would come in the next few days, so she had already made preparations in the house. For example, the charcoal used was all produced in the space, and the stove was also burning well. But I didn't expect that the temperature suddenly dropped by nearly 20 degrees, and the temperature in my house also dropped by 10 degrees in an instant. The charcoal we put before was not enough. She quickly put some more charcoal into the stove and felt the temperature slowly rising. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and the sound was very loud, as if someone was banging on the door hard. Xia Sisi wrapped herself in a thick layer of clothes and went outside to answer the door. When he walked outside, he saw Lin Yuan knocking on the door with a serious face. He seemed relieved when he saw Xia Sisi. The temperature has dropped. I was afraid you would fall asleep. Xia Sisi nodded. I'm fine, we've added more firewood at home. Bai Zai's face was revealed from behind at this time, with Yin Kei standing on his shoulder. Only then did Xia Sisi notice that Xiao Bai was also under Lin Yuan's feet. After not seeing him for a few days, Xiao Bai looked much more obedient and had grown a little bigger. The whole dog had become stronger. Sister Sisi, it seems like someone is freezing to death down there, and there's more than one person. Bai Zai said. Xia Sisi could think of this. After all, the end of the world this time was even more ferocious than the previous one. The temperature has now dropped to more than 80 degrees below zero, and it can be said that we cannot leave the shelter for the next few days. In fact, the official scientific team had already anticipated that the temperature would drop, so Colonel Zheng also made preparations. I just didn't expect that the temperature could drop 20 degrees so rapidly within an hour. Colonel Zheng was also very distressed at this moment because a total of 6 people died in the shelter. Among these 6 people, there are 2 children, 3 elderly people, and a thin young man. Most people are relatively satisfied with Colonel Zheng's management, but there are always a few troublemakers and some greedy people who always want to take advantage of the military. Among the people who died this time, there was a child who was a troublemaker in the shelter. He was making a scene in the shelter, crying and making a fuss. Colonel Zheng has already sent soldiers to deal with the matter, but the man insisted that his child had died and demanded compensation from the military. And he is still constantly inciting everyone's emotions. My child froze to death in the shelter. He froze to death. He was only 4 years old, and he died like that. This is your negligence in management. You officials are taking human life lightly. Comrades, have you seen it? Their military has no ability to rescue all of us. Everyone is equal in the face of natural disasters. But what do we usually eat? I saw their soldiers eating canned food. Why don't we have canned food? They say they are here to protect us, but they can't even protect my children. What kind of soldiers are they? Now the temperature has dropped again, and we don't have enough firewood, but they make us squeeze together, more than 30 people in one room. How can we live like this? They treat us like animals. There are actually some people who follow him to cause trouble. There is a parent whose other child has died, and a middle-aged man who is heartbroken because an elderly person has died. It is understandable that these people were extremely sad because their relatives had died, so the soldiers did not use violence at the beginning and kept persuading them. But later, these comments became more and more excessive, and even pointed at Colonel Zheng, saying that Colonel Zheng looked lazy every day and was not worthy of being the commander-in-chief of their shelter. This made the soldiers very angry. It's okay to say bad things about us and scold the officials, but you can't say anything about our leader. Of course, There are also people who are clear-headed and tell these people to stop causing trouble. Just like that, several groups of people started to quarrel, and it was impossible to calm the situation down. After a soldier fired a gun, the leading father went straight to the front of the soldier and said, come on, just shoot me. If you kill me, I will give you my share of the supplies. With one less person's rations, your army will be better off. Come on, shoot me. That look was simply shameless. The soldier who fired the shot was so angry that his veins were throbbing, but he didn't shoot anymore. Because we have received an order from above that there are not many humans left alive, and we need to preserve the continuation of the human race. These troublemakers should be sent to labor reform if possible. But now, the temperature has dropped sharply and no one can go out. There is no way to reform labor. This is also why these people in the shelter have been so irritable recently. This shows that the military can't do anything to them for the time being. And the insightful words that person said were all slander against our officials. Colonel Zheng is very fair and effective in managing the shelter here. It's just that there are too many people and too few soldiers to manage it, so it's inevitable that there will be negligence. But there has never been a big mess, which shows that Colonel Zheng is managing well. The temperature is going to drop sharply again this time. So Colonel Zheng has made preparations in advance and asked the soldiers to repeatedly tell these people to keep an eye on their children and to add more firewood to the stove. There were not many soldiers to begin with, and it was impossible to go to each house to add firewood to them, so the people did all this themselves. These people also took turns to guard the stove and add firewood into it. There was someone on duty in every room. However, there are always some people who are lazy for a while or fall asleep at night. This is the situation in most of the houses where people have died. As for canned food, the military has it, and so do the civilians. It's just that some soldiers were reluctant to eat the canned food at first and would eat it when they wanted to. When they wanted to eat it, it might be when there was no canned food distributed, and the people saw it and thought that the soldiers had more supplies than they did. As for so many people sleeping together, it was to resist the severe cold and allow the limited firewood to save more people. These are just bad habits that have been developed over time. Colonel Zheng slammed the table in anger when he heard the soldiers' gnashing teeth reports. It's not a solution to continue like this. No, let's kill the one who started the trouble, Colonel Zheng said angrily, and was about to pull out his gun. But the soldier next to him quickly reminded him. Colonel, the old commander said last time that unless it is necessary, we should not execute people by shooting. You guys, think of a way to capture these people and put them to work, whether they're peeling potatoes or mopping the floor. They can mop the floor 100 or 80 times a day. And those who are doing the hardest and smelliest jobs of cleaning up garbage and feces and urine, assign them to them. Let them do the dirty and tiring work. I don't think there are many of them who are just sitting there doing nothing. Colonel Zheng gave the order. Since they can't go out for labor reform, they can only stay in the shelter. The soldier immediately obeyed the order. But he didn't know that the farce below had escalated again. The father of the same dead child was holding the child's body. After a while of wailing, one soldier couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "If you have the energy, you might as well save it. There is not much food left in the shelter. Our colonel saved every penny to feed you. Now it's so snowy and cold outside. We can't go out to get supplies." He was right. Before the temperature dropped this time, the shelter did deliver a batch of supplies. However, there was another batch of supplies that was supposed to be delivered today to cope with the upcoming severe cold weather. But I didn't expect the temperature to drop so quickly. It seemed that this batch of supplies could not be delivered. Colonel Zheng ordered that the distribution of snacks in the shelter should be tightened in the morning. Especially those of them who are soldiers, they can save more and give it to the people. At this moment, the soldier was forced into no choice but to speak out. Unexpectedly, when the man heard this, instead of showing any gratitude, he shouted excitedly, "I told you that the shelter is going to be ruined. The military can't do anything about it. We will starve to death or freeze to death." Then he rolled his eyes and said, "The 66th floor, there are supplies on the 66th floor. I've seen them moving things up there many times. Guys, do you want to starve to death or freeze to death? Do you want to watch your children die in front of you? Or do you want to give it a try?" At once, many people stood up. These people were the ones who had previously privately been dissatisfied with Colonel Zheng for protecting the 66th floor. There are also people who have long coveted the supplies on the 66th floor. In the middle, there was a pair of fierce eyes, staring at the man in front of them with determination. The owner of the eyes raised the corners of his mouth. After so many days in this shelter, he finally waited for this day. Chapter 173, This is not a coincidence. After filling the house with firewood, Xia Sisi went back and took another nap. When I woke up again, I was awakened by the noisy shouting on the intercom. Since no one has come to trouble them recently, it is sometimes more convenient for Colonel Zheng to contact her with a walkie-talkie, so Xia Sisi always keeps the walkie-talkie downstairs, connected to the power supply, and turned on. Early in the morning, she heard a group of people shouting outside, which made her a little confused. What was going on? After putting on my clothes and going down with the big black plane, I saw Lin Yuan and Bai Zhe were already waiting downstairs. What's wrong? As soon as she asked, she heard a deafening shout from outside. Hand over the supplies. You bastards are in cahoots with the military. Don't hide behind and let us starve or freeze to death. You guys are eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks. Hand over all the supplies. Although she didn't know what was happening below, after hearing these people shouting, Xia Sisi roughly understood what was going on. It seems that something is wrong with Colonel Zheng. They should be considered as innocent victims of the disaster. But it was also because the privileges they had enjoyed for such a long time and the supplies they had in their hands aroused the anger of these people. Open the door? Lin Yuan looked at Xia Sisi. I don't know when it started, but Lin Yuan likes to ask Xia Sisi's opinion whenever he has something to do, and rarely gives his own advice. Xia Sisi saw the generator next to her. Don't open the door. Increase the power. Xia Sisi said coldly. Without saying a word, Lin Yuan walked to the generator where there was a control panel, and he turned it a few times. Then I heard all kinds of wailing coming from outside. Ah, there's electricity. Where does the electricity come from? Pain. You stepped on me? It was a mess outside. After Colonel Lin broke into the door on the 64th floor and damaged the power grid, Lin Yuan readjusted and processed the circuit on the door. The electric grid created by Lin Yuan now extends outward by more than 20 centimeters. Don't underestimate these 20 centimeters. Normally, electricity will not be transmitted to that location. But once the power is increased and a few buttons on the control panel are pressed, the small circle of the power grid at the edge will be activated. In this way, those who gather at the door, thinking that they will be safe as long as they don't touch the door, will be shocked. At this moment, they were standing next to each other, forming a series of conductors, and no one from the front row to the back row was spared. Some of those who were still able to move wanted to leave quickly, but they accidentally stepped on the people behind them, causing chaos outside. What are you all making a fuss about? A roar was heard outside. It was none other than Colonel Zheng. His face was so dark at this moment that it seemed as if water was about to drip out of it. Seeing Colonel Zheng coming, followed by 5 or 6 soldiers with loaded guns, some of them became a little scared. But there are dozens of people crowding up and down the stairwell. These people felt that they had strength in numbers, and the military could not possibly execute all of them. Someone took advantage of the chaos and shouted in the crowd, "Sir, you are not fair. You are not managing the shelter well. So many people died this morning." One person shouted, and others took advantage of the chaos to shout, "Yes, people are dead, and you are still pointing guns at us civilians. There are so many rooms on the 64th to 66th floors, but you only let these 3 people live there. We have dozens of people squeezed into one room. How do you manage this? It's not fair at all. Shut up. We can't manage it, so you guys want to manage it? Huh? Whoever thinks he can, stand up. I'll give him 3 days of management rights." Colonel Zenghuad. For a moment, everyone shut up. When everyone was silent, a very low voice was heard from inside, and the voice was a bit sinister. "Sir, don't change the subject. We're talking about the dead and the people on the 66th floor. How did it get involved in management rights?" After that person said that, some people finally reacted. They were almost intimidated by Colonel Zheng's aura, and the subject was diverted. Then some bolder ones, especially the middle-aged man who had been clamoring at the beginning that his child was dead, began to cry and scream, my child died just like that. And not only did you military not give any compensation, but now you want to cover up this matter." This man is called Yang Chuan. He is 35 years old this year. He was an alcoholic before the end of the world. His wife had run away long ago, and he lived with his daughter. Before the end of the world, he liked to beat his daughter when he drank, but after the end of the world, he relied on the child by his side, and I don't know how much more supplies he took. In the past, he thought his daughter was a money loser who would have to get married sooner or later, so he didn't want to raise her well. He didn't give the child to her mother because he wanted to ask her mother for child support so that he could buy alcohol. After arriving at the shelter after the end of the world, he often snatched his daughter's food to exchange for wine. Even if it was only 2 steamed buns in exchange for a sip of wine, he would be happy to do it. Therefore, this child has never had enough to eat. He is skinny and small, and has a poor ability to resist the severe cold. He died suddenly last night. If you say how sad he is actually more sad because his daughter is gone and he has no reason to ask for supplies in the future. That's why he wanted to make a bigger fuss about this matter, so that he could get a good price for this last one-time deal and squeeze out the last bit of value from his daughter. At this moment, he was holding his 4-year-old daughter. In order to play the victim, he even picked up the child's body and moved closer to Colonel Zheng. Look, such a small child. This is the future of our human race. Is this how you military behave? You still want to make a big deal out of a small matter? I have investigated the matter thoroughly. You were clearly on duty in your room last night. The firewood for the night was right next to you, but you didn't even bother to add more. A total of 5 people died in the shelter, 3 of whom were in your room. I haven't even come to question you yet, but you're blaming the military. Stop scaring me. Take him away. Take him away. Colonel Zheng waved his hand. He was having a headache. The food supply was already insufficient. These people were still talking nonsense. When they heard that it was this man who was on duty last night and did not add firewood to the stove, not only did he kill his child, but he also killed others. Some of the people who had followed him in a fit of rage stopped. Immediately, 2 soldiers came up and pulled the man out. In a panic, Yang Chuan held his child in front of him to block the attack, as if he was using his child as a shield. Moreover, several times the bodies of children were struck in the faces of soldiers. I wonder who dares to pull me. The soldiers also felt sorry for the child and were a little hesitant. They turned around and looked at Colonel Zheng. Colonel, the dead are the most important. What are you doing? Come back with us and bury the child properly. The military will give you an explanation. Don't make trouble here, Colonel Zheng said seriously. He really wanted to shoot the man to death, but thinking of the old commander's instructions and the fact that so many people were watching, he put the gun back. Hearing that the military would give an explanation, the man felt relieved. He also knew the principle of knowing when to quit, and looking at the switch on the 64th floor, he felt that he had been impulsive and came up to cause trouble on the 64th floor, and now he had a chance to go down. But just as he walked down, the gloomy voice in the crowd behind him sounded again. Sir, you said not to make a scene here. Are you afraid of those people on the 66th floor? What you said just now was to change the subject again. We came here to be treated fairly and justly, not just because of the child who died last night. And that brother, you were the one who brought us up here, saying you wanted to seek justice and get supplies from the 66th floor. Why are you leaving now? In the end, you got all the benefits for yourself, and we all came here for nothing. If you find a random excuse to send us to the back area because we caused trouble, who can we complain to? After he finished speaking, Yang Chuan, who was holding the child's body, retracted his feet. At this time, Colonel Zheng frowned. Inside the door, Xia Sisi also frowned. The person who was talking outside has brought up the matter that Colonel Zheng had already suppressed twice, and each time it was targeted at their 66th floor. This is no coincidence. Lin Yuan, let's go out and take a look. She wanted to see who was causing trouble for them. That's exactly what I meant, Lin Yuan said. Bai Zhe touched his chin beside him and said, that person outside thought he was safe hiding among a group of people. He will see how powerful our Inke is. Chapter 174, it's you. Lin Yuan stepped forward and opened the door in front of him. Xia Sisi looked down and could hardly see the end, so she wondered how many people had gathered there. Seeing that the door to the 64th floor was finally open, the people outside began to whisper. Someone in the crowd shouted first. People on the 66th floor, bring out the supplies. We are starving to death. Yes, you are guarding so many supplies, eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and the aroma of meat has drifted down. Can you finish all the food? Do you really want to starve us to death? Then a group of people started shouting along. That righteous voice sounded as if the people on the 66th floor owed them something. However, due to the electric grid extending from the door and the wall, no one dared to move forward for a while, leaving a vacuum zone in front of the door of the 64th floor. When they saw Xia Sisi and the others, some people in the crowd who had wanted to calm down became even more frantic than before. Some even started cursing. Xia Sisi and the others were all dressed neatly, wearing mink coats. Except for Bai Zhe, who had just arrived, the others, including the dog, looked in great spirits and were in good health. This made them even more jealous, and they felt that the emotions that had been provoked by the people on the 66th floor were also coming up at this moment. This is what the ancients saying, it is not the lack of wealth that is worrying, but the inequality of wealth means. Everyone in the shelter downstairs eats and drinks similar things, so no one is jealous. But the presence of a few people like Xia Sisi in the shelter made these people who were hungry and cold all day long start to have bad thoughts. Colonel Zheng was also angry at this time and cursed loudly, but his voice was drowned out. He thought he shouldn't go and looked for the soldiers nearby, thinking of taking down the two who were shouting the loudest first, as it was obvious that someone was taking advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. But unexpectedly, as soon as the soldiers came up, someone said that they would suppress Colonel Zheng with force, and also said that Colonel Zheng was having an affair with a woman on the 66th floor. Colonel Zheng was so angry that he wanted to draw his gun again, but was held down by the soldier next to him. The main reason is that there are too many people here, so I can't hit the target accurately, and I don't know who shouted. I can't control these people anymore, right? Colonel Zheng shouted. Take them all away, lock them up in a room, and starve them for 3 days. Let's see who dares to gather and cause trouble again. Colonel Zheng's order brought about a brief silence among the crowd. But soon, these people started to make a fuss again, saying that the military was unfair. When some soldiers tried to pull people out, more hands would stop them. Let's unite and seek justice today. I don't know who shouted. However, when the two soldiers tried to take the man away, they were grabbed by 5 or 6 hands and pulled back. For a moment, both sides were in a stalemate. That's the one who said Colonel Zheng was having an affair with the woman on the 66th floor. Xia Sisi said to Bai Zhe next to her. She hadn't said anything just now, just observing the situation outside. Although it was very chaotic, the voice that said Colonel Zheng is having an affair with a woman on the 66th floor was obviously the same voice as the one that had provoked the crowd's emotions twice before. It was also him who called for everyone to unite. Xia Sisi added. Bai Zhe nodded slightly, whispered a few words to the silver bird on his shoulder, then temporarily disconnected the power on the door and opened the door in front of him. The crowd saw the impregnable door in front of them open, and there was a brief silence. But the door was only opened a crack, and a snow-white bird flew out. It's a bird. There's meat to eat. It's a bird. Catch the bird. Someone started shouting, trying to catch the silver bird in the air. But the silver sparrow was as fast as lightning, and no one could catch a single feather of it. There are birds and dogs on the 66th floor, and there are plenty of supplies. We must not go back empty-handed today. It's so cold down there. We will freeze to death. Think about those who died last night. The deep voice in the crowd spoke again, still inciting emotions. Xia Sisi heard it, but there were too many people, and she couldn't find the source of the sound. The silver bird flying in the air suddenly tilted its head and grabbed in one direction. Ah, dead bird. The bird on the 66th floor is catching someone. This time, Xia Sisi saw that it was a middle-aged man with stains on his face. He looked sloppy, but he was not short and had a ruthless look. Just now, this person had been keeping his head down and hiding behind a tall person, making it difficult to see him clearly. Moreover, she seemed to have seen this person somewhere before, but she just couldn't remember where. The silver bird scratched the man's head twice and chirped twice, clearly indicating, it was him, it was him. Silver sparrow, come back. Bai Zhe shouted. The silver bird flew obediently past all the hands that wanted to catch it and flew back to Bai Zhe. The whole process was completed in one go, leaving the airplanes nearby stunned. Huiji has been standing on Dahei's head, and at this moment, there are stars shining in his eyes, as if saying, Little sister, old gay. Of course, Inkei stood on Bai Zhe's shoulder with his chest puffed out, his eyes sharp, and it was obvious that he was in working state. He didn't even look at the airplane. Big black. Xia Sisi patted Dahei's shoulder blade on his back. Dahei immediately understood and rushed out through the open door. There was a commotion among the crowd. Xia Sisi shouted to the people below, Colonel Zheng, retreat half a floor and let the crowd disperse. Then there was the sound of Colonel Zheng giving the order to retreat. Soon, Dahei bit the middle-aged man's trouser leg and dragged him towards the door of the 64th floor. When the crowd saw this, they all dispersed and ran downstairs. There was no one else on the 64th floor. There was only Dahei and the man who was dragged to the ground. He's killed someone. He's going to let the dog out to kill someone. The man whose trouser leg was bitten by Dahei shouted and tried hard to kick Dahei's head. But Dahei held on to his trouser leg tightly and refused to let go. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with ferocity. He pulled out a dagger from his waist and was about to stab Dahei. But Dahei was a step faster. He stepped back and stared at the man fiercely. And the location of the station is very clever. It is at the entrance of the stairs leading to the 63rd floor. Dahei blocked the man's way downstairs. The crowd that was originally making a scene was frightened and retreated down, about half a floor. Colonel Zheng was frightened when he saw that everyone was panicking, so he quickly called on the soldiers to take those who were causing trouble away. Lock them up! Lock them up! Lock them all up! Colonel Zheng shouted. Yang Chuan, who was holding the child's body, was a little unconvinced. What about me? I want compensation. Colonel Zheng looked at him coldly and gave him a very creepy smile. Compensation will definitely be given to you, but the punishment for causing trouble must not be reduced. Yang Chuan shuddered instantly. He suddenly felt a little scared. His daughter died so he could get some compensation. The military in this shelter is pretty good. But why was I so greedy that I wanted more and even tried to take advantage of this to get a share of the supplies on the 66 floors above? Obviously, everyone has been saying bad things about the 66th floor during this period. Why did I have to be the first to speak out? I thought that if there were more people and I could make a bigger fuss, I would be fine. Now, he always felt that although he could get some compensation this time, he would definitely be skinned. At this time, Xia Sisi had already opened the door and was looking at the man holding a knife on the ground in front of her. After staring at the man for a long time, she sneered. It turned out to be you. I didn't expect you were still alive. Chapter 175, Vicious Seeds. This man was none other than the worker who did the decoration for Xia Sisi before the end of the world. He was later reported to the police by Xia Sisi and put in prison. This man has the same surname as Colonel Zheng, Zheng Ming, and is nearly 40 years old this year. He has been stealing and cheating all his life and has never done anything good. When I was in my hometown, I was drunk and caused trouble and beat someone up, and I was sentenced to 3 years in prison. In prison, I met a group of senior thieves, some of whom were even serving life sentences. He didn't learn anything else, but he was very good at breaking into houses and picking locks. Basically, after asking all the seniors in the prison, he learned all the skills of breaking into houses and picking locks. Thinking about going out and doing something big. Later on, when I came out, I had no academic qualifications and no special skills, so I just wander around in society. He also makes a living by finding some lonely elderly people, breaking into their homes and stealing things. As a result, within 2 years, he broke into a house and accidentally injured an old lady, and then escaped. Unexpectedly, the old lady had an underlying disease and passed away after being rescued in the hospital for more than 10 days. Moreover, the old lady's family was not a wealthy family, and they were heavily in debt in order to pay for her medical treatment. And Zheng Ming didn't get much from the old lady's house that day. He just took away a few bottles of Wuliangye and a few thousand yuan in cash. For these little things, he destroyed someone's family. Based on the clues provided, the police identified him as the suspect. But he escaped at that time and lived by doing some illegal odd jobs to make money, like a rat crossing the street, until he had had enough of this kind of life and thought about making a fortune and escaping abroad. I set my sights on this skinny, weak single girl. I thought that this girl must be rich at first glance. She was generous in buying things, and it seemed that she also ran a small business and was constantly purchasing goods. I didn't expect that when I was looking for someone to join me, the little girl happened to hear it. The decoration company warned him and said that he would never be hired for work again. He explained that it was no use joking, as the decoration company didn't even pay him. This made him resent Xia Sisi. Later at night, he walked up the stairs and escaped the surveillance cameras. He thought of using the skills he learned in prison to sneak directly into Xia Sisi's house. He had planned ahead of time, knowing that Xia Sisi had a dog. I also brought some knockout drugs and dog food mixed with rat poison. He thought of getting rid of the dog first, then tying up the little girl Xia Sisi and asking her to transfer all the money to him. He also found someone he had known in prison and booked a boat ticket to flee abroad that night. Thinking that if Xia Sisi died, how could the police take several days to find the body? By then, he would have transferred the money and fled abroad. But I didn't expect that I would be caught like this. In his life, he never knew what his fault was. His previous imprisonment was the fault of the police who arrested him and the family of the injured who sued him. Later, he killed the old man because he felt that the old man was useless. So later, when Xia Sisi sent him to prison, he completely hated Xia Sisi. At that time, the police said he would receive at least life imprisonment and might even be shot. The condescending look in Xia Sisi's eyes when she grabbed him kept appearing in his mind. He hated Xia Sisi so much that he would never let her go even if he became a ghost. But I didn't expect it. It's the end of the world. When the acid rain came, their cells were corroded and the walls broke when they were knocked with tools. After the power outage, it is even more difficult to manage. So he escaped. Then he went into a shelter. Since many people did not have ID cards, he just gave a fake name and no one suspected him. who knew that God would arrange for him to find a safe haven in this apartment building. But after learning that Xia Sisi was still on the 66th floor and that the military had protected her and separated her from their shelter, he was depressed for a long time. In fact, he had been spreading rumors in the shelter for a long time about the people on the 66th floor who are not human beings and keep all the supplies for themselves, and the military is biased and has an affair with that woman. I just want more people to hate the 66th floor. When trouble comes, think of the 66th floor. Sure enough, today he finally found a breakthrough. He mobilized everyone's emotions in the crowd again and again, taking advantage of the large number of people to take revenge on Xia Sisi. But I didn't expect that Xia Sisi would recognize me. I was wondering why no one dared to cause trouble to us for such a long time, but today these people got bolder. Xia Sisi smiled and kicked out, knocking the knife out of Zheng Ming's hand. Before the apocalypse, you tried to break into my house. I called the police and had you arrested. I didn't expect you to hold a grudge against me and even come to trouble me after the apocalypse. Xia Sisi said it out loud. She did it on purpose, to let those people below know that this was a personal vendetta and to stir up everyone's emotions so that those people would be more rational. This is to give Major Zheng a way out in his future management. Zheng Ming slowly stood up, took 2 steps back, and acted humble. I'm sorry. I was confused for a moment. As he spoke, he had already retreated to a considerable distance, even kneeling on the ground and kowtowed vigorously. Forgive me this time, please, let me go. After he finished speaking, he even shouted to Colonel Zheng below. Sir, save me. I have really changed. I will never provoke them again. I will definitely be a good citizen who abides by the law in the future. Xia Sisi frowned. She knew that this person could not be kept, but with so many people guarding. But unexpectedly, when Zheng Ming saw Xia Sisi frowning and thinking, a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He had already seen that the young-looking woman in front of him was definitely a ruthless character. These days, he also heard about the murder on the 66th floor, and the military didn't care much. I may not survive today, but I will never let Xia Sisi and the military have an easy time. Everyone, did you see that? Good people are often bullied. What's the point of us staying in the shelter and being law-abiding? Those people on the 66th floor have guns and are ruthless. They eat and drink delicious food every day. They beat up the military in the 66th floor? They beat people up. The 66th floor beat people up when they disagree with each other. Before he could finish his words, he was kicked to the ground and started rolling on the ground. At this moment, the people who were being escorted down by the military trembled all over. But there were a few who were thinking hard, and it seemed that they were moved by what the man had just said. Xia Sisi watched the entire scene. She rushed forward and pretended to pull out a knife, but in fact she took out the small knife that was very painful from the space. He stabbed Zheng Ming, who was lying on the ground. Then, Zheng Ming felt a chill on his arm, as if he was scratched by something. After that, there was a piercing pain, and I kept rolling on the ground. This time, he wasn't just pretending to roll around, he was really rolling around. He is in pain. He didn't know why he was in so much pain. The wound on his arm wasn't big, but the pain made him want to die. But because he had already been rolling on the ground throwing a tantrum, everyone thought he was pretending. Xia Sisi deliberately said with a cold face, "Stop pretending, get up." Then he said to the people around him, "See, this is a scoundrel, and you were deceived by him." The pain only passed when Zheng Ming was too painful to have any strength left. Xia Sisi walked straight forward and picked up Zheng Ming like a dead dog. The knife was placed on Zheng Ming's neck, and he said fiercely in his ear, "Tell the truth, otherwise I will make you hurt 100 times more than just now." Zheng Ming looked at Xia Sisi's fierce eyes and immediately became timid. I said, "I made it all up. I said those things on purpose just to deceive those brainless people. I just want everyone to hate the 66th floor. I just want to use them as pawns to avenge Xia Sisi on the 66th floor and disrupt the order of the military. I want to be the one who benefits the most." I have been spreading rumors among the crowd, making everyone hate the 66th floor and believe that there are countless supplies on the 66th floor. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please forgive me. Even if you want me to die, don't let me feel so much pain anymore. Please. Xia Sisi looked at the knife in her hand and felt that it was indeed a sharp weapon. The tough guy who had just been tempted by evil intentions now began to beg for mercy. Xia Sisi pulled out the gun from her waist and shot Zheng Ming dead. This Zheng Ming must not be allowed to stay. After killing Zheng Ming, Xia Sisi looked at the people downstairs. Today, it was a personal grudge between me and him. He provoked me again and again, so I killed him. This is the first time you come here to cause trouble, so I give Colonel Zheng a favor." After saying this, Xia Sisi exchanged glances with Colonel Zheng, who was escorting someone downstairs. They all understood that although Zheng Ming was dead, he had already planted the seeds of evil. Although these people were temporarily suppressed by Xia Sisi, Zheng Ming's words also showed his malicious intentions. But who knows if there are still people with evil intentions? Go back and investigate the person who just died. Find out who he was friends with before he died, and what he usually said, Colonel Zheng said to the soldier next to him. At the same time, ideological education must also keep up to stabilize everyone's emotions. Colonel Zheng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Xia Sisi also kicked Zheng Ming a few more times angrily. However, something more troublesome happened that they did not expect. At this moment, behind the apartment building, there was a wooden stick with a human head stuck on it, like a demonstration. Moreover, no one knows where the human head and the wooden stick came from. Chapter 176, All Dead. Even though it was freezing cold and the temperature outside had reached -80 degrees Celsius, Colonel Zheng still took a group of people to go outside the apartment to take a look. Because the temperature outside was too low, an open flame was basically needed to maintain the human body's temperature, so 3 soldiers carried a huge stove. Colonel Zheng and the 3 soldiers walked together, and they struggled to get to the back of the apartment in the wind and snow. At this moment, Xia Sisi upstairs was also looking down through binoculars. You can see the human head impaled on a stick and several soldiers struggling forward in the wind and snow. Colonel Zheng and his men checked in front of the head for a while, looking at it carefully for a long time, but did not find anything wrong, and no one knew this person. In order not to cause panic, they took down the head and the stick and buried them somewhere. Xia Sisi saw the whole scene. Not only Xia Sisi, but many people in the building were watching what was happening outside at this moment, and they all felt a little panicked. However, no one knows how this head appeared. No one even noticed when it appeared. The heavy snow has covered all traces here. Colonel Zheng and his men had no choice but to go back and tell the soldiers to strengthen their guard and pay attention to the surrounding environment. But what was unexpected was that there was one more head that night. It was still strung together with sticks, and this time it was erected directly in front of the building, facing the apartment. The meaning of the demonstration is more obvious. Many people on the floor began to panic. Some people found the soldier, even Colonel Zheng, and asked him if he had offended someone while taking refuge. Otherwise, why would such a thing happen? Xia Sisi stood on the windowsill, looking down from the upstairs with a telescope. She couldn't see the appearance of the head downstairs, but she could see that it was a middle-aged man. She also felt that this matter was strange, so she went to find Lin Yuan, who lived next door, wanting to see if Lin Yuan had any enemies. Lin Yuan frowned, as if he was thinking. Xia Sisi took a look and thought, there are too many enemies and she can't handle them all? After a while, Lin Yuan shook his head. My enemy won't be so stupid as to provoke the military. He will probably take action when I'm out. This guy's behavior is obviously for the military to see. According to Lin Yuan, the person sitting opposite is definitely not going to cause trouble, so he can be ruled out for now. No matter how many enemies I have, I can't believe that any of them would do this. Xia Sisi had also thought about it and decided that the Lin family was her enemy. But the Lin family was already in disarray and could not even protect itself. Besides, she has no relatives or friends in this world, so even if these people want to demonstrate, they will not kill anyone in front of her. So all in all, it is more likely that these people will cause trouble for the military this time. Xia Sisi still pays more attention to the outside of the window these days. Then another day passed, and something happened again. This time it was the front and back of the building. 2 full rows. That's more than 20 heads in total, just standing there in the snow. More than 20 people had long wooden sticks inserted into their heads and necks. Their heads were covered with a layer of frost, and they all had their eyes closed, looking miserable after their deaths. Some even have varying degrees of ulcers on their faces. It looked like these people had suffered some horrific torture before they died. You are all useless. I told you to keep an eye on it, but you didn't see anything. Did this head grow out of the ground? Who sent it here? You didn't see anything? Colonel Zheng was so angry that he jumped up and down. None of the people he sent to keep an eye on it saw how the head appeared. Now, all kinds of rumors are spreading in the shelter. Some people have started to spread the rumor that the people on the 66th floor have offended some big shot, so ordinary people like them have been implicated. After all, the rumors that Yang Chuan had spread before had not been completely suppressed. As luck would have it, Xia Sisi saw how these heads appeared. Xia Sisi has been staying at home these days. It was really cold outside, and she knew that this period of extreme cold would not last more than 2 weeks. Although the end of this life is a little different, most of the development process is still the same. These days, she stayed at home and made a few pots of doghouse steamed bread for Dahei, tidied up the space, and watched some TV series. However, due to her reduced need for sleep, she would often stand in front of the windowsill, looking down through binoculars. At dawn, when the sun had just risen and covered the earth with a golden edge, she took a telescope to appreciate the beautiful scenery of the sun shining on the snow and habitually looked towards the door of the apartment. Then, she saw a scene that surprised her. More than a dozen heads popped up one after another, as if they had grown out of the ground. Some of them originally had white snow on their heads, but after shaking them slightly twice, the snowflakes on their heads fell off. A complete human head appeared in front of the man. Seeing this scene, Xia Sisi was shocked, but she quickly ran to the back of the building and continued looking down with binoculars. After about 2 minutes, she finally got what she was waiting for. There were more than 10 heads that just emerged from the ground out of nowhere. Could it be that this human head really grew out of the ground? Xia Sisi murmuret. She thought about it and decided to tell Colonel Zheng the news. When she got down to the 40th floor, she heard someone crying in Colonel Zheng's office. It turned out that someone discovered that there were his relatives among those heads. They were the ones who were sent to the old houses in the back area for renovation. Colonel Zheng, what happened in the rear area? Why did our relatives die in there? An old lady was crying, and her cries were miserable. But as she cried, she began to ask the military to give an explanation and compensation. They also offered 100 kilograms of rice per person. Colonel Zheng was overwhelmed. Xia Sisi saw that it was so messy inside and didn't want to go in, so she found a soldier and told him what she knew. After waiting for about half an hour, Colonel Zheng reached the 64th floor. When Xia Sisi went out, she saw Colonel Zheng scratching his head vigorously, and several strands of his hair had fallen out. Sister Sisi, did you say that the head you saw really emerged from the snow? Xia Sisi nodded and described the scene she had seen again. Colonel Zheng frowned even more than before. How is it possible? What happened in the rear? We carefully identified 3 of the soldiers we sent to the rear. Could there be a rebellion? While they were chatting, a soldier came running up panting and reported that there was a head downstairs again. This time, more than 30 of them appeared. Colonel Zheng, we sent someone down to investigate. All our soldiers in the rear, as well as all the prisoners in the labor camp, are dead. As the young soldier spoke, his eyes turned red. Chapter 177, something big must have happened. Hearing this, Colonel Zheng also became anxious. He said goodbye to Xia Sisi and went downstairs. Xia Sisi looked down from the upstairs and saw that there were indeed 2 more rows of heads, this time all placed in front of the shelter. For a moment, the dark heads were scattered below in a mess, like a whole grave. It was freezing cold, so Colonel Zheng had no choice but to take his men out of the apartment again. Upon closer inspection, it was just as the soldier said. The 8 soldiers he sent to the rear area, as well as dozens of people undergoing reform in the rear area, were all killed. Something big must have happened in the back area, Colonel Zheng said viciously. They asked those who remained in the shelter to come and identify the dead bodies, and found that they were all their relatives. These people were buried in the snow, and Colonel Zheng led his people to hold a simple farewell ceremony. Except for a few who were clamoring to take advantage of the opportunity to extort compensation from the military, everyone else's expressions were numb. After the end of the world came, no one knew how many people had died. Moreover, the military has lowered the standards for food distribution starting today. Everyone could see that the military was temporarily out of food. Instead of caring about those who died, it is better to care more about yourself. All the sadness can only be swallowed back. Colonel Zheng decided to go to the rear area to take a look. Even though it is windy and snowy and the temperature outside is extremely low, what happened is really weird. Xia Sisi had never heard of such a thing in her previous life, so she thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what was going on. Could there be a mutant? That was her only thought. But according to the previous life, when the extreme cold came, no humans had mutated, only animals. Even now, after being soaked in so much acid rain and spiritual springs, I still haven't mutated. Colonel Zheng was gone for 3 days. These days, Xia Sisi has been lying in bed at home. It's really cold outside. Compared to the severe situation in the shelter downstairs, the 66th floor can be considered safe and comfortable. When Bai Zhe and Lin Yuan have nothing to do, they will practice against each other in the corridor. Since both Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan's families had sufficient heat sources, the entire corridor became warm after the door was opened. Sometimes Xia Sisi would stand at the door and watch Bai Zhe and Lin Yuan fight. Bai Zhe's strength lies in his body's flexibility and agility. Speaking of which, it's like a wild kitten that will scratch people. Lin Yuan is fast enough, but Bai Zhe is even faster than Lin Yuan, and he can do some difficult moves with ease, often using some unexpected moves. But in the end, most of them were captured by Lin Yuan or simply thrown to the ground over his shoulder. When Lin Yuan trained Bai Zhe, he never showed mercy. It fell to the ground with a bang, like a sack. According to Bai Zhe, my brother is being educated by Tiger Brother. It's really cool. Once, Bai Zhe wanted to spar with Xia Sisi, but Lin Yuan next to him reminded him, be careful of her hands. Bai Zhe asked curiously, what's wrong? Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He looked at Xia Sisi with a smile in his eyes, and then said to Bai Zhe, may you be blessed. Xia Sisi knew that Lin Yuan was mocking her for not playing by the rules last time. It's okay. Don't pay attention to your brother. Xia Sisi said with a smile. You two have a little secret, Bai Zhe said jokingly. Xia Sisi didn't care at all and started the fight between them. In the end, both of them were sweating all over, and neither of them used their full strength. It's just a test of exchange. Gradually, admiration appeared in both of their eyes. But Xia Sisi could see that Bai Zhe was a guy with a bad character and was a bit impatient. After a long time, your moves will become a bit messy. Taking advantage of an opening, Xia Sisi kicked Bai Zhe. Bai Zhe could have dodged it, but Xia Sisi looked at him and rolled her eyes. Then she took it. It should be that you feel that you have had enough fun, and it is time to end it. Bai Zhe stepped back exaggeratedly, shouting in pain and asking his elder brother to rub his skin. Xia Sisi could see that Bai Zhe was disgusted by Lin Yuan. Being chased by the gloomy-faced Lin Yuan with a stick, he ran away in fear. After Lin Yuan returned home, Bai Zhe flashed in front of Xia Sisi and said, Sister Sisi, why does my brother always have a gloomy face? He doesn't even smile when you tease him. It's boring. Xia Sisi gently patted Bai Zhe's shoulder. Maybe if you tease him more, he will laugh. Xia Sisi also taught Bai Zhe a few tricks, such as calling himself your servant and calling the other party dead ghost, which were all disgusting words that Huiji usually used. After hearing this, Bai Zhe gave Xia Sisi a thumbs up and said, Sis, you are really awesome. I'll go find my brother and try it out now. After a while, Xia Sisi heard Bai Zhe's wailing coming from Lin Yuan's room. Don't say that, you will die if you try it. This is already the third day that Colonel Zheng has been in the rear area. Logically speaking, that place is not far away, and it's time to come back. And the most troublesome thing is that the military really doesn't have much food left. Today a soldier came down to see Xia Sisi and wanted to ask her if she noticed any other details when she saw the head pop up that day. They were all scratching their heads anxiously. During the conversation, Xia Sisi asked about the situation in the shelter below. I just realized that by tomorrow we will run out of food. Miss Xia, we don't have much food here, so we have to wait for supplies from above. But it's snowing so hard that we can't even send telegrams. We don't know when the supply truck will arrive. I see that the weather doesn't allow helicopters to fly. Our colonel drove away the best modified car of the military here, but it can barely move forward. Do you think our colonel has not returned for so long? Did he go looking for food? Please don't let anything happen to him. As the soldier spoke, his brows became twisted into a knot. After saying goodbye to the soldiers, Xia Sisi went to the 65th floor. Now it has become a small laboratory. Another benefit of the last space upgrade is that we no longer have to eat the flesh and blood of mutated creatures. Instead, it can absorb the energy in the mutated organisms directly into the space. That is to say, the mutant creatures sent by the military now only need to go through one circle under Xia Sisi's hands to absorb the energy in the mutant creatures' bodies into space. Those corpses can still be left outside the space. Moreover, according to Xia Sisi's idea, a huge blood tank for storing energy can appear above the space. This was researched by Xia Sisi after she entered the space these days. Now, the space is at level 8, and this energy blood tank is only as big as a layer of blood skin. In other words, the fact that the space was upgraded twice this time was just luck. If it was just a little bit short, the second level would not even be upgraded. Before the coldest days arrived, the military transported another batch of corpses of mutant creatures. It's still a mutant cockroach. Xia Sisi tried to absorb the energy inside into the space, leaving 6 bags of mutant cockroach corpses, which were piled on the 65th floor. The corpses of these mutated creatures did not bring much energy to the space upgrade and were almost invisible to the naked eye. It can be seen that after the space is upgraded to level 8, it becomes difficult to upgrade further. However, Xia Sisi had an idea when she looked at the corpses of these mutant cockroaches. Chapter 178: The Magical Uses of Mutated Cockroaches. Mutated cockroaches, whether in the previous life or in this life, are actually the main food of the official in the later period. Don't feel disgusted by this thing. After being ground into powder, it is high in protein and nutrition. It is more filling and provides more energy than those cornmeal buns. For a period of time, even this thing became a good material and good supplies that was snapped up. Some even say that this thing should be used as currency for transactions. The authorities even set up a special farm to breed mutant cockroaches. It can be said that the mutant cockroaches played a major role in preventing humans from becoming extinct during the extremely hot period. Cockroaches reproduce very quickly, so the yield will be extremely high. Basically, it can be considered a staple food during extremely hot periods. These cakes and steamed buns made from powder ground from cockroaches are called black cakes and black steamed buns because they are mostly dark yellow to black in color. Now, Xia Sisi was thinking of trying to grind the corpses of these cockroaches into powder. Whether the military would use it later would depend on their opinion. Now that Colonel Zheng is away, the person who is mainly responsible for all matters in the shelter is the guard beside Colonel Zheng, named Lu Can. Xia Sisi put on protective clothing and a mask and put all the cockroaches into the grinder. Soon, a bag of rough black and yellow flour appeared in front of Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi checked it in the machine given by the military, and just like in her previous life, these things did not contain any toxic substances. She also has a machine that can analyze the composition of objects, which she also got in exchange from the military. Put some of the powder into the machine, and the ingredients will be analyzed quickly. High protein, low fat, some carbohydrates, and a small amount of vitamins. Perfect food. As for the taste, Xia Sisi didn't care. She had eaten this thing for more than half a year in her previous life. Thinking of this, she took a small bag and returned to the 66th floor. I just happened to see Lin Yuan going out for exercise. There's a commotion downstairs. It seems they're out of food. Lin Yuan spoke. Hearing this, Xia Sisi sighed helplessly, then raised her hand and shook the things in her hand. Tell me, if I help Colonel Zheng solve the crisis in this shelter, does he owe me another favor? Xia Sisi told Lin Yuan about her research results. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that after hearing it, Lin Yuan acted as if he was very interested in the powder in Xia Sisi's hand. So, why don't you try it later? Xia Sisi was thinking about going back to steam some black-face buns. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan agreed, but he reminded Xia Sisi, bring it to my house for dinner later, and don't tell Bai Zhe what it is in advance. After hearing this, and looking at Lin Yuan's eyes with a hint of smile, Xia Sisi understood. Lin Yuan wanted to take revenge on Bai Zhe. After returning, Dahei and Huiji followed Xia Sisi around, especially Dahei, who kept circling around the bag in Xia Sisi's hand, as if wondering, what was the shit shoveler holding? Xia Sisi did not use all the cockroach corpses, but put some black rice flour in it to enhance the taste. After all, now is not like the previous life where there is really nothing to eat, so we still have to pay attention to the taste. The main purpose of making this thing is to tell the military that it is indeed edible and can save lives. When Xia Sisi steamed a pot of black flour buns, the smell, well, it smelled okay. It's like the taste of the fried cicada monkeys we ate before the end of the world, only a little bit fishier. If you don't think that the food is made of cockroaches, it's actually edible. Shit shovel, what delicious food have you made? The airplane circled Xia Sisi's pot several times. Xia Sisi thought that the airplane itself liked to eat these insects, so he broke off a piece and gave it to it. Sure enough, the plane flapped its wings and said it was delicious. But Dahei hung his face and looked at the steamed bread in Xia Sisi's hand, his brows tightly locked, as if in rejection. Sure enough, Dahei's dog nose had already smelled what it was made of. Finally, it took 2 bites symbolically and ran off to nibble on the dog snack Xia Sisi had given it. After learning that Xia Sisi was going to Lin Yuan's house for dinner, Huiji made a fuss again and said that he wanted to meet Miss Inke. However, Xia Sisi pressed her head and pushed her back. She kept clamoring to go, and the last time she went, she broke a plate because she was nervous, ruining her favorite dish of stir-fried lamb with garlic. Now she should just reflect on herself at home. When they arrived at Lin Yuan's house, Xia Sisi took out the black steamed buns. Bai Zhe's eyes lit up. Sister Sisi, your steamed buns smell so good. Did you steam them? Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yuan, who was standing silently beside her and took a bite of a steamed bun, and thought to herself, what a ruthless person. When she first ate this thing, she didn't know it was made from the corpses of mutant cockroaches. But I still think the taste is a little fishy. But at that time, no one had anything to eat, so it was enough to not starve to death. What's more, after eating this thing, I really felt energetic and it was nutritious. Later, when I found out that it was a dead cockroach, I vomited once, but then I got used to it after eating too much. After Dahei took a bite, he unexpectedly relaxed his eyebrows and widened his eyes. Sister Sisi, what is this? Why is it so delicious? As he spoke, Dahei took 2 or 3 more bites. This guy eats fast and finishes a steamed bun in just a few bites. Lin Yuan said that Dahei ate everything quickly because he had suffered from hunger as a child. At this time, Xiaobai also came up and asked for food. Dahei gave it the last steamed bun in his hand. Xiaobai was eating happily and looked somewhat similar to Dahei. Seeing him eat so fast, Xia Sisi felt a little embarrassed to speak. It's the corpse of a mutant cockroach. Lin Yuan said. He only took 2 bites of the bun in his hand. Brother, are you kidding me? Dahei had already picked up the second steamed bun. Lin Yuan didn't say anything, just looked at Dahei quietly. Baisha. Vomit. Dahei ran to the toilet. At that moment, Xia Sisi seemed to see the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth curl up. The 2 words stinky and bad appeared in Xia Sisi's mind. Chapter 179, The Cutest Person is Hungry. However, Dahei has a strong ability to adapt. He vomited when he first found out that the steamed buns were made from cockroach corpses. After he came back, Xia Sisi told him about the nutritional content of this thing and that she was going to make a deal with the military next. After hearing this, Dahei picked up another steamed bun and looked around. Sister Sisi, after hearing what you said, I think this is really good. And if you didn't tell me, I really wouldn't be able to tell the difference. It tastes just like a steamed bun with some minced meat added. In fact, it's better than a white flour steamed bun. Xia Sisi smiled. This steamed bun was improved by her. It tasted much better than those produced by the military in the previous life. My family's airplane likes it very much. Xia Sisi said, breaking off a piece and handing it to Inkei, who was standing on Dahei's shoulder. Inkei tilted her little head and looked at the steamed bun in Xia Sisi's hand. She seemed very interested, but she didn't move. Inkei, you can eat what Sister Sisi gives you. Dahei gently stroked Yink's little head. Inkei then lowered its head, gently pecked the bun from Xia Sisi's hand, and then stood on Dahei's shoulder and began to eat gracefully. I have to say, the way this silver sparrow eats is so much more elegant and beautiful than the gray plane. The airplane was holding the steamed bun in its mouth and was almost flapping its wings and tilting its head back to swallow it. It seems that if the gray plane wants to catch up with the silver bird, the road is long. As expected, Inkei enjoyed the meal very much. Dahei asked for another steamed bun for Xia Sisi on the spot, saying that he wanted to save it for Inkei. Of course, it wasn't for nothing. When Xia Sisi left, Dahei gave her a whole steamed carp. Although the carp has been frozen and is no longer fresh, Dahei's craftsmanship is indeed good. You can see that his knife skills are very good and the flavor is also well mixed. Xia Sisi returned home carrying a plate of steamed fish. After putting the steamed fish into the space, he took Dahei downstairs and prepared to go find Lu Can with the steamed black buns he had made. Xia Sisi took the elevator to the 40th floor. The military office was located on the inner side, so she had to go through the staircase and the rooms of some people in the shelter. It's just that it's freezing cold now, and most of the houses are closed, so there are not many people inside. Only a few soldiers were standing outside on duty. When she reached the stairs, Xia Sisi unexpectedly heard a noise. He lowered his voice deliberately, as if he didn't want to be discovered. But Dahei had heard the noise a long time ago and turned his head to that side, and Xia Sisi followed suit and chopped over. Upon hearing this, I found out that 2 men were fighting over a piece of compressed biscuit. Originally, she didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing, but in the meantime, she seemed to hear them talking about the 66th floor. To be on the safe side, Xia Sisi quietly took Dahei to the stairs. Then, I saw 2 men arguing and fighting on the stairs. A little girl was standing next to them, covering her mouth, trying not to cry out. The 2 men looked skinny, but the clothes they wore were warm enough, and they seemed to be brothers. The 2 men did not see Xia Sisi and kept cursing, saying that she was as powerful as the 66th floor, and even the military was afraid of her, so she should stop bullying here. If you have the guts to steal things from the 66th floor, don't steal our own things here. But it seems that they're just some angry words and have nothing to do with the 66th floor. After listening for a long time, Xia Sisi finally understood that the two men were really brothers, and the compressed biscuits belonged to their old lady. The old lady saved the compressed biscuits for her eldest son's grandson, but the second son's daughter was also hungry, so the two brothers had a fight. Your family has a little girl, so if she dies, she dies. My son is the only male left in our generation. Do you want our Wu family to be extinct? He looked at the older one and kicked his brother viciously. Accessories and clothing recommendations, brother. Your niece is almost starving to death. What time is it now? Why are you still sticking to the old tradition of favoring sons over daughters? His younger brother was holding a small compressed biscuit and refused to give it to her. He would rather be beaten than let go. At this time, a little girl came over, crying and tugging at the corner of her father's clothes on the ground. Dad, I'm not hungry, Dad, I'm not hungry, just give it to your brother. But when the older man saw the little girl, a fierce light suddenly flashed in his eyes, and he pushed the girl down the stairs without saying a word. If you're dead, then you should open your mouth less. Stop fighting with her brother for food all day long. But fortunately, the girl's father grabbed the collar. Then, the war between the two brothers escalated again, and they became irreconcilable. Xia Sisi stopped watching, but she also understood that the current situation of the military was indeed very difficult. On her way to the office, she found a soldier, told him the situation here, and asked him to go over and stop the man, lest if he succeeded in stealing supplies, more people would follow suit. The soldier hurriedly thanked Xia Sisi and told her that since Colonel Zheng and a few others left, they were even more short-handed. In addition, they had little food left and they could not go to the rear area for a while. They had no deterrent power and could not control the people who only cared about eating as long as they opened their mouths. Xia Sisi snorted coldly and thought to herself, it's all due to her habit. She found Lu Can, who was in a very anxious state. Seeing that it was Xia Sisi who came, Lu Can still smiled. He went to the juice factory with Colonel Zheng to move equipment last time, so he had seen Xia Sisi's skills. Miss Xia, why are you here? I'm very busy right now. I don't know if something happened to Colonel Zheng. We are thinking about organizing people to go to the back area to check. But there are not many people here, and I'm afraid that the Calabash brothers will be trapped in the end when they come to save Grandpa. Lu Can is young, but he is relatively calm. At the moment, he was so anxious that his eyebrows were furrowed and could hardly open. It's snowing hard outside now, and the temperature is too low. If Colonel Zheng doesn't come back in 2 days, go check again. I came to you today because I want to tell you something. As she spoke, Xia Sisi took out the steamed black bun in her hand. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that as soon as Lu Can took out the steamed buns, his stomach growled the moment he saw them. Lu Can felt a little embarrassed, but he couldn't help swallowing his saliva. I'm sorry, there is not much food left in the shelter, and we have distributed most of it to the people down there. To be honest, I was so busy that I forgot. I haven't eaten all day today. Xia Sisi turned her head and glanced at the empty bowl that Lu Can placed on the table. It was shiny and contained only half a bowl of water. I forgot what I was busy with. I just had no food and I was thinking of saving it for others, so I starved myself on purpose. Xia Sisi remembered that she had met many lovely soldiers in her previous life. They are all like Lu Can, doing the most work and eating the least food. Once, an old lady said she couldn't walk, so she asked a soldier to carry her up and down the stairs. The skinny soldier looked no more than 20 years old, but he went up and carried the old lady on his back without saying a word. Then Xia Sisi looked at the little soldier and fell to the ground. Later examination revealed that he had starved to death. Xia Sisi knew that now was the most difficult time during the extreme cold period. She didn't want to be a saint, nor did she care about the lives of too many people, but the corpses of these mutant cockroaches were originally brought back by these soldiers from the front line. She said she wanted to use the corpses of these mutant animals for research. Now that she has made such a great contribution, can the military send her more useful equipment later? At that time, she will be able to obtain the corpses of mutant animals more easily and upgrade the space more. This is a very profitable business. This is a new food I invented. We tried it upstairs just now. It's not poisonous. Do you want to try it? As Xia Sisi spoke, she took out a black steamed bun from the bag and stuffed it into Lu Can's hand. Chapter 180 Xia Sisi's Clever Plan. Lu Can didn't want it at first because they had regulations that prohibited them from taking supplies from the people. Xia Sisi explained to him what the steamed bun was made of. After hearing this, Lu Can widened his eyes and looked at the steamed bun in front of him. This is made from the corpse of a mutant cockroach. Xia Sisi nodded. After a while, Lu Can took a big bite of the steamed bun, opened his eyes wide, and exclaimed that it was delicious. Then he took another bite, and soon he had finished it all. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Lu can actually ate to the very end and burst into tears while eating. Sister Sisi, can I call you Sister Sisi? You are simply the savior of the entire shelter. Only then did Xia Sisi realize that the remaining soldiers were going to eat tree bark. The remaining rice and flour were left for the people in the shelter. You don't know, there are all kinds of people in this shelter. We are a smart leader, but we can't deal with the troublemakers inside, and we can't shoot them all. We usually have a good supply of rice and noodles, but there are so many things going on. Now there is no food. Won't they want to eat us? In fact, you see us holding guns all day long and being fierce to them, but sometimes we are afraid in our hearts. After all, we are few in number. Xia Sisi kept the bun she brought with her, and then said to Lu Qin, find 2 people to help me grind the bodies of the mutant cockroaches into powder, and you can take them back. How you distribute the rest and how you cook them is up to you. Lu Qin was very grateful. But Xia Sisi looked at Lu Qin like this and said to him, Xiao Lu, I think there are still some problems with your current management. Do you think this will work? Lu Qin and Xia Sisi chatted for about half an hour. When Xia Sisi left, Lu Qin opened the door and saw her off respectfully. At this moment, Lu Qin was really impressed by Xia Sisi, because Xia Sisi just gave Lu Qin an idea. First, let those people know that there is no food. The remaining food is used as a supply. If they come to make trouble, we suppress them and show our authority when necessary. But they bite to death and there is no extra food. According to Lu Qin, all the soldiers in their army stopped eating the food and replaced it with steamed buns made of cockroach powder. They then gave small amounts of food to other people, which was enough to last for about 3 days. Of course, if you follow the normal ration, you can finish it in 1 day. This is to allow everyone to eat 1/3 of the usual amount. Little soldiers, for the next few days, eat steamed buns made of cockroaches. Don't get hungry and save up your energy. At the same time, it was also said that the government had developed new food, but it was not distributed by portions like before, but required these people to work to distribute it. The work was simple, which was to catch mutant cockroaches. In fact, there are mutated cockroaches everywhere now, but they are not prevalent in the nearby buildings. According to Lu Qin, there were many nests of cockroaches downstairs because it was buried in snow and there was no place for people to live. In order to prevent the mutant cockroaches from coming up, they sealed off the downstairs. That thing eats everything and can even survive by eating dirt. So now, there must be a lot of mutant cockroaches on the floors below. But this is just a small number. The really large number should be the buildings here and several nearby where no one is living and all the houses have been moved out. These buildings are not easy to get through, but you can still get through them if you walk. You just need to keep an open flame to maintain your body temperature. In this way, during the 3 days when there is food, the military personnel must first discuss catching cockroaches with the people present. Then find a few people to form a team, go to nearby buildings to explore, see how many cockroaches there are, and come up with an effective charter for the public to catch cockroaches. After 3 days, the food supply will be completely cut off. The military can organize people to catch cockroaches, and then start using the cockroach powder to grind into food to deal with the next few days. This method can make it easier for people to accept cockroach powder as food, and it can also give people who have nothing to do all day something to do. If you have something to do, you won't look for trouble. Moreover, this will also save more people. It can be said that it kills several birds with 1 stone. After telling Lu Qin about this plan and going upstairs to grind all the remaining mutant cockroaches into powder, Xia Sisi watched the soldiers happily carry all the powder downstairs. Speaking of these 6 large bags of mutant cockroach corpses, they are not ordinary big bags. Each bag is the largest woven bag, and the cockroach corpses inside weigh several hundred kilograms. After being ground into powder, there was some loss, but added up they weighed more than 2,000 kilograms. At that time, the military found several people to carry Xia Sisi up. She had already asked someone to bring the ingredients of cockroach powder to Lu Qin and told Lu Qin that this thing was definitely nutritious. In addition, she also told Lu Qin that if they wanted to make this thing taste better later, it would be best to add some ingredients. Lu Qin wrote them down one by one, and the gloom on his face was much less than before. Sister Sisi, when our Colonel Zheng comes back, I will tell him about this. Xia Sisi patted Lu Qin's shoulder and said no thanks. On the other hand, only when the group of people below are safe can Xia Sisi live in peace upstairs. Don't bother her on the 66th floor, and don't think of her on the 66th floor every time something happens. This is her biggest goal. In the next few days, things happened just as Xia Sisi had thought. There was a commotion below at first. There were even people who came to the 64th floor crying because they were so hungry. Xia Sisi simply turned off the intercom so that she wouldn't be upset even if she couldn't hear anything. In the end, those people never saw the people on the 66th floor. The 64-story power grid was quite powerful and would not allow them to mess around at all. Finally, they stopped coming over to make trouble. After 3 days, when the food was really out of stock, Lucan issued a notice that mutant cockroaches could be exchanged for food. Some young and strong people said they wanted to go with the military. At the beginning, it must have been a siege on the cockroaches in our own building. Things like mutated cockroaches are scary at one point, but they're also not scary at the same time. Each one is as big as a forearm, flies with a rumbling sound, and has a huge sickle-like mouth at the front. But you can smoke it. In the past few days, as well as from previous combat experience, the military already knew how to deal with these brainless creatures. By using smoke, a large area of them can be killed, and then they can be directly ground into powder. Therefore, Xia Sisi's 65-story crusher was lent to the military. She made another note in her little notebook. The military borrowed a crusher today, and when Colonel Zheng came back, she would demand double the interest.